they practice together.
Yep.
When we see Viper and Tato or Hera and Leary, they always practice together too.
Yeah. So we'll see, I guess. I happen to know some things as well about these two and what type of strategy they might be leaning towards. Obviously having lots of discussions, so that's a possibility here. We've got the civs on screen. Admin bans flying in. Those are random. I think the big ones there would be Georgians, Chinese, maybe Malay, Hindustanis, Tatars, all those civs that players would normally pick, even Bengalis, actually.
Yeah, especially the Chinese. We've seen Viper play Chinese so comfortably.
Yeah.
And as we go over into the Civ draft, we see Persians and Khmer as the first picks for both players. So this will make more sense once we see the maps, of course.
Yeah, we'll see. I think maps need to come up now because I can't speculate at all with only the civilizations. Viper's civilization is very cav heavy. Berbers, Burgundians, Khmer, Franks. He does have Mayans and Vietnamese as solid archer civilizations as options there.
Of course, Viper is probably the player who most famously said Burgundians don't have to make Cavalier.
Yeah.
But that is usually what they want to play.
Yeah, so
that or the Coustier.
Looks like we've got some pretty cav-heavy maps then, right? We've got Outcrop Game 1, Enclosed, Arabia as Viper's home maps, Tata with Costa Mountain, and then Fortress. There's really no weak map for either player, so it's tough to speculate too heavily. I will say historically, though, in years past, when Fortress was more of a common occurrence in tournaments, that was more of a Viper pick. So I find it interesting that Tato's opted to go for that.
I mean, it always struck me as a doubt pick, Fortress.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
I mean, I was talking to Mem earlier when we saw this map pool, and if we were going to have a set that goes a long time, Fortress, Outcrop, Costa Mountain, Enclosed, we might be here for a while.
Yeah, I mean, even Arabia, right? Like, Arabia is typically not ending that quickly these days. The generation lends itself towards some longer ones. So we could have a long one. And I think many people hope for a long one. No one sees Viper and Tato and wants to see a sweep. I think these two produce some pretty excellent moments. So speculation more specifically on the draft here. Outcrop, we've seen a lot of solid late-game civilizations. We've seen a lot of camel civilizations, actually. So we mentioned Hindustanis were banned out by the random bans, but Saracens could be a pretty genuine option there. What about Viper, though?
He has Berbers.
Yeah, maybe Berbers, honestly.
That's really his camel civ, right? It's Berbers, but Saracens, Persians, Byzantines, all great camel options for Tato.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. We're going to have to use some level of process of elimination over time. The one where it's maybe more... You have fewer options to go for would be Fortress. So there I would expect Tato to opt for Bohemians. I'd be very surprised if he does anything else.
And I wonder what Viper goes there.
Yeah, well, I would say Burgundians. If it was Arena, that would make sense. Fortress makes it a little bit different, but I think Burgundians is probably his pick.
Khmer also can have a really nice eco on Fortress because you have that regicide start with the different starting food mount. They can have really fast uptimes without needing the buildings. Yep. So there are interesting builds you can pull off with Khmer on Fortress. I
find the priority of Khmer interesting there for Viper.
Right.
He's always liked the Khmer. He kind of played the Khmer before they were cool. But it's a civilization that Tato's also in love with. So I feel like part of the first pick there from Viper was the fact that he didn't want Tato to have them as well.
Right. And it's interesting that Bohemians, they've been such a popular pick for Fortress that they're all the way at the end of the draft for Tato and seemingly not prioritized for Viper at all. And I mean, a civ that Viper does have that we see on Fortress back in AOC is the Mayans, but kind of tricky civ matchups for them nowadays.
Yeah, I think in Tato's case, he would probably have prioritized Bohemians higher if he wasn't certain that Viper would play Burgundians. I think after seeing Viper's pick, he just knew, I can wait till my last pick for that map now, which is rare for a home map, but that's really smart drafting right there.
Right.
A lot of people are going to pick civilizations for their home maps first, regardless, but then you could maybe lose out on some priorities elsewhere. And obviously, you got to get 3 wins here today, so odds are good you're going to need to get wins on Viper's maps too.
Right, and that's a good point. If you see Burgundians, you'd think, guaranteed, I practice with Viper all the time. I know his civ picks. He's going to use them for this map. Yep. I don't need to pick the Bohemians, the strong civ, early on in the draft. I can prioritize other civs first.
Technically, it opened up an opportunity for Viper to pick Bohemians instead of Berbers or something, right? But it didn't seem like they really chose to go for any huge mind games there. I think on Costa Mountain, Tato will probably opt for the Persians. Viper, that's probably Berbers, honestly, if I had to guess. Faster villagers can help to move out to the sides. Very cheap camels and knights feels very
Viper
dominant.
doesn't really have a hybrid map civ in his draft, which is kind of weird seeing all the hybrid maps in the map pool that we're really only getting Coast to Mountain for here.
Yeah.
Berbers feels like they fit on that map.
Yep, I think historically it's been the case. Maybe Vietnamese, but I would say Berbers. Enclosed, I think Viper would really like Mayans there. Khmer, Vietnamese, all three of those options. And maybe we go back to the old meta and see Franks picked for once.
Maybe.
I mean, we just don't see Franks played that frequently.
Yeah, right. I mean, Enclosed gives you a very safe farming space, and the Franks have those free farm upgrades, so you can get a nice eco rolling, but kind of tricky to play them late game if Tato has so many camel civs available.
Yeah, I personally would bet against the Franks being played at all. Look at the other side. We have Persians, Saracens, Romans, Byzantines, Lithuanians, Bohemians. Every single civilization there either has access to camels or halbs.
Or halbs with some type of bonus.
With some type of an additional bonus, exactly. And that's before you even get deeper into those tech trees. So if Viper plays Franks, that is more of a game 4, game 5. After he has an idea of what, like, uses process of elimination, and it's easier for him to look at the match.
He still picked Franks really early on in the draft compared to even Berbers or Mayans. I wonder if he just has some plan for them cooked up. It's not very surprising civ, though.
Yeah, exactly. There's not, I mean, I don't think we're going to see fast castle throwing axemen.
I'd love to.
Also, all the infantry buffs and throwing axemen just kind of left on the wayside. Not that they're an easy unit.
Doesn't buffing infantry buff throwing axemen because now they're more useful?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Right.
I think if you want more throwing axemen, you have to remove hand cannons from the Franks, and then we start to see the axemen a lot more. But
maybe. But then how do Franks deal with Teutonic Knights?
Yeah, you got it. That's a very specific thing. But yeah, I still remember the first time. Well, the way I learned a lot about how unique units match off is I used to play a lot of scenarios.
Played a lot of CBA.
And CBA, yeah, it just spams. And I remember thinking, like, throwing axemen should absolutely shred Teutonic Knights. But no, they do melee damage.
They do melee damage, and the unit has insane melee armor.
Yeah, and you do 1 damage a hit, maxed out. And then another example, which is maybe even more situational, is Mamelukes.
Yeah, Teutonic Knights are the hard counter to Mamelukes.
Yeah. So
I learned that playing the campaign Saladin 6.
Yeah.
Those Teutonic Knights come marching into your city. You're like, oh, I've killed everything with the Mamelukes, but nope, not these units.
I mean, technically, if you micro, you should never...
You can run away.
Yeah, you can hit and run. But you have to hit and run for a long time.
You can do that with the Axemen, too, but you got to be running a long time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm thinking now, maybe we shouldn't go too far down this road. But just thinking of weird, unique unit matchups, you know, those are, I think, Teutonic Knights versus certain units, certainly the ones that come to mind for me. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, we could have very unique unit-focused matchups on Fortress, right? That's why the Mayans had been a pick for so many years.
Vietnamese too.
Vietnamese, but it feels like the Plumed Archer is not what they used to be, especially with all the new like Hussite wagons or new unique units that have been added.
Yeah, Bohemians are just so good there, and I think the Burgundians have better windows than any other civ. Berbers, Camel Archers could come to mind, but I think that has to be just 2 of the very best. We will be starting shortly. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I know it's, I know it's quite early. Here it is, It is like 1 p.m.
1 p.m.
But for us, that's much earlier back home. So, with our typical streaming times, it's
that's what I always like about coming to Europe for these LANs, is that now when we stream like middle of the afternoon to late at night, I don't have to adjust my sleep schedule at all. It's still the same schedule of streams.
From what you've told me, you don't have a sleep schedule.
I don't. But from what I've told, but when we talk about those TTL maps that are messaging Arbase at like 4 a.m.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
my sleep schedule.
Yeah, I wake up and at like 8 a.m. and T West had just fixed the map 5 hours prior. I'm like, what in the world is happening there?
I mean, I got to fix the maps when they're not playing on them.
Yeah, so. That's fair. That's fair. So I said Viper 3-2. I did talk to Nilly. He said the same thing. Didn't steal that from you, Nilly. But what do you think here?
I think Tato 3-2.
Okay, I like the prediction. I like it.
My favorite thing about 3-2 predictions is you're never wrong until it's over. You always have hope.
Well, never wrong until it's over. Well, yeah, I guess that's true. I guess that's true. I just... The thing I'll say is I think I prefer Tato's draft ever so slightly.
I'm really confused where Viper's going to use Franks.
Yeah.
And I'm still... I mean, we saw Herod play Mayans on Arabia and did a great job with them the other day.
Yeah.
But other than Arabia, I don't know. I feel like I don't have the faith in the Mayans that I used to have.
Yeah. I mean, There's certain players who can excel with them. The thing I'll say about Mayans, they're better in 9-bill start because you don't get housed right away.
Absolutely.
So in a standard start, you get pop capped, and that's a weakness. You get loom early. The fact that you can skip loom, you always have one more villager, and you have the big eco lead there. So anyway, series about to begin. We've got Tato versus the Viper coming up next.
Have you ever been to Hamburg before, and what do you think of the city?
I have been a couple of times before, but I have never seen that much of the city, so to be honest, I don't have an opinion because I didn't see anything.
What is your favorite memory of playing AoE?
I think like probably the castle in El Reinado, when we played the Red Bull tournament, that was an amazing experience.
Why?
We were playing in my country, and there were a lot of people that I knew there watching the players play, and like being outside playing Age of Empires, it was insane.
So the patch notes just dropped. What are you most excited about?
For the tournament, or?
Well, we'll get to the tournament, but maybe just in general.
About the game, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. The most excited about the game is probably when the patches come out, because then it shakes the meta and there's a lot of new things that you can test and play around. And when there are new units and it's hard to master them, so I like when there are like new civilizations or balance changes where you can play around with them.
Yeah. Do you have like a favorite Civ to play right now, regardless of the meta, or now that the patch notes have changed?
Well, my favorite Civ is always Saracens, because you can play around with the market a lot and you can game the opponents as well. Like the prices are almost.
We will hear that interview at some other point. It was becoming a little challenging there. Sorry, folks. But series is about to begin. So, Viper versus Tato. They've known each other for 10 plus years, been teammates for a very long time. Game 1 Outcrop, though. What are you expecting Civ-wise?
Outcrop. Maybe Chimera from Viper. It's a very open map. I mean, you could even use the Franks here. Mm-hmm. That might be where he picks Franks.
We see a lot of late game. I think Tato is probably going to opt for Saracens due to the expectation that maybe it could be on Franks, the wall potential early.
Right.
The crossbowman can break through buildings pretty quickly in Castle Age, unlike other civilizations. And then just the late game of the Saracens is really hard to stop. But yeah, Khmer could be fun. Like playing Scorpion Hussar could be really good.
You do that on any map these days, but especially Outcrop, you kind of have like the two dynamics where you want to push down the middle, which is where the Scorpions excel, and then also want to raid on both sides of the map, which is where the Hussars and the mobility would excel.
If that happens, that's a really big matchup to start it off because it's their early picks, right?
Right.
It could otherwise be actually Mayans could actually be a decent matchup there against the Saracens. The more I think about it, there's lots of gold on the map, like way more gold in the standard map, which makes Eldorado Eagles a little bit more viable. If you match up Mayans against the Saracens, you're happy in a crossbow war because you can match or outproduce their crossbowmen. The camels are basically a waste at that point.
Mayans are kind of a way to eliminate the camels from Berbers, Saracens, and Byzantines.
But what then if Tato expects that, and Tato then opts to go Romans and then plays super heavy Scorpion? That could be a really big problem for the Mayans.
That definitely could be. I mean, even Saracens have good siege, right? It's that late game matchup where the siege civs can take advantage of the Mayans. But either way, the Mayans have a lot of early game options where they can pressure. But that's the thing. What if we see Romans and Chimera both going for Scorpions?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I guess the Chimera should be better there because of the range.
Because of the range.
But yeah, I really think everything we just described is happening right now in the player heads. Saracens is the more common pick. Viper has Mayans out there, later priority in his draft, trying to sneak in and surprise Tato, and now Tato will potentially realize that. I've spoken to these two, but particularly like Doubt and Tato so many times over the years after a series, and they're just like, it's triple, quadruple mind games, right?
Right.
He thinks I'm going to pick this, so then he knows I'm going to pick that, and then obviously I'm then going to pick this, and it just goes back and forth. So Tato versus the Viper, we're about to start. Let's go. And all right, ladies and gents, here we are, do or die between two greats. We have Tato versus the Viper, and it is Khmer against the Saracens. We speculated on this. There was a lot of conversation what civilizations would be chosen here. This is Viper's top priority pick, and then we have Tato with a top priority pick as well. Tato down here towards the south, and Viper in the north, T-West.
Yeah, so you look at this matchup and think the Khmer probably have the better eco with their farmers, and it's going to be a question then, how do you apply that eco to deal with the camels from the Saracens? And maybe Scorpions, as we talked about, could be the answer there.
Yeah, I think Saracens maybe have the better peak here, but it might be a little bit difficult to get there if the game gets messy, and that's going to be Viper's priority. The really efficient farms with the Khmer, and just the ability to open quickly by skipping a barracks is really helpful. So right off the bat, I'm thinking Viper needs to be aggressive. Now, you look at this map, it feels as though Viper and Tato's map is slightly more open than some of the other Outcrops generations I've seen. It's always tiny woodlines like this, but as you just look around, especially the front of Viper's base, just not as much crazy wall potential, in my opinion.
Yeah, and even Tato's base, too, you have both of those goals kind of forward. Viper's goals at least are more towards the back, so even if he can't wall, he can still keep them somewhat safe by the TC.
Yeah.
Tato, I worry a bit about one of those goals not being accessible when it's so far forward.
Yeah, and then long term, the players will need to expand to the sides, where I think both players have their scouts already looking for cows that will be out there. There's the scout from Tato. He's on the right. I think Viper's scout is actually over on the left now. And maybe it's just a, yeah. And actually, look at how he starts scouting closer to where Tato will be. Or maybe he's just made his way over there. So we've seen games where people would just push their deer, but maps like this, they have some reasons to have your scouts looking elsewhere, which is a nice change. And
right, you want to pick up as many of those
of
cows in those valleys that you can to just buff your economy in the long run. That's why, I was kind of thinking maybe we've seen Tatars on this map. Maybe Ratons could even be a potential at some point.
Yeah.
And we were thinking maybe mines could be a civ too, because the longer lasting cows could be great for them.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I think I'm still very curious where Viper's planning Mayans. Maybe he was thinking about using Mayans here, but this is a civilization that has a much faster start than the Mayans, and Tato should know that here. So basically, the Saracens, they have no bonuses at play for quite a long time. Until they first drop the market, they're not using any crazy bonuses, and so in Viper's case, I guess he may delay farms, but the fact that he can just open stable right off the bat should give him an edge. And if Viper can have that killer instinct here, he could get off to a fast start here in this series.
Yeah, there's that stable right away. And I think it's important for Viper throughout the entire game to keep it messy and keep the raids coming in, because if you think about the late game tech trees, if you can afford everything, Saracens have great camels, even great siege onagers to counter the Scorpions. Viper needs to make sure that Tato just never has an opportunity to add in those techs.
Yeah, I think the Scorpions also thrive in messy games because Scorpions are slow, but if you get enough of them patrolling around the different areas, Khmer Scorpions can melt armies. So you're just not going to... You don't want a situation where it's very easy for Tato to know where the fights are going to happen. And Tato against any other civ would have maybe attacked that villager, but Khmer villagers can hop inside houses, so doesn't even think about it.
Yeah, that's tempting, but I mean, even against any other civ, Viper might just wall a vill.
Yeah, true.
It's Viper.
Yep, true. A lot of respect for each other there. Wall's coming up for Tato. He also has a stable. Now, some people consider it a weakness that you can skip the barracks, because in a scout war you might need spearmen, and Viper doesn't have that option, but it's only a weakness if he's not walled, and he is working on walling. Tato had his spearmen over to the left side here because he was almost going to complete the wall here, and Viper just disrupts him a little bit, but I'm liking what Viper's doing. Viper is going house walls because he's up against Saracens and he's respecting the eventual crossbow switch. If you were to just rely on palisades, the Saracen archers would break through them so much faster. Really smart from Viper. You'll notice the houses are always at the furthest part. Like the palisades that are there, that's closer because he can reinforce that.
He can re-wall behind the palisades much more easily, and he has more closer villagers to those palisades if he needs to get the walls quickly up. And the far walls with the houses are much farther away from any of his walling villagers.
I have to say, though, I'm surprised Viper's pulling his scouts back right now. It almost feels like he doesn't feel he can get through into Tato's base, so he wants to play safe here. The double gate almost makes me think that he believes Tato's army's on the way to his base, but he's misreading the situation. Tato's doing the same thing. Tato's also just has his army patrolling at home. But in my eyes, the Khmer players should have been more aggressive here than Viper has been.
Yeah, and the double gates are basically the opposite of what you said with the houses. Crossbows go through them, especially from the Saracens, and 1 or 2 volleys of arrows.
Yeah. And Viper should know that once Tato gets the market, things get dangerous. Look at Tato's food count right now. He sold 300 wood and 200 stone and bought 500 food with that, or 400 food, excuse me. His resources are looking crazy to go Castle Age. And
well, I mean, if there's one player who knows how to play the Saracens, it's Tato, right?
Yeah.
How many tournaments have we seen him play Saracens? And he's the most creative player with using the market.
I've seen that be a heavy priority ban for a lot of people against Tato for that reason, because he's so good with them.
Right, I mean, two civs that Tato had in his draft, Saracens and Byzantines, those are very Tato-like civs.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if Viper is worried now. Look at the score difference. That might actually tell me that the opponent's clicked up. And Tato will. Watch the score dip, bottom right here. Okay, so it dips by 100. Yeah, Viper should recognize that Castle Age should be on the way now.
What you recognize with the score is first the market usage, and then the click up.
Yeah. And they're both making similar amounts of army too. So what Viper could think because of the score difference is that maybe Tato hasn't scouted as much, because that does contribute to it. But it's pretty uncommon there's that much of a lead for a player unless one player's on the way to Castle Age. But this is so fast. Is he even going to be able to do anything with Castle Age? He's got 4 on food, 5 on gold, 19 on wood. It's not like he's going to have this crazy army.
No, it's not like he has stone where he can add TCs and boom, he sold the stone. He's adding in more buildings now. So he's going to have to go forward and try to make something happen.
I see an archery range now. And so this tells me Cav Archers is likely to play. It would make a ton of sense to just make Foot Archers now because you're so far away and the crossbow upgrade's kind of expensive. So at least 1 range Cav Archers. Typically, though, if you're going Cav Archers, it's going to be more than 1 range.
Typically, you see 2 or 3 ranges at least.
Yeah. And there's, well, he's got time, obviously. And he may build it, just mixing in some farms. Attacking the gate right now. Viper's got some archers in that archer range, but he's just being patient with it right now, which I don't mind. He moves out. Tato's likely to see that.
And there's a second range. And when you go up this fast, you can afford maybe 2 ranges, but you're not going to have that stable for Bloodlands and Husbandry right away.
Man, Tato...
Oh, he already has the stable from the scouts. Never mind.
Yeah, Tato is going to... he's going to need some gold here. And there's only 4 tiles in his base. The 2 tiles we talked about are more towards the front. So already, he's taken quite a bit of gold from that. And so this eventually could become kind of awkward. So Tato might want to use this moment. Because this, to me, doesn't feel like a position where he's going to make enough army to kill Viper. I think he might use this army almost as an escort to get some villagers over to the side and build a TC.
Yeah, and remember, Viper, if he wants TCs on the bottom areas, he has to venture pretty far from his base, too. The mobility of the Cav Archers can help secure that.
Yeah. Now, Cav Archers are coming out from Tato. Only fletching on the way. Bodkin Arrow doesn't feel very realistic. Neither does Bowsaw. And Viper's situation, he's going to be able to afford everything when he makes it to Castle Age. But I like this from Viper. Obviously, this could be awkward for him. But if he's able to somehow weather the storm here, he will have crossbowmen, which feels so needed anytime you're up against the Saracens. If you want to play into knights at all, you can only do so if you have some crossbowmen mixed in.
Yeah, those camels are just so strong for the Saracens with all that HP they have.
Viper's still 1 range. I just saw the second one dropped. He should have an idea of what Tato's committing to now. He saw Cav Archers, so that shouldn't be a surprise. Slightly paranoid is Viper about his gold situation because it's right by that wall.
Yeah, both of his golds are by the walls, so both of the golds are rangeable by Cav Archers if Tato's able to get over there.
I just wonder, will Tato continue to pile on the aggression here? Will he squeeze in Bodkin Arrow? He's still producing out of both of those ranges. He's up to 7 Cav Archers now. Feels like there's potential to this, especially if Bodkin comes in before Viper gets any of his upgrades. Viper's 30 seconds away from Castle Age, and there's Bodkin Arrow now for Tato.
Yeah. And we see now those house walls you had mentioned earlier, keeping that army out where Palisades might have been a bit trickier.
Yeah, true. Now Tato's going to hit different sides. I love the tiny details. Viper using the scouts elsewhere. That could eventually play a role. We'll keep an eye on that. The gate on the front for Viper should be going down to these Cav Archers.
But Tato's spreading the Cav Archers out. He's trying to find different gold mines or wood lines he can hit. If he's not going to centralize all of them, he's not going to be able to break through a wall.
Yep, now Viper knows that he needs the upgrades. Crossbow and Bodkin on the way.
And University for ballistics for Viper right away. Tato's not going to be able to afford ballistics anytime soon.
And the thing is, the Cav Archers, they have more mobility, but there's not a massive HP lead until Bloodlines comes in. So Viper loses a Vil. That's our first death of the game. And the scouts from Tato will run in and die as well. But I think Viper should be reasonably okay here if he gets crossbowman in these numbers forward. Until Tato adds Siege or until Tato gets Bloodlines, I think I might actually prefer crossbowman.
Yeah, there's Ballistics for Viper, and once Ballistics comes in, Tato really won't be able to take a fight. The numbers are pretty equal, but with the extra range and Ballistics added in, I think Tato's going to have to run.
Okay, I'd love to see the left side. I see red movement there. Okay, so those scouts are checking for TC areas. Viper scouts are checking for TC areas. I think Tato's going to make a break for it at some point here soon. If he feels like he can't kill Viper, or at least he has Viper in his base, there's no better time to move out and drop a town center. But that's very risky if you know that there's 4 scouts
right. Remember that game with Kingstone earlier, between Kingstone and Tato, when Kingstone moved all those vills out and Tato was right there to pick them off.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so much at play here with the army as well. And wow, Bloodlines is in for Tato. And I think he will also get Ballistics here in a second. He should know Viper has Ballistics now because of a couple of those volleys hitting.
Yeah, you can tell right away, and the TC is going to be at home for the Viper. So second TC at home. He's not going to venture out to the lower areas just yet.
I don't think Tato read that Ballistics was in until maybe just now, and I'm very surprised that he's going Siege Workshop. Now, that's not going to hurt if Viper gets to his base, but when you've committed to that many Cav Archers and upgrades, I feel like Ballistics is the next best play to maximize your potential.
Yeah, and it's tricky because either Ballistics or a Siege Workshop means he's not getting that TC right away, and Viper's going to be on 2 TCs getting an eco lead.
Yeah, well, clearly he didn't feel like the Cav Archers were good enough to kill the crossbowmen. Viper had villagers over here. Tato's scouts are going to find those 2 vills. Notice how Viper's also switched his scouts over elsewhere. There's so much to look at. The crossbowmen are also coming through. Scorpion there.
Defense from Tato.
Yep, might be one dead villager there for Tato. He actually micros them, and they survive. And Viper should know he's spotted there. And he will probably lose that villager as well. Tato even saved the scout there. That's crazy.
Yeah, so both players forward with their armies. Tato sees that the armies can't really fight, but since he has more mobility, Viper can't himself force the engagement. So they're both bypassing each other, going to the front and trying to pick off those low-lying TCs.
Now Viper will move to the right side. Knows Tato's on the left. Has some issues on his gold potentially. And he loses a vill. Man, what a game. I mean, it is absolutely criminal that one player is done in this tournament after this series. These 2 are playing insane right now.
And there's that house wall again you mentioned. Still holding up. Oh, there we go. There we see Vills finally picked off by scouts. Viper has been looking for this. He has been waiting for this with the scouts, and now he's ready to pounce on some Vills. And he'll at least get 1 or 2. He doesn't have that many scouts, but that's what he's looking for. He knows where the TC is going to be now.
It's such a close game. It's such a close game. It's absolutely unreal. TC should go up there. Tato protecting. Viper adding his 3rd town center in the middle. Now, I actually love that with the Khmer because you want a super heavy food and wood eco, whereas the Saracens need the gold a bit more. So while that could be a negative for Viper if he can't make it over to gold eventually, I think that that'll in many ways make life easier for him. Tato has to protect this. Tato has to be out in the open field, and Viper is taking a really good engagement so far.
Well, we'll see. The Scorpions are coming over, and Tato's getting a surround on the crossbows. And now he's gotten in where the crossbows won't be able to use their range. And with those Scorpions, he's going to clean everything.
Yeah, I think this is a perfect opportunity for Viper at his own Siege Workshop. Your opponent has Scorpions. You have better Scorpions. Cav Archers seem like the better unit. So this might be a moment, or many moments here, maybe 3 to 5 minutes for Viper, where he's going to play more defensive into Scorpions and then transition.
Yeah, and it will be maybe difficult for Tato to keep all 3 of those TCs running because he only has 9 villagers on food. You can see that idle TC time ticking up for him a bit in that overlay down on the right.
Yeah, and Khmer are just ridiculous with their farms. Viper's got 8 vills in queue off 17 farms. That villager, this will be funny.
He's got 11 vills in queue.
Tato's like, don't attack it yet. That was so funny. That was so funny. So patient from Tato. The crossbowmen are here. Tato loses a vill but reacts. And Viper's Siege Workshop is actually on the front of his base. So it will be kind of annoying to get Scorpions back to this army. I think he's okay, but Tato's through.
Yeah, and again, he is Chimera, so if he needs to, he can still hop in those houses.
Yeah, true. That TC position's really nice, actually. It'll be tough for Tato to move past there. And Tato moves through. I think Tato will end up wanting to leave here. Still keeping an eye on Viper's villagers on the right. He built a market. Since he's already on 3 TCs, he doesn't have the stone for another. He might try and buy the stone for that and sneak a town center up on a gold or stone somewhere.
And we see Elite Skirmisher coming in now for the Viper. That'll give him another unit to use against these Cav Archers.
Again, I just got to restate it. This is just so high level. This is so good. This is so smooth from both of them. Both players playing to their Civ bonuses, and Viper Scorpion just nailing these CA here. And this is, I think, actually a good fight for Viper. If you consider the cost difference and how much easier it is to mass Viper's army, I think he's completely fine with that engagement.
He killed a lot of Cav Archers there. And Tato, he's taking fights that he's winning, but Viper's microing and getting the army in a position where even though he's losing them, he's not losing them as bad as he could.
So Viper's 3 TCs, 30 on food right now. Some of that's cows, but most of that's farms. He's now dropping a 4th TC on the right side. That should complete here. And then also the nice thing is behind that there's some gold. So even though it's on the stone, he's got access to that gold. And Tato now wondering what can he make military-wise. The natural move when someone makes Scorpions is to go for a Mangonel. But Khmer outrange Mangonels with their Scorpions. It's a crazy bonus. I think this will be kind of tricky for Tato.
Yeah, and good numbers of crossbows and Scorpions both moving forward. And somehow on this map, you need to find mobility with the Scorpions. And maybe that's just Scorpion plus crossbow combined are able to fend the Cav Archers off well enough that you can move them around without worrying about losing them.
Yeah, I think that stone's going to be important here, either for a forward castle on a stone or gold, or eventually a defensive one. That's the first time we're seeing anyone go to stone, right there. Tato a little late to deny that town center. And Viper, he kind of has his Scorpions in the middle, I think. Yeah, he's got some of his Scorpions moving over this way. You can't really end the game with the Scorpions, but you can control the game at least.
Okay, so Scorpions for both players of a Scorpion battle.
Scorpion micro, let's go. I mean, only Viper has ballistics. I think in the end, it's going to be 1 Scorpion for 2, and that's totally worth it for Viper. And he also has skirms in the mix. So another reason why the Cav Archers don't feel too good for Tato right now.
Yeah, and here's Tato. He's thinking about engaging, but can't quite get the numbers advantage to do so. He has to rely on Mangonel hits.
And he can't actively mine gold because his gold is by that TC. Viper sees the Mangonel, ducks underneath of it. And that's crazy from Viper. He's got a lead right now, and it allows him to keep the lead even longer, the fact that that army's still alive.
And look at that villager count now, 95 to 76 in favor of the Viper. And he has the extra TC added in, so that fill lead is just going to increase.
Yeah, and this is the messy games that the Khmer want. This is about to get so much crazier. Light Cav's on the way, Bloodlines is on the way, so Viper will start spamming stable units. He needs to make sure it's not so crazy that he can't keep up with the Scorpions, though.
Right, and there's that army on the left. Tato wants to pick that off, but he needs to somehow get the Mangonel involved, the much slower Mangonel along with the Cav Archers.
So what are you thinking if you're Tato? What type of moment do you need here? What are you aiming for? Because you've just been reacting to Viper for the last few minutes.
He's been reacting and just trying to jump these armies. And the question is going to be, how efficiently can Viper make this light cap switch? If there's a Civ that can do it well, it's the Khmer with their farms.
I think obviously Tato needs a big siege shot here. And I think he really needs a castle to protect some of his base, in my opinion. If you protect one area of your base, then the rest of the fights become so much easier because you don't need to worry about it anymore.
Oh, well, that is not an easy fight for Tato with that Scorpion, though. He's losing all of those Cav Archers, and an army he was looking to pick off now has just gotten even stronger.
Yeah, Viper realizing he's out of gold at home, but he's got that gold we talked about, plus 2 armors on the way. Enough stone for a castle. I think the safe play for Viper is just castle the right side and just keep doing what you're doing. But he could go for a forward castle to end the game faster. It all depends on how good he thinks his position is right now.
Well, there goes villagers forward for Viper. And we'll see if he tries to add it at the bottom of the hill or the top of the hill. I think that with the army presence he has now, you can see all those blue dots moving in Tato's base. He's going to get that forward castle.
It just, is that like 4 light cav and 2 skirms? Is that enough to protect a forward castle? It feels like it has some level of risk associated with it that isn't needed. You cannot build on that stony hill. So you have to build beneath it. Like, I would absolutely love to just see a safe castle to protect your gold and then win the game by raiding. I think we know a player very well that's teammates with both of these two who is known for suspect castles. And I'm just, okay, I was thinking his name. That looks a little bit better for Viper.
That does look a bit better. Viper, he was tempted, though. He was wandering around on the top of that hill. Maybe he just was looking for a place to place it and couldn't find a spot and decided to go back.
Well, it's at least good that Viper was able to recognize before he placed the castle. It wasn't too wise. That's going to end up being a very nice castle to still protect the map. He'll click up to Imp now. This will be a quiet moment or two for Viper. He mainly has Light Cav as his army right now. Doesn't have a lot of Scorpions, doesn't have a lot of Skirms.
Look at that
or
eco.
Crossbow anymore.
Look at that eco, all those farms. 54 farmers already. He's going to keep adding more. And then once he gets up, he can do that Hussar upgrade and just spam the Light Cav everywhere.
This is honestly where I think you may not even need to make another gold unit for quite some time here. I think with how exposed Tato's base is, you can just go Light Cav raid. Now, camels are going to kill off those Light Cav, but whatever. The Light Cav just costs food, and then you can bank up gold for your next transition. That could be Heavy Scorpion. That could be Ballista Elephant. Those would probably be the two main things. But this is a fine position for Viper right now.
Yeah, and all that Viper wants to do is keep this messy so Tato can't comfortably get into that camel army, get the heavy camel upgrade, get up to Imp. Right now, it looks like Tato's probably going to be stuck in the Castle Age for a while, adding in Castle Age camels.
Yeah, Viper's done such a good job controlling this game. It's so smooth. And everyone here knows Viper's got this in him. I think the question maybe is, can this be continuous throughout a very long competitive series? And we'll obviously see. We hope to get 5 games here. Tato engages. Tato should clear this, but again, all the work he's had to do to get some level of control, and I think Viper has just Ballista Elephant cut through the trees. I think that Ballista Elephant chopped the trees, and we now have Crossbowmen and Light Cav storming into the back of Tato's eco.
And that is brilliant. He has that castle, he has the Ballista Elephant. You're probably not going to make many of them and take straight up fights, but just the utility to go through the trees, it opens up the map even more for your Hussar raids.
It's so annoying. It's just so annoying. Like, the fact that this has happened because of one Ballista Elephant is crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, everything about the Chimera is kind of annoying, right? You get your army into their base, they hop in their houses. You think you're walled, they Ballista Elephant cut through. And it synergizes so well with their Hussar play.
Yeah, and Tato's probably like, are you kidding me? I feel like I played well with the Saracens. This is one of the best civs for the map. And I haven't even clicked up to Imp yet. And I've just seen Imperial Age come in for my opponent. It's been nothing but reacting to the Viper. Viper almost at 200 population. Look at these technologies now. He's getting like 7 or 8 techs at once, both for eco and for military. And he's going to use that right side next to the castle to potentially end this game, as the Arbalest production is coming right on Tato's doorstep.
Yeah, everywhere on that minimap where Tato has a base, there are blue dots raiding and killing villagers. Tato has to react everywhere.
Yeah, and I honestly, I'm not really sure if he has much of an answer. See, what Viper has done here is he has forced, with these Light Cav raids, a heavy camel response, which is the correct response from Tato, but I think he's overmade camels now, and he's simply going to die to the Arbalest.
There's
Tato
the GG.
knows it. He taps out, and Viper takes game number 1. That was smooth.
Wow, that was. And I think that just all comes down to that early attempt to go for that fast castle for Tato. Viper held that, didn't really take much damage, and had a much better eco. And even though they were kind of trading armies that had an equal KD for most of the game, Viper was just building up that eco lead behind it.
Yeah, that was smooth. I don't know what else to say. I felt like you know, Viper at times in some other games has had a tendency to try and force the issue against walls and be too aggressive against walls. And here, he realized it's going to be tricky for me at times in the early Castle Age with Saracens, but let's just sit back and let's play a patient macro-style game. I really like the third TC in his base. I think we saw the benefit of him focusing more on farms than golds.
Right.
It felt like it was just enough at every single stage of that game.
And like you said, it was very smooth from Viper.
Yeah.
And the Chimera Civ that really favor that smooth play style into the messy game, where your own economy can be very well protected while you're trying to make the rest of the game messy.
Yeah, for Tato, was Cav Archers the play? It felt like
I mean, it is 2025. That is the meta these days, right? We see everyone making Cav Archers. We see Jordan, he's walking behind us just to go make some Cav Archers. That's what people do these days.
Yeah, but like the moment of the game where I didn't like CA there is he gets the numbers, he gets bloodlines, he's heavily committed to them, and he doesn't get ballistics. And what ends up happening was the two armies of Cav Archers and Crossbowmen are engaging similar numbers. The Cav Archers are tankier, but Tato doesn't engage because he didn't go for ballistics. And I think it was a little bit of hesitancy and fear because Viper is Viper maybe, and he went for a Siege Workshop and those Scorpions at home. And I felt like that was the moment where it took Tato some time to take the engagements he wanted.
Yeah,
and
here's a
Viper
replay
used
of one
the
of
time.
those engagements here. You see Viper, even at that point, it's ballistics versus no ballistics, and even though Tato's killing some of the crossbows there, it's not the best fight for him.
Yeah, and it's just Viper's eco was just flying behind this. At this point in time, the Vil count's similar, but he already had more resources collected, and then Viper could transition into Scorpion. So Tato needed the Cav Archers to collapse on those crossbowmen, win that fight, and then if Viper's defending only with Scorpions, he does it with no map control and no other military presence. That, to me, was the key. But great signs from Tato still. I really liked his confidence in the initial build-up. I like how he played overall. I just think that the downside, of course, was Viper was Khmer.
Well, sometimes Khmer do that to you, right? I remember a game where you and Dave played.
Oh, boy.
And Dave went that double stable landing on you, and you just hit in the houses.
Bro!
You remember that game?
Double stable landing?
Yeah, it's like a mega random map. Years ago on Voobly.
I remember one game where Dave beat me with Khmer, but it wasn't that one. So maybe there was another one. But thanks for bringing that up. I really appreciate that.
You won that game. You hit in the houses. You were the Khmer.
Yeah, obviously I remember that
right?
one.
Yeah.
I mean, I've won so many against Dave, it all just kind of blends together, honestly.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, the houses are very nice, and yeah, now I'm just thinking about beating Dave. So game 2, what do you think Tato will lean towards here? Because again, there's the history of Viper on Fortress. Tato has picked it. All these maps can be so good for Viper. So
I mean, Tato could just go Arabia. He could pick one of Viper's maps, right? Sometimes you do that. Just want to pick the standard map, get it out of the way right as game 2. If you feel like you're behind, just play something standard if you feel like you can beat him there.
I actually think Tato may go Romans on Arabia.
Romans on Arabia.
Against Mayans. So
I like that. I like that.
The U-pudding play, right?
Right.
Where U-pudding / phosphor, depending on how nerdy people are with the videos and the builds. That is its most dominant against Mezzo. U-pudding once in the tournament, he knew his opponent liked Mezzo. The opponent was Miguel. Sorry, Miguel, for bringing this up. And he said, I'm not going to ban Mayans. He gets first pick. I'm sure he'll pick it. Picked Mayans, and then he went Dravidian Scorpions to win off of Fast Castle there. I just keep that in the back of your mind. Tato has a history of playing Romans on Arabia. It is not Arabia, though. It is fortified clearing.
It is Fortress.
Fortress, sorry. Fortress, there's a clearing.
There's a fort. Same thing.
It's basically the same.
The two kings are going to go say hi to each other on the side of the map. Of course, it is Fortress. It is Regicide, so you need to keep your king alive. They will scout a bit in the Dark Age.
If Viper notices this, he's going to go stand next to that king, and he's going to make it look funny for the viewers. But I don't think he noticed. I don't know why Tato isn't moving with his. I mean, it's not dangerous.
He's got a board lure, right? I see that dot on the minimap that shows he's luring with the scout.
Yeah.
And sometimes you do lure with the scout on this map because you can hide the scout in the castle and heal it up.
They both have very good late game maps. Look at their gold positions. Those golds are on the back there for Viper. Those golds are on the back for Tato. And both players have that very easy opportunity to extend their walls to the edge of the map. So we're talking 2 of the best late game civs, maybe 2 of the best late game maps you can get here on Fortress. So this could be a long one.
Yeah, and sometimes that can also come down to relics. It looks like Viper has maybe a slight advantage. I'll say that second relic all the way to the top of the map. But other than that, the other 4 should be able to be contested between the 2 players.
Yeah, that's really good for Viper. That's really good.
And especially as Burgundians, because you get not just the gold from the relics, but also the food from the relics.
And Burgundians have the easier opportunity to contest for the relics because of the cheap light cav upgrade. So that's already an edge for them. And then even if you don't want to go that route, if you're making unique units to help control relics, it's much easier to have a cav unique unit than it is to to use the wagons. I'm laughing because Vodka, our observer, was pointing out, hey, Viper's got those eco upgrades. Make sure to mention Dark Age eco upgrades are in for Viper, so that's only something the Burgundians can do.
Yeah, and sometimes the Burgundians can struggle with the Cav unique unit against the Halbs of the Bohemians that have that bonus attack.
Yeah.
But I think one of the keys to Fortress is that it's not arena where you're in this small enclosed area. It is a wide open map with open areas instead of forest all the way on the outside. So the Cav become more useful here where you can run around and try to raid different areas.
Yeah. Now, is there a civ you prefer here, or do you think it's pretty close?
I think it's pretty close, but we do usually see Bohemians picked, I think, with a bit more priority for the players.
Mm-hmm. I think a lot of it comes down to player preference and style. Viper is definitely more of an open and adapt style. He loves to have his mobility. So someone like Viper or Hera maybe really like the Burgundians. But other players usually are, other players that would be here would normally prefer the Bohemians. The thing to remember here about this matchup, which I feel is lost on some people, is you think Bohemians are the best gunpowder civ because they get Hufnitze. Hufnitze is a reason why, yes, they're very strong. But if you don't get to Hufnitze, Burgundian gunpowder actually does additional damage. So
yes.
Hand cannon v hand cannon, Burgundians are the better gunpowder civ. Bombard cannon v bombard cannon, Burgundians actually are the better bombard cannon civ. So Bohemians only become really strong if you get to Hufnitze, and if you combine that with Halb, and that's going to take a long time here.
Yeah, and Bohemians also, they have siege engineers available to them, so they can't get extra range on those cannons. When you get to that fully upgraded point, that's when the Hafnitzer really shine. But before that, the Burgundians can be a bit faster, and their better eco can help them be faster.
Okay, so there is a king.
There's a king. The Feudal Age Scout is faster than the king. Viper, will you see that?
No. This arena would have gotten really, really loud if Viper spotted that. I think maybe Tato could have saved himself, but maybe taking a few too many risks there. But the other thing when comparing the matchup is on arena, people tend to prefer the Bohemians because they can out-execute in a monk war. But this is a tough map to really go monk siege push because of the extra fortifications. So I personally have a little bit more faith in the Burgundians, but again, I think it's very close.
Right, and it's a bit of a larger map than normal. Fortress is slightly larger than the other maps, so it kind of takes away the ability for Bohemians to go maybe for that 1 TC, forward castle, fast imp, early treb, bombard cannon war play.
Okay, so what I wasn't expecting was to see the player with the gold mining bonus, Bohemians, to have 2 on gold, and the player without the gold mining bonus to have 4 on gold. So Viper, even researching gold mining, I mean, that tech is cheaper. Maybe he's foreseeing the fact that Tata will use the heavy gold play and buy and sell some resources. But that's not normally what you see. Normally, you don't see the market being used from the Burgundian player because they have so many farms, they don't need to buy the food. But Viper's cut some farms. Instead, he's got the Vills on gold for some extra flexibility.
Well, remember, with the registered resources, you do usually need a couple more Vills on gold because you don't start with any. Mm-hmm. So that might just be part of his normal regicide build.
That's true. I think in Tato's case, I don't know if Vodka can maybe page up.
And it might indicate more of a priority on the monasteries and monks, too.
I think it's possible that there was wood was sold. Yeah, so for Tato, he sent 2 to gold, didn't have enough, sold a little bit of wood. That makes sense. But still, I mean, 8 on wood is not what I would fully expect. Maybe Viper doesn't have as many on gold long term if he built a TC here. And yeah, that's a good TC next to wood. And also next to the gold. And then he goes for the monastery. And I'd like to see Viper scouting now. Because in Viper's position, yeah, he's got those 2 relics. And like, normally you might want to save those relics, the safe relics, for later. But if you're also getting food income from it, I think you might want to get that relic in the north right away.
Yeah, it's important to get them in when you're skipping that 3rd TC to put the monastery up. Tata went immediately for the TC, so he's not going to have as much of a focus on the relics as Viper is. And if Viper is wanting to go for some type of early imp pressure, he needs to make sure he's not going to fall behind in the boom.
Yeah. Now, can we see Tato scouting as well? Because Tato seems to be looking around. Again, this is crazy. This happened to Tato as well. The relic spawns are really weird on this map. Tato's missing one on the left side because it's squeezed up to the edge of the map. And now in the north, he's going to see that. But I think this will be frustrating for Tato because it's already tougher for him to contest the relics. And now there's 2 fairly close to Viper's base. So that will be big confidence for Viper as he looks for that one. And Tato has to pretty much accept Viper's probably going to have 2 fairly easily here.
Yeah, well, good news for Tato. Viper did miss scouting that relic by a couple tiles. And still just now the 3rd TC being added in for Viper.
Yeah, I'd like to see again maybe a page up to see Viper's market usage. Hasn't used it too heavily. I guess Viper's head is in the way. But he did buy something there a second ago.
For 127 gold. We can figure out what that is based on the prices, right?
Okay, tell we can, but I don't feel like thinking about it. So please, please tell me.
If he clicks on the market, we can see the prices, and then we'll figure out what it was.
Yeah.
So it looks like it was wood he bought then.
Too many numbers.
130 wood that it costs now.
It's the first set of the day. Too many numbers for me, bro. Too many numbers for me, but yeah, makes sense. Fervor on the way for Tato, so that applies to the villagers too. So they're a bit faster now, which is a very big upgrade to get. And it's 35 Vils versus 34. Pretty close, boomy game here.
And also a few Custilier out for Viper. He's going to be looking for Tato to make plays for the relics. But does Tato have a monastery yet? Is he going anywhere for monks? He does.
Yep. And monks should be a little bit faster. Now, I want Tato, regardless of what else happens here with the relics, I want him to extend a wall from the right side of his base to the edge of the map and the left side of his base to the edge of the map, and you just turtle in that corner until you get Hoofnita help. I feel like you're always going to be slightly outboomed against the Burgundians. You're probably here going to be behind in relics. Okay, sure, but get to your death ball and push with it. Sometimes what people want to do on this map, and Tato loves this, is they like to move out, they like to move forward for forward castles, whatever. I really think your best chance is if you take advantage of your map and turtle, and you do not move out until you're ready.
Yeah, and two perfect maps for this for both of those players, right?
Yeah,
both of them with the golds in the back, and both of them where if you get pushed early on, you're probably not too worried about it because you can just go to the back for the golds.
And Tato should also know that. If we could see Tato's Fog of War, they're just looking for monks. He also knows Viper's golds are in the back as well. So that's even more reason not to push. If Viper's golds were forward, you might want to go for an early imp style push.
Right.
I could be wrong on this, but I just think that's the play. And then obviously in Viper's case, you might want to push the Bohemians before they get there. Look at Viper attack and block there. Viper deletes his... Oh, sorry, Tato... Wait, Viper deleted. Tato's now chasing this down. He might end up getting Atonement to try and convert that monk. Is Atonement in queue right now, I wonder? Behind
Sanctity now.
Not in queue. It's kind of expensive, so...
I mean, he does have Fervor already, so he is faster.
Oh, can he heal? Heal with one, convert with the other. Oh, the scout is saved, and now Viper goes for conversion. Will Viper save this monk or not? Oh, that was so well played from Tato. That was so well played.
And now he's just going to heal the scout up, and he can pick another monk. With two monks, he can get a conversion here.
I think this is...
Oh!
What? Look at Tato's face. That... I mean, based on my knowledge of how monks operate currently, that does not make sense to me.
Was the monk charged somewhere before that?
Well, so something I've realized is if a monk started converting and they lose sight of the unit, they will still sometimes hold on to that conversion. Yeah, they hold on to that conversion
until it stops walking. So until it stops searching for the unit, it holds the conversion.
I mean, Viper is now in a pretty good position to take some engagements. I think everyone's going to lose their monks here. And so that's maybe fairly even trade.
Yeah, and we saw that there as Tato was able to swap the conversion from the one unit to the other and hold the charge. But sometimes, as you say, when you leave the line of sight, you might expect it to stop, but it doesn't stop until the monk or finishes walking towards the unit.
Yeah, there's instances right now where you don't see the unit and they still keep the hold in the conversion. But there, Viper did maybe still see it because he had active army around.
Right.
It was just the monk was so far away and off screen. And that felt forever ago that I think, Tato and everyone in the crowd expected Viper to lose that monk there.
Yeah, and there's Imperial Age on the way for Tato. He will be the first one up. Viper shouldn't be too far behind. And there's the University in the back for Tato as he's going to look to maybe start securing that area by the golds.
This timing from Tato doesn't feel like the big turtle play. Now, maybe he's respecting that Viper's going to push him pretty quickly. But this feels more like an early imp push style. Could be because he's super far behind in the relics. Like, if he doesn't see that relic on the left side, he's assuming Viper's going to have, 5 relics right now.
Right.
And that's very dangerous long term.
Yeah, and if you don't go for the relics, you kind of are forcing yourself to go for that earlier push because you don't want to fall behind in eco.
Yes, but, relics are long term. So I stand by my statement that I think Tato wins this game with Help Hoofnita. And I would like to see him try and get there as quickly as possible. This is more of a bombard cannon trep style push than it is waiting for Hoofnita.
And Viper is scouting around the back of Tato's base. He will indeed see those golds. And there are those villagers going forward for Tato. A few spears, a Hussite wagon, a few units to protect them. And he's going to look maybe for a forward castle.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And bombard cannons could come pretty quickly. I saw Viper have some issues in an arena-style game recently where he built a lot of his production on the front, and all that production just got sieged right down. He doesn't know that army's there, but maybe he'll regret not having some activity in the middle. He's trying to scout other areas, like the back corner, which is very thorough. But this is the key right now. You need to know what's coming here, Viper. Those 3 archer ranges could potentially go down. He might not have time to get the gunpowder, as we see Tato dropping his first range. That will be hand cannons. And then right now, the first bomber cannon's on the way. This is crazy.
Yep, chemistry finished. He did chemistry on his way up to Imp. And now also having the stone just about for another castle is Tato. And he's going to look to engage in a Treb War before Viper has a chance to react.
Oh, man, dude, that is a statement castle. You know, I wanted the extreme of defense. Tato says, how about if I'm this aggressive? Because if it's this fast, Viper might not have time to get to any of his bonuses. You might be wondering, like, why? Viper's collected almost 3,000 more resources. Well, it's because he went 4 TCs. He added the 4 TC in the north. He's gone for a much more expansive economy. And there is a risk in that. It delays your Imperial Age ever so slightly. The castle in the back from Viper tells me that he is fully expecting to lose the front of his base, and he's bracing himself for the future.
Right, that castle, that initial castle he has is forward, and he might lose that, but it's also going to buy him time. Tato needs to push into that castle, and it might just give Viper more of an economy lead, as he already has that 4th TC and more villagers.
There was a game with the Bohemians in this tournament where the Bohemian player clicked chemistry right when they were about to reach Imp. So technically they researched it faster than other civs, but they didn't end up making bomber cannons until way later. Tato had this perfect. Right after he reached Imp, chemistry is already completed, or right before, sorry, and the cannons are out already. And Viper has to go for chemistry now to get to his gunpowder, and he hasn't done so. He's actually adding a staple, and that wagon will spot the stables.
So Tato, he knew those golds were back there, and he just went to check with the wagon, and he's going to see the stables. He might not know exactly what the transition is from Viper, but he knows that the cav will be a part of it.
See what I mean, though? Like, all these ranges now, these ranges are all going to go down, and that's a difficult thing for Viper to replace.
And Tato's still not walled at the back, like you were asking for earlier. Oh, there's a hole. There's a hole in the walls through the overchop.
Yeah, Tato, he's just full focus now. I mean, think about this. You're up against the Viper. You're down a game. It's hard to be critical of anyone who just thinks you've got to kill Viper quickly here, especially if Viper has, in his mind, 5 relics, in reality 4. He wants to go for the kill, and Viper, I'm a little uncertain on what his game plan is. He didn't click chemistry yet, right?
Oh, he's going Paladin. He's going Burgundian Paladin. That is cheaper, but it's in a 1v1 against the Civ with Bohemian Halbs. Already 16 pikemen out for Tato.
Well, Viper is doing something
tricky.
interesting here, though, because Viper is trying to cut off the reinforcements. He sees the ranges are forward, but there's no barracks. So if he always has an army in the middle, new pikes can't go forward. Also, if we could see Tato's Fog of War in the back, I'm not certain he knows it's a full commit. He sees one stable. That could just be for anything. And Viper has otherwise hidden all evidence that this is going to be Paladin. Viper will have Paladin in 70 seconds. Tato hasn't prioritized Halb. I'm not sure Tato's aware of this yet.
Yeah, we're seeing more ranges from Viper on the outside as those farms get raided. But that's what Viper wants to do, kind of leak out his eco to the outside, and Tato needs to make sure he keeps the scouting up so that Viper can't farm at those locations.
Yeah, it's good from Tato to use the converted unit to get over there because he doesn't have a ton of mobility. Now, Viper still won't have any siege with this pushback. So if he attacks with Paladin, he's basically just going to clear up this army, but the castle's going to remain there.
There go the relics.
There go the relics. There goes range number 4 or 5 to go down, and I think Tato should have been able to catch a glimpse of the Cavalier there. We'll probably see him immediately drop barracks and go for Halb. And yeah, there's the Halb upgrade now, but does he have enough right now on the front?
And where are the Paladins going?
I think they're going to raid.
How can they raid? Tato's fully walled. Does Viper see the walls yet? Or does he think Tato's still open?
Well, last he was there was no walls.
There's no walls. He's trying to hope that that's still open, but Tato's done a good job to wall it off.
What do you think about that castle from Tato? It feels like he's got an opportunity to place that deep in Viper's base. Maybe not a strong opportunity, but he's opting for the safe play. I guess back to what I was saying earlier, I did want him to get to his maximum potential. And if Viper's going to try and raid him, that would slow that down. So with that in mind, this is fine. I still think the house walls are actually a liability. Yeah, he needs stone walls.
The houses go down pretty quickly to the Paladins, and he's going to stone wall a bit farther behind it. Far enough back that he's going to ensure it goes up, no problem.
Yeah, Viper will think that he's got opportunity to break through. Those Paladins are shredding through. Tato could build another castle soon on the front. He really needs to try and prevent Viper from getting those relics.
Those cannons, ooh, Viper not going for them. Just going to try to reclaim the relics.
This is so well played from Viper. This counterattack, even though it's not killing a ton, it's doing an awful lot. It will still deny that gold, and it's taking Tato's focus away from the push.
But look at what Tato has just clicked. He has the health needs to upgrade on the way in. And once those come in, then it becomes much more difficult for the Burgundians to take fights against the cannons.
It's crazy that Viper was so late to chemistry, but he hasn't needed monk upgrades. He hasn't needed his own bomber cannons at all here. That's normally what happens.
Right. He wasn't planning on engaging in that fight at the front. He just wanted to add those buildings, lose that as slowly as he could, and only now wait for chemistry in his own cannons.
Yep, really patient from Viper. And he's got that better economy still, but here's a question of if his Civ can compete with the strength of the Bohemians. Do the Bohemians get fortified wall?
That's a question for Orlin.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
I was just wondering, because I really don't see it that frequently. Actually, now that I think about it, I think that Kingston researched it the other day against Tato, but that's a good tech to get because Viper's knocking on the door. Viper now wants these cannons out of the picture before Hufnitsa comes in. Viper just running past with the Paladins. That's expensive, but if he kills the Hufnitsa, he'll probably be happy with this.
Yeah, it's good that the upgrade came in just then, so that's a bit more HP, and it gives him a bit more time to kill the Paladins.
Wow, Viper, if only would have had the attack upgrades, might have killed them a little bit faster, but Viper clears them up. He also takes out the Treb, and he has his own Trebs right now on this castle. Tato basically has nothing there.
Oh, he's in at the south, too. He's in at the south. The Paladins broke through the wall.
Oh, man, this is horrible. He actually, I think Viper's blocking that gate foundation. He knows exactly what's happening. Viper's just playing so good here. And look at how patient he was. He built up 3 trebuchets before firing, and Tato's going to lose the front of his bait, or sorry, the push. And Viper's got full map control. Castle and TC on the right, TC on the left. This is perfection from Viper.
Oh, the Outpost is going to find the final relic. He's going to get all 5 relics as Burgundians with that extra food. And this is exactly the position Viper wants to find himself in.
This is insane. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. It's something that you've maybe expected from Viper a little bit in the past, but this is just absolute patience when needed, killer instinct when needed, and just perfect macro behind. 25 Paladins, 15 Skirmishers. Now, look at his res. Like, he can go full gunpowder now. He could also go for Revolution, maybe?
I don't think he wants to do that.
Yeah, probably doesn't want to go for the Flemish Revolution, but if there's ever a position to try it, this would maybe be it. But Viper will feel like he can't lose this game now as long as he holds the map. And
well,
Tato
as long as he holds the map, right? Bohemians, I feel like the Bohemian unit composition with how good their halbs are still is better, but the Burgundian economy with 5 relics is just insane.
And Bohemians are just so slow. Right? All their units are super, super slow. So to now have to creep through the middle of the map is going to be so taxing.
Oh, those walls from Viper. Not only are they slow, but they're going to be walled in.
Yeah, but if you get to 80 army with the Bohemians, you have a better 80 army than the Burgundians.
Absolutely.
So
and
that's
the
what
Burgundians really can't fight that.
Yeah.
It's hard to fight the halbs. Even if you do your own hand cannons, that's probably your best option.
I'd like to see Viper get monk upgrades here. I think the opportunity for the occasional conversion on these Hufnitsa will be there. And when you have 3k gold, that's an option you should probably consider. His own cannons, also a good option. There he goes for relic number 5. We'll get to find out if they put the right settings in the lobby here.
That's true. When you swap it to Regicide, it defaults to standard victory. So we'll see if this is a relic victory.
Because every time you load up, you change the game mode, it'll say, do you want to take our recommended settings? Players should normally say no, but I feel like every tournament now, players are messing up the settings. So
I feel like it.
It is something, and I'm not at all annoyed about the fact that all the players that mess it up have been playing for over 10 years. It doesn't bother me. Tato still needs patience. He's not popped yet here, T-West. I think he needs like 8 cannons, 60 halbs.
Oh, the villager is fighting the monk.
Okay.
Tato realizing, did I host this lobby? Did I make the wrong settings? I don't want everyone to see.
Yeah, right? Would have been funny if Viper converted a Vil and then quick walled to save the monk.
That is a very Viper play.
I mean, that's what I was hoping for. I'm a little let down.
I think Viper was maybe looking for a one-tile nook in the wood line where he could wall with the relic and try to keep the monk alive.
It could do that, maybe. There's the upgrades for Viper. He's got so many resources. But I was not expecting a Treb cut forward Monastery. That seems to be the play on the right side. And Tato comes over. That TC is going to be gone in the blink of an eye. And Viper knows that Tato's got enough for a couple big groups here. Well, that will be tricky to deal with.
That's the thing. The Bohemians, they can push, but it's hard to push in multiple spots at the same time. Right now, Viper, he has his main base, and he has those two side castles and TCs on the extra golds. Yep. And Tato can remove one of those castles, but Viper can still take the other one.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what Viper will hope for now. Viper will feel like he can always lose a couple castles here and be fine. Viper will dive with the Paladins. There's Halbs there, but I don't know if that's enough Halbs. There's too many Paladins. It's enough Paladins to dive in and take the cannons, and that's what Tato needs to rely on to win this game. It'll be an absolute slaughter here, and Tato's castle will fall. His villagers will fall. He probably needs to be careful not to try and save anything or reinforce, because the Paladins could run into his eco there.
Yeah, and all the Halbs from Tato are still out on the right. He pushed one castle, but that castle's in the middle of nowhere right now. His main base is being pushed by Viper.
Now, interesting decision from Tato. I actually like it. Just keep moving forward towards Viper's base, right? Because what Viper wants is for you to react, and then he pulls away with this faster army, and then it's just an endless cycle. At least he's making a move. And look at Viper thinking about this. He actually moved his king. I saw it on the mini-map. He moved his king to the castle and out of the tower. So he knows, as he even gets hoardings now, that Tato's desperation play might involve a king snipe.
It might, and he has the Halbs needs to there. I mean, that's a great unit for pulling off the tower snipe and getting the king.
Yeah. Viper has a lot of eco over here. Like so much eco. I guess he had no wood in the north. So he's losing a lot of vills right now.
Yeah, and as you said, if Tato had pulled back to defend, Viper could have just ran away. Tato needs to be the one with the Halbs forcing the fights and forcing the spots on the map where Viper has to move his army.
Yeah, and Viper's now the one reacting. Yeah, so this is well played from Tato. Remember, he might not have the relics, but he still has enough gold to make cannons, and that's all you're spending your gold on. Oh, his Halbs are out of position. His Halbs are out of position. This could be costly. And he will lose some of his Hoofnita. That's so worth it for the Viper.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's going to stop this push, or at least slow it down. Now Viper doesn't have to worry about the Hoofnita getting through any of his walls.
I'd really like to see Viper, who actually has no gold income right now, apparently. That might change. I'd really like to see him make some hand cannons.
Look at Viper's food. He has 8,000 food.
Like, is it not bad at this point to still be making Paladins? I think they accomplished what they wanted. But now it's full Halb. I feel like you need to spend your gold on gunpowder to try and
now it's just Skirm. And now Viper doesn't have a gold unit. I mean, he doesn't have any gold.
Yeah. Tato's done a really nice job. I mean, that TC will get shot down, but he at least took Viper off that gold. That tower and the Halbs there kept Viper off of that gold. Kind of felt to me like Viper was going to take those golds forever.
Right, so how much gold does Viper still have in the back of his base? Did he completely mine out those 2 golds he had? Yeah, he did. So
how did Viper lose 50 villagers? He had so much eco here. He had like the base setup. He just had all of his lumberjacks exposed, and he sent so many villagers into those Halbs. For as amazing a start this was to Imp for Viper, I mean, this is just completely collapsed on him here. And now he's got 3 Trebs and a Monk?
Against villagers?
What, do they walk into a bar? Like, what is this? This is a joke. I mean, he might take the castle, but this seems wasteful for Viper at the moment. And I'm just wondering if Tato's got some real chances now.
Yeah, 3 Trebs, they will go down. I mean, they took a castle, so that was probably worth it. But that's not where he really needs to push right now.
Yeah.
He really needs to care about the extra golds on the map.
Yeah, this has been kind of the theme at times for me. It's like with Vihera, for example, right now, who's winning so much. Elite level, but consistent throughout every single stage of the game. There's very rarely that drop off. And here, felt like Viper was going to win this one, outlast his opponent.
And look at the resources for Tato. I mean, Viper has 8k food, but Tato is far more balanced.
Like, where the Trebs are here, I guess, to go for a TC, but now he's got army elsewhere. He's stabilizing all these things. He's falling apart here, and Tato must start to realize this soon. I think before with the 3 Trebs, you think, okay, he's still ahead of me, still got the relics, but this is now the 3rd or 4th instance where he's catching Viper out, and I feel like Tato's got enough soon to make a push for the middle, right through the gut.
And you feel like that's maybe the opposite of how things should go in the Civ matchup, where it's the Cav player trying to catch the other Civ out of position, but Tato's done a good job of keeping the Halbs next to those Halfneats for this entire time so they can't be jumped.
Yep. I want to see Viper just, like, never make another Paladin. We're still queuing Paladins against 70 Halbs. I'm not in love with that move. I want to see him just make light cav for raids. They're still good for raiding. They still die to Halps, but they're less expensive. And then maybe a couple hand cannons and bomber cannons and monks in the mix. Otherwise, it's going to be tough. Sometimes when you're hard committed mentally into how games are going, it's hard to make those switches. But look at Tato come back. He just does not let Viper on those golds for much longer than Viper needs to be.
No, he does not. And we talked about how open the map is. Right now, it's those golds that are important. So Tato can just get a few halbs onto the gold, get a few cannons there, and he doesn't need that much mobility at this point.
Viper's Trebuchet out of the castle. Tato sees it with the halbs, and that could be another Trebuchet down for the Viper. He does lose that. And now he will dive with his Paladins. Paladins come in. They'll take a Hoofnitsa in response. Nice shot from the Viper there. But Tato has more gold in the bank. This is what's crazy about the Bohemians. You only spend gold on Siege. You don't spend gold on anything else.
Right, your halbs is so good, and especially against the weaker Paladins that don't have bloodlines.
Oh man, Viper's got bombard cannons here though. He's got bombard cannons. He needs to protect his bombard cannons. The skirms will probably be enough in the end to defend these.
But the cannons go down. Those are expensive with how little gold he has.
He has 0 on gold. 0
That's
on
the
gold.
second cannon down.
He's got 4 relics. Tato was able to snag one, by the way. Tato knocking on the door. What a game here, T-West. I got to say this about Viper, though. It's been shaky at times. He stabilized his eco pretty massively.
Oh, we have a pause.
I think Tato is fixing his earphones or something. But
the crowd was ready. They were ready to hear a GG called there. Viper. they were anticipating it.
I mean, I'm curious to see what you do now. They've been going back and forth over the golds. Tato can do that again. And he's going to try it again here. Wow. Oh, man, what a clear up. Bye-bye, Paladins. I think for Viper there, maybe he just lost track. Maybe the pause affected his focus. It was only like a 3 or 4 second pause, though. So usually the longer ones that can happen.
Oh, nice cannon shots on the Paladins there. And how does Viper stop this now? How does he pick off the cannons? There are so many halbs there.
Well, his current choice is Paladin, right? And we've talked about how costly that is. Skirms do help against the halbs, but the DPS isn't that crazy. The damage per second's much lower than something like hand cannons. Hussar I'm loving because you could still snipe the cannons, and it's not as costly a fight. Viper's Paladin's just melting there.
And you have 8,000 food at this point, so you can afford to lose some Hussars and continue producing them.
Yep. Viper primarily queuing skirms. He will have his own bomber cannon somewhere, but Viper wants that gold again. And Tato's here. That's where Viper's cannons are too. I gotta, like, so well played from Tato to control these slow groups. It's so easy for all your halbs to just wander off away from your cannons and you lose them. And it seems like he's always able to control it so perfectly.
And not just control them, but control them in 2 or 3 locations.
That's crazy. And he takes out both the Viper's cannons there. It's Viper who seemingly can't deal with this now. And he'll be pushed off of the gold. He just has so much respect for the Hoofnitsas, wherever they are. If you look too long in one area, you're going to lose the other side.
Yeah, and the Burgundians, with all those halbs defending them, don't really have a way to pick them off. Even if you go for your own cannons at this point, you have less range.
Yeah.
And you can't micro and win that game of dodgeball.
Viper is queuing up a couple hand cannons now. Also queuing up more Paladins, more Hussars, more skirms. He's going to send everything he can at this. He will definitely lose that castle on the right side, so that will be some more gold for Tato, who, by the way, isn't mining any for the first time in a while. He's officially finished all the other golds, and he only has 1 relic.
And this is where we see great KD for Tato so far, but once he finishes mining the gold, it will be 4 relics and Burgundian vineyards for Viper.
Viper's Trebuchet got sniped there by the bombard cannons. Tato maybe needs to be careful, though. The castle fire and the skirms are taking out his halbs. He's got all these buildings here to immediately reinforce the position, which is so necessary. If you produce from home, you lose everything here because you're not going to have more halbs. But look at all the production buildings next to this push from Tato.
And remember, the king is in that castle. The king from Viper is in the castle.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I think, and where's it gonna run? That's part of the issue for Viper. Yes, you could lose your king, but you've got nowhere to go, seemingly, if you lose that castle in the first place. This is a tap out if that castle goes down.
Yeah, and huge score lead for Tato, too, as he continues to float 1,500 gold, just about.
Yeah.
And Viper feels like he's the one who should have more gold at this point, but he was making all of those Paladins for so long. He was making a gold unit that was continuously dying to the halbs. Tato's just spent gold on cannons, and that's it.
Yeah, it's been so cost effective. And honestly, when it's all said and done, it might be Tato who's collected a little bit more gold because of the mineable gold. It felt like with Viper's position that he would have taken all the golds on the sides. Tato took the majority of the gold on the left. He's now taking gold on the right side too. So crazy stuff here. Viper still does not want to allow Tato to take that gold, but Tato's got enough army there. And Viper just barely holding on right now. But still, it just feels like this never-ending story against these cannons.
Yeah, and there was that period early on when Viper had both of those extra golds, had the TCs and castles up, and was pushing down the middle. But this Bohemian army is just so good. You only need 2 units. It's so simple.
Yeah, 1,600 gold for Tato. He'll always have more cannons. Viper, no protection here. He only has 1 castle. The Halbs are going to be into the farming eco. Halb raids isn't your typical way to kill your opponent's eco, but when they're mainly producing stable units, it's actually a great move. They can't really send over Hussars to clear it up or anything. And so, yeah, Viper will have some problems. And Tato building up another big push to move for the castle now.
Yeah, and it feels like Viper just can't figure out a unit that can deal with this. I mean, look at that. He has skirms, hussars, paladins, hand cannons, and I don't even know what that still is on that third icon. I can't tell what that is. It's more cannons. then he's just trying to figure out something to deal with the Half needs it. Tato just says Half needs it, and that's it.
Yeah, so good. So good from Tato. I think he's got enough now to make a move for this castle. Look at him bring the Vills to even repair them. Like, it's so good. Like, right here's an example. You see how the Halbs are moving away? Any normal player, he looks away, and all their Halbs get pulled away. They lose all their Halbs, they lose all their cannons, and the casters are screaming in pain. But Tato's always keeping an eye on all of his cannons. All of his cannons are always protected by Halbs. He's making it look way too easy right now.
And I think it's easier when your army is just 2 units. Right? You have a few cannons, you remember where they are, and you just put Halbs in them.
Yeah, I agree, but it's not easy when you have to do the same thing in 2 different areas. And he's done that the entire game. It's super difficult. And he's just chewing up Viper's units time and time again. I mean, at a certain point here, he's going to click that castle. And if he's hitting that castle with cannons, Viper's going to lose it. Viper does not have any stone that's mineable. He does have some in the bank. Viper, I think, has to try his own bombard cannons, which are inferior, unfortunately, in combination with the skirms. It's really his only choice right now.
Yeah, he needs some type of siege here, otherwise the cannons just pretty much never die. There are too many Halbs that the Cav can't pick them off.
It's a frustrating position for Viper to be in. We talked about monks before. This is the first time I'm seeing a monk try and convert a bombard cannon pretty much the whole game from Viper.
And he succeeds.
He does get a conversion there.
And maybe that's the unit that Viper needs, adding in some monks.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of if only from Viper fans, though, because we saw how much gold was spent on Paladin. And it's not going to be easy to make more monks right now.
And monks are something that Halbs can't easily pick off because of how big that range is.
Yep. Yeah, there's some arena clowns screaming and how this game has unfolded. As they probably would have wanted to see monks from Viper earlier, but he's somewhat committed now. The nice thing about a monk is you can use it many, many times over time if you keep it alive. So it does need to regenerate their faith, but beyond that, we should be okay. I mean, the screen is lighting up right now because Viper's castle
is under
that
attack.
Has the king in it is being attacked, and the castle's being repaired. Viper is out of stone.
I guess Halbs at least are not a king sniping unit, and that's the only good thing for Viper here.
Yeah, Viper's own cannons, which he's been building up here, hop in there to save the day, and he will kill some Hoof needs it. He also loses some cannons, and Tato's micro is absolutely insane, T-West. That's crazy.
So Viper's still trying to hold on. What do you think he's waiting for? Just for the gold to run out and then hope that the 4 relics and vineyards can sustain him?
Yep, that's exactly it. And the gold will actually run dry here for Tato.
As we're at the 1 hour mark in this game. And, well, the tricky thing is that even if Bohemians run out of gold, they don't need gold for Halbs.
Yep.
And then you might be asking what happens to the wood on the map.
Yeah, honestly, this is becoming a wood conversation too. Viper's wood access in the north is super exposed. We've seen that raided. Tato's kind of controlling some of that wood here. I mean, Tato's backing off right now, which is kind of interesting. It makes me think that he believes that Viper's got enough to defend, and Viper's got the 4 relics. Viper's got the farms bringing in that trickle of gold, and he also has a more diverse comp. Tato's just been spamming the same 2 types of units,
And we look at stables now from Tato. He's starting to add in some light cav, not something the Bohemians do particularly well. They do lack both bloodlines and that final armor upgrade. So even the skirms, as they have Bracer, do quite a bit of damage to the light cav.
That always worries me. Anytime I see a Bohemian player making cav, makes me think they don't have faith in their comp to work anymore. And the thing is, the cav can be really strong with raids. I don't know if it actually contributes a ton against the light cav, because like you said, they lack the upgrades. We'll see, but this moment where Tato's backed off has given Viper a lot of time to stabilize, and Viper has 55 farms. There's a lot of raiding opportunities for him as well with Hussars, and Tato starting to take some wood on the outside of his base now, excuse me.
So how much gold is behind that TC? Around 600, 500, 600 gold left on each of those tiles respectively. And stables going up for both players here. And yeah, it feels like Tato's push is just stalled out.
I feel like Tato recognized that the bulk of Viper's eco is here, and that pushing past that castle isn't going to be easy. So he's just shifting all his pressure to the north now. I'm concerned for Tato now. I actually thought he had it, and Viper's position's looking much better. Viper's now getting monk upgrades. He had the time to think about this, and he didn't have these upgrades before. So Viper has like 5 or 6 monks in his group at all times. Viper could also go Halb himself, by the way. This could be good for Viper.
Yeah, and that castle down under 2,000 HP, but the king is still safe.
Yep.
Tato wasn't able to finish the push. But now I look
at... we have a revolution from Viper!
What?
He has actually gone for the revolution. This tech was nerfed to the point where people feel it's too costly. It should never work in competitive AoE. We have Viper producing mass villagers out of his town centers to get villagers back, but look at that army count. Every single villager he had when he completed this tech has become a military unit. Will this work, or will Viper live to regret this?
He did do the blacksmith upgrades before clicking the button.
He doesn't have armor for his units.
He doesn't have armor on them, but he's fighting Halb and Cannon. There's nothing from Tato right now that can kill the militia. He could add his own hand cannoniers, but that's a long transition.
Yeah, but don't Halbs kill them? Like, if you don't have armor, don't Halbs and Lightcav kill them? I don't know. We don't see it that frequently. I think Tato, if he just falls back with his expensive units right now, and braces himself, it could actually lead to him winning this game. He's got 98 more Flemish militia to deal with. They're all in different groups.
This is tricky because I think both of us felt like the momentum was shifting to Viper's side anyway.
Yes, I can't believe it. Like, Viper absolutely started to have the momentum here. This was getting much better for him. If he doesn't win this game, because of the Flemish militia, he might live to regret it. I can't believe it. I mean, I'm loving the fact that we're actually seeing it. But the situation didn't seem to really call for it. And also to go for it when you don't have the upgrades,
and he doesn't have squires either. I mean, you could just wait, do the upgrades, and then
like the Halbs are strict. Can we see a stat check? Just like look at a Flemish militia at a certain point here. I just want to see their stats. There's a lot to click here. Sorry, Vodka. Okay, so you got 11 attack. You got 60 HP, but they have like no armor in. And then the Halb, so the Halb's going to be doing decent enough damage, considering they don't have armor. I guess the Halb will still die, but then the Halbs also have armor? I don't really know. The issue here, and the reason this looks so dire for Viper, even though his population is good, is look at his eco, 16 Vils. And he also only has 4 TCs.
And he spent a lot of that food he had earlier.
Yeah.
Right? He had all that food banked up, but he had to spend it, and now has to queue the Vils again.
He doesn't actually have the food eco to continually produce Vils. And so once his army dies, he can't make more army. And like, I think Tato's going to be he's going to be able to make army forever here.
And Viper's population now down to 130.
Oh man, what in the world was Viper thinking there? It's been such a roller coaster game, right? Like, I feel like it was looking so good. He had the full map, and we saw a great deal of Paladins against Halb, and now this does have the armor now.
But that took a while, and he's lost most of them by the time he's gotten the armor. He's down to 72 now.
Yeah. Can you, like, should they add a tech that allows you to bail on the revolution? So you say, actually, I don't want to revolt anymore. I want to be a man at peace.
Go back.
I just want to go back to my farm. Life was actually much better than I expected.
Maybe they could have that where instead of a button, it's like an on-off switch. You keep going back from one to the other.
I mean, I've seen someone once in community games try and research the other unique tech, and then they did the revolution,
button accidentally.
and they didn't try that. But in this case, I don't think it was a misclick, right? I think it had to be intentional. He already
had
vineyards
vineyards for a long time.
Yeah. Well, he has a big army. The other thing about like the rules of revolution, from my point of view, is if you revolt, you need to have siege ready to push, because you need your army to have some power and not just run into walls. And there's no siege for Viper.
Well, there's also nowhere to push, right? It's a wide open map, and it's not like he was forward and immediately on Tato's base pushing a castle either. Like, what was he going to push there, even if he had siege?
These poor units, they thought they were going to revolt and make some big change, but they're actually just defending the farm they were working on. We will stampede across the map, and we will take them down. No, you won't, actually. You'll just be running around with a pointy stick.
And look at Viper's eco now. He has 31 vills on food, and that is his economy. No gold income, no wood income, 2-1 stone. That's it.
I mean, if Viper wins this, I'd be curious to hear it in the interview. Because it's still just, it doesn't feel extremely logical from what we saw. Things were bad for Viper. Things were bad for Viper like 5 minutes before that. And he probably felt like he was going to die then. I felt like that feeling lingered. I don't think he felt like this was potentially swinging back for him. I felt like he felt like it was like he needed a miracle, and he had a tech, which could potentially lead to that miracle here. So, I mean, he's up to 50 vills again, and the population's still somewhat even. Tato's been quite patient against this.
And I guess the good thing is, they're so far apart, Tato can't really punish him for going for the revolution. Tato can get a big eco lead and a better stockpile now.
Yeah.
But it's not like he's immediately in a position to force Viper to defend his base.
Hand cannon's a really nice switch here from Tato. Doesn't have any armor upgrades, but I would actually like to see him consider his own skirms, too. Because, again, the gold's not really there. This could be a full reset. Like, Viper's military count's going down. His vill count's going back up. He still has the relics.
He's up to 150 pop. I mean, the map is so large that it's hard to have any one decisive play that decides the game, unless they can pull off a king snipe.
This is interesting.
And now we're an hour 15 minutes into the game. I mean, maybe Viper's thinking he can reset it, and then now he can just train those units, right? It's an extra unit he can throw in.
Yep.
I don't know if we've ever actually seen that in a game, someone doing the revolution just to train more Flemish militia.
Yeah.
But they could be useful against the Halbs.
Yeah, honestly. He doesn't have his own Halb upgrade. And Lycav come in. That was a big snipe there from Tato we just saw before this on the Bombard Cannon. And what I thought would happen a little bit earlier was Tato getting some raids into the new farms that were relatively unprotected. That will start to happen now. And now Tato's pushing. And I just think Tato knew. You likely have 200 army, but you can't easily make more after that. I need to be patient and not toss all my units into that army numbers. And now the army number's been chewed down a little bit. He's making his move. And Viper, 150 pop, losing his TC, losing his ranges now.
And losing everything.
He's going to lose everything. Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a bounce-back game from Tato. The relics are right there as well. Look at the queue. Tato's got 60 or so army in
and then
queue.
now it's Tato who has all of the units available. Everything in his army. The hand cannons, the skirms, the monks. He even has... How does he have both elite and feudal skirm in that queue right now?
Capture Age bug, I suppose.
Capture Age can't handle the revolution.
Yeah, I think relics will be ejected here for the Viper. And Tato can tell. He's like, he doesn't really have anything here. The revolution is completely... nerfed his eco, and when Viper was in a state with the relics, with the Burgundian farms, and at 200 pop, he went for 200 army, and unfortunately it was expensive to go for, and it's risky to do that.
Oh, there's the king. Where's that going? Viper on Garrison the castle, but noticed.
The king thought about a revolution and then saw what happened when his people did it and said, actually, no thank you. I'd prefer to stay at home. It's kind of weird how Viper like collapsing around this army now. Like he was in the middle of the map.
Skirm's over.
Yeah.
And he might be able to pick off 4 cannons here. They're pretty tanky, but that's a lot of skirms.
The thing is, he's 1 TC. So
he's lost the relics again from those cannons.
You can't make more vills. It's even worse than before with the reboom, right? Tato's got this one. Tato knows it as well, I believe. Tato may lose these cannons. but he's landing some big shots. He's got some nice raids in here. He's not seeing a lot of army from the Viper at all.
And you might see that Desperation TC being added in from Viper just so he can get more vills.
Yeah, and then you need to buy stone for that. But okay, Viper will take out the Hoofnitsa. He clears that up. But now he needs this. He needs an answer to this, and this is what I don't think he has an answer for if Tato has his own skirms in the mix.
Tato's going towers now, too.
Yeah, those are Bombard towers.
Bombard towers.
Well. That's crazy. Viper doesn't have Siege.
He doesn't have gold for Siege anymore.
Yeah.
Especially without the relics now. All he has is the Vineyard's income from the farms.
Yeah, he'll reclaim those relics, I'm sure. But he might not have many villagers alive. And the GG is called, and what a win from Tato. That was crazy.
Wow.
It looked so good for the Viper there at various points, and man, did Tato have an uphill battle to climb.
Wow, and was Viper dead when he went for that revolution? I don't know. It felt like both of us looked at that and thought, well, he's pushing back. He has a good economy, and all of a sudden threw that economy away just to try to push.
It's very likely that he still would have lost the game. But as we see when the revolution came in, he had 130 or so vills, and he had a very decent chance to clear this without that revolution. He went for it, and part of the problem is your vills were so far away from the fight, it takes a long time for them to come forward. But again, the engagement was taken with no armor. Not even the first armor.
Not even the first armor. And he was thinking maybe those cannons are out of position. I might be able to kill 4 Houfnitsa if I do this revolution right away. But the Halbs were enough to defend them at that point.
Oh man, I mean it's not every day that you could question things quite that heavily. I think even before all of that though, Viper made way too many Paladins, man. He made way too many. The initial Paladins did the job. I loved that. But imagine the gold he banks if he just switches to Hussar. They could still offer the threat of raids. They could
maybe
still
adds in a bit more monks earlier on to deal with the cannons instead of trying to throw all the paladins directly into the Halbs.
Yeah, monks was the big one. Monks was the big one. He eventually got there, but that was when he had no gold. Remember the one instance Viper got a conversion on a bombard cannon was right in the middle of his base. Right. What happened after that? Tato backed up. Tato was like, oh crap, I'm going to loot. He backed up and shifted elsewhere. You have monks earlier. I think Viper wins that game.
Yeah, it's tricky because the monks don't have the mobility of the paladins, but as long as you have them in your army, you're slowing down Tato's ability to push. Yeah. And again, you might maybe then force a unit other than Halbs from Tato to help deal with the monks. Yeah,
that was a crazy game though. That was, man, we saw, I mean, Tato's whole forward push was cleared. He was out-relicked. He was out-farmed.
Out-farmed.
Viper had both the neutral golds locked down.
He had everything, and he was pushing at the same time. And somehow Tato, with Bohemians, was able to push the side gold, go forward, and it's just, you don't really have a composition that can clear all of the Halbs at that point if you're the Burgundians, if you're not going for the hand cannoneers or the monks.
One final thing before we shift focus into Game 3. I just gotta commend Tato again on how wonderfully he controlled 2 separate groups of Halbs and cannons.
Right.
That's so hard. Very, like, usually you're controlling one side and then everything falls apart on the other side. And he was doing that to Viper.
Right, because as soon as you notice your opponent's not paying attention, you have a few Cav just use them as rudders, and you try to pull the Halbs away and go for the cannons. Tato's not going to let Viper do that.
Or monks.
Or monks.
I mean, in those instances, right? Just the monks.
Right, because it becomes really hard to figure out where the monks are converting. Because you hear the conversion noise, and you don't necessarily know where the monk is because it's so far away from the rest of your army.
Yeah. I think Viper will want that one back. Hopefully for Viper, he doesn't look back to that game as a game he should have won. If he's knocked out today.
If this is a 3-2 Tato victory, he will be thinking of that revolution for a long time to come.
Absolutely. Well, I'd love to see the draft again because that was a long game, and these are the maps we have upcoming. Will be Viper's choice. He's got 2 home maps. He has Enclosed. He has Arabia. All fine civs for him. I think he's more comfortable on Enclosed, if I had to guess.
What civ does he pick on Enclosed, though? He doesn't have one of the civs we've been seeing so much on it, maybe Vietnamese. I feel like he's mostly comfortable if he, say, had the Chinese on Enclosed.
Yeah, he for whatever reason, Chinese always seems to be available for Viper on Enclosed.
Yeah, but today was admin banned.
He's always a beast with it. I think Vietnamese. I have recent memories of him trying that. It suits his style, the opportunity to open scouts, the cheeky early eco upgrades, play cav archers, play crossbowmen. They're just very solid overall. And It's also his second pick on the draft, and Enclosed is his first Civ pick, map pick. So I think that just like lines up. That should probably be his rebound choice.
Okay. The other option, we were kind of discussing Franks. That was kind of the old meta on that map, where you'd be heavily farming inside of your enclosure, and then later going maybe even for more Paladins. I mean, we could see him try Paladins again if he goes Franks on that map.
Yeah.
But I'm still just wondering, where does he pick Franks? It was not an end of the draft pick, like a throwaway pick just to counter something. It was an early pick, and I don't really see where it goes. I mean, does he try Franks on Arabia maybe?
I think Franks will only be played if by game 4 or 5 he can use process elimination to know he's fine. Like in the matchup, that could be remaining. But right now, there's too many questionable possibilities. So to go Franks when you could go up against like Persians, like Tato could go Persians here and Lithuanians on Coast Mountain, that could be tough. Byzantines is kind of tricky. There's 6 civs and there's 5 games. I would bet. Well, do you see that guy's costume?
Oh, I did not.
That was sick. Can you
Oh,
walk back
that is
here?
an awesome, yeah.
Yeah, I want to. Does he have armor?
Do we need to try some throwing axemen to see how little damage they do?
Hopefully, he at least researched the first armor upgrade.
Oh yeah. Hopefully that's not a failed revolution.
Yeah. But yeah, I think Franks probably won't be played. Back to my point. There's just every civ that's remaining for Tato can be good against the Franks.
Yeah, and I mean on all these maps, I wonder if we do Enclosed, is that potentially a Romans play from Tato?
Potentially, yes.
A map that usually can go very late game, where the Romans with their 5% economy boost to everything have one of the best economies in the game.
I think not only is there potential for that, but there's potential for some crazy all-in style from Tato, like some weird fast castle shenanigans there. I would say, if I did say Tato's going to go Persians on Costa Mountain when we see that, he will go. Enclosed is actually kind of tricky for me.
I mean, maybe Lithuanians could even be Costa Mountain if he wants to save Persians for Arabia.
Tato likes to go forward sometimes. I think he may go Byzantines on Enclosed and go forward with trash to make it messy.
That's an option.
That's a good option. And then I think Romans is on Arabia. I have a memory where Tato actually played Viper on Arabia with Romans. It was Romans, Malians. Some chatters will remember that. And yeah, it ended up being kind of a boom adapty game. And then lots of Scorpions with ballistics and GG for the Viper. So,
well, that's what we expect anywhere from Romans, right? Lots of Scorpions with ballistics.
Yeah.
And I wonder, I mean, Berbers feel like they have to be the Costa Mountain pick for Viper.
I think so.
I mean, does Viper go Vietnamese Enclosed, Berbers Costa Mountain, and then either Mayans or Franks for Arabia, save Arabia for the final game, and just try to pick whatever he thinks based on the Civ matchup?
Actually, I figured it out. Mayans can really struggle against all-in Scorpions, like we talked about before. Viper wanted a backup for Arabia in the event we go to Arabia late, and Romans is still available for Tato.
And then he goes Franks.
And then he would go Franks, I think.
Franks versus Romans. How does that matchup work? I mean, Franks, the very clean and smooth Arabia Civ, but very cav focused against Romans who do have an infantry focus that might be able to counter that.
It's weirdly enough somehow more doable and comfortable than Mayans against Romans, because at least you have more mobility with knights, and then if you can get to bombard cannons, you can deal with all the Scorpions.
Right, you have the bombard cannons and the good cav, which usually are the two components you want for dealing with Scorpions.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though it is really expensive, but as long as you have an eco behind it, and Franks do have that really smooth eco with the free farming upgrades, the better berries, that you can maybe get to that late game composition. And also something that you can deal with Scorpions is castles. They have the discounted castles.
Yeah.
You've got a bunch of castles all over the map. You limit where the Scorpions can be used.
Yeah. Well, it seems like we have a bit of a break here. I haven't heard word. I don't know. Players can take a break in the series, so I don't know if there's a full break or if we have a tech issue or whatnot. Apparently, Viper taking his short break is what we've heard, so maybe a bit of a refresh for him.
He'll go say hi to Eustace and think of his strategy choices.
Yeah. I would say that because of everything that we've said, Viper has to go Enclosed now. You don't want to go Arabia now because there's too many guessing games involved. So you go Enclosed, take it from there. If we eventually get a game 5, then I would foresee that maybe that ends up being Arabia.
We could also see Tato doing that Byzantines forward you talked about on Arabia, going for the forward skirm spear approach. I've seen him do that a lot, even in tournaments.
Yeah. I would expect. There's lots of possibilities here for Tato, but I mean, dude, what a win. Like, I know that obviously there's some questions to be asked because we expect absolute perfection all the time on Viper's side from that second game, especially because it started off so good. But like, the sign of a beastly player is when they can turn it around, right? A lot of people can get ahead and stay ahead because this game has a tendency to snowball. But when things turn around on you on the biggest stage, to win in that fashion was just crazy there from Tato. There's his steely focus.
Yeah, he is focused there. He's locked in.
He is one of the only players I know that always listens to music when he plays a tournament.
He always listens to music when he plays, period.
Yeah, like he never plays without it. And it's not, sorry guys, but it's not the Age of Empires music.
It's not the soundtrack that I listen to when I play the game.
It's not Schamberger.
It's not Taser.
No. There's a lot of weird titles. If you look up the Age of Empires
there are,
titles,
yeah.
Something's about eating crickets. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll look it up. Go ahead.
You look it up. There's I Shall Beat on Your Behind. That's a good title.
Oh my god. Let's see. Age of Empires. I might not be able to load it here, actually.
This is the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Betraying us.
Unfortunately, that is indeed the case. But unimportant. People can look at it themselves.
People can listen to it themselves. People with their CDs. Do you remember back in the early 2000s, you put your CD in your CD player and listen to the AV2 soundtrack?
Yeah, man. Absolutely. I think everybody does. A lot of people might be watching, and they got the disc in cereal boxes back in the day. Here we go. It is Arabia, and so we talked a lot about what we could potentially see here. And Viper goes for the Franks, which we expected he might do.
We were thinking maybe he'd save Arabia for Game 5 when the Civs are eliminated. He could take that Franks or Mines pick, guessing that Tato would go Romans. But I think he gets what he wanted, just Franks against Romans on Arabia anyway.
Yeah, it's still weird because like I think Romans should in many ways be a very good Civ against Franks. But I think the way the draft played out, Franks are better than the Mayans would have maybe been. Honestly, props to Tato already for the draft. The fact that he's been able to present that situation where the Mayans aren't.
Do you think maybe Viper picked the Mayans with his last pick just to try to get Tato into going Romans on Arabia so he could get the Franks?
Maybe. It's hard to say. I think if anything, Viper he doesn't want to be, you never want to be in a situation where you have no counters. And there was definitely that potential option with how well Tato likes to play the Romans. So Romans, 5% greater efficiency with everything they do. So one of the best eco civs in the game. Their weakness is how inflexible they are with their tech tree. Their strengths are infantry and scorpions. How does that pan out against the Franks on paper?
Well, Franks, we talked about the throwing axemen earlier. Maybe that could be an option against the infantry, because when you're doing them, you're adding in lots of castles to break the positions where scorpions can push anyway.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it is quite slow. You have to get to the castles. There's a lot of things you have to do to get there.
They also do have hand cannoneers. That's a bit more late game.
Yeah, hand cannons. And I think the real thing you want against Romans in late game is just the bombard cannons. You could use 2 cannons from distance to just hit all those scorpions, and the scorpions are no longer a threat. But the Franks are going to go knights. I kind of like the Romans here. You can play the pikemen, maybe mix in a couple monks, play defensive, boom up. Tato likes to do that. He likes to let his eco cook on 2 to 3 TCs. He's not very aggressive in Castle Age usually. And then he'll drop double Siege Workshop and mix in the scorpions in the middle of Castle Age.
And we see Tato up to feudal already, 19 pops. So it looks like he's probably not going to be going for that Phosphorus style of straight fast castle into scorpions. He's going to play a more standard game and try to look for the scorpions later on.
Yeah, and you might think you're at a disadvantage in going scouts, but not really, right? Because when it's a scout war, you add spearmen, and Roman spearmen have extra armor, and then also scout builds are pretty good for your economies, and you have 5% greater efficiency. So this is overlooking the Frank bonuses, by the way. They still have the forage bonus. They still have the farm bonus. So it's a good economic save as well, as Viper's going to go archers here, T-West.
Ooh, interesting. And remember, the Romans do also have access to bloodlines. So even though you have less HP at the start of feudal, if you end up in a prolonged feudal engagement, by the end of feudal, you end up having more HP on your scouts.
So I think the logic here is if you just open scouts v scouts, the Roman player plays heavy spear, and then your scouts don't accomplish a lot, right? what this does is this forces the Roman player into less spearmen, and then mainly into skirms, which they really aren't good at. And then it opens up the potential for the scouts. So it's kind of a setup play for the scouts, if I could explain it that way.
Yeah, and now the question is how aggressive does Viper try to be with the archers? Does he do one spear and send the archers forward immediately, or does he just kind of camp at home and try to defend with the archers, maybe wait for an opportunity to sneak them around and then do damage later?
It all depends on what he sees. We need to see his scouting right now. That answers your question. If he sees that it's a stable, which he does not, then he will likely be aggressive. And with the spearman.
Let's talk about that map for a second, though, for the Viper. Look at the right side of his base. There's no wood line there. Like, how does he ever wall that area of the map? His barriers are there. The gold, even though it's in the back, it feels like it's not that safe. He can wall the left, but the right-hand side will be wide open.
Yeah, Tato's main gold very forward, though. And also, no real safe wood lines long term. So back to my point, though, if that's great scouting from Viper, because Viper should recognize that Tato saw the gold and knows it's archers. And so a lot of times you scout that, you don't go stable in the first place in Tato's position, you go skirmishers. So obviously, would it be a mistake for Viper to ever move out against immediate skirm opening? Now he knows it's scouts, he runs into the scouts, he gets some hits, and he's on the way forward. Tato can't really do anything about that right now, but he's got the range at home to make the skirms now.
Yeah, although he has to be very careful about those scouts running around. He's walled for now, and he has a spear, but that still has lots of potential for damage early on, or later on, if he ever can get an archer unit added in.
Oh man, I don't know what
that was a
happened
great
there.
spear.
Yeah, that spearman gets a kill, and then Tato runs right back through it. Makes me think it was a misclick there. And Viper in a pretty nice spot. Now, I'm really curious to see, does he keep 4 on gold? Does he keep making archers, or does he actually pull them off of gold soon and go really heavy on food and start to add scouts? He could still do the combination with the Vils on gold. It just takes a little bit more time. And here he is now, Tato bracing himself for this. But yeah, really desperate times with the micro incoming.
Yeah, and now a few archers and a couple of spears, but Tato now with the skirm. So it'll be scout skirm against archer spear and whatever Viper transitions to after that. Adding in the blacksmith and town watch even for Tato.
And Tato under pressure here. Forgot a house. There's a lot of things happening, a lot of armies to move around. And so he will be down a Vil compared to Viper now. But the skirms are out. And so this is where the scouts would be the right move for the Viper. Key for him is he just needs to get back home with that army to wait for the scouts. And that his own scout there gave him the opportunity, I think.
And there is that stable you were looking for.
Yeah, some players will actually pull some of their Vils off gold right now. Like, obviously you want to continuously make the archers, but that's also more wood invested into the archers.
And also as Franks, you're never going to need that gold for bloodlines.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you can produce out of that stable nonstop and the range nonstop, this is going to be absolutely sick. And it seems like Viper's in a position soon where he can do that. It's just the farm count's a little low, and that's where things get tricky here. But I think with the berries, I think if he continuously builds farms, yeah, Viper should have a pretty solid army here. Tato should know this is coming, though. There's no way this will surprise Tato. He should recognize this.
Yeah, now there's still that hill out there for Viper, so even though the skirms can move forward, Viper doesn't feel like he needs to move off of that hill.
Yeah, now, Scout Skirm, you have a crazy eco setup for food and wood. This is all combined with the fact that the Romans have the efficiency. So in theory, Archer Scout is superior just because the Scouts will die faster to Archers than they will the Skirms, but it takes longer and a more difficult eco setup to get to Viper's comp. Skirmishers mass a little bit faster, so...
Yeah, and that also depends on the numbers of units that you have. If you don't have enough archers to kill the scouts can just get a good jump on your army.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's all going to be micro-dependent here, but look at Tato sending the scouts forward. See, Viper, he was commanding so much respect with his army over the last few minutes. I think he's expecting that Tato will, oh my goodness, I think he's expecting that Tato will have all of his army here.
And that's perfect for Tato, right? We see that Viper didn't have enough scouts there to deal with the skirms, so Tato can pick off an archer or two and then just run back.
Honestly, though, that was an opportunity for Viper to use those scouts against the skirms. Those skirms moved out, no spearmen around, and Viper, I think, was just kind of caught off guard there. He lost an archer, he was like, what? And then he had to defend from the scouts at home, so good from Tato. Now that you sit behind the walls, Yeah, the archers from Viper can't accomplish anything.
And he wants to move out. He thinks he has enough skirms, even with the scouts there. Oh, and he's going to come around and try to jump.
That's
One spear.
All right, Tato, pretty confident. Viper doesn't have the biggest scout meat shield in front.
Yeah, and this is where if you have the skirms, you can kind of ignore the scouts and run towards the archers, even if you're getting hit by the scouts, and try to pick the archers off.
Yeah. If Viper adds 2 more scouts, though, I mean, it's teetering on danger levels. Viper doesn't want to, it seems.
Yeah, it all depends on the scout numbers, what type of engagement they can take.
Yeah. And Tato walling up. Viper doing the same. Viper definitely saving up for Castle Age. What I like about Viper's position, it's crazy there's only been 2 kills this game, by the way, but I just love how he's going to have a really nice crossbow mass to work with. And the skirm investment from Tato, the armor, fletching, hasn't paid off. Like, Tato's still not walled, so he's expecting Viper to attack him. And when you invest into these upgrades, you're hoping to get more kills than he's got so far.
Right, and now you're at that point where you can transition to the Castle Age, do crossbow, and suddenly get a power spike where you can hit vills.
Yeah.
Or break through palisade walls and cause some chaos in the opponent's base. The skirmishers don't really give you that same power spike, and you kind of have to play defensive if you know the crossbows are going to be somewhere around your base.
Tato seems really confused right now. Like, he doesn't know where that army is, and he wants to break through. Viper shouldn't allow him to, and Viper with the 2 house walls there prevents the scouts from getting through in the final moments. And Tato will be looking, and he'll get his answer. He'll see the archers there. Just, I couldn't tell what Tato was going to do. I think he was so scared to move out because he knew Viper added scouts. And then Viper just backed off, and now Tato's not completely walled. Tato's later to Castle Age, and Viper will have a really crazy army to work with.
And scout fight here. I mean, Viper, again, still has that extra HP, so able to take that. And his army is right where he wants it right now.
Yep.
Forward and in time for the upgrades to come in.
Yep, and I think Viper is in a great position to bounce back after some crazy moments. I think we'll just leave it at with the second game. If you didn't see that one, you're absolutely going to need to rewatch it. It was crazy stuff. Both the golds are there. Viper's brought a villager forward, and Viper's going to go siege workshop with this army. This could end this game quickly if Tato doesn't find a response.
Okay, and what do you do from that workshop? Do you do mangonels right away, anticipating scorpions, or do you go ram? Do you go scorpion?
I'd like to see mangonel because the opponent has skirms. I think if the opponent doesn't have skirms, you could maybe consider a ram. But this is a good opportunity with this hill to just never leave it. And then Tato will have a desperate time breathing with his economy here.
I think it might actually be interesting to go for the ram just to clear that forward stable so you never have knights coming out and chasing you from behind on the mangonels.
Yeah. I think if you don't add a monastery, you got to go ram because the mangonel's too vulnerable. But I think if Viper also adds a monastery and just has a monk waiting, then the knight threat might not be quite as crazy. The scouts could be an issue, though, so a lot to pay attention to here. Something tells me Tato doesn't know he has that gold in the back. No, never mind. He's placing TC there. Just a lot to focus on right now for Tato. And it's tough to get elite skirm. He's getting bodkin arrow, but no elite skirm. He's getting bloodlines for just 6 scouts. It's just being off of gold is brutal.
And he doesn't have the eco to afford the upgrades he needs, and there will be that mangonel. Now, Viper needs a way to defend that mangonel. Maybe the scouts with bloodlines now could try to jump it. But that's still a good number of crossbows on a hill. And let's not discount how powerful it is to have the hill there for the crossbows.
Viper's had such a good game. Like, he's found the elite level timings. He had the smooth opening, forced some heavy reactions from the opponent. And now in Castle Age, this is as deadly as it gets. Forward siege, knights and crossbows, solid upgrades. Behind it, his eco's looking good. He knows that Tato might look for reinforcements, and that he's tracking that with the 2 knights.
And he's fully walled, too, on that right-hand side. That wide open area in Viper's base has a wall on it.
Yeah, it's just... Tato fell into this position against Kingston yesterday, where he just kind of hopes that his opponent will make a mistake, maybe through a counterattack or maybe leaving the siege. And he's hoping that when that mistake happens, he can go back onto his gold, he can start to produce army. But right now, 3 TCs against this much army just feels like too much almost. But I don't know what else you do against this much.
Yeah, like, he still doesn't have a great way to deal with the mangonel. And he has to be hoping that in the long run he gets more vills and eventually can fight it. Even a counter siege workshop at this point is tricky because of all the knights Viper has.
Yeah, absolutely. Third TC now from Viper. Viper will know he doesn't actually need to add a lot more to this push. He just needs to get as much value from it as possible. Tata will go for a dive. He'll take the Mangonel.
Will he take it? Okay, he does.
It was costly though, right? I think he lost some of his scouts. I guess it's still a couple scouts, so it's probably good. But it doesn't change the situation. His TC is not going to go down as fast, but it doesn't actually deal with this threat, which is only going to get worse.
Yeah, and Viper still has that army running around. He's going to look to try to find more spots to hit. Tato has been on stone in the back. And not enough for a castle, though. Maybe he'll try even another TC.
I think the key here for Viper is you do not eject that Mangonel. You just wait for later. If that Mangonel tries to go forward, that's a problem.
Yeah, it can't.
He keeps it in the siege workshop. Tato will get a clear up. That could be a counterattack coming from Tato, but he's off that stone. And he was banking up that stone to eventually try and build a castle here.
And those are still feudal age skirms. Tato still has not been able to afford elite skirms, so the crossbows can dance around them.
Yeah. He clearly wanted elite skirmisher.
And just couldn't afford it.
But he just couldn't afford it, yeah.
He needed to pump out knights to deal with the Mangonel, and elite skirm is just not an option for him yet.
I love this push from Viper and the fact that he's looped around the back. In other instances, you could easily be critical of it, but look at Tato's food count. Now he's expanding his farms onto the front because he can't take the back. So, yeah, okay, Viper's siege workshop's going to go down, whatever. But Viper's just completely outbooming him here. And any army Tato sends to Viper's base, Viper might be able to match soon because he's making more knights from him.
And look at that, 8.5 minutes of idle TC time and counting for Tato. Viper only a minute 40. His 3 TCs are now going to be much more efficient.
Yeah. We haven't seen heavy spearmen play from Romans. We haven't seen scorpions from Romans. And
you haven't seen the stuff they want to do.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of this is because of Viper's archer opening, right? Like, he opened archers and he dictated the flow of the game so nicely. He runs right through there. He's going to group up with these knights with the original crossbows. And Tato still has no answer. He's spending so much time in and out of his town centers.
Yeah, and even though it's only 5 villager kills, all of those farms have been idled for so long, causing that idle time on the TC.
Yeah. Do you think Viper goes forward castle here? Because he's on stone right now.
I think he do whatever he wants here. He's adding a 4th TC.
Okay.
He's going to play this safe, right? It's a tournament game. He's going to play this as safe as he can. Not going to do a doubt castle. He knows he has an advantage, and he knows he's in a great spot.
Well, I mean, he did go for the Flemish Revolution in a tournament game.
I mean, maybe he thought he was losing there?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. He also, the first game, he had an elite kind of just like this. And remember that castle he almost placed? It got a little dicey.
He pulled it back later on. He thought better of it.
Yeah. Well, I think the reason I wouldn't want to forward castle this very second is because most of your army is actually in the back. If you loop your army around to the front and you have control, then I'd love to see the forward castle.
Although, to be fair, he's about to destroy all the farms that were in the back. He could just go to the front again.
I'd love to see maybe the damage dealt stat on these crossbows right now. 7k damage and 5 kills. Like, a lot of that damage is against farms. +2 armor for Tato. Honestly, well played from Tato to get up to 14 knights, to get back on gold somehow. But now Viper's made it through
He's
onto
on both
the front.
sides. And again, idle farmers for Tato. And this is a good fight for Viper too.
Also,
Crossbows
especially
half the hill.
Some of Tato's knights weren't engaging, but I think he knew Viper full control and Viper back in business and up 2-1.
Ooh, and what a clean game from Viper.
So good.
We talked about that in that first game, how smooth it felt for Viper, how cleanly he played, and that felt even better.
Tato is going to regret not tracking the army there from Viper. You have a lot of different decisions to make there, but when you invest into that many skirms in Feudal Age, you're delaying your castle time. But that's okay if you're able to collapse on the archers.
And clear the archers before they become crossbows.
Yeah, and he was hesitant and he lost track. A lot of that was because Viper Scouts Edition. And I also think the other important aspect was Tato wasn't fully walled. You're not going to move out until you're fully walled. So he stayed at home. No one wants to move out, only for the archers to come into their walls.
And because Viper had gone for that archer opening at the start, even though he wasn't fully walled too, at the beginning, Tato could run around with the scouts, not really find damage with the small walls, and at that point, the army shifts and moves forward towards where Tato isn't walled.
Yeah, it was really well played. So yeah, Viper bounces back, and like, that is the elite level Viper can bring. In game number 2, we saw it as well, and then it at a certain point, it flipped.
It flipped.
But he didn't allow it to happen.
At a certain point, he pressed the button.
Yeah. So, got 2 more maps. I'd love to see the draft again. And again, more process of elimination being utilized now. We kind of have strong ideas of what could be played. We just saw Arabia, so that's out of the way for Viper. He hasn't closed. And then
Costa Mountain for
Tato is Costa Mountain, yeah. Which
we were thinking maybe Berbers versus Persians, Berbers versus Lithuanians on this map.
Yeah, but like your Tato, you need 2 straight wins. Your best civ, and at least based on the draft, your best map is Costa Mountain. Do you go for that now in game 4, or do you save that for game 5 and get the quote-unquote hardest match out of the way now?
Well, you have to win both.
Yeah.
Have to win both.
It's weird with some
Depends on
players.
what you feel. Some players prefer saving it for game 5 and having the more confidence level there. Some players prefer just winning as many games as you can and leaving game 5 to be whatever's left.
I don't think Tato really needs... Well, everyone needs confidence. But I don't think he needs that confidence boost before game 5 here. Like, I don't think he needs that. I also don't know if that's going to put immense levels of pressure on the Viper. So I could see him just saving his home map, honestly. And he doesn't.
He doesn't.
It was a 50-50.
And Berbers Persians.
And yeah, Berbers Persians. And it's actually a nomad start. The players usually build their TC right away. And oh my goodness, there's villagers on the shoreline right now.
There's a camel there.
This is, what on earth is happening here? We got some quick walls.
That's Tato's camel there, I believe, and trying to block Viper's villager.
That is actually Tato's villager. He's playing with team colors, which is a little bit confusing.
Yeah, we just swapped colors. Okay.
But if this villager goes down, this is absolutely horrible for Tato. He needs to quick wall this. And Viper's he's done such a good job to know you're going to always see a dock from the opponent on the shoreline. Viper's got the faster villager with Berbers, and Viper's going to get the villager kill. That is huge.
That is absolutely huge, and as you said, the faster moving villas for the Berbers on this map, they don't really have a great eco bonus for the early game, but it lets you get the dock somewhere. And look at how far forward that dock is. That villager walked all the way across the map.
Yeah, that was intentional. He didn't even go forward that way for the dock. He went forward as part of the strategy, knowing that the Persian build is early dock, and he's going to do it himself there. And so now this Persian eco, which we get so excited about, is heavily slowed down because you lose the Vil, and your dock's delayed. So the Berber player will actually pass in eco count here in Dark Age.
Right, because the Persians have that extra 50 food and 50 wood in the Dark Age. It lets them get that dock up nice and early, and now whatever advantage you had is just gone.
Is Tato going to try another dock here? Because he hasn't... Okay, there's a Vil now, but look at his wood. He wanted to spend that.
He has 348 wood in the Dark Age.
Yeah, that's really sick there from Viper. And honestly, I think this simplifies your game plan as well from here on out. I don't even care if Viper doesn't make a single ship on water beyond fishing ships. Just getting the food early gives you the edge in feudal, and you want that against the Persians so you can maybe wall up and eventually think about camel archers long term. Lots to wall, of course. Viper just going to lame some of the hunt as well. But yeah, what a great move there from Viper. We knew about the faster Berbervilles to help you yourself economically, but to use it offensively like that was crazy.
And is he going to kill that elephant? Will the elephant get a diagonal hit? No, it won't. Yeah. Sometimes that happens. You forget about the villain, it kills you diagonally over those walls.
And so I'm awful at trying to count elephants on the mini-map, but I think that would mean that Tato should get 3 elephants.
Usually the map is 4 elephants per player.
Okay.
So if he lames that, it's 3 for Tato, and
there's the
1
other
more
one
remaining.
There's a good chance Tato doesn't actually know about the other one, though, because there's been a lot of camel activity. And
it might wander into his vision there.
Yeah, but he's up. He did end up getting a dock. I'd like to see Viper scouting again. Crazy how much scouting's involved, but Viper doesn't know there's a dock now because that's not their typical dock position. Viper's camel's going to be there. I think Tato is actually slightly tempted to wall in the camel.
If that camel just went down that little passageway, it would have been walled in.
Viper's up 2-1. He's had an amazing start. I feel like that villager's going to do something else here.
Oh, look at that fill in the back. I mean, Tato should know it's there because of the laming.
I think, this is Viper we're talking about. This is going to... We need to give this villager a name, and this villager is going to set up the whole rest of the game here. Like, maybe a barracks, maybe an archer range.
I mean, more laming on those deer. I mean, Tato, he can see the deer or the zebra is dying to the villager.
Yeah.
He should know there's something there.
But the thing
but
is,
he might not pay attention to it.
the Vill's faster, so you can't really
You can't Vil
justify
fight it, right?
If that's me with that Vil, Tato goes after it. But it's Viper.
And he's going to get the elephant. He's heading straight for the elephant.
Tato didn't see the elephant, did he?
He's going to get the goat.
I don't think Tato... Well, maybe he does know. The Viper kills the goat. The goat
But Viper
killing
just
the
needs
goat.
to wall the Vil and then get the elephant.
I don't
Tato
think Tato
doesn't see
even
it.
knows the elephant's there. Yeah.
And he gets the wall.
And now the elephant.
Tato
Okay,
needs to
Tato
shoot
will
the elephant.
de-aggro it with the house or something?
Viper's going to de-aggro with a house over the corner somewhere or a gate.
Tato will try. De-aggro. Steal. Nope,
The
still going
timing
after
on that
Viper.
is so hard.
And Viper quick walls again. Tato tries to de-aggro again. How much HP does this elephant have? De-aggro again? I don't think this elephant's getting home to Tato's base. It's got to be very weak right now. And
It's not.
down it goes.
So 2 elephants, 2 groups of zebras, a goat, and a denied dock from 1 Berber villager so far.
And Tato is adding fire galleys to go kill Viper's fish. We can't forget Persian Eco. Remember that game from Hera where things were so brutal for him at times and he just kept recovering? Persians are still probably the #1 civ on this map, maybe right behind Chinese, if not that. But walls are coming up there from Tato. Viper's been super focused on land, and now his first fishing ship will go down. I still think this is fine, though. Like I said before, I think you can give Persians 2 fishing ships as long as you don't fall behind in other areas, and that's not the case right now for Viper.
And what's Tato going to do? Mill those killed zebras. They've already lost a lot of food. They start with 140, already down under 100.
I hope we're not making Vodka work too hard for the first series, but I would love to see scouting again from Tato just to see, does he know it's even scouts on the way? Because there's a lot that needs to be looked for right now. He saw the barracks. And
He did see the scout and the camel.
Yep, and now he sees the stable. So he'll need a lot of spears at home. This will be tough work here for both, but especially for Tato because it's a big map to wall, and you need to transition your economies onto all the different areas of hunt, and also eventually farms. That's cheeky as well there from Tato. He's actually using his spear to kill the zebra.
So that it doesn't have any
And Viper
food left.
will shoot the zebra before the
spear gets to it.
Yeah, and if you don't know, guys, if a spear kills the zebra, you can't eat it. Don't ask me why. I don't know if it infects it or something. It's like a rusty spear, but that's just how the game works. And, oh, man.
He was not going to kill an elephant with 1 spear, unfortunately. As much as he would have liked to.
That was definitely a misclick. And I'm liking Viper's start. I think if these scouts get through, this will be the perfect position for him. And those scouts probably going to make it through right now. There is a spearman there, but Viper could still just linger back there. And you could just feel that Tato has no control over this game right now.
And Viper's just going to run around with the scouts, and it's just so hard to clear them when all you have are spears and you have such a large area in the back of your base.
It's so good for Viper to go fast archer follow-up. I mean, this whole game has been an absolute masterpiece from him. You're obviously hoping that he can keep it up, but this is so good. He's even made Tato work really hard with his focus on killing those fishing ships. He's lost every one, but he made Tato chase him in multiple directions. And so Tato's hoping for spear defense and chill, but once archers arrive on that wood line, on the walls, spear defense might not end up working at all.
And I love how Viper just ignored those walls and ran right through the TC.
Yep.
That's the tricky thing against scouts. If you don't have that full wall off, the TC is just kind of ignored.
Very possible here that if Tato's not paying attention, that camel is used to block walls and also to just distract the spearmen. Because depending on the stance of the spearmen, they will follow
They'll chase the camel
at the closest military unit for the enemy. Or camel's not necessarily military, but still, it can distract.
Okay, nice couple of pokes on the scouts there.
But here the camel needs to be blocking wall potential, right? Like, that's at least what I'm thinking. And Tato trying some walls here. And the archers are sitting there with fletching. The spears can't come over. Tato needs to wall behind that somehow. Oh, he's going to drop a tower.
Can he do the tower with all those scouts there? 1 spear goes down.
Oh, this is horrible for Tato. If he loses
Both spears go down.
If he loses this, he is out of the tournament.
He can't re-wall with the scouts blocking it.
Oh, this is so good from the Viper. This is so good. This whole game has been so good. Villagers going down, more villagers going down. And I think even if the army doesn't get through, Viper's already so happy with this. He kills 3 villagers. The tower might go up, make it 4 villagers now. This is after the villager at the start of the game. That's going to be another snipe, and Viper says, go ahead, have your tower. I'm happy with this. I've done enough damage.
Yeah, those scouts got so much value, so much idle time too, trying to get that wall up and get the tower up. And now, what's that, a market for Tato. He did clean the water at least. So Viper, it's a 6-4 eco KD because Viper did lose whatever fish he had.
Okay, so there is a tendency, which Viper fans will find disappointing at times, after a great start like this, where Viper does not do something. Do you know what I'm implying here? Is anything coming to mind?
What are you implying here?
He doesn't. He gets a lead, and he just doesn't wall, right? He just doesn't wall.
Okay.
Like, it's such a good build-up.
And we see he's not walled yet, like Tato is all the way up the mountain.
Exactly. That's how you lose this game now, is if you don't keep your position steady here. And I'd like to see Viper just wall up that mountain, protect the gold, protect the wood. Both are on the way to Castle H, but the difference is Tato's a little bit more protected, right?
Right. And right now, res collected difference about 400 more for Viper, so it's not a huge difference going up so far.
Yeah.
And against the Persians, it's nice to be ahead, but they can always make up the difference with their faster working TCs, and also the fact that Tato has the water control.
Oh man, that Viper was not paying attention, and Tato wasn't paying attention. That could have been the spears down there. So nice job here from Tato. Moving out here to take care of these archers, but Viper's not really worried about archers now. Like, he's going to play through the stable and probably make some cheap knights and camels, and Tato's going to do the exact same. But isn't it crazy how the res collected is so close, considering all the damage that Viper's done?
Absolutely. And Tato has recovered from this pretty well, getting the dock up, getting the fish out, winning the water. And yeah, he took some Vil losses, but he did stay walled. It's not like Viper got in with the archers.
I don't think Tato knows that Viper's coming back on water, though. Sneaky dock, and if Viper just waits a little bit, can probably swoop out there and take those fish.
Do you do War Galley if you're Viper and try to get fire ships instead of just fire galleys? That's expensive.
It's tough. I think you have to go for the eco choices here. If you can go for Bowsaw, you can make a camel and make a couple villagers, of course. I think do War Galley as well if it's still there. But I don't think I would want to see Viper miss out on those techs and
he's doing it.
War Galley. Yeah, there you go.
And the thing is that fire ships destroy fishing ships really quickly, whereas fire galleys don't. That's the big difference if you're trying to get back on the water and stop someone from fishing.
Viper's base wide open here, and the opponent's going to be sending some units forward eventually.
And spears against the knights even, that's not what Viper wants to run into right now.
Nice recognition from Tato, but Viper pulls back the weak knight. The weak trash units won't do enough.
That's still a lot of damage to the knights.
Yeah.
For a small leftover feudal army.
Well, and now Viper, he's going to go for the monastery at home, which does delay his TC in that area, and War Galley upgrade. Tato finds out the hard way Viper's back on water.
Yeah, losing the fishing ships and down without War Galley himself. It's not like he can just add that in and come back on the water. That would be a big investment for him at this point.
But Tato's like, okay, I've had 4 fishing ships. You've had 0 for a long time. That's fine by me. And I'm Persians. I'm going to transition towards the town centers anyways. Still some Vils exposed for Viper. He is protecting them, and he is going to wall up on the outside now. But earlier in the game, Viper sold some of his stone, so he can't match the TC count. He only will have 2 TCs after that one, and it's 3 TCs for Tato. So it feels like a game that will very much go late at the moment.
Yeah, that it does. And we'll have booming from both players adding the TCs, and look at how even those Vil counts are at 44 to 44.
Yeah. I don't think Viper will add fish. Maybe 1 or 2 won't hurt.
The fish on this map are also really spaced out and far from the docks. You don't get much value from them.
Yeah, not very efficient, one could say.
Yeah, at least the Berber fishing ships do move a bit faster.
Yeah, that's true.
So that helps, but still not the greatest.
So 45 eco versus 47. Tato has caught up in that regard. Eco upgrades are similar, but better for Viper. But there's been no real active army control from Tato. He's got 2 light cav running around, trying to stop some monks from bringing in the relics, but Viper's got knights and camels out there, And so Viper's Vills, they are exposed, but they've been kind of protected by the army. And there's the stone purchase from Viper. And he will go for a town center. But he's still heavily enough on stone where I think he wants camel archers, which I think is the go-to unit here in this match.
I think it is, and that TC is going to be outside of his walls, even, trying to secure a bit more position on that mountain for another gold. And, I mean, castle positioning on the mountain for securing golds, if he wants to go camel archers especially, can be really important.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think a lot of this game is going to come down to who controls that upper area. There's 3 golds along there. And Tato should also recognize that's probably where Viper will put his eco, because that's what he's done. So usually you see big army play from the player who won't go for the castle and Siege Workshop to try and push that position.
And Tato's a player who does like that big army play in the Castle Age. We saw that huge Castle Age ram push against Hera, and that's something he's really good at doing, that Castle Age play.
Yeah, I brought up to Tato before any of the games this week. I said, Tato, and I always add this, I'm like, you're a beast. You know, I'm a noob compared to you, but this is something I've noticed, right? And I just pointed out the late wheelbarrow. It's such a thing with him.
Late wheelbarrow and late bowsaw.
Yeah.
Both of them Viper already has, Tato doesn't.
It's just, and I asked him about it, and he's like, I'm aware I'm so late with wheelbarrow. Sometimes he won't get it till he has 120 villagers. He's like, it's because I have no res, man. I have no res, because he just spends it so fast, and you have no chill when you're in a game like this to really think about maybe pausing, canceling 2 or 3 villagers and researching that technology.
Or even 2 or 3 military units like Campbell's just to get wheelbarrow.
Yeah. But it's funny, he said he realized he didn't have wheelbarrow in the game against Hera because he clicked his vills across the map to build a castle, and
they were slow.
They took forever to get there, yeah.
Yeah, because it makes your vills faster too. That's part of how it makes them more efficient. They carry more and they're faster.
Yeah. Because does Tato know about Viper's TC positions? Man, this is a crazy eco for Viper. Yeah, he doesn't seem to know. He knows about that one, and Tato doesn't know about anything on the hill. He's just struggled moving out.
Because usually the hill is what you scout, but you can also just kind of assume your opponent's there sometimes.
Yeah. Well, it's hard for him to move through the middle. Viper's got vision with some buildings. Viper's got some army activity there.
He has some camels out there, so camels can deal with anything that Tato does to try to scout too.
Yeah. And Viper about to get relic number 3. I think
that's good, grabbing the relic for the late game that far forward.
I think the 5th one is over there. And Viper knows about it. That light cap's killed a monk or 2. And I think Tato will end up getting that one. So I would say Viper's in a pretty good spot here because while he is behind in vills, he'll be able to get to Camel Archer. He has enough stone for the castle now, and as Tato's dropping barracks, prepping for pikemen, if Camel Archers are out there, pikemen might kind of miss their timing.
Yeah, that's a forward castle from Viper. He's sending his speedy villagers forward. Berbers with wheelbarrow. And once you get a lot of Camel Archers out, Persians without Bracer can struggle to clear them.
I think Tato spotted that with that camel. Maybe he would have seen the vills, but he didn't see the foundation.
Close. But he doesn't seem to be reacting to it right now.
Yeah.
Viper's going to push up the middle with some cav while also getting that castle up. Now, the castle being forward does mean Viper is vulnerable to being raided at his own base, but he's going to try to apply so much pressure to Tato that he's not going to have to worry about raids.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting one. I would like to see lots of Camel Archer production, and normally I wouldn't want the forward castle for that. But the positioning on the map is so critical for long-term gold. I don't hate it for that reason. And he's also going to have another castle soon. He's going to have 2 castles, so he'll probably have one defensively, and then that's double Camel Archer production.
Yeah, and Viper has so much map control now.
What a start, though. Like, he set up this game so wonderfully. Big fight here. Devotion is in for Viper. It looks like all the monks are just going to be cleared out, but Viper sees exactly what he wants to see. A hard commit onto pikemen. And Tato sees exactly what he doesn't want to see.
Castle.
A second castle right on the hill.
I was wondering where he was going to place it, but there's no army from Tato to stop that. Viper with, what's that, 6 villagers? 5 villagers? Can you just add it in?
That's so brutal for Tato.
Even feels like a position. Maybe Tato could have even tried to tower to deny it because there were so few vills.
Well,
but it's going up, and there's nothing Tato can do about it at this point.
You know what? You can do about it. You say, okay, Viper, 2 castles on my face. I'm going to bring 1 to yours because Viper has no defense now, and it will take a long time for the Camel Archers to get here. If Tato had the stone, I could pretty much guarantee you the vills would be walking across the map right now.
And he does have wheelbarrow now.
Yeah. So he should. We're seeing the army activity flood. That was way back into the game. Maybe a siege workshop on the front and killing Viper's main eco before Viper kills his.
Well, now what do you do against camel archers if you're Persians? What unit can you make that fights them?
Well, you can. They have to hit and run, so you can still take decent enough fights with camels and knights. And then obviously siege can be really helpful. And there's the siege workshop from
There's
Tato.
the forward workshop.
I don't know if this will work, but this is a great way of countering Viper's current play. I think Viper needs to sense this, though, and he just needs to drop a defensive castle.
Yeah, look at his stone. He almost has another castle already.
He 100% knows that Tato needs to come kill him, and this is going to get worse. That outpost is evidence of that. But will he wait for the stone? Will he drop it? Looks like he's using the market.
And remember, that TC already does have Bodkin from the camel archers.
Oh, the camel archers are getting poked to death. Viper's under a lot of pressure right now. Reminder that if Viper wins this game,
There are camels in his eco,
Tato
too.
is out. Yes, that's a great raid. It's so annoying if you raid with pikemen, funnily enough, when someone's going knights or camels or something.
Especially camels. The pikemen just don't die.
Viper doesn't know there's siege on the way. Is it a mangonel or is it a ram out of that siege workshop? It's a ram!
Rams.
It's a ram! If that's a mangonel, I think the castle could be denied. But Tato doesn't know.
Tato was going for the TC. He wanted to go in for the kill there with all the knights he has.
Oh, ram. That's crazy. He could win the game with a mangonel. Now, I mean, you can try and ram down the castle. Why not? Why not?
I mean, he has a lot of knights there to protect to protect the rams against villagers. But I think you need to get 3 or 4 rams before you start going for the castle. You can't just go with 1 or 2.
Look at Viper's camel archers right now. This is so funny. The way they're being sent over here is just hilarious to me. They're produced from so far away.
And they're coming back.
And like, honestly, if Viper would have gone for the forward castle and
Where are
then
the
a
Rams
castle at his base, he's still more than fine. But
Where's
you know what's
Tato
better
going
than
with
that?
the rams?
It's better to have 3 castles. I mean, Tato doesn't feel like he can make a lot of progress right now, I think. That's the issue. Because if you make a move underneath that castle, with rams, villagers attack it. And then you need all your army there, and that's such a big ball of camel archers. This is looking so good for Viper.
I feel like if Tato has a chance, he needs to force a fight somewhere with the rams, because now Viper can just move the camel archers away.
Yeah.
He never has to engage directly with them. It's all about what Tato can do with his army despite the camel archers.
Look how fast these knights are going down. That's absolutely insane. This unit is so strong. Viper might not have the Vil count, but he definitely has the army now, and that's the key to victory. And the Rams go in for the TC. They will accomplish nothing. And Tato realizes Castle Age ain't it and clicks up to
Imperial
it.
Age. Okay, so Tato adding in more TCs. And it's a good thing he has those Persian TCs. That castle's taking a long time to destroy them.
Is he going to have gold? Like, where can Tato actively take gold?
There is gold by the coast, so that TC is on a gold. And there is still another gold he's mining and one more in the corner of the map for him. So he still has a few options.
Well, I think Tato is going to go for probably the best unit for Persians behind the War Elephant, which is way too expensive, in Savar. So,
And they do have attack bonuses against archers, and could be a unit to use against camel archers, but still can be tricky to force the engagement against how mobile the camel archers are, being able to shoot and fall back.
now, I've seen this before, and I've seen Savar win, but only if the camel archer player gets a little too cocky and they don't switch into camels as well. Now, I think
Viper might be a player who fits that description.
well, the thing is, camel archers are so good, you never want to stop making them. It's not a bad play, but I'm just saying, I think maybe if there's any risk here, it's if Viper doesn't also just make regular camels again. It's
Right,
such a
because
good position, though.
Because you want the camels to be able to fight the Savar and do bonus damage to them.
Yep, and just a meat shield for the
and
camel
help
archers.
you take fights where you're not constantly falling back and giving ground to potential rams or other siege.
But with this eco, with this amount of
Another
castles,
castle.
I think Viper will realize he's got so much time. Like, Savard is going to take so many minutes to get to, and that's some of the gold that Tato needs. The castle will definitely go up. It'll secure Viper more stone and more gold to get all the upgrades and castles he wants. And then Tato's going to have to break like 5 or 6 castles with only Savard. It's going to be so tough. I guess he will have
There's
a
so
trip.
many camel archers. That's already 36 camel archers for Viper.
I like this move from Viper. 36 camel archers is great, but regular camels in front of them ensures that you win this game. Cavalier's on the way. He sees the stable, so he knows. It's no mystery that Tato's going to try this.
Tato still has gold access, taking those 2 golds to the side and into the corner that we looked at. But another castle from Viper. How much stone does this guy have?
Crazy. So well played, man. I mean, this opening was amazing. The follow-up was perfect. He's had some really sharp games today. Really sharp games. And honestly, like, and we don't know what's exactly going to happen here, but you look back and the only game he lost was maybe just some missteps from him in later stages. Tato with a big attack. Cavalier's in, and Viper isn't fully walled. He has to drop a panic gate there. That might not be enough, so units he'll have to chase now.
And he has to throw up a panic TC in the corner as some Trebs are pushing him on the front.
Yeah.
Those Trebs might take out some of those forward castles.
This is good from Tato because this just gets really messy right now, and when games are messy, it's really good to be the knight player. One knight in the corner of someone's eco unchecked can kill everything, but Viper has checked everything. His villagers will be protected there. He's doing his best to protect that castle, which he has to repair, and now heavy camel on the way.
Yeah, and cheaper heavy camels for the Berbers. They'll heal over time. And Viper still feels like he's in a good position with his army composition and his map control.
And Tato doesn't have the resources for Savar. If he were to wait for Savar, he would be stuck on only 20 Cavalier. So he has to keep producing to just try something. And if you go for your best option against the camels, the camel archers are the problem. So it is just truly, it feels like an absolute civ win if you get to this stage of the game. But the thing is, Persians never let you get to this stage of the game because they usually have such an early lead.
Yeah, and Tato did not have that early lead. Even though there were times where he still had that better eco than Viper, it just wasn't better enough against this army composition.
Yeah, and Viper's military count's climbing. This is all before he gets elite Camel Archer. Tato needs something now. He tries to engage. He does surround the Camel Archers, so this could be a clear up for Tato. He'll take one castle down. The Camel Archers will die.
And he should get the next castle, too. That is a great fight.
It's a really good
He's
fight.
hitting the repair villagers, and he'll kill 2 Trebs, too.
Wow, Tato 160
still
pop.
alive.
Yeah, I just wonder if in Viper's mind he's thinking, how is he getting gold? This makes no sense. And if he's checking for that right now, I think that's all of it. Like, all that gold is pretty much it. And if Viper finds that, Tato will have 0 on gold.
Yeah, well, Tato's on a timer, right? He needs to clear those castles in the north just to access more gold before the golds in that corner run out.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's doing it. The map is so big, just like in that second game, it's hard to be everywhere all at once.
Yeah, Viper is sending his camels to where his castle's going down. Remember, it's a pretty big deal to lose 2 castles when you're going camel archers. But I think Tato knows, and Tato calls it. Viper stays alive, and unfortunately knocks out a fan favorite in Tato. What a tournament from Tato. But for him, going up against the Snake today, it was a good performance, but just not good enough because Viper played insane.
And that was absolutely amazing with the Vil fight at the start of that game.
That was so good, dude.
Everything worked out perfectly. The 3 games that he won were absolutely clean. They weren't close at all. He made them clean.
And by his standards, he probably threw the only game he lost, right? Like just over-making Paladins there, I think maybe it was always going to be difficult. But yeah, I mean, that's what you want, man. Like, Viper you could arguably say just like was 4-0 up in a best of 5,
almost.
Right? Just because that one game was shaky. So great signs for Viper fans. I think the critique for me with Viper the last 2 years has been his openings have been like kind of lazy and lackadaisical. They haven't been sharp. He hasn't had like the swift follow-up to the initial attack. And then oftentimes he falls back into a state where he's not controlling the game with military and he's just trying to boom and adapt. When that happens, he struggled. This is great signs going forward for the Viper. I'm really excited to see more from him.
This is, and I'm really looking forward to hear what he has to say, as it looks like he's throwing him into the door right now. I mean, the crowd's cheering as he walks up to the steps.
Yep.
And there he is.
Yeah, I'll be listening very intently on what Viper has to say on any questions on the Fortress game. And
the Revolution.
We'll see what he has to say about that.
I'm interested to see what Jordan has to ask him.
Oh, true. I'm sure Jordan's going to be loading up lots of questions. But, folks, thanks so much for watching. That was, believe it or not, the first series of the day. So thanks for supporting the event so far. You'll hear lots of different ways you can support the event. Look down below the channels if you want any info on that. But T-West, good cast, man. I had a good time,
That was a good
bro.
first set.
Yeah, good warm-up for the day, right?
Yeah. All right, and I think Viper's ready, and we're going to have an interview.
Thank you, boys. Fantastic cast. You were just a little bit delayed because you needed to judge Jordan's handwriting. We'll get to that later. But Viper, once again, congratulations. Fantastic series. An interesting matchup, I feel like, because Tato, correct me if I'm wrong, he's your most frequent scrim partner?
Recently, yes.
Yeah. So how did you feel going to the series with that in mind? Because it kind of feels like he knows everything you're going to do. Did you feel like you had to get very creative in this one?
I think we both had, right? We have some things that we agreed, like, let's not use this against each other, because maybe we can use it in a later round. But that's the thing, right? When you meet someone you're training with, it just becomes so much mind games, like which shiv do I pick on this? I know he likes to play that on this map or this style, so I try to figure out the counter to that. And eventually you just kind of have to go with your gut instinct, and today it worked out for me.
I think the last few times you've met up, he's always taken one game off you, but you've taken the series in the end. You know, it kind of feels like a little bit of a pattern developing there. Do you think it's a playstyle clash? Do you just feel like you're leveling up once again to a whole new level?
I think we're so close. I think it's whoever has the best day, essentially. Whoever honestly, like, who wins the draft, maybe. Like, it's so close, and when we're training as well, like, we know each other so well, so it's like whoever has the best day and gets the best draft, I think, more often than not will come out on top.
Now, talking of people who seem to be performing their best, you know, we didn't get a chance to get your opinion on Yo after the series yesterday. I know you just had a win. I'm looking for the sting on the other side. You know, does he look like maybe the biggest threat right now to Hera? Because like Olympus, we always have to talk about who can actually take down Hera. Is it you? Is it Yo? Like, is there someone in your mind that has the killer instinct?
I think if Jordan is back, he will be the one. Sorry, no, okay, let's be serious. Yo is one of the guys that are really hard to face because he is so unpredictable, and that is both a strength and a weakness sometimes for him. But yeah, he's one of the guys who probably historically have taken more sets from Hera the last couple of years in various tournaments. So yeah, probably one of the guys that can do it.
Yeah, I think it was like a 65% win rate, which, I mean, against Hera is actually, like,
not bad.
You've kept him down, right? Like, you've kept him low, only given him just past half. But you know what? You were so great on the last segment. I want you to help me, rather.
Shark.
Talk about no.
Another one.
How have you been enjoying the desks?
Dude, the desks are so nice because I can like take them up and down however I want, and like you just plug in the. It's so easy to construct as well.
Yep.
Because why are you guys laughing?
They're laughing because they're jealous. You've got the best desk.
Yeah, there's a lot of space as well, so you can maneuver around everything how you want it. You can even have like this cable management system behind as well. And I think it's because they are elite desk.
Did you know, like, so we've been doing different measurements. So far we calculated it can hold 1.6 nillies. I believe it can hold...
Wait, how did you find that out?
I'm occasionally good at math.
No, but like, did the table break?
No, because like they can hold about 120, 128 kilograms. So like we just weighed up nearly. He even double checked it because when I said it, he was like, "Yes, that sounds about right."
Yeah, of course.
So I think I don't know. I reckon that can take about 1.8 Jordans. I think you weigh less than Nilly. Yeah.
Half a doubt.
Because you're healthy and Nilly's got the beer belly. 85 kilos.
Is this supposed to be on camera?
Yeah, he's going back and forth. We're making him work for it. But no, guys, if you want to check out Lead Desk, you've been enjoying the stage for good reason. It also comes with a bunch of different modular things. So like you can have your PC attached that moves up and down. You can have a monitor mount, a laptop mount. I think they may have mentioned about a cup holder to me, which is always novelty. But
probably. And Litas has been supporting other Age of Empires events as well. And I actually have a Litas at home.
There you go. He's my perfect candidate to talk to you about it. So guys, if you want to check it out, !Elite Desk in the chat. But I think now it's time to get the elite's opinion on his games and his performance.
Someone else is coming, or?
Come on.
I think I can go. Like yesterday at the casting. Viper, congrats for this good joke. And your play was not too bad as well, so let's jump into the analysis. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, you saw my notes, so I don't have to ask anything, right? You can just answer.
Okay, but maybe the audience wants to know.
True. Okay, so literally, first game, Outcrop, you were Khmer, we had Tato with Saracens. You have been playing against him a couple of times already as he was Saracens. He was up to cast stage very fast. Were you scared of some scary shenanigans? Like a siege workshop, a forward or something like that?
Yeah, I was using my scouts very actively. By the way, guys, Jordan's note says Tato very fast castle. That's to Jordan's notes on this game.
I know, but it works.
Anyway, no, yeah, I was using my scouts actively on the map as he hit Castle Age to see if there was a forward seed workshop.
Yep.
As long as there was no forward seed workshop, I felt like I was going to be fine because I mean I can always hide in houses with Khmer and I was making a crossbow mask myself to like not lose initiative and map control. So yeah, it was a very fast castle.
Yes, thank you. But you were still confident and were not scared at all. Also, what I noticed is that you went for very fast ballistics upon reaching cast stage.
Yeah.
I felt like that damages your economy a lot. Do you still think it's good to go for it because you have more safety in terms of army, or would you do it differently in hindsight?
I won the game, Jordan. Of course I would. Do
What else can I ask, right?
No, like cowards have mobility, right? So
Yeah.
I want to be able to pick him apart from distance whenever I can. Otherwise, he's just going to run away from me the whole game, and I'm chasing and not getting any damage. So no, I think ballistics was important for me to feel safe and comfortable, and also be able to like move out on the map a little bit.
Okay, I think that's the reason why you're the player and I'm here.
Is the elite
You know
still
better.
coming or?
What? The lead? Okay. We also have a very interesting game here. So initially we had the scout conversion. What was that? Like, that was so quick. Were you still charging?
Yeah, it was like I was converting it for a couple of seconds beforehand. So it was like I was still following and doing the conversion from afar.
Okay, because we were all a little bit, surprised by the fact that it was so quick. So, in that regard, Tato was pushing very, very fast with the Imperial Age.
Yeah.
You made a very interesting decision. You went for counterattack instead of pushing back with siege. What went through your mind? Why didn't you want to go with the direct counter on his push, but you went for the counterattack onto his base?
Well, his weakness with Bohemians is mobility, right? And he made a forward base with not too many buildings. I felt like, okay, if he invests army there, then for sure he will not have too big of an army at home. So the target at home. So I was like, okay, let's do a counterattack, and his push was fairly slow, so I thought I could still defend with reinforcements regardless. It just felt like a natural decision.
Okay. Can you yeah. Okay. Also, a question I had, I felt like you built way too many paladins. The initial ones felt very good because we were able to get map control, snipe a lot of siege. Yeah. But after that, it felt way too much. I think adding hand cannon would have been better. What do you think?
I agree with that.
Yes!
I think I should have gone Monk as well, and made more bomb mechanics myself. At one point, Paladin was just diving in, and Bohemian with the bonus damage, and Burgundy is also lacking bloodlines. They're good in the opening, but yeah, I probably made too many of them. But yeah, at the mid game, somewhere there, I just fell completely apart.
Yeah.
I don't really know what happened suddenly. Like I couldn't kill a single Hoofnitze, and the Halbs were like Tato is so good at that defending Hoofnitze, and he also does a very smart thing of bringing Vils along with the army to always repair.
Yeah,
and those Hoofnitze. After we nerf Scorpions, we can nerf Hoofnitze a little bit as well.
They're scary. Once we have Halberdiers and a couple of mass of them, it's kind of impossible to fight against. Last question regarding this game, I obviously have to ask. There was a back and forth all the time. It felt like you were dead, then you were pushing back. You had a couple good 2-3 minutes, and then all of a sudden you decide to go for Flemish Revolution. What went through your mind there?
I felt like I was dying slowly, so I was like, okay, maybe I can do Flemish Revolution and all his siege. Like reset the completely, and then kind of like I still have 4 relics, I have gold from farming, so maybe I could then make a switch like something like hand cannons and so forth, but I still didn't get enough value, and also I forgot to do upgrades for the infantry before I did the tech, so...
We noticed.
Yeah.
That was painful.
Yeah, and also I... what's the word? I completely forgot what I was about to say.
Spires? Or...
Oh, those as well, yeah.
Or having siege yourself in order to push back?
No, I didn't need siege because I know I took out all his castles except in his base. So like for me it was like I'm just going to take out buildings and everything with the Flemish militia. Oh yeah, I think I sold too much food in the market before this happened.
Yeah. Because it was hard for you to reboom, right?
Yeah, I should have also added. I should have added maybe 2 or 3 more TCs as well before I did it.
Yeah.
Tato was super annoying going around just sniping town centers.
Yeah,
that was actually a weakness of mine, so that was fun.
Yeah, it was such a great game to watch. Like both of you have really shown everything you had, and it was a close one for sure. Game number 3. That was one of the better games I saw you play because you played aggressive. Really, really aggressive. No greed, aggressive.
Guys, Jordan all the time tells me he loves when I play aggressive, and he doesn't understand why I always play greedy.
I do. Because I feel like every time you play aggressive, more aggressive than standard,
Yeah.
you most of the time always are in a better position than playing the greedy stuff. And especially when you were adding the Siege Workshop here in Castle Age, that was like, okay, he's definitely having control of the game.
Yeah.
What made you add the Siege Workshop instead of adding the town centers? What went through your mind there?
I mean, I did a TC as well at the same time. I did both, Jordan.
You can do both, right? Why don't you do it more often then? That's the question.
No, it's a little bit the Civ matchup as well, right? I'm against Romans here. I think long-term probably Romans scale better. Although I'm not 100% sure, because I still have Bomber Cannons, Hand Cannoneers, Siege Engineers. I'm not sure, but Romans help Scorpion. It feels scary no matter what civ you are. So I wanted to try and be a bit aggressive, and I felt like I had good initiative in the game. And I mean, Franks is one of the best civs to play like that. No, you love to play. Franks
what
like
about
that.
Frank's Viper? That's always a good civ to pick. Finally, we go into game number 4. We had Coastal Mountain, Berbers against Persians. And what have you done to Tato at the start? Like, do you feel bad, or are you feeling a little bit of a satisfaction there?
Very much satisfaction. But I also told Tato, we have played this match, obviously. I told him this is a really good thing to do.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was obviously very fortunate that I ran right into the village. My idea was that, okay, he starts building the dock and I'll like quickly jump on top of him and wall myself in with his villager. But yeah, this was even better. So yeah, it just worked out.
That was just perfect. And
Yeah.
it felt like mid-fuel age, you won the game because you killed so many villagers of him. Also, you forced him to build a tower.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, he manages to equalize the game. So that was very well done by him. Last question I have regarding this game. So with Berbers, usually with Camel Archers, you should be in a great position. If you have that unique unit, which is stronger, you have the tendency to build the castles defensively to not risk losing the castles, right?
Yeah.
You went for aggressive castles. Why is that?
To make it tough for him to play, and I knew he had a TC there, and his army and monks were in the middle of the map on the bottom, so I knew I could drop the castles here safely. And I mean, like, who wants a castle in their face like that?
So you were not scared of him being up to Imperial Age faster and trap
Even if he was, I wouldn't matter in my opinion, because I would have such a healthy mass. I mean, he went bigger cast age, right? So it played out a bit different. That's what caught me a little bit off guard, like when suddenly all the pikes came through the middle and the knights and everything. So that's where he made it a little bit messy for me, but yeah, I felt like I was in still such a comfortable spot throughout.
Awesome. Yeah, very good. Last question, Viper. Do you feel like today was the best day in terms of performance for the last 3 days?
Yeah, for sure. My setup is way better today. Like in the last 2 days, I've had the monitors, with the feet where they dig into, and that's been messing with my keyboard position. But now they gave me a good monitor, because Hart got eliminated, so I got his monitor. That's awesome. Sorry, Hart.
I saw the offer from him yesterday. You can take mine now.
And they also gave me a different pair of headphones for noise cancelling. Oh my god, it's so much better. After the second game, dude, my head was exploding.
Okay, perfect.
Don't wear glasses, guys. It's hard.
Yeah, it's not ideal, especially if you have those headsets pressuring there. Yeah.
But point being, that definitely helps to perform better when your setup is more aligned with what you have at home. So thanks a lot to the production for making that happen so quickly.
Great. We saw the quality increase from your play. Okay, Viper, thank you so much for your insights. It was very informative, and we will switch
to what?
We will switch over to KP onto the stage with Tato.
Thank you, boys. Fantastic analysis. Round of applause for the man, Tato himself. Joining me on stage to talk for the last time in this particular tournament. First of all, fantastic games we've seen out you so far. We've got to dissect into. I mean, Viper, he does have a favorable win rate against you, but I was talking to him up there a little bit about it. Do you feel like this was your toughest opponent because of how much you practiced together?
I mean, for sure, it matters that I practice with him because I cannot show, or if I do what I practice with him, he will know. So I need to prepare for that. And yeah, like it's really tough always to face Viper. We practice together a lot, and he knows everything.
Have you felt like your performance has been improving over time? Because I know, like, we look at the results, we talk about Hera all the time. He's ahead of the pack. Do you feel like people are closing in and you're one of them?
I think it depends on how good is the preparation. Like on meta, I don't think I'm getting closer. But if there are things that you can prepare and practice and try to surprise him, maybe it's the highest chances you can get to beat him.
Now, I noticed you've been growing the hair out. Like, at what point does it get long enough to give, like, I don't know, a +2 buff to you, right?
I don't know. I'm still waiting for it.
You need to get to that length where you just flick your hair, and then Viper just looks across, gets distracted, you run him through.
Yeah. It will take some time still.
He was cheeky as well. Halfway through, when you had a little break, he came out and he ate a meatball. I said, meatball buff straight away. I knew it. It gave him the edge. But, you know, what have you been thinking of the crowds here so far? I want to get your opinion on the event, because you've been around a lot of lands at this point. How does this rate?
It is amazing. Like, to be honest, when I'm playing, I'm not even noticing that there's people. I try to focus on my game and not be distracted. But this is probably the closest we have been for like a real like e-sport like a scene, right?
Yeah.
And experience. And for us, I think it's amazing to have all the crowd.
Now, you can do that louder, because did you not just hear him? He's able to ignore you. You need to get loud. Come on!
Exactly.
That's undeniable. As is the joy of having you on stage, my friend. Commiserations on the loss, but look forward to seeing more in the future.
Thank you so much.
One more time! Always a pleasure to have the Spanish stallion on the stage, getting his thoughts. A tough series, folks. I mean, Viper, when you go up against your scrim partner, it has to have that kind of rough feeling. He knows everything you do. You have to get creative. You have to get different, as are the remaining players. We've culled another. That is now 3 out of 8 eliminated here in the Garrison. It's crazy to think we're going to be seeing 2 more go home today. That's right. We still have blood to be spilled into an upper bracket series where nobody is actually going to get eliminated, but you know it's going to be hype. Like, can I get some gauging here? Like, who's been enjoying Yo? Like, let's have a look at the bracket and have a look at this. How many people think this is going to be Yo's tournament? Oh! All right, let's just do the obvious. Who thinks Hera's going to win? Wait a second, that wasn't as loud as I was expecting. Who thinks Viper's going to win? Okay. ACCM? I like that. Leary? Wow, I love the variability of you guys. There's some interesting possibilities here. By the way, reminder, we're going to be open super late, which I think is good, because after that series, I'm expecting these to go deep all day through. So reminder to make sure you tip off at the bar. Make sure you're getting your hands on that merch. ! TG merch in chat if you're watching remotely. You can get that as well. But I want you guys to be equipped. You need to basically have as many Garrison sweaters, hoodies on in the crowd as possible, because that will increase the likelihood that being esports is able to do this again. But there's the schedule we were talking about. It's interesting. We know Viper's going to be there. Let me get your kind of gauge here. Leary versus ACCM. On the count of 3, if you think Leary's going to win, cheer. 1. Ah, you're too eager. 1, 2, 3. Respectable. What about ACCM? 1, 2, 3. Well, it's good he's ready to come to the stage. This man is a legend in the Vietnamese scene. He's looked on form as the days have continued. He could be a real threat. So join me in welcoming to the stage, ACCM! A close series against an undeniably tough opponent, but he took it, and he has a smile on his face, confident going into today. But his opponent will be no pushover. We know him, we expect him. We talked about the upper graphics, expecting to be kind of like a finals of its own. You never know when he's going to strike and who he's going to take down. And he's local to the area, so I know he's got a lot of fans here. Join me in welcoming to the stage, Leary! Interesting matchup here, folks. I checked the stats, I double-checked the numbers. This man is actually favored when you look at it on sheets, but don't let that instill a fear that we're getting a 3-0 here. Last time these two players met up, it was that man there, ACCM, that took the victory. A tight series, but a dominant one in the end. So Leary, although he has the historical record here, you have to lean into that belief that just maybe the Vietnamese player can inflate that win percentage more. But now, to talk about the possibilities from the draft first, we head across to the casters.
Hello guys, here we are. We're going to keep going with the series League and ACCM. 2 very different play styles for you.
Very different, but I think Leary has a heavy favorite in this matchup.
You think?
I think so.
Yeah, even the last time they faced in a big event was 4-1 for ACCM, obviously with a completely different set.
Very different settings, though. These are settings that I think are very well suited to Leary, maybe against every player other than Hera, who we lost to the other day, but I think Leary should feel very confident in this matchup against ACCM.
Is Leary a player that maybe we know more or less what we can expect from him?
Pretty much. I mean, I think we can expect similar things from both players. Leary, very clean, very meta. ACCM, he has a lot of different strategies, but one thing we know about him, this might be a long set. You might not resign until it's very over.
Well, but the thing is, Leary is completely different in this kind of situation. Like, he likes to go to his gameplay, and if he's not working, usually, I mean, look at yesterday. He went super aggressive in the first game against Hera, you know, but the games are not that long. Like, it's completely opposite in that regard with ACCN. So depend a bit about the map. I think we're gonna see the draft in a moment, and then we can talk more about that. You know, I was talking with ACCM, but I cannot say anything because
he has some secrets. He has a lot of plans.
Well, he has plans. He didn't tell me the plans. He told me, I have something prepared. You know, I have something.
He always has something prepared.
Yeah,
and that's not revealing anything. You always expect something crazy from ACCM.
Yeah.
Right, and we have the Civ draft coming up here. And the admin bans at the bottom: Spanish, Celts, Cumans, Burgundians, Koreans, Bohemians, what's that? Malay, Saracens, Aztecs, and Portuguese.
I'm not even talking. I mean, the first two civilizations for ACCM. What are you doing, man? Bengalis and
Dravidians.
I mean, the first two picks really Bengalis and
Your two favorite civs, Bengalis and Dravidians.
I'm done, man. I'm done from here, man. I can't.
Well, Civ bans from Leary, banning Georgians and Byzantines, two very similar shield shapes there. And then Italians and Mongols banned from ACCM. And this will be more interesting once we see the drafts. But first two picks for Chinese and Persians for Leary. I think two civs there that you actually pretty much like. I mean,
I'm look at the third one. Like, economically talking, West.
Chinese Persians? That feels like Leary just had a very good draft if those are his first two picks.
Yeah, we need obviously now to see the maps and then analyze what is going to be migration. Migration is going to be Persians.
So that explains the Dravidians from ACCM.
Yeah.
And then ACCM's home maps, Fractal and Fortress. Leary's home maps, Land Madness and Outcrop. ACCM banned Arabia right away, so Leary went for Land Madness, the next open map he has, and Outcrop, which also is a fairly open map.
Yeah, but also you can see that he cannot go for another because Arabia has been banned, Coast to Mountain and Close, banned as well, Golden Lace, Chaos Speed, and Golden Stream. Like we were talking, a lot more meta gameplay in the map from Leary, while the maps from ACCM with a lot more room to prepare something special. Fractal especially.
Fractal, so many different ways you can play that map. It's kind of the same thing every time, but yet a same thing that you can explore in so many different ways, whether you're going for the Fish Boom, the Tower Rush, some type of Dark Age Laming, some fast castle for a unique unit, lots of different ways to play the map. And also interesting at the end of ACCM's draft, the civ we've seen drafted several sets in a row now, the Mayans.
Yeah, but we still have not seen only Hera yesterday. Hera yesterday against...
And he played very well, right? Ended up with a civ matchup, Mayans versus Mongols, that really favored them, I think.
Matters a lot, the civilizations for Hera.
Not
really.
Maybe Hera just wins every civ matchup. Maybe he makes Dravidians look good.
Yeah. Well, it's possible. It's possible. Migration. You think it's going to be Persians? Because I don't see any other civilization from the Leary draft. And this is something that I kind of dislike. Because it's nice, in my opinion, when you have some civilization that you can make your opponent think, oh, what is he going to use it? It looks pretty clear to me that it has to be Persians there.
Yeah, what other civ focuses on the water? Pretty much nothing from Leary. I mean, ACCM has some options, right? Bengalis, Dravidians, even Lithuanians, maybe even Hindustanis, if you're controlling the middle with camels, could be an option for migration. But a few different picks there. I'm thinking, though, ACCM, Bengalis is the first pick. Maybe he has a strat cooked up for them. I wouldn't be surprised to see Bengalis on Fractal.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of what we're talking. They are also good in Fortress.
They are also good in Fortress.
Now you don't know exactly what it's going to be, because then Lithuanians can use Lithuanians even on Fractal as well. We have seen it, you know, but potentially you expect them more in Land Madness and so on. Well, it's tricky. I think they are going to start very soon, I guess, because that phase came in phase, I think.
Yeah, that's Leary prepared. I mean, he's always prepared, though.
Oh, yeah.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Leary knows what's going on.
So a score prediction for you?
Ooh, 3-1 Leary.
I should say something different, but I was thinking about the same score. So I'm going with you about that. I wouldn't mind a 3-2 again.
Okay.
Maybe you don't want because you are now back-to-back series, you know.
Hey, back-to-back series. We got ACCM now. This is a long one.
Need your energy, man. You told me before. Don't worry. We will have the energy soon when the games are going to start. Well, we just saw the Viper. He's already in the NES series, right?
Right. And the winner, remember, the winner of this set will face the Viper later today. Both of these players have to face in the lower bracket semifinals. We're going to have Hera and Yo the next set, and then the lower bracket semifinals.
So we can have Hera Yo next set, and if Liri win, the Viper Liri for the last series?
Yes, we can.
Oh my God, that sounds good to me. I don't know what you think, guys, but this looks like a good program for the Saturday night,
we also
right?
could have ACCM Viper.
Can be too. I mean, it's
imagine,
you know?
Imagine ACCM playing 10 games on one day. That's going to be the longest day of Age of Empires we've ever had.
It doesn't matter. I'm sure that ACCM is ready to rumble. Don't you think?
I think so.
Mean, these guys, especially ACCM, I would say ACCM, probably Yo and Hera, the one that practice the most.
ACCM is always the player in that player room first.
Yeah.
Every single day.
If you go there, you see him.
He's playing.
He's there. I mean, he's there for sure, you know. Okay. Let's see. But I think they didn't start. They didn't start yet. Okay.
Unless Larry figured out how to play with his hands off the keyboard. You never know what he's capable of.
Who you think the Viper prefer as opponent?
I think Viper prefers ACCM.
Right? Lear bringing a lot of problems to the Viper.
I feel like Viper is at a mechanical disadvantage against Leary. And that's something you can say maybe only against Leary and Hera these days, with how good his micro is. And against other players, maybe they can come up with different strategies, but I think Viper can always fall back, even these days, on his micro against someone like ACCM, still try to pull out some victories.
And is Viper similar style to Leary? Not really.
Not
Mechanically,
really.
is similar maybe, but what kind of gameplay you think is the Viper in comparison with the Leary?
Viper, he's more creative, right? I mean, maybe predictably creative with some of his civ picks like Portuguese, but he's not that same clean meta player like Leary and Hera are, where he's just going to go crossbow. I mean, we saw he can do that in that set against Tato, but that's not always what he goes for. Sometimes he tries to be a bit more creative with the unique units or different civ strategies.
Yeah. Now that you say about that, I wanted to talk to you about the Ringside Fortress. Don't you think that he should have done the Flemish Revolution when he was pushing and had 8,000 food in the bank and also 4K gold and got a lot of siege? Then he could push from there.
You think do it very early on in that game when he had the advantage?
Yeah, earlier.
Maybe.
Because then you can reboom easily if he's failed. I feel that. And it was needed when he did it because the game was even. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, and like when he did it, it felt like it was just like a sudden thing that he wasn't prepared for. Right?
One bomber cannon.
Didn't have the armor, didn't have squires, didn't have the upgrades for them. I mean, if you do it and you have the upgrades and your initial fight is better, then maybe you can get some momentum.
Yeah, for sure. Well, remember, guys, that we're waiting for a start for this best of 5. It's going to be Migration the first game. We think that it's going to be Persians versus Bengalis or Dravidians, probably. And in the first map, who is favorite here? Because ACCM played yesterday in Migration some weird games.
I remember he played the game against Yo and he went for that forward dock strategy. But that was a very different civ matchup with Japanese versus Italians. I think even if you go, say, Persians, Dravidians, two civs that aren't quite as good at taking the middle or going for like that fast imp treb approach as some of the other civs we've seen on Migration, I think that could actually be a really interesting civ matchup if we do indeed get the Dravidians against the Persians.
Okay. Let's see what we're going to have. I think I prefer probably Persians, honestly. You know, I mean, it's difficult. It's a lot about the timings in that map, right? And depending how is the shape of the main island and so on. Okay, they are waiting. I don't know why they are not starting right now. If there is an update, I will let you know. But I think they are just going to be ready in a moment, and we're gonna see what's gonna happen. Do you have any favorite? Like, you want someone to advance? No, they don't listen. Nobody's watching.
They have the headphones on, right? We're sure? I think I'd really like to see Leary and Viper again.
You would like? Well, I'm going to tell you that historically, that series has been
that's one of your favorites.
Games, so many good games, so many good series. And it's usually really close series. One way or another.
And as much as Leary might be considered the number 2 player behind Hera now, Viper is one of the players who still maybe has a chance against him. And we saw that even in the most recent Red Bull, Viper advancing to the grand finals against Hera. And I think it's a set that can go either way, even though maybe Leary is the favorite these days.
Well, Leary can win and has been winning, but I don't think he has been winning 4-0, 4-1, and so on. Has been always close series in almost any setting. So I think the Viper Leary will be a very hype series. So yeah, not gonna lie, that's very nice for the viewers as well. Might like it, but we always want also other people to shine, right? In the community. And the underdog winning is something really cool. And who doesn't like ACCM? Because they look so serious, but
yeah, and you know, I was talking. We were talking to the production team. Apparently, ACCM plays at a super high refresh rate on his monitor. That he plays at 400 hertz, and was having problems that we could only capture like 240 hertz or something weird with the production setup on the monitor.
Why is that needed?
I don't know.
In a way, man.
Hey, once you get used to something, that's what you want to play with, right? We talk about how the players are on the stage, they don't have their own setups. Some things are important to them, and if 400 hertz is important to ACCM, well, maybe that's just how he cooks his strategies. He has the recipe book, he has to follow it, and 400 hertz is the
what
first
he
step.
has? 3 definitive editions open at the same time? Okay. So guys, we're going to start very soon. We're going to see right now, yes, finally, Leary versus ACCM. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 with Leary and ACCM for a spot in the net round against the Viper. That is gonna be absolutely amazing. Will be the semifinal for the loser brackets, you know, but as we were talking, no surprise.
No surprise. Persians versus Dravidians, and one of those maps that has that capital I shape in the middle for the island. And if you go for the Feudal Age galley opening, you have to sail really far around. If you go for the Feudal Age forward dock opening, transport and forward dock, you're usually in a really good position with the forward docks.
Yeah, but this is the craziness of this map. You don't know how is the shape going to be, right? So the players, it's kind of like flipping a coin to pick the right strategy here. I like this map shape, you know, because sometimes the map, it kind of can be unfair, and it depends a lot on the lag. And here, whenever you land, it's more or less fine. Similar for the players.
Yeah, and the relics are fairly evenly distributed. We had seen a couple maps where maybe 4 relics are on one side. So when you're going to land and go for that monk war, we have 3 to the top and then 2 more to the bottom. It should be fairly even. And sometimes we see if you go for that forward dock, you already have control in the middle, and you can't force your opponent to go for one side or the other when they land.
Okay. You think we're going to see anyone going for the forward dock? Like, potentially, could be done even with both civilizations.
Yeah, both civilizations could do it. Dravidians probably the one who think about it the most. With all that extra wood they get, they can actually afford the docks more easily and afford to produce out of the docks. But Persians, with their fast uptime, could try to do it too.
Yeah, and then faster production as well with the galleys forward will be very dangerous. What is true is that the uptime for Leary is really sick.
It is. And he has a transport ship.
Oh, well, now we know.
Now we know. He's going for the forward dock.
Yeah. And this can be brutal here, you know. Especially with this civilization producer, it's can work really, really well. Wow. Leary is thinking, if I qualify, I need to play another series. I want to win quick this.
That's true. And he wants to go for the forward dock, sending the Vils across. And as I said, I think this is exactly the shape of the map you want if you're going to go for the forward dock. So he's going to send the scouts and the Vils forward and do the best he can to find that opposite coastline.
He's going to be so happy. If we put his fog of war now, he's going to see the coast already in a moment. There you go. He might be thinking, oh, wow, this is so nice.
And there's
look
the
at
dock.
Now. The dock is there. And so close. But, well, with the shape, it's normal to be so close. He's having a little bit of bad luck because the other dock from ACCM is completely on the right side. So now do you think he should do a second dock forward? I mean,
you need the second dock forward. I think you need the second dock if you're going to match the production, because ACCM already will have 2 docks in defense. And that's what makes it so tricky about this build. You need the wood essentially for 3 docks while your opponent only needs 2.
Yeah, and one of your docks is in your main base, so Producer is going to be difficult. Yeah, but he's doing a galley already. That this is super quick.
And you know, maybe he's thinking he doesn't need the second dock. If he's up so fast that he can make 2 galleys by the time ACCM is up. So he can do 2 galleys, and then there's the second dock, and then try to snipe off fishing ships before ACCM even hits feudal.
Yeah, but he is doing it, and he's going to be able exactly to produce more. This is a really fast up from Leo. He has 2 fishing ships. The problem, obviously, you need to do the damage because your opponent has 6 fishing ships, but the galley is there already.
And third dock from ACCM even. He might be looking to add in some more fish, but that's not going to happen as soon as those galleys pop out.
Yeah, but how do you defend now this? I mean, he's there with the galley. He's going to take the villager?
Does the villager have loom?
Almost.
No, it doesn't.
No loom.
But it's going to run away.
Yeah, but the galleys just kill the fish so fast. He's going to have 3 galleys there. He's going to take all the fish down.
Yeah, and 3 galleys, it takes 6 arrows to destroy a fishing ship. So 3 galleys take them out really quickly.
Yeah, the fish is going to be gone. This is already 2. Whoa. Leo playing really well.
And what
He's
a build order.
exploring.
What a clean build order from Louis to go up and immediately get 2 docks and 3 galleys.
Well, it's showing exactly what we were talking about him as a player. Who he is, right?
Right.
A player that he has so clean gameplay, and if he's executed the way he wants, you can see he's going to try to block. He's going to send the scout there to be even more annoying. Not anymore? Okay. He's trying to micro the scout. He's going to go with the galleys.
Wants the villager. Still no loom. Still no loom on the villager.
Still no loom? Okay.
I've never seen this landing the home island to kill a villager.
Oh, wow. He's delaying quite a lot. And even if he didn't kill the other fish, the fish is not working. It's away. It's gone. It's idle. So this is working good. He's going to take it, man. It's still no loom.
No, the loom just came in, but he's still going to get the villager. He's still going to get... Wow. He might even get the scout. He has an HP advantage on the scouts.
Anyway, Leo has 4 galleys now. His opponent 3 fire galleys. He's going to try to now block here and protect the transport ship. Yeah, he's killing the fish. The transport is going to be gone. No, he's going away just in time. The scout is going to be gone now. 4 Leo. That's not good. Losing the scout is not what you want.
So maybe a bit greedy from Leary. He did force out loom and get some idle time on that house, but now when you want to collect the relics later on, you're not going to have the scout to fight the monks.
Yeah, but look at now the resources already. Yeah, resources collected seems to be more for ACCM, yes, but look at the resources in the bank for Leary. Already floating 300-400 food, and now microing like a beast.
Absolute beast. And he's perfectly balanced to click up to the castle age. We see ACCM maybe floating a bit of wood, and without the fish, he's going to be far slowed down.
What do you think should be now the following here for ACCM? Because if he now invests a lot on water, he has lost already 3 fishing ships. He does have a great fish. He's fishing. So do you think this is the way to go? Fish again?
Perhaps it is, if you can secure the water. But I mean, securing the water itself is very expensive at this point, and you might not be able to do it.
Yeah, but and how do you secure the water if you are producing fish?
You can't. And at this point, ACCM also needs to think, if he loses the water at that far forward, he's going to struggle to transport to the middle island later on.
Yeah, crazy. Yeah, well, that demo almost made the job, but he noticed and he went right away. Okay, we can see he's not producing with all the dogs Leary. He's trying also to get the macro proper to go up, but ACCM is now gathering some good resources. He's
demo!
A demo, that was a good job here. There's another demo coming, he's gonna take some damage. He's got, wow, he's immediately, man! And then he hit it, he's so on point.
But good demos.
But look at the ACCM, he's selling everything.
Selling everything, 200 stone, 200 wood. And now he's close to clicking up, but then so is Leary, and Leary hasn't had to use the market.
Yeah, but he sells his soul right now, ACCM. He's nothing, you know, to go up.
Well, maybe that's what he has to do to even up after having lost all those warships so far. He needs to have a better uptiming, and the market's the only way to do it.
Yeah, well, let's see if it's going to work. The thing here now is he's going to keep going probably on water. He's not having anything on the main, in the center, in the mainland. I think those are probably water buffaloes, those 2 red dots. There you go. And, well, still trying to kill the galleys, but he's not taking it. Yeah, still he killed 4. fishing ships. So
4
the damage
fishing
is done.
ships, and also Leary, with that landing, still has the villagers on the middle. So once he eventually does go up, he can have the villagers ready to produce buildings there at TCs, stables, monasteries, whatever he wants.
Yeah, let's see now the micro. So important micro here. He's coming with more galleys. How many galleys from ACCM? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 coming from the left. The same numbers for Leary, but mix it with galleys and fire galleys. He's going to be able to micro this and take it before he's doing castle, because in castle he's going to have war galley upgrade right away. Now, Leary is on the way to castle. He's a little bit later than his opponent, a minute and 10 seconds. ACCM is holding well the position.
Yeah, and Leary adding in more ships, and at least ACCM is forcing Leary to continue investing. It's not like Leary can just make those docks win the water, and that's it. He needs to delay his uptiming a bit, as we see he's up later than ACCM, just to keep holding on to that forward position.
Okay, amazing economy for Leary. 27 billions on wood. 1 on foot.
Perfect. Perfectly balanced.
Great balance here with the 8 billions on gold. Let's see what he's going to be able to do from now on. Obviously, he will do some farms, I believe. You know, he has only 1 fishing ship. He lost 1. He did only 2 in the whole game. Only 2 in a map like Migration. It's crazy.
I mean, we saw ACCM do that same thing against Yo, where he only made 2 fishing ships to try to go up fast, but with the Italians, Yo still fast castled off of it. Here, ACCM a bit more delayed.
Yeah, he's taking some good kills here before he's doing the upgrade. Now, Lear need to go away. The double dog is still there. He's doing more galleys.
Yeah, and that's the downside of going for the build that Leary did. If you look at the resources collected, ACCM up by about 400 to 500 resources.
Wow, a lot more. Well, let's see what he can do from here, because those galleys are going to be upgraded in 5 seconds. And then, if he got more numbers, Leary, that's going to go down probably very soon. Oh, man, look at this.
That is
galleys.
beautiful from the fire ships. Everything going to go down for Leary. He has to run away. And now ACCM with some water control, with some initiative. The only question now is, how does ACCM get to the middle? He has 1 transport ship, and what does he do with it? Demo. Oh!
Well, that demo take all the galleys, as you can see. 40 billions, 38. He took everything. It's to the right side. Smart. Very smart, because he knows that his opponent is going to be in the middle, close to the double dog. It's doing a tone center. It's exactly what he needs to do. Can we see Vodka Leary main TC to see if he's also now... Yeah, he's spamming now farms. He has to do it because he has not
Didn't
enough
have the fish. And also, can we see Leary's line of sight? Does he see that TC from ACCM? Yeah, he doesn't know which side he's landed on right now. And this is what we saw in that Hera Leary game yesterday. Both of them made their TCs right next to each other, but Hera immediately threw up the workshop. ACCM knew that Leary was in the middle of the island, so went around to the side for the landing.
So, should Leary now focus completely on water? Because I see that he's still producing a lot of galleys. Or keep going with the boom. Well, the second TC is going to be there, so probably he's not doing army yet on the land, but keep going water.
Now, this becomes tricky for the Persians from here on out, because they're a great early game water civ with their amazing Dark Age economy and their faster working docks. But as you get to the late game, when they lack Bracer, it's going to be really hard, especially against a civ as good as the Dravidians, to stay on the water.
Well, you can only go fast fire ship with Persians. Most likely we'll have to be stuck in those units. But numbers, it's a bit similar. It's still more for ACCM. The second TC is now done by the Vietnamese player, but 7 billions more already. Persians production is crazy.
That it is. But sometimes on Migration, you're not adding in the 4 or 5 TCs that you might see on other maps. You're staying on a smaller number of TCs.
It's something that Lear usually do it, right? Like, we have seen more than one time that he's not going for heavy boom. Oh! Well, good demo now here for Lear. And you can see how the Navy numbers are almost the same. So now we need to focus more in the macro. He's going to take that dog. Well, who cares? I'm not even fishing. Right? He has the other 2 dogs forward. He's going now to take more galley. He's going to take now with the demo, going to take that transport seat. He missed it, and he should kill it. It's very important to don't let. What is that building? Siege Workshop at home? On the main TC? Siege Workshop.
Yep, Siege Workshop.
Okay. But there's nothing from ACCM yet. He's just doing in case. Just in case right now.
Well, he knows the ACCM is going to be on the middle, right? He knows that ACCM has to be there somewhere. And the other option is just Monastery and Scouts to fight for relics, but neither of these is really good at monks.
No.
So it's a tricky scout fight.
Yeah, and also you can be more or less relaxed in the sense that if you do the siege, you know that Dravidians not going to have good monks, and probably is going to counter with siege itself at the maximum. But for now, we see a barrack. That means he's going to go stable, Dravidian?
I think it makes sense. I mean, they don't have the best stable, but they still have Lightcav, and they still use Lightcav to snipe monks and fight for relics.
It's
you
fine.
don't need to have all the upgrades on your units at this point in the game.
It's really fine. Louis is doing now Bozo. By the way, those upgrades I didn't notice. ACCM, Bozo, Horse Collar, and Wheelbarrow already for some time ago. While Leary, only now doing the upgrade for the wood. That's important in the long run.
Yeah, and Louis hasn't had any upgrades on farms without horse
No,
collar.
nothing. Really nothing. Another demo. Distribution is similar for both players with the villas, but Louis has more thanks to the Persian production. 11 villas more. Now has the stable. Gonna go for the scout. While Louis is gonna mine his stone. I like it, but I don't like it that he doesn't even have a barrack, right?
Right, and it can be tricky to fight the scouts if you don't have the spears out. No, he's going to go for the stone. I mean, if we see war elephants this game, I'm going to be happy if Louis makes a Persian castle. I don't think he's the player to do it.
Yeah,
but we can always hope.
Well, let's see if it's going to happen or not. He's doing another Tone Center now, ACCM. Okay. That's going to be the third one. Will Barrow now for Leary. Still no horse collar, which is really hard in the long run. It's going to hard really in the... Is he attacking with both galleys? Yeah.
Yeah, he is. It's just pointing to the side.
Yeah, it's like, okay. Okay, he's gonna now take it those. It's no navy at all for ACC. So now, Leary, stop the water. You need outposts. Okay, fog of war here from Leary. Let's see that outpost. Horse collar finally. He see everything.
Okay,
man.
Wonderful outpost
Whoa.
there.
He see everything. Both TCs, stable, barrack, and now what is the reaction for Leary? He's building something. Barrack right away.
Barrack sees the two mangonels, brings them back, make sure he doesn't run into the scouts. Well done,
I mean,
Larry.
I love that moment because we see how important is exploration.
How important that
in this
outpost
game.
is.
It's so crucial, man. It's really, really crucial. And the fish is gone now, if you see it. And he does.
And he does. And those fire ships, so good at destroying the fishing ships. He doesn't even need to use the demo. Let's maybe snipe the other demo.
He's gonna do it.
He does.
And then he's taking out the others. All the fish is gone. This is absolutely beautiful for Lee. Look at the population, how keep growing. He's gonna make now spears. He's not even doing the stable. But
there's the third town center.
He's going for Imperial, man. And in Imperial, what?
I mean,
are we going to defend Dravidians?
do we? Dravidians, don't they do have that's good in this matchup? As weird as it is to say, the skirmisher. They have great skirmishers against the Persians, and sometimes on this like migration, you go imp. You try to fight down the middle of the island, you go skirmishers, it's the unit that both saves me.
Don't look at me like this, okay, Dravidians is fine here, you know, it's really, really fine. Actually, it's dangerous matchup here for Persians, honestly.
It is, I mean, lots of mangonels now from Louis, and ACCM needs to be careful. He's doing a workshop, but going to be in a siege fight where Louis already has the mangonel advantage.
Yeah, the three mangonels are coming. The siege workshop is in a bit of a hill here. The lights are behind, and he knows that he's coming. He's gonna have an old spears probably to deal. He's with one alone here. Hand card already for Lee. He definitely catch up on the average, and now he surpassed him. This is gonna be very important to take it. He's blocking those. Now those light guys is gonna be in a position that he should go and make a bada boom. Didn't take it, but now he can go behind the trees. He's not doing it. He's gonna now try to kill the mangonel, but oh my god! Well,
what a shot! What a shot
great
from the mangonel.
Yeah, it was very good because you can kill yourself in that situation, and he did a great job. But now, there's another mangonel in that siege workshop, but he knows. Lee knows, and he has to be careful, Mr. West.
And he's splitting up his mangonel so he doesn't take one shot that hits multiple, and he can just sit there and take out the workshop.
Oh, wow.
Even gets the mangonel for free.
Great micro there by Leary. Well, this is now starting to become more about the mechanics because the strategies are kind of clear. The water is not going to have, for now, a big impact. For now, they are booming on the land. Now you have to be careful. Another mangonel
for free.
For free. He's forcing him to do another at the back, but this is now the problem with Dravidians. You don't have good monks. You don't have good monks. This is a good mangonel shot. You don't have monks at all. Now he's going to take another village. He's denying that siege workshop. That village is 1 HP. Okay, he took that one. But look at the resources now for Leary.
That was an amazing few fights for Louis. He lost one mangonel, destroyed a workshop, several mangonels, denied another workshop. And what does ACCM do here? He has to do a defensive castle and
he panicked.
Just hold.
He panicked because now the castle from Lee is going to be more or less where he killed that siege workshop. And if you do the castle there, he's, by the way, need the buildings to go up. He's about to go up to Imperial.
And then he'll win a Shrub War against that castle, and ACCM now is stuck on the very bottom of that island, nowhere for him to run.
Well,
and trying to get back on the water, but maybe that's the key for ACCM at this point. It still is Dravidians, that's where they have the advantage of the water. And with this shape of the island, if you can get cannon galleons out, you can destroy pretty much everything on the main island.
Yeah.
But he is pushed right now, and there is Imperial Age from Leary.
Are we sure that there's going to be a trebuchet war? because...
He needs to clear the castle, right? He could just go cannon galleons to clear the castle.
Yeah, but what I mean is, look at the ACCM resources. At least that he's... Well, he can buy some food. He has 1,300 gold.
It might be a very
Right.
one-sided trebuchet war.
Yeah. Okay. The castle should be there. He's gonna come. Lee has 800 stone. He's gonna send villagers there and gonna try to get the map control. The score is still very, very close, but in my opinion, the advantage is a little bit bigger than what the scores say. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I think this is a very good game for Leary at this point.
Yeah, the castle will be there. There's still many mangoes. As you can see how Leo has been, let's say, a little bit greedy because he's playing with a barrack and with a siege workshop. That's it.
And that's all he's needed. I mean, his micro on the mangonels has been so good that that's all he's needed. One barracks, one workshop, and he still has the army advantage.
Yeah, now he's doing archery range. He's gonna go skirmishers, you know. He might be afraid of the skirmishers from Dravidians, but Dravidians is not yet there. Now, Dravidian is on the way to Imperial, but he's gonna have 2 minutes Leary to take the castle. And if you take the castle, look at the map control here from Leary.
He has everything on the main island if he takes that castle. The only question then becomes the water. And how do the Persians play late game on the water without Bracer? They have to go fast fire against Dravidians who are a really good late game water civ.
Okay, let's see what he's gonna make it. This is the university. He has 1, 2 archery ranges. And now, we need to focus probably on this area, because there's where all the important battles will happen now. Man, what he has from the main island, ACCM, 10%?
Less than that?
I was trying to be generous.
Let's do some math here.
You love it, so let's go. Castle, second castle in almost the same spot for Leary. Trebuchets are coming. I think chemistry we shall see it right away, and that's what we see right now. He's going for crossbows, which is a great idea. Yes, if you have time and you have map, because now with the mangonels, with the skirms, and with the bomber cannons potentially, those are not going to be enough time for ACCM to mass army.
And he's adding more docks now. And I mean, there's no way he can get army on the mainland at this point. I think it has to be something that takes the water and then maybe is able to get cannon galleons to clear the castles.
Yeah, but need to be quick. Need to be quick. Trebuchet is there. He's hitting already the castle. The castle can be repaired. Yes, because he has quite a lot of stone yet. Is he hitting the castle or the TC?
He's getting some ACCM's getting some raids in. Treb's on the castle, and looks like ACCM trying to go for some crossbows in those ranges. Could try to go for some arbalests. And maybe get arbalests with Bracer to pick mangonels, but there's the skirmisher we talked about earlier. Skirmisher's all ready for Leary for dealing with arbalests.
Yeah, and also that's a very expensive upgrade. He has okay resources, but when you are going to be there, you need the +3. Then Arbalest upgrade is going to be +3. Probably he's doing chemistry right away. You can do bomber cannons, but if you take that castle down, it's going to be so tricky. It's true that Leary does have a lot of army. So what to do, Leary? Another castle forward.
Why not? I mean, we do see that. What's ACCM going to do if Leary comes forward? The skirms are already out there for the Arbalest counter. That's why we see skirms so often in these situations, because they counter the Arbalest so well.
Yeah.
3 trebs, ACCM can't repair forever. That castle will go down.
Yeah, Leary has stone to make 2 castles, not only 1. He's with 4 treb, which the castle is going to go down eventually. He has outposts. He has expanded all over the map. Really a smooth play here by Leary. And now? He's gonna go what? Well, he's doing the armor for the skirmishes, but he's doing even bloodlines. Might bring some light cap in case that he's coming with the skirms. But the castle is down, and ACCM basically has 10 archers right now. Only 10 archers where his opponent has 14 skirmishes fully upgraded.
Yeah, and Leary's doing another castle on his home island, so he's gonna prevent any attempt from ACCM maybe to do some type of sneaky transport and get the Arbalest over for a raid.
Why not, right? He still have 1,000 stone in the bank.
He can still do 2 more castles in the middle if he wants to.
It's playing completely safe, and I really believe that Leary is gonna be able to take game number 1 very, very soon, because there is nothing right now that ACCM can do. The bomber cannon is there. The skirmishes are taking everything. The bomber cannon with the trebuchet behind this is gonna take that TC, and then look at the space now. 5% now, right? I mean,
and 5%, soon to be 0%. That TC will go down, and well, more raids prepared to hit those vills. Another trebuchet out. And though he's doing this, he has 4 or 5 mangonels just sitting there, not even participating in the fight. He doesn't need them.
Yeah, he's respecting a lot ACCM. Look at the castle he's doing there, man. He could do a lot more forward, but he doesn't need it. The TC is down, and now, guys, he's gonna try to do cavalry. He's doing elite cannon galleon, but by the time that the elite cannon galleon upgrade is gonna be there, Lear is gonna be all over his base.
How many vills are there? How many vills are going to die once Leary moves in?
Well,
45.
You got the answer here, but I really believe there is no time for ACCM. It's crazy. This is the definitive castle.
Ooh, cannon galleon.
That's his face. When he see the bomb, the cannon galleon hitting that castle, you know. But still, look at the castle he's gonna make. He's gonna take
There's
all the
another
map.
castle.
It's
and
impossible.
that TC is going to go down. ACCM just trying desperately to hold on with castles. Is that a transport ship? Does he have to run the villagers now back to his home island? Is that the only place he can keep them safe?
Now, it's his perfect execution, Wes.
Yes,
I mean, he has
absolutely.
200 population right now. His opponent 120, 80 population difference. He's gonna go now and take the tower, even with the skirms if you want it. Well, there's 2 bomber cannons there hitting behind it, and ACCM is, well, 0% of the map now. Right?
He's running all the way to the edge of that island, trying to do the lumber camp. And once you're pushed off the middle, where do you take wood? The wood on your home island goes out very far, very fast.
Savar,
and there is
upgrade,
Savar.
wow.
With docks, maybe thinking of a landing for Savars now.
This is a domination from Lear.
This was perfect. I mean, right from the start,
Yeah.
he had an incredibly clean build in the Dark Age. Did what he wanted to do going forward, disrupting the fishing eco from ACCM. ACCM still clicked up, but in the middle, that immediate workshop and the pressure he was able to apply, the main bell fights he took were just perfect.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, that outpost he did. Saw everything ACCM was doing.
Yeah, look at the transition now. He see that he has all the map. He's doing now dogs. He know that ACCM don't give up easily. You know, 5,000 score different, remember? And then he's now doing fast fire ships. So he's going to try to bring back now some Navy on the water and control completely the map. To be honest, at this point, I think ACCM, yeah, where are you going to transport this? To your main base?
The only thing that transport can do is run off the map at this point. That'll soon be the only safe spot for him.
He feel bad. Well, look at the castle he's doing. What? Okay.
There's a Cavalier there already. There's no way that castle goes up. He needs to wall in the Vills.
Yeah, but then you made that castle.
Now there's Savars.
What are you gonna do there with the castle? It's gonna be a second Savar here. He's gonna try to kill all those villages. It's gonna be Doubt Castle. Most likely. I don't know how much percentage that castle is up, but it doesn't look like he's
absolutely going to be a Doubt Castle.
Yes.
That's not going up.
Man. Wow. Clinical play by Lear in this one.
That was perfect.
Perfect, man. It was so good.
I don't even know what to say there. That Leary was just, everything he wanted to do was clean. It feels like this is the Leary who is capable of doing this against almost everyone in the scene, other than maybe Harry.
Yeah, this is just perfect Leary execution, and this is what he has to mix probably sometimes to confuse Hera or some other opponent that he's kind of expecting this. You know, but even if the thing is, even if you expect this, how do you counter this perfection?
How do you counter this perfection? Well, Hera finds a way.
Yeah, but in this situation, how you counter? You know, that it's so difficult.
No, I think when Leary looked at that Civ draft, he had a plan for the Persians against other Civs, and he had a plan for how to play migration against other Civs. That's why Persians were so early in his draft. And you said Bengalis Dravidians first 2 picks for ACCM. Kind of a weird first 2 picks. Maybe prioritizing migration in a way that now you prioritize that map and you still lose. That puts you in trouble for the rest of the maps.
Okay. I'm surprised that we see behind here going for a break. I think if I'm not mistaken, the players can take one break during the series, but then you take a break after the first game that not being a super long one. It's kind of like he's maybe not feeling smooth with his gameplay. And need to take
maybe
a break.
you just need a mental break there to try to put that loss behind him. It was a very quick game too, so maybe he just wants to get the break out of the way, make sure he can refocus himself. And I don't think we know which player took the break. I'm assuming it's ACCM.
Leary doesn't want breaks.
Leary doesn't want breaks.
Just go straight. You know?
Okay, it is ACCM taking the break.
You know, like Leary might be now like, come on, man, don't take a break now. Let's keep going, man. I feel good.
Right.
Maybe he's taking the break because of that. He's too clean. Let's try to break.
Maybe that's true against Leary. Maybe you just want to take the break anyway, just try to throw him off.
No. Anyway, it seems we cannot say too much about that game because everything has been said. It's played so good, you know. It's kind of hard to analyze even the keys of that game. What do you think now is going to bring ACCM here? Because
ACCM
in Fractal and Fortress, something can be done out of the
something
box.
can be done, right? And both of those maps, maybe you can see Bengalis on them. I'm interested to see if Mayans are in a Civ draft. Maybe you can think about playing them on Fortress like the old school days, but kind of have fallen off. And if you look at Leary's draft, he still has Chinese. That's an incredible Civ for Outcrop. for Land Madness, and for Fortress.
But I think he's gonna pick Chinese in Land Madness.
They're very good there, but also could use Khmer there. Also could use Gajars there.
Okay.
I wonder what other civ would he pick for Fortress then? Vietnamese maybe?
For which one?
For Fortress.
Yeah.
Vietnamese for
I
Fortress
will
then?
go Vietnam. You get bomber cannons, Imperial skirmishers, Rattan archers, feel very smooth with the economy. And since you start with all the farms and you start quicker, it can snowball. I think Vietnam is great there, Okay. But before we keep going, we're going to see what Leary has to say about eSport and his trip into the game.
If you can speak to the devs directly, what is your most wanted feature?
Realistically or like
Both.
anything?
Both.
Okay, in a parallel universe, pathing would be perfect. Pathing would be perfect. Realistically speaking, that's not possible apparently. Because, obviously every unit moves a bit differently, every unit has different size and different pathing, so I get that it's very difficult. But yeah, in a parallel universe, if we had a perfect pathing, game would be 10 out of 10. But yeah, what else is there? Yeah, I'm thinking of a realistic one right now. Realistically speaking, I would love to see certain civs which don't get much attention, like recycled. So for example, they get taken off the pool from the ladder, for example, for a few weeks, few months, whatever, rework them a little bit, add in some new civs, and then recycle those civs. So you always have 3-4 civs sitting out, getting reworked every few months, and then they get into the ladder again, a bit reworked. Because there are some civs that just fall off, they never get to see the play, like Bulgarians, for example. So I wouldn't mind seeing Bulgarians, bam, removed from the ladder, few weeks, few months, whatever, and then reworked a little bit, and then added in the map pool again. Especially because we have so many new civs now, and it's not a bad thing, it's a good thing that we keep mixing things up. But at some point, the game is already very complex for new players, and then you add 3 more new civs every few months, it becomes a bit too much, I would say, for new players. For us, it's great, but for the overall generality, can be complicated sometimes.
How can the devs or tournament organizers or the community maybe attract more players and actually keep them?
They're doing a good job. I mean, they're changing the map pool constantly. They're adding new features. Pathing might still be, another topic, but obviously it's hard. What else could they do? They could do... I would still like to see the cycling, honestly. It's a new idea, would be fresh. What else? Campaigns, obviously a big part. Lots of players like the single player option and the offline player option. So keeping the game fresh with new campaigns, new history, people love that. That's what most people grew up with. So I think those things particularly.
How many civs can you play at the highest level?
What do you define high level?
Highest.
Highest? Which I would be confident showing on the stage?
Yeah, exactly.
Every single one of them.
Tell me your favorite civs to play, regardless of the meta.
Favorite civ. I grew up and got famous by playing archer civs because I didn't invent, but I showed the dodging ballistics back in the days when it was pretty much impossible because there was lots of delays and lag. So I always loved playing archers. I love how they move. I loved how they shoot. You can do so many things with them. And it has to be the archer civs. So like Britons, Mayans, Ethiopians, those civs. Malay, and those get usually banned, so.
Following up on that one as well, do you have a favorite unit?
It's either a plume archer or a longbow. I grew up with those 2 units. I love those 2 units. They're both ranged. They're both super fun. They look cool, so has to be one of those.
Good. Who's your ultimate 2v2 partner? There's a term.
My ultimate 2v2 partner. Historically it has always been hard. I grew up with him. We both got good very fast and very well, I would say. We're both top 10, top 5 almost. And yeah, so it has to be hard. That being said, I think I also had huge success with Hera when I played with him a couple 2v2s back in the, when was it? A few years back, when Hard wasn't active. But yeah, those 2 are my ultimate partners.
Has to be really hard for Lee to don't be able to play those archer civs anymore, right?
Must be.
Not this. I mean, they can play, but since there's also a lot of different maps,
And we have a bit of a meta change,
a
right?
change a lot.
Right, we see not just not so much archer saves, but a lot more skirmisher dominant these days, and also a lot more cav archer dominant.
Have to be done something with the skirmishes. Are too powerful.
Well,
the
you did make the crossbow upgrade more expensive, right? That has a large effect. When you're doing that transition and trying to add in the units, I think it's part of why we see cav archers so much these days. You're kind of going for that quicker feudal age where maybe you have a smaller army. You're not getting that crossbow power spec that you used to.
I wouldn't mind to bring the original crossbow price, And also I feel that the +3 is combined with the arbalest is so expensive.
It is very expensive now because you get Imp, you want to do Arbalest, Bracer, Chemistry.
It's so expensive.
Yeah.
It's really expensive. Well, let's see. Fractal or Fortress is going to be ACCM is still, man, this is not a break. This is, he went to another country, man.
he's got to go try the waffles out of at the shop out there.
Well, you know, guys, that, don't worry, guys, I'm not patient either. You know, I want action. You
want the game more than anyone right now.
Yeah. You want the game, you know.
Yeah, actually, I think Larry might want it more than you do.
Yeah, but they're coming.
Oh,
there you go. Vamos.
There's Larry.
He's warming up against the AI.
Yeah,
you know,
he's playing
still
there.
Playing,
He's still playing.
He's still playing there. He's still playing there against the AI, you know. Oh, man. Well, I'm going to tell you something.
Okay.
If you want to take a break outside, I mean, it's not super cold, but I think that should be bad for the mechanics, for the hands even.
You know,
He's going
that's
out,
a good point.
You know?
If ACCM loses the Villager in the Dark Age now, maybe we have a reason for it.
I'm sure he went out. You know, out, and it's cold there, and then you get your hands kind of freezing, and for the game it's important.
You know, especially if you want to play Fractal, where in the first minute you might be laming.
Yeah, for example, it's something to really take in consideration.
And we see he's staying at his desk, he's staying warm. He's warming up, he's playing against the AI, as you said.
Yeah, no.
He's doing to stay warm between the games.
I'm sure, I'm really sure. Well, he needs to do something special because Lee has been too smooth in the first game. So it feels that the loss last night didn't really affect him too much. He probably was like, well, against Hera,
I feel like Leary's smooth against everyone other than Hera.
I wouldn't say that he wasn't even smooth like yesterday, you know, because he
was
tried
playing
something
very well.
different.
I mean, something like Tato, right? Two players who played very well against Hera, and Hera just figured it out.
What was the first game I remember perfectly because it was with the Siege Workshop with the Mangolis behind his base, you know? What was the other games? You were casting the cities? I think so, right?
Yeah, you asked me to remember what I casted. That's a hard part.
It was, though.
The first game was the memorable one with the mangonels and everything, right? There was that migration game we had, right? As I said earlier, where they both went and landed at the same time in the middle, but Hera had that workshop and just kicked Leary off.
I couldn't come back from there. And what was the other? Was
the third game.
You don't remember the end?
That was...
I'm not trying to put you in a comfortable
position.
On the spot. I don't remember. I was casting also.
No, you were casting. You're casting in that background on your channel.
In the background, yeah. But I don't remember it because you don't want to remember. It was so fast.
Right, do you think Larry remembers it?
Nah, he forgot already. He preferred to forget, you know.
Right.
But that's the thing here. You think these kind of situations because with the double elimination, some of the matchups can be repeat. At some point.
And I mean, that probably will be our final, right? We have a good chance of that, of Hera Leary final again.
Can happen. Can affect that, or after all these times that they have faced it, you just have to...
Well, after all the times they faced each other, I don't think facing each other ever gives them something new. All right, there's the bracket. So again, we have Leary winning the first game here against ACCM. Winner will go on to face TheViper, who will then face the loser of Hera Yo, and then winner of that set then goes on to the grand finals.
And it's really crazy the two series left for today. Like Hera Mr. Yo is going to be the next series, and then TheViper versus the winner of this series. It's pretty sick, man. It's pretty sick. And if it's Leary, it's like having a guy in the top 4 with different matchups like we had yesterday.
Exactly. We could see every combination in the top 4.
Yeah. It's like a small round robin between them. Kinda, you know, it's not round robin completely, but almost there.
I mean, we've seen Hera Leary, Yo Viper. We're going to see Hera Yo and potentially Viper Leary today. And then, of course, whoever loses between Hera Yo, we could see repeats again. We could see Viper Yo again. We could see Hera Leary again.
Could be anything. Could be anything. Let's see what is going to be. What would you like to see, actually, as a personal preference?
I would like to see Fractal here. That's a map I feel like ACCM is going to be confident on, and I feel like he's going to have something special planned for it.
Yeah, I want now something not meta, that they surprise us, right? Want to see something different. I agree with you there.
Right, because that's what we just saw on Migration. Leary's able to play that meta gameplay, go for that landing with a super clean build. And Fractal's maybe a map where if he has some early laming, you could try to throw off his build a bit.
But the build can be also clean because there is a script map. You can go for the Lambica in that small area that is always the same, you know. Then you can go for the dog to block, you know, your opponent. So if you want to go with a clean build ordered practice, you can be in that map perfectly fine.
You can be. You can also have a lot of laming. You can also get the Vil forward, try to steal the elephant, try to lame the zebras, try to put them at a position where they don't have all the food they want to execute their build.
Okay, let's see, because they seems to be very, very focused. Nice. The game is starting, guys, in 1 minute, so we're getting there.
Okay.
Do we know the map?
And as they get in, we're going to see if we can figure out what the map is, but they're getting ready. And ACCM, after that break, now needs to refocus himself and prepare for getting some Age of Empires gameplay and warm his hands up and get ready to start.
Okay, let's see. So, well, he's winning 1-0. I think... Oh, it's Fortress.
The map will be Fortress.
Okay.
So maybe a map where he doesn't need to clean his Dark Age after his hands got cold.
Definitely not. It's going to be slower. I'm surprised about this one. Can we bring again the draft, please? The civilization?
Maybe the map where ACCM, though, might feel that his playstyle might be the best against Leary. Right? We saw Hera picking this as his home map in that other set yesterday, too. And he's going to add in... What do you think here? Could this be Bengalis?
Bengalis, Vietnam. And if it's Bengalis, Vietnam with Imperial skirmishes and so on.
Yeah, that's what I think. ACCM might need to pick a different civ other than Bengalis here if he sees that Leary has Vietnamese.
And would you go? Would you surprise them with the Mayans here?
I mean, that's still kind of a weak matchup against the Vietnamese.
Very. I mean, you need to go 100 Eagles.
Maybe you go Lithuanians here? I mean, still a very good unique unit. Still a civ that has a decent economy, getting the extra food as you're booming. And against the Vietnamese, they have a good economy, but they're not the same type of eco you'd expect from maybe the top Fortress civs.
Okay, we're gonna see, guys. Game number 2, and we're starting with Lear POV, the Mayans versus Khmer.
Mayans, okay.
Mayans versus Khmer.
We were completely wrong about this civ matchup. Mayans, Khmer. Okay, well, Khmer is a civ that can be great on this map because of just the eco and the mobility that they have. Again, it's a larger map than normal, and there's a lot of wide open spaces where you can get raids in with your Hussars in the late game. And usually this map does indeed go to the late game.
But I really don't dislike the Mayans here. At least that the game is going for the super late, that's for sure. But in the initial Imperial, I think Mayans could be solid here.
Well, they have for years been probably the best civ we've had on this map, right? In AOC, all the years that this map has been played, it's been the Mayans. They've just fallen off a bit recently with how good some of the new civs are.
Yeah.
And Khmer being one of those civs with an amazing eco for this map.
But what could be the army composition here? Because we need to talk about that. Because here we might see just a boom game. Pretty much. Maybe he's doing some blue marches in castle because they are not so expensive and then you get some map control. Maybe. But this has to be a boom game. What can be the good combination here?
Well, do you think maybe ACCM might try to go for a forward castle, just a fast imp with the Mayans? They are a good civ for that historically on this map. Could be a possibility for him to try to throw Leary off and not just play a standard game against the Khmer.
The problem is that Khmer can do whatever with the economy they have. They can match up the fast Imperial or do whatever they want or not.
They can, but maybe you try to trap them in a position where he's booming, he's spending a lot of eco on the farms, and you're going in faster to win the Trub War. Okay. But I mean, I think it's a tricky civ matchup late game for the Mayans because they, of course, don't have access to that Hussar line. And then you're asking, what do the Mayans do against Khmer Scorpions? What do they do against the Scorpions?
Well, that's not only Mayans. What many civilizations do against the Scorpions, especially if you don't have bombard cannons, right?
Yeah, and maybe Elite Eagle is your best option there, but that still doesn't feel great against the extra range that the Khmer have.
Well, they're fine, but still they're going to be very expensive in Mongol. And I'm going to tell you something, now that I'm checking the map. ACCM map is terrible.
Look at those golds. Both of the golds are forward. Ooh, the
all
kings
three.
are going to say hi to each other in the bottom of the map.
All 3 gold. Can we see the gold from ACCM?
All 3. Ooh, the castle kind
in
of
the
blocked
same
one.
spot. If he come here with if he see this, all the 3 golds are in the same area. This is super bad for ACCM.
And Leary's golds are more split up. He has one on either side of his base, and the main gold, at least not towards the front, kind of towards the back, more protected by the castle and the walls.
I mean, there are 2 that are in the same spot, and if you rush there with something, I don't know with what, if you are the Mayans here, but...
I mean, you rush there, and he can just go to the other gold on the opposite side.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's see. Because for that, Lee will have to explore. He's definitely not going to explore yet. And now we're going to see what are they going to do. Obviously, market and blastbit, and then he's up to castle age. Well, Lee doesn't need any building to go up.
He does not, and the Khmer go up really fast, and ACCM will be a bit slower. And that's one of the tricky things playing against the Khmer here, as we see Leary actually mining a bit of stone. Of course, on Regicide, you start with 150 stone instead of 200, so if you want to add in those TCs, you need to long-distance mine that 50 stone. And market blacksmith there for ACCM, so he's just going to go up to the next stage.
It's going up 18 population, man, to the castle. It's ridiculous, man. It's
That's
so
what the Khmer
bad.
can do. They have amazing builds for Regicide Fortress, not needing those extra buildings.
And now, guys, what you do is you remove all those villages on gold from wood foot, and you leave 2 on a stone till he get 200 stone to make 2 extra town center. That's exactly what Leo is doing.
Yeah, and ACCM, any indication what he's going to do to counter this? He hasn't taken any stone yet. So if he was thinking of maybe going for a quick castle drop, not taking the stone.
No, it has to boom. Like, I mean, they're far also. So if you're gonna make some kind of wild strategy, it's gonna be very tricky here. Like, I don't know. Let's see, because this is a interesting position. What I like it is that it's a new matchup. You have the fortress, but we have not seen Chimera Mayans versus Mayans. Well, in a very long time, if not ever. In a very, very important tournament.
Certainly not since the Scorpions have gotten ballistics on them, and that
That's
changes
for sure.
the matchup quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, remember that also Khmer got guys one extra range. That's very important. The Siege Engineer is going to make them 9 range for Scorpions that can have ballistic. It's pretty sick.
There's a TC immediately for Leary. We'll see how quickly he adds in another TC and also potentially goes for the Monastery to start collecting relics. ACCM on the other side, both players will be done with their kings, and ACCM still not up. He's going to be a lot later, so that gives Leary, even though he's only opening with a 1 TC, a chance to keep getting an eco lead before ACCM can add in his economy.
Okay, we see the extra town centers, and ACCM is going to be obviously behind in the boom because Khmer is so fast up. So he's going to make, as soon as he can, 3 TCs, right? Would you go really quick for the relics? I mean, when you can afford to have those relics those TC working, right?
Right. I think it also depends how quickly you want to go imp. If you want to go for an early imp push, sometimes investing into the relic can slow you down to the point where it's not going to work. And I just wonder how much Louis is going to try to take advantage of, as you pointed out, those 3 forward golds from ACCM. If you just want to go imp and try to take that map position, maybe you don't have time to get the relics.
Well, can we check Lee's point of view, please? Fog of War. Well, he didn't see any of the gold. He see now 3 relics. He's missing still 2. And what about ACCM? Did he see all the relics? Not even 3.
Not even scouting, Larry.
Yeah. Okay. They will get there. You know, it's still early. It's only 10 minutes in the game. You know.
And it's still a really big map for them to scout everything.
Yeah, 3 town centers for Leary. I have the feeling he's gonna make maybe even 4 TCs here. You think he will need a heavy boom with Khmer?
I mean, you can if you want to spend time getting more farmers added in, so you have enough farms to spam your cav units once you get up.
What I mean is, what kind of approach? You go for the heavy ballista approach, or try to go up as quick as possible, and then you go, I don't know, traps, skirmishes, even some hand cannoneers, because if you go skins fully abraded and put some hand cannoneers, you are kind of countering the plumes and countering the eagles.
Right, and I think the only downside of that is that you don't have as much mobility. Right, and this is such a large map, sometimes the Khmer want to just go for those hussars right away to try to raid everywhere they can.
Yeah, but I'm talking in the case that if you see that gold there, because you can go quicker, drop the castle, and
that's
do
a good
that
point.
strategy.
Maybe he just needs to secure the map and get the castle there. It really depends on how quickly ACCM goes up too and what he tries to do. I feel like the Khmer player can kind of react to whatever the Mayan army is and add in their own units to counter anything that the Mayans do.
Okay, let's see if he's gonna make it. For now, he's killing the scout on the castle, if I'm not mistaken, Leary, and that's why he's not. He wasn't exploring. He has now full HP again because he was threatened before. I think he got some hit before by the eagle or by the castle.
Yep, they were fighting the eagle earlier. And also one of the things I saw Leary doing is because he saw the eagle doesn't get the speed boost, he was scouting for the king throughout all of feudal. So he got a lot of scouting information from it.
Okay, he's gonna go probably to explore right now the area that he was missing, and he's gonna be so happy if he can see both goals. One is already there, the second there. So now he knows that those are his 2 goals. He know, hey, all the goal is forward here for ACCM. I will go really 3 TCs up with Leary, and then you do if it's needed, you do TC later.
Yeah, and I mean this is a great boom from ACCM because of how great the Mayans are on this map. They start with that extra villager, but can produce right away because of the extra food in the castle. But the Khmer Eco is just Louis 3 fills ahead. He can go straight up, and I don't know. I think I really do like the Khmer's position here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big difference.
On stone, even.
So
Ooh, he's on stone. He saw those golds, and now he's moving to stone. So I think he's going to do exactly that, thinking of that forward castle on the golds.
Yeah.
And if he's going to go up for that, he probably doesn't add the 4th TC. He probably just goes for the gold.
Yeah, I think he should do that, honestly. And then, depending how the game is going, then you will see if you will adapt or not. But let's see. His Mining Stone could be for a forward castle or just to make a 4-tone center. He's going for the monastery. The problem now is that ACCM has 4 eagles on the map, trying to control all the map. We can go to ACCM Fog of War, and he probably has explored now quite a lot.
And I think that can be tricky for the Khmer to deal with the eagles before they get to some type of scorpion or larger army composition where they have some type of meat shield, maybe the hussars in front, scorpions in back. And I mean, it can make it difficult to drop that forward castle if there are a few eagles patrolling around in front for ACCM.
No, he will need some army. I mean, that's for sure. So let's see. ACCM score is taking the lead because he's exploring a lot more.
Ooh,
this is the
TC.
TC4 for ACCM. He's the one who is going for tone center. Now he's doing it stable. Well, I think if Leo is not doing the TC now, it's because he's going to go now probably some scout, even light caps, and get some map control and go to that area.
Yeah, and this could be really dangerous for ACCM if he's investing now more into that castle age economy, and he's not going to get the anything that can stop the forward castle, and still will be slower to imp in the trap war.
But he's doing a 4 TC.
Okay, 4th TC from Leary. So still he's mining the stone on the front. Maybe that was just stone for the extra TC for more economy.
Yeah, but he's doing everything. He's doing also scouts. You know, he's doing monks, light caps, loom already.
Wheelbarrow, all the eco upgrades.
Yeah, I don't think he has seen yet the eagles. He has spotted them. He might be thinking, but this is tricky because now he sees also a plume archer. The plume is there, and he see immediately he's going to try to convert. And he might convert. Didn't. He went away.
Well, I mean, you see the mines, they don't have too many options, right? They have eagles, they have plumes, and in many cases, they're going to go for both anyway.
Okay. Can we see the Fog of War for both players, please? So we see if they see all the relics. This is ACCM. He can see almost all the map, but unfortunately, he cannot see the relic at the bottom. Oh, he's missing 2 relics, actually.
And I mean, the relics do favor Leary here. I think pretty much 2 are contestable, 2 are safe for Leary, and 1 is safer for ACCM.
Yeah, he's missing 1 relic. And now that monk, you should never lose that monk with the, like, just block it. He's healing.
He's healing.
And he got it.
Great back for Leary. Absolutely perfect.
It was good. He's going to go and take that that relic, or he will try. The plumes are going to have fletching, but this is the thing. He's started to invest into upgrades even. While Leary 35 farmers Khmer, the food is cheating, man. It's exploding there.
It is. And now the light cap can probably even pick off the plumed archers. The monk there to help too. And at least it will give the light cap a few more hits on the plumes.
I think he did on purpose to just to distract and be able to take that relic easily.
Yeah,
he's
now
trying.
Pick off the eagle, no problem. And the other 2 light cap can deal with the plumes.
Leary is about 1 minute away to be up to Imperial, while having even more villages than his opponent. Well, he's doing husband, he's not being greedy, he's still doing upgrades. Now hand card here for ACCM. It will Leary make a castle forward? That's the question.
Yeah, and look at the resources collected. Dead even for both players, and yet Leary has managed his eco so much more nicely to click up to the Imperial Age at a better time.
Yeah, it's now the same. He catch up. Look at the resources, and he is on the way to Imperial Age. Already doing gold mining upgrade. He has 5 villages more. I mean, 5 villages more. Having light cast already 1 relic. Doing the upgrade as well. This is good, man.
So there's the armor, and now we want to pay attention to what buildings does Leary add on his way up. Does he add a bunch of stables? Does he start, and also where does he add them? Does he stay in his base or try to get more map control? We saw the workshop from ACCM, and I wonder what he's going to do in that workshop. The workshop's pretty far home, and it takes a long time for Siege to get forward.
Wow, he's coming forward.
What does a Mangonel do for him, though? Because right now, Leary is adding in light cav, and that Mangonel has to go all the way forward across the map, and it will be difficult to keep it safe.
Yeah, maybe he's afraid that he was going to have some ballista. You know, he's gonna see that castle. Not really. Chain-barded armor, bloodlines. The castle is definitely good. He's on the hill, but he's not close to go up. And those light caps will be soon with a +4. And +4 is something that the plume archers are not going to be able to deal with.
Not at all. And maybe the Onager, as you said, could just, or that Mangonel could be a plan for Onagers for dealing with eventual scorpions. But that's still a long ways away. And right now, Leary is going to spot the castle, so he knows it's there. And he's going to be imp first. ACCM's not imp. He could just get Trev down.
Yeah, he's going to be imp much faster. I mean, it's not that ACCM is super far. He's with 900 foot. He still will need to get the goal. Relics is still only 1 taken by Leary. He didn't see one of two of them, if I'm not mistaken, but he's there. And now, gonna try to take another relic soon, 14 already, and he has the stone to drop the castle. Maybe the good thing here for ACCM is that Leo is not gonna push as fast as he probably wanted, and then his goal is safe, but still, that castle will have a hard time to survive.
And there's Imp for ACCM. He'll be 2.5 minutes later. We see the Scorpion now coming out for Leary. And looks like he's just going to try to go Hussar or Scorpion, maybe a few Knights added in.
Yeah, for now we don't see Spears or anything. We see Eagles and Somplo Marches. This is +4. He's going Cavaliers, man. And Scorpions. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. I think, I mean, he has 7 Knights. We can do maybe use 7 Knights +4 and then go for Hussars, because Cavaliers might be very hard to sustain in the time, and Hussars is something that you want to have all the time, right?
Right, and the question is, how do you spend your gold? Do you want to spend a bunch of gold on Cavaliers? And we saw Viper in that game earlier spending all that gold on Paladin. Maybe didn't quite pay off the way he wanted it to. Wait, you could just go for the Hussars and accomplish largely the same stuff.
Yeah, he has his Scorpions already. One trap is going to be happening. That this is a needed town center for sure. 42 farmers. He'll need more. The castle is going to be up or not? No, 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 or yes. Well, the +4 is going to be there. The Scorpions are coming. They don't have ballistic, but those are going to be +4 light caps and knights, and those are really, really strong. Even if he's trying to micro, the +4 make that they are so tanky, and he's able to take so much damage with those units. The knights are now going to raid, but he noticed immediately. Nice reaction. Petars! He's going to try to go for the snipe. He's doing Petars. He's going to try to go for the snipe. The Petars are going to happen.
God, the tower's in the back. He's not going to reach that tower with a snipe.
Well, well, well. You got to be careful, you know. You always got to be careful, because the tower is not going to be so strong, and he's thinking on that. He has already 1 Petard and 2 more in the queue. He really need to pay attention to those things, you know.
I mean, how's he going to get all the way past the castle to the back of the base to snipe the king?
Let me dream. I don't know, but
okay,
let me dream.
You can dream.
Okay, light caps and knights, you can see it's Cavaliers. I was talking about that, and it's at the end it's Cavaliers. The score is almost the same. More population, elite Eagle Warrior. Then the Cavaliers make sense, because the Cavaliers will deal with them. But the Petars are coming. He doesn't need the Petars, man, because he deleted the walls himself.
For the trip.
Come on.
More Petards just for the tower. More Petards for the tower in the back.
Okay. You see the 2 traps. The castle is still on the hill. Relic, only 1 taken. That's super weird.
And ACCM aware of the rest of them, guarding them with the Eagles, but not taking them himself.
But we're going to have Cavaliers, heavy Scorpions. Heavy Scorpions, Eget with Eldorado, but he already killed 7 villages. That castle, eventually, is going to go down. He should send the Cavaliers and kill those villages. I don't know what you think.
There go the Petards. They're running away. So he's going to try to keep them hidden. And ACCM really wants to make sure the castle goes up so he can continue getting the technologies.
Okay.
Doesn't look like he's going for a Treb or a counter Treb, just adding the barracks and trying to take control of that area of the map. Maybe just go Eagles now? I mean, he will have Eldorado Eagles. They can get all of their armor upgrades.
Oh,
and maybe with the Pierce armor can be okay against the Scorpions.
Yeah, but
that's the best option.
But the problem is that he has also Cavaliers, and Cavaliers +4 is very strong. I mean, the Cavaliers should be strong. Obviously, depend on the numbers. If you get now 50 Eagles, you know, it's going to be so hard to take it. But the problem is that 23 Eagles seems a lot, but then it's 17 Cavaliers. The Petars are coming. We need to focus on the Petars, Mr. Vodka. He's going to the left. I think the Petars are going to be there. He's going to break it. He's going to break it. He's going to break it. He's open here, and he's going to try to go with the Eagles. He's trying to go for the snipe. You have to be careful. All we have to be careful.
He's not even going in, though.
Yeah, it's he. Uh-oh. He's going to wall. He's walling, he's walling, he's walling, he's paying attention, and he's going to wall again. He's going to make another house again. He's walling and trap the Eagles.
And now the Eagles will die to the Cavaliers. They are trapped in with the gate. That was perfect from Blurry.
Perfect execution by the kid. Not that kid anymore, right? But still.
He's still young.
Yeah, yeah. The youngest. One of the youngest for sure. Now the Scorpion, what is good here is that he creates this chaos that you want to have probably, because those Eagles are being cheaper so that the Scorpions and the Cavaliers, right?
Yeah, but look at that KD now for Leary, 46 to 18. Those Eagles are not accomplishing anything.
Yeah, well, because he was fast. He was fast here, you know. He wanted to create chaos, but he's killing a lot, man. 143 villages, 32 army, 34 army for his opponent. But look at those Scorpions. Where the Eagles now? Bam! And he's 100 HP. 100 HP Eagles, and
they
are
matter. It
in
doesn't
the
matter.
damn hell, man.
The Scorpions are going to shred everything.
Yeah. That he has Siege Engineer, I don't think he has Siege Engineer. No,
not
so there
yet.
could be one extra.
They could be even
range,
better.
Even better. They're gonna have chemistry that is gonna affect that one too. And I don't think he has double crossbow either.
More upgrades even for the Scorpions. You're right. He's not done yet.
He's not done yet. Fletching now. Okay, still being annoying and raiding. Population is still high. Really, really high. It's gonna be difficult to take the Mayans because Mayans is kind of cheap, you know, and can spam a lot. And while you have 50 villages on goal, well, you can produce, right? Oh, this is open at the back of his base. He should wall. Ballistic for the Scorpion.
There we go.
All this without ballistics.
Ballistics. And, well, where does it go from here? He has a lot of Scorpions, but nothing really that can push the barracks back.
Please, I need that he's relocating these lumberjacks. It's triggering me a lot when he's taking the wood.
Especially because where is the king? Where is the king? The king is in that
there,
tower.
Man.
He has just chopped a path right to that king.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's really crazy. Okay, and look at the amount of wood he has on the side, but now the Eagles are raiding. Leary has lost now more villages than ACCM, but he's still coming with the Cavaliers. The Scorpions are yet not fully upgraded. They are missing Siege Engineer and double crossbows, right?
Right.
Okay. But all those buildings, 2, 4, 6, 7
Finally,
barracks
the Trebs out.
going down.
Trebs will take out all of those barracks, and that'll be all the forward production that ACCM had.
Oh, he's inside. How he's inside with some Eagles? Wow, he's raiding all the time. He's raiding all the time. This is so crazy. 30 villages lost now by Leary. He's still raiding. It's true that he's still focused on going forward, but you need to be careful at home. In these kind of situations, Leary need to wall.
Yep, and this is where the mines can be deadly just because of the Eagles ending up everywhere. And they can avoid the Scorpions. The map is big enough. You're not forced to take that head-on fight Eagle versus Scorpions. You can run around and try to raid, find places where the Scorpions are not present.
Yeah, you don't want to leave those trebuchets alone. 10 Eagles come fast, and then everything is gone. The king is in... The king... There is some red unit close to the king.
There are a couple of Eagles back there.
There's an Eagle there. You gotta be careful here. You definitely gonna be careful here. The Eagle is there. He's open, he's coming with more
Eagles on the way.
He didn't wall.
The entire back is open.
The entire back is open. The Eagle is there.
Does he see the flag? Does he see the flag?
Of course he does.
He's going for it. He's going for the king snipe.
He's going for the king snipe. He has to be careful. The Cavaliers are coming. You got to be careful. Upgrade that tower. He's going away with the Cavalier.
Leary's not paying attention.
Leary's not paying attention. Now he's going to have to pay attention. He's now paying attention. The king is
repairing.
there. Wall the damn tower, man. Okay. You need to wall that area. I'm getting stressed, man. You know, it's fun to see the king die.
That was close. That tower was almost destroyed. I thought those vills were going to pop out with the king next to them.
He did masonry for the tower. I mean, seriously.
4 HP for the tower. He needs murder holes for the tower.
Okay, keep coming. 43 army, 38 army. You can see the monk here now going to try to heal. And...
Oh, he's building farms. Why are you building farms there, Louis? That's where you need to wall.
To wall this here? I mean, look at the foundation there. He's trying to wall, but he didn't wall completely. And it's still going. The crazy part here is a lot of villages raid, but they are still with very similar population. But he's raiding constantly.
Constantly. This is what you need to do as the Mayans here. Get your Eagles in as many parts of the economy as you can. They're cheaper than the Cavaliers, and it's easier for you to stay at 200 pop.
Is there a way that we can see right now Leary's POV? I think that would be great now for the viewers to see Leary's POV if it's possible, because might be sick. I don't know if we have the possibility to see. Let's see Leary, because he's getting raided all over. Look at his APM. Is he fast?
He is fast, but he's still getting raided all over. He needs to add farms, get the vills working, deal with the Eagles, and look at everywhere on the map. He's looking at 3 places all at once.
Yeah, he's gonna be, man. Bring back capture race, please. I'm getting dizzy.
But there, he's forward on the hill. He sees that gold in the south. He's looking at 4 places. He needs to defend. And he has Cavaliers. He's winning the fights. He still has the better KD.
Yeah.
But 61 to 33 eco KD. And ACCM more resources collected. And he's still in both of those quarters, to the left, to the right, adding in workshops, and he's going for a push. Now he has the map control.
Yeah, now he will have more the holes, and soon the problem is that he's not gonna have a goal. Leary has 0 villages on goal. We were talking about how bad was the map for ACCM, but Leary never could attack and punish that map. And right now he's still 400 stone. He has only 1 relic. He has 1 relic at the back of the map that he could take it, and he's not taking it. And That's really bad. Well, he's raiding here. Okay.
Well, that'll get cleaned up eventually, and ACCM will have more gold access, because the 2 extra golds did spawn a bit closer on ACCM's side of the map. We saw where that Cavalier raid just was, and also that castle at the bottom of the map. Those are where the golds are. And we had talked about this earlier, about Cavalier versus Hussar. How are you spending the golds? Leary went for the Cavaliers. Right now, every unit he's made has been a gold unit.
Yep. Yeah, well, he has Hussars too, you know, but 32 Cavaliers. The problem is that he has only 9 Scorpions. The Scorpions are going to have now Siege Engineer. He really has to be careful, because even if he's 190 population, Halberdiers and Eagles now. Halves include here 45 walls. This is exactly what Leary needs. But Leary has buildings on the right. The Cavaliers are coming. Going to take the Eagles. It's true that he won't be able to do Eagles forever, but for now, since he has 2 relics and still 22 villages on gold, and Leary nothing on gold, he keep going and going aggressive.
Yeah, and I think the worry for this game for the Mines is if it does get to that stage where you start running out of gold, what do you do against the Chimera who can add in all 3 trash units?
That's correct. That's why Lee is trying to hold till the gold is gone, right?
Right.
Okay. Siege Ram.
Siege Ram. And, I mean, look at the very north of the map, too. There are siege rams to the east. There are workshops all the way to the north and the west.
Barrack all over. Still didn't take the relic. Oh man, I'm smelling a 1-1 here. I don't know, I might be wrong. It's now see that castle protecting the gold. The university is gonna be gone. Remember that those Scorpions are still, in my opinion, without the double crossbow. He's bringing a rally. That's so important for the long run. The score is switching all the time. The university is gonna be gone. The Rams are going to be gone, yes, but he's gonna take the university, which doesn't really matter too much. I think he did all he needs for the university. You want to take that market.
Now he's coming
with Siege Rams. Choo, 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 choo. I'm coming, and that castle,
inside.
That castle is gonna go to the damn hell. You cannot stop that. Castle is going to be down, and less and less map for Leary, who has no resources at all.
No, what a great position for ACCM, pushing the castle, and he has the perfect counter to the Hussars right now. He has enough halves to deal with it, and Leary doesn't have the Scorpions. Where are the Scorpions, Bev? Where are the Scorpions?
Well, he has 10 only, but they're coming, and they cannot move because they are slow, really, really slow. The castle is about to go down, and the castle is already down. Basically, in a moment will be, the Scorpions are not gonna be in time, trying to repair with 2 villages, but against 4, 5, 6 rounds. And now the problem is that the Scorpions might be down as well.
Oh, the Rams are speedy because all the halves are in there. The Scorpions are clumped up. Siege Rams do splash damage, Mem. Siege Rams do splash damage.
Oh, he escaped. He escaped. The crowd is going crazy. Okay. And now? But now what is gonna go crazy is gonna be the halves are going to disappear. He didn't kill them, the Hussars are coming. This is what he needed to hold here. Population almost the same in terms of military, not in villages. He's losing more and more, 100, 106, 7 now villages down for Leary. And resources.
Look at the resources. ACCM 1K of every resource. Leary,
a wonder. He's gonna make a wonder.
He could make a wonder.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I mean, do you think the players remembered to change the victory when they loaded into the Regicide lobby? Maybe the wonder could win him the game.
Yeah, well, this is a good rate. He's taking the gold miners. He's still with a crazy population. Leary still know that if he's still rebooming, he's still more or less fine here. Won't be gold forever.
But those 2 Cavaliers in the corner have been great for Leary. They've stopped ACCM taking one of those golds for a long time.
And now the other. So now ACCM is not taking gold at all. Only 4 villages on gold. And the Rams is still coming, man. And it's breaking, man. It's doing an amazing job, ACCM.
That King's still back there. That King is still back there in that tower.
And he doesn't notice now. Or he does. We'll see. Okay, he's going with the Hussars. He can't see it. He's going to re-wall again.
But the walls will be open. I mean, he can run back there and try to snipe the King again.
And look, raided also outside with the halberdiers. Population, how is possible that Leo is still 200 population?
It's because he has the farmers. Look at that, 77 farmers. He can keep pumping Hussars, right? He's going to be able to make Hussars endlessly as long as he has those farmers. But it's Hussars into Halbs. And right now, without the Scorpions, without the gold, he has no way to deal with the Halbs.
Well, but he's, this is some big raid now as well. But he has skirms, you know? He's doing some skirms. That can work. To hold
skirmishers versus siege rams, though?
No. Come on, don't troll me, man.
But the Halbs are going to be inside the Rams.
Yes.
ACCM's doing a great job of keeping them inside the Rams, making them a bit faster. Okay, maybe here he doesn't have the Halbs.
Amazing walls here to protect against the Rams. Palisade walls.
Palisade walls.
Well, he cannot do anything, right? No stone, no wood, no gold, no nothing. Only food. Need to take those. He knows that he can't lose this castle, and that castle is going to survive. He keeps the Cavaliers alive.
Yeah, and big
This is
mistake for
nice.
ACCM there, going for the ramp push, but not having the halbs inside. However, this ramp push is going into the base and getting closer and closer to that tower with the king.
Yeah. What? Look at the castle he's doing in the corner. What is that castle from ACCM? I mean, he's taking all the map. Look at the thread. Look at the halves. 82 army, 78 army. I think this is getting closer to ACCM game. Lear is still trying, you know. Why Hera came here, you know? I don't know. He's everywhere. Cavaliers, Kassar is going to take the halves. He's going to take the Rams. And I don't know. He's going to be able to hold. But there's also raid at home. Look at the ACCM Billy's number.
Yeah, but you're the Mayans. You don't need that many vills, do you?
Well, I mean, you need some. I mean, he's going to zero.
Oh, wait, where's the king going? The king for ACCM is moving into the castle. He was worried about those hostile raids for a moment, and he's putting the king in the castle.
Okay, still holding somehow. This is Scorpions. Look at those Lumberjacks also exposed. And how is his base? Do you know for who I'm feeling very bad right now? For our beautiful observer.
For Vodka. He has to look everywhere.
I feel bad for him. 67 army, 65, still 20 villas more for Leary. With how many villas is building that castle in the corner, Vodka? Because I see the foundation. Okay.
With two, one of them stuck. One of them's just supervising. He's building it with 2.
2 and 1 is looking. That builder might be Spanish. Let's see what it is. Look at those Cavaliers. Gonna be Scorpions and Skirmish. He's gonna go and do the job or not. Ooh, careful. Careful, he's gonna take it. Yeah, 165. Look at the population for ACCM.
Yeah, and look at the map now for Leary. That's his last castle. It's being rammed down. It's being rammed down. There are 3 rams, and the Vills aren't fighting. That castle will go down.
He did some hand cannoneers, but you need to kill it. You need to kill it. He didn't notice. He tried to repair.
There's no stone.
He can't repair. There's no stone. You need to kill it with those. You probably need shoppers. I don't even know if you have that arbit on Khmer, but the castle is down, and it's huge for his economy. He has no castles at all.
He has nothing to defend against raids now. Only the town centers if he garrisons. And right now, he's still... We saw he was at 80 farmers earlier, dropping to about 60. That Hussar spam is going to slow down if he doesn't have the food to stay at 200 pop.
Yeah, but you know the problem he has now, ACCM? He has gold, but he has no food at all. He got raided and he keeps getting raided with Hussars all the time. Leary has 200 population, 33 Hussars, 20 in the queue, 7 hand cannoneer, 38 skirmishes, getting raided all the time. Incredible game, Mr. West.
And ACCM has tried to wall off the map, but he's had holes in those walls. The Hussars have been able to get in here and there, even running into gates as the villages have held them open.
Yeah, but he's using the Scorpions just to defend at home. I like it. It's a good one. And now cap Rams for Leary. Is Leary feeling that he can still do the job? Architecture for the tower.
Architecture to protect that king. As Leary retakes the score lead, and now he has more map control than he has in a long time in the middle of the map. ACCM still along the sides of those little bases, but that could be something Leary can clean up if he tries to.
And he's doing. He has so many units now. Look at the amount of farming he has.
Yeah, look at ACCM's pop. ACCM's pop is dropping. He only has stone. Remember, he had everything earlier. Now he only has stone left.
Because look at the village number now. I mean, in the last minutes, he has killed like, what? 100 villages to ACCM?
Yeah, and look at the overall KD too. 620 to 450. The Hussars have been really good for the Khmer, and Leary's just trying to hold on until he gets to that point, as you said earlier, where the gold runs out.
And the Eagles are going down. West, they no Eagles anymore, 10 Eagles only. If you have only halberdiers, you are not going to be able to do the job. Leo is still coming. He's safe at home. He's still pushing. If he's coming now with the Rams, Leo might be able to come back in this game. What do you think?
I thought this is looking more and more like Leary's game now, unless the Rams can find that tower. Only 3 halbs, but Leary needs to pay attention. He needs to pay attention here.
Yeah, you don't have anything. You don't have anything. He's coming. You need to go here. We need to go to the tower, to the Rams. He's coming.
He's not going for the tower.
It will be eventually. It will go eventually. There's nothing else where to take this. Well, he can go to the TC. The Hussars is still coming, but at home.
But it's hard for ACCM to pay attention to this. He needs to defend at home too. He's dropping a bit in population, but he needs some Eagles over here. He just needs some Eagles. That king is still in the tower. There go the Rams.
Yeah, he has no Hussars and Scorpions. He should be more or less fine. Well, the Scorpions are not yet there. And he's still pushing here. This 200 population is crazy how ACCM was ACCM was under 100 villages, and look at now, man. He has reboom like crazy. The kid is going away, man. He's going where he's going.
Wait, he didn't notice. He didn't notice. Is he going for the TC?
No, to the other tower. To the other tower.
The tower. Okay.
I believe he's going to the other tower. Okay.
Okay,
great
there he
passing.
goes.
Did you see that? Did you see that passing? My
He didn't go in a straight line to that tower, but he got there.
Okay. That's why I was confused where he's going, right? Anyway, he needs to rewall this area. Still 186 population ACCM, 181. It's 140 villages for ACCM now. Too much?
Ooh, maybe, but the one thing ACCM does have now is on that left corner of the map, he has gold. The Cavaliers were denying him from that gold earlier. He has some gold in the bottom and some gold on the left.
How much gold left?
On gold.
How much gold left there? I don't know. Oh, there's not the gold here.
So
What
600 in the bottom.
Yeah, he's
1,000
2K.
at the top,
Like,
and he's
okay.
mine, so that gold will last a bit longer. So about 2k gold left for him to create. What does he do here? Halb, and then maybe a few eagles, maybe a few rams here to raid.
Yeah, these 2 relics per play. Why he's not taking this relic?
Well, the skirm's there, stopping him from taking it.
Yeah, I mean Leary.
Oh, there
Leary.
He definitely should.
Relic. He has to. He's the one who has no goal at all. Okay, still 78 army for Leary. The good thing is that he still have 60 Khmer farms and he's constantly sending military. He's doing finally crowd rotation. This is so good upgrade for this civilization, for sure. But Leary needs siege to finish. He's doing 1 cav archer. I believe it's a misclick, or maybe not. But
and that's what makes it difficult for ACCM actually to push and finish the game because of all those hussars that can pick off siege. Unless he has very forward workshops, which he kind of does in the corners, but Leary's aware of them now.
Yeah. I mean, he need siege rams. Well, it can work too. Siege rams. I mean, you need siege skirmishes. I don't think the skirmish is working here for
well, they help deal with the Halbs,
Mayans.
right? You need,
I mean, for the Mayans.
For the Mayans?
Yeah, for the Mayans. He's doing skirms. For what?
For against the hussars, that's tricky. I mean, skirmishers can be good against the Khmer skirmishers, but still, you're stuck on just Halb skirm against hussar skirm, hussar Halb skirm, whatever that Leary wants to add in.
Oh my God, there's still coming a guy inside. Well, the Khazars are there. He's still reading with the halves. Thumbrin now. He rewalled already, but he's still going inside and being annoying. Doesn't have any map control. Now ACCM again 200 population. And Lee keep trying to score. Is still now ACCM lead. Who took the relic? That relic disappeared. That probably was Leary. The skins were there, so I guess he got the relic. But I see 2-2 still.
This is probably a monk that's carrying it.
Yeah,
he's
probably
the only player with a monk, so it has to be Leary.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there is no monks for ACCM, so yeah, it has to be. But now Lee is the one who is dropping more and more the villages. He has 93 only.
Ooh, and that's sometimes the number of farmers you want, not just the number of villagers. And he is getting raided more and more by the eagles, and as long as ACCM has the gold, he has eagles to raid.
Okay. Let's see what is going to happen. This is all these skirmishes. He did the siege ram upgrade, but he has only 2 rams, 3 scorpions only. It's so difficult, man. It's so difficult to finish this game for both.
For both. Although, I mean, the king's in that tower now. ACCM kind of pushing in that area. Maybe if he gets some rams from the other side, he could push that tower.
Nice walls here. Anyway.
And how good have those scorpions been in Leary's base, just defending against a few halbs?
Okay, he has to be careful. Wow. I don't know why the crowd is going crazy. Might be someone else being there, but look at this.
Push on the TC. ACCM retaking the score lead. That TC will go down. ACCM still pushing with some halbs, although Leary is also in. Leary is in, and he has a big raid with hussars.
Yeah.
Siege rams paying off, getting through those fortified walls.
Did he save the town center? I think he saved the town center, but still raiding here with the halves. The TC is being safe. Khazars, and he's gonna raid more. He's gonna raid more. It's still 200 population for ACCM. 57 halves in the queue. He's overboomed right now. He doesn't need 142 villagers.
Yeah, honestly. He does not as the mines, and he still has a stockpile after that queue of halbs. So a bit more army might help him deal with the hussars. Maybe Leary will get a raid in and clear some of ACCM's pop for him.
He sells 500 stone for 442 gold. He's doing eagles again. He's coming with the rams again. Okay.
I mean, if he could get a good ram push in the north, again, he still can go for that king. It's right in that tower, and he has rams in the area.
Yeah, but now who is trying to attack is Leary. He has the rams there as well.
But if Leary's military is all forward, how does he defend against the ram push?
No, he is not all forward. He has 100 almost. Double the army than ACCM.
That's true.
So,
he only has 96 vills, and that does let him have more army. And here comes the siege ram into the main base of ACCM.
But that's not the tower with the king. He thinks that it is because there's a flag there. He's trying to break in. He's going to be able to do the job or not. We'll see. The Khazars and the skims are there. He's killing more and more units, killing villages. The walls are going to go down. 1 ram is probably a no to take them, as you can see. But at home, can we check fast at home Leary? Because he's getting also a push. That Tone Center is down, and the kill is close. The kill is very close now.
Those Rams just need to go through that wall, but he does have some hostiles here to defend. Not
a lot
enough
of
helps
army.
out.
Has a lot of
his
army.
army everywhere.
Yeah. It's crazy how with only 100 villiers, he has army all the time, you know, but... Oh, he's buying a castle?
Ooh, okay.
Okay. How
Defending a wood line now, thinking maybe this becomes a wood game at some point and just going to prioritize being able to chop wood. Because that will be his only wood line in the north. That wood line, despite being raided, has been chopped and is almost gone.
Yeah.
And ACCM with all the other wood lines on the map, actually. So that's actually an incredibly important castle for Louis, just so he can keep getting wood.
Yeah, it's a great castle, but now he's dropping the population. 152 population, 53 farmers, 30 on wood. He has to be careful there. He got the castle up, not yet. He needs to move those villages. This is crazy. 242 villages lost by Leary. 242 villages lost by Leary, 140 for ACCM, and he still have almost 1k unit kills Leary and unable to take the game against ACCM. ACCM wanna keep playing.
And now look
Whatever.
at ACCM's side of the map. There's no blue there. That raid was huge, but got cleared up. And now Leary, he's going to struggle. With such a low villager population, he is going to struggle to get his military count back up.
Yeah. Well, he's coming here with some hand cannoneers, skirmisher, and the Hussars trying to kill the Rams. But finally, this is the time where now ACCM has no goal. I wonder where the relic is. Because they took the relic,
still 2-2.
but it's still 2-2. Oh, okay. Thank you. The relic is there. Okay, Hussars, he need to wall, but more skirmishes. The problem for ACCM is that he has not enough army to kill. And now Leary Fortress is fully open, man. Where's the walls, man? It's open completely.
They've been opened all game.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And I wonder if ACCM ever can get a push on that castle, because that castle still is crucial for the wood. I mean, Leary has 17 vills on wood and only 100 wood left.
Okay, he's still trying to go. Let's see if he's gonna be able to defend this push. The king is still safe, he's not going for it. These are under the Tone Center, it's gonna be a lot of units that he's gonna lose. He has hand cannoneers, he has his skirms, he has army, man. He still have army all the time. Lee is still also spamming villiers. The Rams are coming, but he would still have army to take the Rams down. And you cannot waste those Rams anymore. There's no more goal.
You cannot waste the Rams, and
he's wasted them.
It's being wasted there against the Hussars. A couple of Rams on the front. And as much as ACCM has had a lot of Rams this game, he's never had like 7 or 8 Rams all in one spot. He's been going for a few Ram pushes, like 5 or so spread out. And he's taken out a lot of walls, but never really had one big push with the Rams to go through the buildings.
Yeah, still the Hussars are going to take more Rams down. Exactly what we were talking. Army numbers is almost the same. It's still holding the position. That castle is on the hill. Hussars and hand cannoneers might be able to defend. We'll see. There's so many eagles. You gotta be careful. Many eagles here. The hand cannoneers are going down. The Hussars are also in some troubles. Now it's dropping more and more the population. I really believe that maybe, just maybe, ACCM is taking game number 2.
Oh, there goes the Ram again by that tower with the king. How many places does Louis have left to hide that king? He has the 2 town centers, and the Ram could go for that tower.
He has a castle.
Oh, he has a castle now, but can he get the king to that castle? That's far away.
Well, he still have army, but 84, 83.
He's running.
He's running now. Okay. They're still going, but the population finally drop it a lot for Leary. And see that he called the GG. What the game!
ACCM does it.
Look at the beast, man.
Look at that. That was a long game, but that's the type of game ACCM wants to play. Mayans against Khmer. And tough Civ matchup for the Mayans in the late game.
Now you know why he took the break.
Now we know why he took the break. He wanted it before the game, so he'd be ready for it.
Yeah, he was. I'm going to take a break because you will see what I'm going to do in the next game. You know, it's going to be an hour game. It's going to be so long, and then I need to take a break.
I bet he wishes he had another break now.
Yeah, no, I need the break now. Now he wants to take the break, but now he can't, you know? Okay. Wow. What the game, man.
What an amazing game. And there were so many points where it was back and forth. The score was flipping. Leary was getting onto that side of the map. He was ramming through the walls and raiding, denying the gold.
Lee made, it's not a mistake, but he was leading completely. Some of the players, let's go. First, we're going to see, and then we will talk about this, quick interview from ACCM.
Who is your ultimate like 2v2 partner?
I would say Slam.
Why?
Yeah, because we play a lot in a long time, and I got a good chemistry with him, and he also in the same team with me, so I would like to play with him.
What do you think about this venue?
The venue is, for me, I would say it's incredible. I love the atmosphere here and I love everything. The tournament organizer is so cool, everyone is cool, friendly, I love it.
What's the difference, the biggest difference for you as a player to play in a LAN event versus online?
I think the biggest difference for me is when you play at your home, you feel really comfortable, but in the LAN event, it's not your home, and everyone is the same, right? So it's fair. I think that's okay, that's good.
Why?
Because everyone is the same, it's fair for everyone. So I have to travel long to get here to play the tournament, and that's it.
So what do you think about the seating?
For me, the seating is, I think it's the first time we do the seating like this, right? 4 players with champion and another 4 we're gonna random. I think it's gonna be exciting because we don't see the matchup really often before. And for me, the preparation for the double elimination is with DE, we got second train, right? So I like it. It's like you travel for too long and just play one set and go home. Now you got a second chance, so it's good.
Who are you looking most forward to playing against?
To play?
Against?
Okay. For me, I'm looking to play with Mr. Yo. And tomorrow I'm gonna play Mr. Yo. Okay, that's good.
How does the win against Leary in the Wondering Warriors Cup make you feel against going into this tournament?
I feel like if I play my best and on my best day, I can beat everyone. So I just need to focus and play my game.
You get called the chef. What did you already cook up regarding the map pool?
Yeah, for me, it's I like if the map is it's not based on the ship and based on the macro, but based on the strategy, I can cook a lot of things. So and this tournament gets some maps, so I can cook, and I got something. Let's see tomorrow.
How do you stop Hera?
If it's skirmish, I think the only thing I can stop Hera is the strategy. I think because his macro and execution, decision making is insane, another level. You want to pick him, you have to have a good strategy. Also, you have to put strategy on the top and prepare. That's why you have a chance.
Do you have anything to say to the community?
For the community, hey guys, I love the game and I hope you too. And I'm so excited to play the tournament tomorrow, and I hope you will be there to cheering for me and everyone. Thank you.
I mean, how you don't can't you not like this guy? Come on,
Well,
it's
he certainly
everyone
cooked
has to
something
like
up
this guy.
in that previous game. We'll see if he can keep cooking going forward. The chef.
Are you cooking something? Are you cooking something also too? Because he's great, man. This is really amazing, and he's confident. He said, if I play my best, I can win anyone.
Anyone,
I can win
including Leary.
anyone. Yeah,
Including Leary, including Hera.
yeah. But he also say he is clear, like, well, you have to win with a strategy.
And that's what he cooks up.
Hera, you know. Okay. That was a very nice one. It's skeptical because before the break, I was about to tell you that what Leary missed, in my opinion, is to wall, but really wall, fortified walls. At the end, it was open completely, and he got built on both areas on his side.
Right, but that's part of ACCM's strategy. That game, you saw as SARS, as soon as he hit Imp, he was looking for those forward barracks. He was trying to get to every corner that he could find outside of Leary's main walls and trap him in, and make sure that the raids would come from every angle. Didn't give Leary a chance to wall.
Okay, and you can see, guys, also here, where is here? The Garrison cost coverage is gonna end in 2 days, and then if they support, guys, it's gonna go for helping this tournament to be success, because to have this kind of venue, Mr. West, it's not easy, right?
Well, you heard ACCM describe it in his interview, right? It's a great place to play some Age of Empires.
Yeah, I'm really excited, you know, and I was looking forward for the tournament, and for me, it's been a lot better even than I expected. Because when you don't know how it's going to be something, you are always with a lot of questions marks, and it's been insane, really insane.
Yeah, and especially since we also have the community tournaments being run on the other end of the building. That's an insane setup we have going over there, and some great players there. We have Mihai, freaking Andy.
Yeah.
And we can get some very good community tournament results too.
Yeah. Well, they have been there all the time because I didn't see them here.
They've been
crowd.
playing all the time.
All the time.
They have something to do. We're keeping them busy playing their games.
Pretty crazy. Anyway, we're going to see now the remaining games, right? Going to be in game number 3. And what is going to be Lee, the one who is going to pick?
It has to be Land Madness, right? Has to be Land Madness.
Yeah. I think about the previous game, he got plenty of time to wall. I'm not telling to wall later. He got time to wall. Instead of just only booming with houses, you know, he was doing even some scouts and so on.
That's what ACCM was doing. We saw that earlier on, going to the side, getting the house walls.
That's Lee's style. He's not doing. But if you wall in that situation, it's the only way to avoid what he did. You need to have Khmer with the economy going all the time. Because if not, at the end, it's going to be impossible. But well, it's what it is, right?
Yeah, and we'll see what the players are able to cook up in this next game. And, well, what do you think that does for the confidence of ACCM? He finally gets that win against Leary. You saw he was fired up at the end of that previous game. He said he was confident in the interview, but there's a difference between being confident in an interview and being confident when you're playing.
Yeah, I think he's going to still feel fine. You know, he's very solid. The thing is that the previous map is not the one that he enjoyed the most, but Leary with Gurjaras, ACCM, Hindustanis. Well,
it's a camel matchup.
Well, yes, but Leary, in my opinion, he better play perfect because Hindustanis, in my opinion, is an amazing one here. I don't know what you prefer.
Ooh, I don't know what I prefer either. I feel like when you get to super late game, maybe the Gujaras might have the better camels when they get all of their upgrades with frontier guards fighting directly against other camels. But the Hindustanis have a lot of options with how good their economy is. Just those cheaper villagers make it so easy and smooth to boom.
Yeah, I agree. And I was thinking that in this map, Gujaras can be good because there's some extra herdables here.
Exactly.
Then you can have all those Garrison there, and
you can keep them in the mill and take them.
And take them, both, you know, because we have seen how with Gujaras, not all the people is keeping them all and they're sticking, but now Lee is getting another 4 extra here. That's really good. How much he has already? Yeah, this is great, actually. Having 5 and bringing another 4 is really good for Gujaras.
Yep, and of course, on this map, you start in the middle on a raised elevation, and in the lowlands, there are a lot of hunt, a lot of golds, and a lot of cows to pick up. So you're scouting a bit differently on this map than you do on other maps. You're not immediately going to see what your opponent's doing. You're going to try to fight to grab as many cows as you can.
Yep, and this is what Lee is trying. And then Lee is going to try to make his usual really clean build order and go very aggressive. With Gujaras, it's one civilization that you definitely can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you have those cows in your mill, it's a lot easier to defend your base because you don't need to worry about moving out and defending the berries as much. You're probably going to take the berries very early on, too.
Yeah, ACCM definitely is going to go up very soon. I believe Lee, after the loom, he will drop the food and he will go up. I don't know if ACCM will do the loom or will go without even. Whoa, he's going without the loom. Pretty sick.
Ooh, we see players do that these days.
Yeah.
But I think the one thing that could be great for the Gujaras is you can do the TCs on the top of the hill, and you're not as worried about grabbing all the hunt in the lowlands with the TCs right away because you have that extra food from the mill.
Yeah, it's a really good one. I mean, yeah, now I understand much better why Gujaras is here. But still, in terms of the Tech 3, Hindustanis will have the edge here. I mean, the Gujaras can be great, but I prefer Hindustani. It feels so good to play, so smooth, right?
Yeah, that indeed they do, and that's what we see usually from Leary, right? That smooth gameplay, and we'll see if ACCM maybe can replicate that. ACCM did tell us that it's the strategy he thinks that matters against Leary. Hindustanis maybe a bit more of an execution-based matchup with how smooth that eco is.
Yeah, but honestly, I feel that Lee has got a lot more extra coves than ACCM. He has only 2 under the TC. He has now 8 already. He's bringing another 1. And I think on the right, he has another 2. He's going to bring another 2 more, 4 more.
You can only fit 10 in the mill, so at some point you need to start eating them.
Or going to make a second mill.
You could make a second mill.
I mean, seriously. You remember when Gujaras appeared that was broken, you know?
Okay. So it looks like... Okay, so If we want to look at the map, so we're going to have an admin restart, and it's because sometimes on this map the hills don't spawn properly. And I don't know if we still can see what that map was, but it looked like the hill is supposed to go up and then go down around the edge. Sometimes it just goes flat on the edge. So they decided to do an admin.
We don't know. If we
I think that's why they called the restart there.
If we can get more information, if you can tell the admin to tell us, and then we can inform to the viewers, will be great. You know, because I don't know, and Leo is not gonna be happy because he got already a lot of ships, a lot of codes.
Yeah, that was a long time to call an admin re.
Yeah. It's you know, that's why it's very important that we know, obviously, and we will let you know when we know that. It's unfortunate here, right? Why was what it was missing? There was some resources missing. I don't think for the hills it should be, you know. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, so confirming it was because there was a map bug on the hill, and sometimes Outcrop does that. It's a weird map, and sometimes the map scripting bugs out on it.
Yeah, but that's, for me, it's not a real problem, you know. Like the hill is, well, let's see. It was the
I think it would matter more if it was like
if it was Tatars,
like the Tatars on the map.
But in this matchup, that restart for me, well, it's the decision. It might be in the rules for sure, but doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And we're gonna keep going. And now imagine that now ACCM is gonna take all those coves, right? Because he was having.
But to be fair, there are a lot of cows on the map, and usually you can get several extra. So we'll see if we can do that again.
Okay, we'll see.
And we're going to get back into that pretty shortly. I don't know how long it takes them to do the restart here, but that's always the question when you're watching games, right? You're always looking to get back into the lobby.
Nothing has been shown about the strategy for sure, because
it was just the Dark Age.
It was a Dark Age for sure. But now Lee will have to go, and he's going right away to try to find the same, you know, the extra resources. And now we need to see if he's going to be able to find them.
Yeah, this looks like the hill did spawn properly. If I look at the mini-map, it looks like it does go up and down on both sides.
Yeah, the shape of the map is different, but it still is the same strategy. I mean, the same approach would be on this map, and need to find now the coach is going to find 2 now. Okay.
Right, and it looks like we do have, so this time Leary over to the west and ACCM over to the east.
Yeah, he's taking now 2. He's gonna. There's 2 more in the north. Okay.
And now ACCM scouting the south. And as we were talking about, the scouts don't go straight to the opponent. You're not trying to push in deer right at the start either. You're really worried about getting as many cows as you can. And Larry will get a few more cows this time. So no problem for him. He's getting some extra cows once again.
He's taking 4 again. Now ACCM is also going to the other side. So it's also better for both players because both are going to be more or less even. Yeah, but it seems that nowadays maybe it's a smaller area, the outside, than before, with the shape that it is. Maybe it's a little bit smaller.
The players have a lot more wood in the back of their bases, right? Because they have the corner of the map.
Yeah. The spawn is different than the previous one. Like more kind of in the middle, and then it's shorter, a smaller area, the vertical one, where there's gold, stone, and all those extra cows are there. Okay, Lear is about to go up soon. ACCM as well. Let's see if he's going to go up the same without the loom. Okay.
Yeah, skipping loom, it's always a big risk, but a lot of players do it these days. And perhaps on this map, you're more tempted to do it because you know the scouts are out trying to find the cows and not necessarily looking for veil snipes.
Okay, he's doing the loom again. I think ACCM will go up without the loom too, like in the restart game.
And it's a bit easier with Hindustanis to do that because you're not spending as much food on your villagers with a discount in the Dark Age, so you can squeeze in that uptiming without waiting for loom.
There you go. Both are going up, and it's exactly the same. Exactly the same. Yeah, just look how well they memorized the build orders, you know.
They've practiced this. They've practiced this, and as we always say, ACCM, he's practicing his builds all the time in that room.
Yeah, he's bringing another 2 cows, I think. How many he got now? Oh, and there's another 2 very close. Whoa, didn't say it. That's unfortunate.
No, he has more coming in. He's got all the cows he can find.
He got 7. He's gonna be 8. Gonna be 10. Well, he's gonna be in a very nice position again. Very nice one. If he takes the other 2, it's probably gonna be exactly the same position in the previous game.
Yeah, if he takes the other 2, that mill's gonna be overflowing.
Okay. Now it's scouts, I believe, right? For both?
Yeah, do we see either player going on gold? No gold for Leary, no gold being taken for ACCM, so it should just be scouts again. Ooh, he doesn't see the cows, but he probably will see them if he goes to push that final Ibex.
Yeah.
They're really close to his line of sight.
Yeah, I think those scouts he's gonna see it exactly in the next one. He's now pushing. And he's gonna have resources, man. He's having almost 300 food. It will have more when he dropped that one.
Yeah, this is going to be a great start for Leary on this map with all of those cows. maybe the Ibex walking a bit closer is actually a bad thing for him because he won't see the cows.
Oh, he went away. He's not pushing anymore.
He's
so
not
he's not
pushing,
gonna find
he's
the other
going
two.
forward.
Yeah, he's trying to be aggro. He's doing the house here because he's housed Leary. Don't tell me that he's housed now. No. After the villager, he's gonna be housed. Okay. Now he's doing the stable. The scout is joining now the party. He's gonna find the stable, but that's no issue. It's pretty expected. Stable as well.
Yeah, so if we look at the gold positions, we see both of them there for Leary. That one gold being a bit towards the front could be a bit tricky for him. ACCM's golds are one to the top of his base and then another in the back, so maybe a bit safer.
Yeah, well, the one a bit in the north, he still need to protect it, but yeah, eventually he will do. We'll do some walls. And Leary is trying to find information. Didn't see that gold yet, I believe.
He's trying to pick a villager, but a spear comes over, so no worries there for the Vill.
Okay, and now Leo and ACCM. Remember, guys, that TheViper is waiting the winner of the series. For those people that is joining now, right, TheViper is waiting for the winner of the series, so... Let's see, 22 villages for both now. Okay.
There are some walls for ACCM, looking to wall up his entire base to the back. And is that a palisade wall he's using in the back, or is he walling? Looks like a palisade wall.
It's calling the whole thing, man. It's crazy, man. It's gonna go full arena mode activated.
And Camel Scout still from Leary, meaning that ACCM can't quite take the engagement in the Scouts fight that he might want to. And those are all full HP Scouts for Leary, so he could still do some damage with them. But so far, a pretty passive game, just Scouts and Spears. We'll see if either player wants to go for a range transition, but when they're so far apart, they might be tempted just to go straight up to the Castle Age.
It's what I was going to say. I mean, being that far is so complicated, right? Like, he tried to find more information. Maybe you can, sneak ability here or not, snipe ability here or not, but not much more, at least not with 3 scouts only, right?
Right, and that's a lot of spears that have been forced out for ACCM.
Wow.
Only 2 or 3 scouts.
Yeah, I mean, they are not so expensive, but it's and it's going to put you behind at some point.
When that spear goes down, but he got quite a few pokes on the scouts. So ACCM going to try to dive and gets a villager.
He got it.
Nicely done.
Yeah, well, that is sloppy by Leary here, because he could have walled those villages on the wood easily.
He could have, right?
Yeah.
He was relying on the spear, and now we'll see if ACCM can... There we go, there are the walls. And that's what you expect, but not much HP. Ooh, he goes for another wall. Not walling?
Yeah, it's another village down, probably. Yeah?
Yes.
Another village. It's 2 villages down. This is a sloppy. This is a sloppy play by Leary.
All right, he has to wall again.
Like, he's so easy to wall. And this is exactly what happened in the previous game. I'm sorry to say, but he didn't wall in the... Obviously, it's a different map that you could wall. You couldn't avoid the raiding. And here, just look. ACCM has walled the whole map. Completely. Right. Leary's open.
And that's where you can get a bit greedy. You're relying on your small wall skills. If you don't get them up in time, you lose vills.
And that's what happened right now. 3-1. 2 villages lost by Leary. And let's see now what he's going to be able to do here. For a scout and 1 camel scout, resources still fine, because we always know that Leary is usually great with the macro. It's true that if you are not walling a lot, well, you have a bit better macro than your opponent, but if you lose 2 villages, that compensates everything.
Right, and we see he's now looking to wall, but a bit later after he's already lost a couple of vills.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And I am seeing an archer now for Leary and a couple of skirmishers being queued for ACCM. So going to be scout and archer against scout and skirmisher.
Okay, let's see what it's going to be. Scout, 3 scout and the camel scout. You have to be careful. It's going to go back.
And ACCM, that's a good number of scouts that he has. Even with the camel scout there, if you could ever get some spearmen to poke the camel scout, he's going to feel really happy about his fight. And we'll see if he can pick a walling villager.
No, he couldn't do it. He's there with the scout, but it's not the note. He has to be careful. This is going to be so... He's dancing. They're dancing, man. They're dancing. They're on the field.
He's going to take the fight. There's a camel scout mixed in there, though. I don't know if he can take that. He got the spears in from the front. They just walked in through the front door.
I think it's a mistake that he went inside with the scouts. Well, now he's going to escape. Lee could have walled here this area, and now he's going to take a good battle. That was okay. Then for ACCM, and both players are going to go up to castles, but ACCM it's just being faster because at the end, Leary has never attacked his economy.
No, Leary lost a couple of villas, had some idle time as he was trying to chase those scouts around, and is just a bit disrupted. And it's pretty close to resources collected, only a 1 vil difference. They're both going to go up pretty soon. And Leary just a bit delayed. But he also has the mill with all of the sheep in it, so he should have a good food eco still going forward.
How many sheep have left? Because I think he took already some. Yeah, still 9. Phew.
Yeah, 4 sheep, 9 cows.
Oh, wow. Okay. Archers are there. He's going to be with fletching. Well, he's only going to scout. You got to be careful. He lost the camel scout. That's a mistake because you will have a camel rider.
You want the camel,
yeah.
Right? Yeah, and Leary, we also see him taking his forward gold first, so he's going to leave that side gold for later on in the game after maybe, in case he gets pushed off at the front, he can go to the side.
Okay. Transition now for ACCM. He's going to go skirms. Seems camels, maybe?
Skirm camel? I mean, looks like Archer Scout versus Skirm Scout, so that would lead to a camel war, I think. But in the camel situation, I think you really do want the archers. They pick off the camels so much better than the skirmishers do.
Yeah. Well, for now, he's still doing his skirmishes. He's doing the armor now. And then you see how Lee is going archers, but he's also doing a camel scout. So maybe the one who is going to go camels and archers is going to be Leary, right? And he's going forward. He's trying to attack. Population is almost the same. 2 population difference. Might be the 2 villages killed by Leary, because the KD, sorry, by ACCM. By Leary, yeah, Leary KD is the same with ACCM. 5-5, just that he lost the 2 villages.
Yeah, now Elite Skirm going to come in, and he's moving the skirmishers forward, actually. Let's see if he tries to get behind the archers and try to trap them. This could be a good fight if ACCM is able to get there just as Elite Skirm comes in.
Okay, he has to be careful. Skirmishes are getting closer. This is crossbow upgrade. Bodkin arrow, but he has 8 archers, not all together. This is not a good battle for Leary. This is not a good battle for Leary. ACCM is gonna clean everything here right now. Yes, the scout, the camel, the skirmishes, he's gonna clean everything. Look at the army numbers. Right now, Leary is in problems, Mr. West.
He is. He wanted to get up and do damage to the crossbows, but that is not going to happen. And ACCM, did he even cancel Elite Skirmisher? He even canceled it. He doesn't need the upgrade. He's just going to save the resources. He doesn't need to spend all that resource early on to pick off the archers. They just go down anyway.
Very smart play. And thanks to that, he's doing the extra tone center. You know, because you are not spending the wood. Through that, Leary, 2 extra TCs right there. He's doing camels, his Scalebarden and armor, Bozo. But his number is almost the same. And after all this, the KD is still similar. It seemed that he got a big battle, but then the game is so even.
Yeah, and that's also not what you expect from Leary. Moving out at the wrong spot, being in the wrong position to take a fight, and then also losing the fight with that much micro.
Yeah.
So 3 TCs for Leary, and with all those sheep in the mill, he should be able to afford to produce from them.
Yeah, he's definitely doing. He has 14 on foot, also those ships in the mill. It's not having any idle TC. Look at the idle tone center for Leary.
Yeah, he doesn't have an idle town center, only 2 seconds.
2 seconds. Now we say he's getting some more, but still, it's because he has the 2nd TC already built. He's gonna have the 3rd one, but all the 3 TCs on his base, while the 3rd TC for ACCM is already in the outside, you know, which I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's gonna help secure him some gold. But we have seen this approach before. You don't necessarily need the gold right away. Those 2 tiles in your base do last for quite a while, and you can try to get some army and map control and decide where to move out, maybe after scouting someone else who's already committed to the TC.
Okay, wheelbarrow here is going to be. He has Bozo and Horse Collar. Ooh, that's important, man. ACCM only double the tags. In the long run, this is going to be painful, even more. When now your opponent is having 3 tone centers, he has wheelbarrow, and he's going to have now good army numbers. He doesn't have bloodlines, but no bloodlines either for red. The Hindustani camels attack faster, but he has Scalebarden armor. Now this battle should be a good battle for who? For Leary, who is now cleaning absolutely everything here. And in all the skirmishes are down.
Yeah, at the same time, though, at least the archers got cleaned up from Leary, so now ACCM, maybe he can boom up and not have to worry about the camels breaking in if he can wall behind. But
yeah,
what is really tricky, though...
Yeah, but those are the initial archers, and he also cancelled the crossbow and the bodkin. He has only fletching.
But both players canceling all their upgrades, right?
Completely.
Going fully into the camels. It's a bit tricky for ACCM with that outside TC, because what happens when Leary discovers it? There's nothing to defend it now.
Yeah, and look what Leary is doing. I love this. He didn't do this some time ago, back in the days. 8 villages on a stone already. Ooh. 8 villages on a stone. He's going now to mine even more. Or maybe are those villages?
Oh, look at that mining
those are
camp.
villages.
That's a beautiful mining camp between the gold and the stone.
But there's some unit going. There's some unit going, and you're gonna fight those villages. That's terrible if that happened. Yeah, the camel is there. Ooh. So bad. I mean, he's not a knight. He's gonna try to kill it with the village, but one archer is coming to help. The archer is coming to help.
The villagers beat the camel.
Yeah, but the camel is gonna be there. He might lose a villager, but the camel eventually might be down.
The Bills win that fight, no problem.
Okay, this economy upgrade in this minute for
and
the
hard
is insane. Handcard with his opponent not even will Barrow. If the game keep going like this with 3 TCs and just spamming army, Leo is gonna have a huge economy lead. Don't know what you think. He has already.
Yeah, he does already, and well, the Vilcat's still pretty close, but that's because of Wheelbarrow and Handcart coming in for Leary. And I wonder if either player decides to go for a 4th TC, or if they just try to go imp faster, maybe try to commit to raiding or a castle drop on the outside, because Leary on that stone could have an opportunity to build a castle right on ACCM's outside TC.
Yeah, I honestly think that in this map that is requires some mobility can be for the late game. The 4 TC is going to be needed no matter what, sooner or later. So you do it now, you are safe on the outside. And then if you can also make the castle, well, you're going to make it, but you have to do it. You can see how he's sending, and he's doing the town center right now there. Isn't it?
Yeah, that'll keep the gold and the stone safe, and he has enough camels there at ACCM. He remembered seeing that. He was thinking of maybe he could raid the Vills, but no, they're in position to defend.
That is perfect. He's taking a little bit of wood, but he has also gold and the stone. At home, he's still not wall, but he has the TC, so he's going to be protected. ACCM has 2 bullets more, but as you can see, guys, almost 1,000 resources collected more, because Leo has handcard for a long time ago, bows as well, and even horse collar. Well, no horse collar at all for ACCM. Siege War Shop already here, but why Siege War Shop when you see that your opponent is also doing camels? Wouldn't it be better to just go even another monastery?
I think he wants something to pressure the TC. He has the monks to heal his camels and get some conversions now, and he just wants to apply pressure to ACCM.
Okay. Camels are coming. There's a couple of monks. This is going to be probably very good for Lear. If you notice, there's 3 monks, actually 4 monks. Let's see the conversions. He's going to convert 1 camel, converted 2 conversions. The camels are there. He's going to take the monks, but you don't want to take this battle. Definitely not. Army numbers is still 15, 16, but he converted 2. I deal with that.
All right, I'm happy with that trade if you get the conversions. And ACCM going for some stone himself. He's doing devotion now.
Makes sense. Makes sense, but the game is going again for the Imperial, man.
It is. And I mean, ACCM, a player, we typically see these games go Imperial, go long. And on the outside, still equal villager counts. ACCM has Wheelbarrow now. He's lacking in the horse collar upgrade, so his farms, he's going to need to spend a lot of wood reseeding those farms.
Okay, gotta be careful. He's going back. Oh, 3 relics already for Leary. Wow. Well, he's playing, he's playing, let's say in quotes, Viper style. He likes to go with all those TCs, with the macro, getting all the relics, doing the army, not greedy, not going...
Oh, elephants.
Oh my god, I was going to say, no, not greedy, not aggressive. He's going aggressive. Elephant.
Elephants against the camels. Camels extra good at picking off those elephants. Where are the camels from Leary? He needs to accompany the elephants.
And those elephants that has also the armor, he's going to try to take it. Those elephants ETCs. He's going to have also monks behind this. There's the camels. The upgrades are going to be the better upgrades for ACCM. And ACCM Hindustani's camels are stronger. They attack faster, but Leary has more army. He's taking a good battle here. Who is taking this battle, Mr. West?
Ooh, it looks like ACCM, it's close. They're both going to clear a lot of camels here. This is close. This is really close.
Hindustani's
the elephants have to go back.
Are crazy. Hindustani's camels are really good. You're gonna try. He converted. He killed the monk, but the armored elephants are down, and Leary has some big problems here to finish this push because those Hindustani's camels are great.
And that is exactly what ACCM needed in this game. He needed Leary to invest into a push and then stop the push and clear the elephants.
Yeah, it's true that village numbers almost the same, and army almost the same, but well. Resources collected for Leary. They're crazy. Oh! What happened here,
He's not converting with the monks.
Converting with the monks. And now those monks. Well, he converted 1, I think.
He got 1 conversion.
But that was bad. His 5 monks gone.
He'll lose some camels, but for 5 monks. I mean, that's a lot of dead camels, though. That was a decent fight for Leary still, even though he lost all the monks.
Well, because he got so many, too. And now he's doing the +2 attack because he sees that his opponent is having the attack as well. Very solid.
Yeah, so
So now we see, ooh, another stable all the way to the north for Leary. He's going to try to do something sneaky. He's been fighting ACCM by this hill for the whole game. Didn't quite get the town center, but now he's going to try to attack from another angle too. And a Scorpion, man. He's got a Scorpion out, ready to help pressure the TC. And I mean, Scorpions themselves even pretty good at dealing with the camels.
He's now mining some stone, and now we're gonna see those camels. He's gonna go to the hill. He's doing the +2/+2 ACCM, so we have to be careful here. Mangonel is gonna be there. He's gonna try to take some villas, but
so we're seeing everything from the workshop: the elephant, the mangonel, the scorpion, and we'll see how the camel fight goes. Siege can be very important for the camel fights. They don't have the same armor or HP that knights do.
those Hindustani camels, you don't want to fight, you don't want to fight, you don't want to fight. I think Leo is going to lose a lot here. He has the +2/+2, and it's Hindustani camels. Let's see, he's going to be able to convert, or I'm wrong. Is ACCM going to win this battle, or Leo is controlling the army better? The trade is kind of even again. Well, that's surprisingly okay for Leo, even better with one upgrade less.
And Leary winning
How
that
he
fight.
controlled that battle, man. Wow.
That was a great fight for Leary, and now a monk for ACCM. Leary still doesn't want to push forward, but a castle being dropped in the middle for ACCM. He's walling in the vills, so that castle will go up. That'll defend his TC. And now Leary's going to have to counter with a castle of his own, and it might be a race to imp for trebuchets, or it might just be a full-on castle age push. ACCM does not look like he has the resources to go imp anytime soon.
Now Leary has a lot better economy, like a lot better economy. That's what Observers was pointing out, those economy, 42 farmers and 700 food in the bank doing the castle there. And if you get up to Imperial quicker, he's got a huge advantage.
And he's moving out for a 5th TC at the same time, so he's going to get up and have a smooth economy behind it. Already at 121 vills, and now he's going to have eco on both sides.
Why do you think he took that victory in that battle with the camels? I think he was microing one by one, basically, the camels, right? Yeah, and the other was leaving them on patrolling, probably. But
and as good as the Hindustani camels are, so are the Gujar camels. They do have that attack bonus, so it's not like you're just fighting something like Byzantine camels against the Gujaras, where you don't have even bloodlines, or against the Hindustanis. Here, the Gujaras have really good camels themselves, too.
He takes 2 villages, yes. But Leo, guys, he's on the way to Imperial. Well, now his opponent is going handcart, and he still have no wood upgrade, no horse collar. That's why this economy lead is so huge. You can see the difference here, guys. 4K resources. Resources collected at the bottom right corner is 4K resources more with almost the same villages.
Yep, and that's just going to lead Leary to go up first and win the Treb War, because I don't see how ACCM can protect that castle now with Leary in the Imperial Age.
He has monks also to compete there. He's doing Kshatriyas now. That's going to make that your army is going to be cheaper in terms of food, like 25% if I'm not mistaken, which is a lot. You're going to save food for sure. He's getting some raiding at home, but the timing, the momentum, I think is for Leary.
Absolutely, and I think this is going to be a very nice imp transition for him. He has the economy to support everything he wants to research and build as soon as he gets up.
It's true that ACCM is now about to go up because Hindustanis is crazy. Now we have another castle in the south, which is really, really nice. Spear and Camel cleaning those, but this raiding is annoying. He's going to be able to take more villages, or even the TC, Hindustanis against buildings. Oh, baby, he's going to take the tons. It's 6 camels.
At the same time, though, now ACCM is getting raided. He never fully finished off the wall at the front of his base, and Leary's just going to walk right on through the front door and get the camels into the economy.
Yeah, but that TC is going to be gone. Maybe not. He's sending some camels. He's doing now a castle at home.
Oh, I love that castle. That's going to protect his farms from any of the raids. Oh. And he finds the town center. He finds the town center from ACCM. All those villas will go down.
All the villas going down. He's now behind 6 villas. Look at the amount of farming. He's going to take it. He's going to take it. He's going to take it. He take it. And now, what a massacre. What? What? He did the TC, man!
With 1 vill left, one hit away from death, he finishes the TC and hops inside.
It was the crowd fault. They were clapping and then they...
they jinxed it.
They cursed, you know, the Leary there. Anyway, it's joking, guys. It's not joking.
Heavy camel on the way for Leary and trebuchets. Trebuchets is being produced in the north, and he's ready to engage in that castle war. At the same time, though, another raid on a TC from ACCM. Yeah, when ACCM's stuck... He's 2 minutes from Imp. Look at the population difference now.
Look at the population difference, and with heavy camels, how you can compete now. He might have trebuchets already hitting the castle. He should do it. The raiding is crazy. Look at the score difference. Wow, the macro here for Lee has been crazy. He has adapted completely. He usually likes to play more aggressive, but he went for the macro gameplay, and he's telling here, hey, I can play Imperial too.
He exactly can, and he's going to clean this raid up now. And 15 vills on wood for ACCM.
his economy's suffering. He's down below 100
what economy?
villagers. The economy that just got killed.
Exactly, what economy? Look at the wood. 5 bullets on wood. 36 on food, yes, but 0 food. 0 wood. 1,000 gold, okay, but that castle is gonna be down. And let's see if ACCM can recover. If was other player, we would have said that he probably would call the GG, but he is gonna keep trying.
It's only, what, 3k score difference? We have 2k more score to go.
Yeah, pretty much. 66 farmers, 40 villagers killed, and the eco difference just keep growing. And now you can also make Sivansa riders that are crazy and they take everything. They're so fast. Castle at the bottom for Leary, and how he can come back now, ACCM? I mean,
well, he's trying to do heavy camel, and he's going to need camels to be able to counter the camels from Leary, that's for sure. But he's lost so much economy, and look at the resources collected difference now. That's about 8,000 difference, and Leary taking a huge lead at this point.
It's really exploding. It's definitely really, really exploding. The castle at the bottom is gonna give more map control, but he needs to go forward with the traps. Is he going forward? Can we check the north? Okay, we are. Here we are, but the traps are not going. Now they're going.
Ooh, okay. One villager castle.
Okay.
That'll go up eventually.
Very powerful. He's gonna take that one. Well, he doesn't see that castle probably, and he's coming with more camels. And then ACCM, look at the minimap, won't have anything to defend. He has no army, man. What? Where you go back?
Those blue dots going. Oh, he's finding some villagers.
He's fine. He's taking more, yes.
He's getting some raids. He's everywhere with the camels.
Frontier War now. That upgrade is also amazing. Plus 4 extra melee armor. He's gonna take more and more units. Population is still 125. The score is still with a big advantage for Leary. And well, ACCM can keep trying forever if you want, but I don't see how he can now come back. He has no resources.
He's trying for Gulam to hit the Treb, but it's just such a big eco difference for how much res the players have collected. One more big fight with the camels, but now with Frontier Guards in, those Gujar camels are going to be really, really strong.
Yeah, really good. They're really cheap now. Really good, really cheap. 60 bellies on gold for Leary, 60 on
60 on gold.
60 on gold, man, with 3 relics. And then he's spending everything. He has no resources. He's spending everything.
He's 60 on gold and he has 0 gold. He's spending it that quickly.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is really crazy. Okay. Gonna take the castle in the north. He just need to defend the traps. He will do it. He can see how those camels are fully upgraded. And this really is really painful. Check the eco upgrades for ACCM. Is what is also killing his game. Not even horse collar.
He does not even have horse collar.
You know, it's really too much. This is the difference because the game was more or less similar strategy for both. They were both going for the boom, for the camels. So what is the difference here? If they were having both the same abilities, they cooperate.
Right, that's a big difference, and I think also just a slight difference in how Leary was taking those fights. He was winning fights when it felt like the camel
the mechanics,
was equal. Right,
the mechanics there from Leary, right? Okay, plus 4 here. We have all the average in those camels still ready more and more, and well, a second castle at the bottom. Yeah, Leary feels that he has the north, so he wants to secure the south.
Right, and he just needs one more big push. If he can force a fight here, and I think he wins that fight hard, it's going to be a long time before ACCM could even think about affording Imperial Camel.
Yeah, he has gold, but definitely no food. No food. The Treb is already hitting that castle. He's still raiding more and more. He's below 100 villages. Right now, ACCM keep trying to heal those camels. They are not plus 4 yet. It's going to be now. Is he not shooting with the Treb? In the south? Oh, yeah, he's shooting now. Okay.
That castle will go down, and look at that, 140 fills to 95.
Yeah, he's now raiding some, but that's going to be good now for Lee. He probably need to delete them because he has resources, and he could go, wow.
He needs more camels.
Elite unique units. Ooh, well.
Or elite Shravamstrider or?
No.
Or Chakram Thrower.
The Chakram Throwers, yes. The Frisbees.
The Frisbee Throwers.
Okay, plus 1 armor. The camels are going to go in. He's gonna try it.
Now Hindustani camels will get through that gate really fast, but Leary on point with the quick wall behind it. He's gonna try to keep them out and engage with his own camels.
Yeah, now he need to take that trap. He's unprotected completely. And this is...
Oh, this could be a good fight. This could be a good fight. Look at the micro from Leary. He's surrounding them. And they just escaped through the houses. Oh, he's trying to wall? No.
He can't do it. He's inside now with some camels. He's gonna take some villages, but I insist, this is gonna help him. He's gonna have more and more army. Eventually, now the trap is gonna be down
go for the trap.
with the village Imperial Camel. I don't even know how he's able to upgrade them, but who cares?
Oh, he catches the
Imperial
camels.
upgrade
He
when you are
catches the
killing.
camels and kills all of them before Imp Camel comes in.
Yeah, the difference is clear. 60 camels for Leary, ACCM 16. You're gonna have Imperial camels, okay, but he's getting raided more and more, and no units at all. The castle survived. The Trev is down, and I really don't know what ACCM can do here. 5,000 score difference. He's checking the score. Now he can quit.
I mean, he has over 100 pop still.
Okay.
He has 100 villagers. He needs to lose a few more.
It's a huge lead now for Leary. I mean, having a huge lead for a long time, for a while. But ACCM is a fighter. He's doing another TC.
He's doing another TC.
Fine,
he's going to try to hold on.
He's not even thinking about the possibility to quit because he's really feeling, no, my Civ is better. My Civ is better in Imperial. In a normal situation, maybe.
Maybe
this one,
he has gotten to Imp Camel, but even Imp Camel against camels with Frontier Guards, it's not just a clear win.
No, it's not that big difference. And here we are with the camels raiding a lot, taking more and more villages. We'll take the TC. This is a third castle, and he moved on the there. I thought that he was calling it, but no, man, it's like jumping over the chair. He keep going.
Now monks could go down here. More and more camels just keep pouring in for Leary. He has so much gold he can afford to keep producing them, especially with Kshatriyas, so they cost less.
Yeah, but still, look at the amount of army, man. It's crazy.
74 to 18.
It's crazy. He's also doing unique units. Just check at the mini-map. It's like an AI approach. Just look. It's doing units all over the map.
Yeah, there's blue everywhere on the map.
Yeah. It's going to be double the population soon. He's now finding that TC. He's going to find another one here. But the raid is real. Look at the Chakran Towers here. And GG has been called Leary.
Leary going up 2-1.
Sure. Yes.
And see, he's not phased at all. He just wants to get to the next game.
Yeah, that was a crazy one. I think we're gonna see now Fractal. I mean, this one we can analyze a little bit, but I think we have said everything we needed to say, right? Like, it was about the echo. He was lacking the most important upgrades for the whole game.
Lacking the upgrades, falling slightly behind in fights, and then falling largely behind in eco after a few fights didn't go his way and he started getting raided.
Yeah, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Well, it is what it is. And now he needs to win the 2 games, but ACCM was in that situation yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
He was, and he came back. ACCM is a fighter. He's not going to give up.
Yeah. Fractal.
So Fractal.
Well, I mean, or maybe he play. Now he need to win both games. Maybe he play whatever.
He might say he might play Arabia or
Land
Madness. It was Land Madness. He might play Land Madness, and looks like the player's taking another break. Looks like he might be taking another break. I see an empty chair on the stage.
But that's the ACCM chair, so maybe. Okay.
All right. So this will be a quicker break, I believe. So if we could see maybe the drafts and have them pulled up again so we can look at what civs are remaining. We have Land Madness and Fractal are 2 maps. Fractal, the home map of ACCM. What civs does he have left? He has Bengalis, Lithuanians, and Magyars. So what are you thinking? Bengalis or Lithuanians for Fractal, then Magyars for Land Madness?
Is the option. I see it. I mean, Lithuanians could be okay in Land Madness too, but I feel that they should be on Fractal, as you mentioned, and Magyar for Land Madness.
Yeah, and then for Leary, Chinese for Land Madness, and then either Vietnamese or Burmese. Burmese for Fractal, that could be interesting.
Not terrible for Burmese.
They could go a Rambai, they could go for a Monk Rush.
Yeah.
They could have great men-at-arms if you want to do some type of tower shenanigans early on.
Yeah. All the wood upgrades for free, it's underrated in my opinion.
Especially if you want to chop to the outside rather quickly.
Yeah.
You can also fight on the water with them quite a bit.
Gonna be very nice for sure. So let's see what it's going to be. How you feel about this series? You feel that they are both playing their best?
I feel like ACCM managed to get a win on that second map in a very ACCM type of way. Right? It was his home map and Mayans Chimera, very interesting civ matchup, but he played it very well. He did exactly what he needed to do with the strategy. Right?
Okay.
It's the strategy, getting in all the areas of the map where he could get the raids. And for ACCM, it always does come down to the strategy. He's not going to out-execute Leary at all. It has to come down to the strategy.
Okay, let's see if we're gonna see something else from Leary, and he's gonna give you and me and the viewers more details about his gameplay.
If you can speak to the devs directly, what is your most wanted feature?
Realistically, or like?
Both.
Anything. Okay, in a parallel universe, pathing would be perfect. Pathing would be perfect. Realistically speaking, that's not possible apparently. Because, you know, obviously every unit moves a bit differently, every unit has different size and different pathing, so I get that it's very difficult. But yeah, in a parallel universe, if we had a perfect pathing, game would be 10 out of 10. But yeah, what else is there? Yeah, I'm thinking of a realistic one right now. Realistically speaking, I would love to see certain civs which don't get much attention, like recycled. So for example, they get taken off the pool from the ladder, for example, for a few weeks, few months, whatever, rework them a little bit, add in some new civs, and then recycle those civs. So you always have 3-4 civs sitting out, getting reworked every few months, and then they get into the ladder again, a bit reworked. Because there are some civs that just fall off, they never get to see the play, like Bulgarians, for example. So I wouldn't mind seeing Bulgarians, bam, removed from the ladder, few weeks, few months, whatever, and then reworked a little bit, and then added in the map pool again. Especially because we have so many new civs now, and it's not a bad thing, it's a good thing that we keep mixing things up. But at some point, you know, the game is already very complex for new players, and then you add 3 more new civs every few months, it becomes a bit too much, I would say, for new players. For us, it's great, but you know, for the overall generality, can be complicated sometimes.
How can the devs or tournament organizers of the community maybe attract more players and actually keep them, you know?
They're doing a good job. I mean, they're changing the map pool constantly. They're adding new features. You know, pathing might still be, you know, another topic, but obviously it's hard. What else could they do? They could do... I would still like to see the cycling, honestly. It's a new idea, would be fresh. What else? Campaigns, obviously a big part. Lots of players like the single player option and the offline player option. So keeping the game fresh with new campaigns, new history, people love that. That's what most people grew up with. So I think those things particularly.
How many civs can you play at the highest level?
What do you define high level?
Highest.
Highest? Which I would be confident showing on the stage?
Yeah, exactly.
Every single one of them.
Tell me your favorite civs to play, regardless of the meta.
Favorite civ? You know, I grew up and got famous by playing archer civs because I invented, well, I didn't invent, but like I showed dodging ballistics back in the days when it was pretty much impossible because there was lots of delays and lag. So I always loved playing archers. I love how they move. I loved how they shoot. You can do so many things with them. And it has to be the archer civs. So like Britons, Mayans, Ethiopians, those civs. Malay, and those get usually banned, so.
Following up on that one as well, like do you have a favorite unit?
It's either a plume archer or a longbow. I grew up with those 2 units. I love those 2 units. They're both ranged. They're both super fun. They look cool, so it has to be one of those.
Good. Who's your ultimate 2v2 partner? There is a term.
My ultimate 2v2 partner. You know, historically it has always been hard. I grew up with him. We both got good very fast and very well, I would say. We're both top 10, top 5 almost. And yeah, so it has to be hard. That being said, I think I also had huge success with Hera when I played with him a couple 2v2s back in the, when was it? A few years back when Hard wasn't active. But yeah, those 2 are my ultimate partners.
Game number 4, we are on Leary point of view, and the map looks to be Fractal, right?
Oh boy, Fractal. And right away we see him pushing the zebras with the Vils, so he's not going forward to, well, he did scout forward by the looks of it, but he wants to make sure he gets that elephant and the zebras in as fast as possible and not get lamed.
And he's Burmese, man. Burmese,
Burmese.
Bengalis, man. Yes, okay, we see another new civilization here. He has the Lambrica, of course, there. Okay.
And we also have Vodka, who is AFK for a moment, so we're going to sit here and watch Leary's point of view. But it's always interesting to see that he has the identical pine trees mod, so he doesn't see all the read graphics. It's easier for him to click on them.
Yeah, because Observer, if you don't know, guys, he's human as well.
He is.
We have got super long games, you know, so he might need a small break. But now we keep going with the POV, and watching Leary, we can see how fast he is as well with all he's doing, right? And probably when you are watching like this, you think like, oh, it's not that fast. Well, try to do that at this speed, right?
Yeah, and I mean, look, just think about the Dark Age, how many clicks you have to do and how easy it is for him. Right? He's looking at everywhere on the map, and a very complicated map to play. You have to push the zebras, chop through the outside, take the berries, and eventually think about where you're going to dock.
Yeah, I think, guys, it used to be completely clear with you guys, we cannot have the POV Pro ACCM because he take 400 Hz
yes.
monitor, you know? So
it is only the point of view of Leary because ACCM's monitor crashes our recording setup.
It crashes ACCM monitor because he's going crazy, but here we are with the whole thing now, and we're gonna see and speed up a little bit so you see if we miss something. Look how beautiful it looks with Capture Age, it's amazing. And resources usually are kind of forward in this map, and it's happening again. Both players with the stone, with the gold forward. It's true that there is one gold and a stone for both at the back, but still, you need the middle.
You do need the middle, and that's why we often see those 1TC fast and castle plays on this map, because the middle is so important, and you can push into the front of your opponent's base.
Yeah. Remember that if they check the coast and we see close to the edge of the map, it can be locked. You know, when they hitch up in that area, you make a dock, your opponent cannot send galleys and take it. But what is going to be the approach here? Are we going to see a
I hope so. I hope so. That's my favorite type of game, a full
Let's
monk
go.
war.
Yeah, such a clone co-cast that I have here.
Now, Burpee's Bengalis. Now, this is your testing our tech tree knowledge. Do these civs have heresy?
There's no heresy. No, they has heresy. Burmese, right?
Burmese?
They do, and or not.
No, they do not.
No, they don't. No,
And
no, because
Bengalis
they
don't
have
either.
elephants.
They
don't
both have elephants.
There's only one civilization in the game with heresy being elephant. That is Malay.
It's Malay.
Yeah.
So we can have a very good monk war here with no heresy. They can convert forever.
Yeah, but there's still faith. For example, Burmese is super cheap. You know.
Oh.
Layman.
Layman
Okay.
from right under the TC, and he'll get away with a buffalo.
Well, there's no village, and we're gonna catch up, guys. The late game in a moment. You know. And you gotta be careful. It's palisading now the whole map, as you can see. Okay, what is gonna be the approach here for both? It's not doing army.
So we see two fishing ships from Leary, double dock from ACCM. He's gonna look to fish. So he's not going for the top of the map where you can block off that passage. He's just going for the efficient fish docks.
Yeah, has to be careful with that valley. You need to go back quicker, Leary.
And both players looking to wall. ACCM just throwing down the palisades at the top of his base too.
Oh, but they are not going aggressive anymore. They are preferring to go for the fish boom and try to go for the fast castle.
Yeah, but we could see some aggression in the castle age. And
Yeah.
We could see, as you said, those monks. If they're both just going to wall up, that could open things up for monks, maybe for a castle drop. Rathas and Arambai. That is an interesting, unique unit matchup.
I'm not personally patient, you know. Like I like the action right there, right away, you know. But we need to wait a little bit. That's game number 4. Remember that ACCM need to win or he is out of the tournament. This is a decider, elimination match already.
And Leary going to wall up to his TC. Just about finished with his walls now. And he has a scout in the back of ACCM's base. But yet, neither player going for any feudal age army. Just got a fish boom. And there will be one fire galley made, or two fire galleys from Leary, and you might try to sail forward with them and see if ACCM didn't block off that passageway.
I think he's going to send it. And if he sends it, then it's a problem, because there's nothing here from ACCM down. The population is almost the same. The 2 villages more is because Bengalis you get 2 extra villages per age. And basically that's it. You know, market is already being built by ACCM. You got to be careful. There you go. And where's the galleys? He has one fire galley and doing another galley.
We're doing a galley. Oh, he's just trying to defend the dock then. That's how you defend the dock. You put the fires in front and maybe one galley behind it. So you can't just sit there and shoot over it.
Yeah, but why you don't send one of the galleys? Like, send one.
And scout, right? Because if we look at Leary's scouting here, we probably don't see that. He doesn't know whether the dock is blocking the passage or not. So he doesn't know if he can go forward.
Yeah, he cannot. Well, he cannot know till he sends the galley.
Exactly.
You know. And then if you send it, well, okay. The worst there is that you lose one galley.
Right.
So I think it's worth the risk. Anyway, resources are looking similar for both. And he's sending. This is huge. This is really big. Well, and this is happening because the meta of in the tournament has evolved, and they have seen this strategy before, that some players are not blocking, and especially with Bengalis, the players are not blocking. He's going to be there. This is absolutely insane right now because the game is so even, and there's 2 fire galleys while ACCM got nothing.
He sees them, but
that's
that
really
is late.
bad.
He's going to start losing fish. He's doing a defensive fire galley himself, but it isn't out yet, and he's going to be down in numbers by the time it is out.
Oh, man. And now that galley behind those fire galleys is going to help a lot. This is really big. I mean, ACCM is going to go up, but Leary as well, and then he will be up without fish. Without fish.
And what a risk that is, just doing 2 docks. But you could do 1 dock over here in the corner and have the efficient fish, and do the other one at the top to block it off.
Whoa, man, he's losing so many. He's really losing so many. It's going to be the 3rd one. Now he can hit. He's going to take that one. Even if he's repairing, he's still spending resources. So
Wait,
it's
the
worth
villager.
It. Yeah.
Is that fire hitting the fishing ship or the villager?
No, it's taking the fish. It's taking the fish.
Oh,
but now the villager. Now the villager.
Too.
Now the villager. Now the villager is going to be gone.
Oh, he's trying to block the villager.
He's trying to block it. Okay. He's blocking it. Good job, Jed. But how many fish he's taking? So many already. 4 already. And now he's going to take that one or
well,
not?
He's just spending wood repairing there.
I think he's killing now.
He's trying to find the angle. The fishing ship is still blocking it.
Oh my God, man. This cannot happen, man. Still villager down here. No, it's all in all. Both are going up, and now both are going for castles. Both with villas on stone. Adamel versus Ratas, but Lee with a better economy for sure. All the fish is going down. 4 already gone. Why he didn't make the dock then to block? I don't understand that.
Yeah, and if you look at how Leary placed his docks, I think he has a second dock looking at the map for the fish there.
He has, for sure.
I think that's exactly what ACCM needed to do. 1 to block off the passage, and another one just for the efficient fishing ships. Because if you do that, then eventually maybe you need another dock, but a dock's cheaper than all those ships he now needs to make to defend.
Yeah, those 3 galleys also is a good micro as well. Still have the numbers. Obviously, now ACCM will have another 2 extra villages, so he's going to compensate. That's what he's give you Bengalis, right? Yeah.
Oh, castle right as far forward as he can make it on his face.
His face. Are you kidding me, man? War galley upgrade that he has the market. You need to buy. You need to buy. And look at the castle he's doing on his face. I can't believe what is happening. But the Dutch going to try to make it. But then you need villas. You need villas. He needs to send it. He needs to send all the villas. And now if he deny that, castle can be the game for Lear. We'll see. There's so many villas here. The scout is annoying, but I think that castle will have double the villas than ACCM. This castle is so risky. If he's not doing this castle, ACCM will lose everything. He's going to be up the castle or not? Is that a romantic castle?
It's going to be close. I think there's 1 tile between them. And
he's going to be
both go up.
He's going to be up, and then he's going to make armored elephant. Oh my God.
He's going to kill villagers with the castle.
Both are up. That's crazy. Petards, but now better economy for Leary to do what he's doing, right? Because he has the fish.
Well, Leary also just took all of his villagers to build that castle. ACCM at least still has villas working at home. He's going to do the armored elephant.
True. There is another demo. He's going to try to kill it. His micron is still there. He's going to micro another. He's going to kill it, that one, but still survive ACCM. 4 fishing ships alive. There's more petards. How many petards is he going to do? He's going to make the 8 petards. Is ACCM doing petards too? No.
Oh, where's he going? Oh, he ungarrisoned vills and sent the petard with it. Oh, now that is a mistake from Leary.
Oh, man, Leary. Those petards, man. Ay. And now he's coming with an armored elephant. He's going to try to kill it. You got to be careful. He's going to do a mangonel. He's doing the mangonel. But the mangonel is in danger to be lost also. Well, no fletching.
No fletching. This is if ACCM could do fletching. I mean, he'd be fletching and vodka at this point.
Yeah, no fletching. The mangonel is there. And he might notice this. He's doing more galley. This is so intense. The population almost the same. And the game, as we expected, is definitely a clown one, right?
Right. And he's going to send the elephant to the other side of the castle, maybe to pick off the mangonel?
He has to be careful. Okay.
He's making a couple of Rathas now. Ooh. So Leary going straight for the petards.
He almost killed himself. That will, how many petards he has?
2 more.
2 more, he
It's
needs more.
for Rathas.
Yeah, but the Armored Elephant, well, the difference is one is attacking with the Armored Elephant, the other is... he's gonna
and he can hop in the castle with the elephant, and he picks off the mangonel with the castle. That's exactly what he needed.
And be careful now, the dog. He has to be careful with the dog here. The ram is coming. The Armored Elephant is stronger than the ram, that's for sure. But he has already 3 petards. He's gonna be the 4th. He's gonna delete that house. 47 delete 6 army. No
another
army at
petard
all.
running away. He's running away with another one.
That petard is never one to attack here. The ram is gonna be down or not? No, it's not down. You gotta be careful. Armored Elephant is a lot better, but the villagers... Oh, he repaired now, but you don't want to lose village here. He's trying, but...
Oh, the Ratha goes down to the castle fire.
How is the HP? 2,000 HP for 3,000. He's gonna take it. He's gonna take it. The petals! You need to hit. Ooh.
The Rathas stop them.
The Rathas stop it, but there's another ram. He's killing now village. Who's gonna take this game? Who's gonna take this castle?
Who's gonna take the castle?
Right? Oh, man.
It's hard to repair because the castle fire kills all the repair vills. You could get the vills in between the castles to repair though without murder holes.
Probably. Yeah, but it's only one tile. It's really only one tile. There's another petard. No! He's losing another petard. Crazy.
And this is where the Rathas can just go to melee mode and pick off the rams. And
Yeah,
you can also attack
but
the
they're
castle.
still killing villages there. Okay.
Okay, now the armored elephant still is there. They can defend the elephant. Elephant he can hop inside the castle. That's the advantage of the elephant. You can hop inside.
But why he's doing all the rams? The Mangolus was good here. He doesn't have Bodkin. So he can do the job. Now both are with very similar HP, those castles. Even, yeah, it's still better for Leary, but not by much. Now here also the water.
Is gone.
The dock is gone. But the most important is the damn castle. Is now taking Rathas, not anymore. Adambais will be good here or not? No, he has 2 petards. 2 petards coming with more villas, man.
He's trying to repair.
Put villas on the TC.
He's gonna lose all the villas.
No,
if he
villas on the
repairs.
TC and then kill the Rathas with the TC.
Okay, that's exactly what he's doing in the
exactly.
TC.
Then the Rathas going down. Then the Mangolul is
Another
coming.
mangonel.
Oh my God, what is going on in this game? 49 villas, 43. And I want to see the castle. Okay. I love you, Vodka, but I want to... Look at Leary
Another
Payne.
petard.
Look at Leary Payne. Like, what's going on?
There he's enjoying this.
Yeah, man. It's like, this is incredible. Okay, HP for both castles, 1,800. Oh!
Another elephant?
It's the same, man. It's the same. It's almost the same. Oh, he's
Also
repairing
repairs,
now.
but he'll lose vills.
Yeah, but doesn't matter to lose villas now. It's feel that who lose the castle, lose the game? Pretty
Probably.
much.
They've invested so much into this.
Okay.
Those Rathas.
No.
They can pick the mangonel.
Rathas the mangonel, but now he can hit those. It's so many units. Okay, the ram is going to be there, but then now it's going to be getting so many hits as well. He's going to the
He's
woodline.
going to the economy with the Rathas.
He's
going into the economy, man. He's going to kill all those
Game
villagers.
Game number 5 will happen. He's going to wall this area. And now the castle is also going to be down. The Rathas are going to take everything. And Leo got literally nothing at home to defense. Game 5.
There we are, game 5. What did he say? The
My
strategy
goodness.
determined it. The castle drop won it for him. All he needed to do was run the Rathas into the eco. There was nothing to defend.
Such a fun game, you know? I mean, I have the feeling that the crowd enjoyed that game, right?
I think they did.
Oh, man. I think Leary didn't enjoy that game at all, you know?
That's such a unique thing for the armored elephants, though, being able to hop into and out of the castles. Right? And I'm looking over at Jordan. Jordan enjoyed that game, too.
Jordan enjoyed that game or not?
Jordan was like, I'm almost
Thumb
ready
up.
for my interview,
Thumb
but we
up.
got to do one more.
Okay, game number 5 it's going to be. Well,
On
another
Land Madness.
another game number 5 series. Okay. Land
Madness.
Completely different map.
Completely
and
different.
in that map is
Very execution
favorite
based.
Probably Leary, right?
And also the civs, he still has the Chinese. Chinese against potentially Magyars.
I don't know, but after that game, this grumpy t-shirt, I will switch for the remaining
For a
of the
happy
day.
t-shirt.
Yeah,
You're
for a
enjoying
happy
that one.
t-shirt, yeah. Not grumpy
That's
anymore.
the type of game you want to see.
Yeah. I'm happy now. Let's go to see some beautiful replays about it. Look at this.
You have castles finishing at the same time. And a one-tile gap between them makes it so tricky. You can survive in that gap. Oh, there are the petards that get picked off by the castle. Just the wrong time. They're blocked by the Rathas.
Because I think the problem here is why the petards go to that direction. Why they are not just going right there and take it. Because I think he wasted 3-4 petards easily.
That direction, and also walking back to the wood line.
Yeah. Like in total, like 3-4 petals that probably he could have killed the castle.
And this is what wins the game here. The Rathas, they run through, and
He
there's
could have
nothing
walled.
to defend.
He could have walled
He could
that
have walled
area,
there. He
you
could
know?
have.
He
He
could have
could have
walled
made
that
another
area.
wall and also gone to the outside for a lumber camp, maybe, but this map is so tricky to play.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you do Rathas a lot, that's what you want to look for, opportunities to run through the defensive structures and get to the back of the eco, which often isn't defended if you're going for that unique unit.
Are you enjoying, guys, this series?
I'm enjoying it.
Are you enjoying? And the viewers? I'm sure
I
that they
think
are.
Mem's enjoying it.
Yeah, like a little baby, I can tell you. Yeah, game 5 will be, can we see the civilizations again? But I think it's going to be Magyars versus, what was it, China.
Chinese. Yeah, there's no way Larry doesn't use the Chinese here.
But
start the game already.
agreed. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 5, Land Madness, Leary Chinese. And then ACCM Magyars, we were right. We looked like a decent caster sometimes, Mr. West. And now with game number 5, what you prefer here? Because myself, I'm going to give you my opinion and tell me what you think.
I like the Chinese.
I like the Chinese, but not if they can go for the super crazy long game.
Well, isn't that what we always say about the Chinese? They have pretty poor late game matchups against a variety of units. Magyars will have those amazing heavy cav archers with recurve bow if it goes late. But in the early game, the Chinese, with the 9 villager start, are going to have an absolutely insane economy.
And the Hazards and the unique units in late game.
And look at what ACCM just did. He took one of his sheep and sent it forward. He scouted where Larry's TC was with the sheep. It's like he's playing Nomad.
Oh, wow. Why he did that?
Because he wants to push deer.
Okay.
He wants to push deer with the scout, so he scouted with the sheep.
Good point. He wants to be ready to rumble because he has a civilization that he wants to go up, what, 18, 19 the population and go as aggressive
Maybe
as
even
possible.
skip Loom.
Yeah, he wants to go very aggressive. But Leary, let's see if they build order. Because Leary with China, 32 seconds idle TC, he's going to try to go as fast as he can as well and go from there. But let's see. I think we need to focus on Leary's build order because it's more complicated, not because it's more important. Both are definitely super important, and we have 4 villages on berries here. He has 4 villages on wood, everything else is on food. Berries is food too, but the other is hunt. And then it might go up 20 population with China.
That's fast for the Chinese, but you can pull it off if you have a really smooth build. And if you look at the idle time, 32 seconds of idle TC for Leary, which isn't great, but it's not too bad with them. So he has the hunt under the TC. He'll keep it working now.
We have to do
another. The question
another?
is just how quickly does he go up?
No, he can't go 20. Need to go 21. And then it's going to be almost the same time that Magyars. That is going to go up with 19 population. So it makes sense. To go up 2 population more. That is exactly what you have, right?
Right, and he just needs to force drop, and he should be able to go up. We see ACCM doing Loom this time.
He's doing another villager. I don't like that.
He's going to be slow.
Yeah, he's already slow.
And ACCM with his scouting knows exactly where he is, knows exactly where to send the scouts as soon as he goes up. And Land Madness, again, it's called Land Madness because you can't wall around your wood lines. You have some rock terrain there. You can do small walls on the lumber camp. And it looks like we have a brief pause.
Lee don't like the pause.
Lee doesn't like any pause.
Okay.
Sorry, my chair. Did he break something on his chair?
Wasn't comfy probably for a moment, but now it's up. Well, it's 30 seconds, but 30 seconds you might have the stable up and doing a scout already, while your opponent is going to be building the stable.
Exactly.
More or less.
And also it gives you opportunity to get the scouts forward with forging before spearmen come out.
Yeah, and that's very tricky. So Lee will have to probably hold in the start. This is exactly the position he doesn't like to be. He likes to be the aggressor, to be aggressive, right? So let's see how he's going to react to the situation.
Well, sometimes this does have to happen if you're playing the Chinese, right? You're not going to have the same uptiming, even though you might have overall the better eco. So you need to react to those early scouts, maybe get a few spears out, make sure that you're walled. And look at where Leary's walling. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to wall the entire corner of the map?
Till there, to the barrack.
Yep, and there are some versions of Land Madness that have rock terrain on the very outside, so you can't do this, but this one you can.
Yeah, but that's not the original. This is the original Land Madness, you know, and here we're going to see what he's going to do. As you see, the barrack is coming, the scout is coming, the barrack is going to be up, and is that decider? We were talking, well, he's not walling. Now he is.
Now he's walling.
It's the last game.
And it's the last game. Whoever loses this game is out.
Yep.
And
It
imagine Leary going out at the stage to ACCM.
Okay,
That would
well,
be one heck of a victory for ACCM.
He's one game away from that situation, and now it's stable. He's gonna be walling completely. He's doing a spear, yes it is. Double attacks, not yet. He will do it as soon as he has the wood. Who he doesn't have, now he's doing, and now he's gonna make some hit into that scout. No, because the scout is faster. He's gonna be keep walling, yes he will. And that scout is kinda trap. It's kinda trap. And now it's gonna be difficult. Let's see the micro, but it's fast. Ooh! He got it. Every single hit matters now, Mr. West.
Absolutely, that was a great house just to force the scout into the spearman.
Yeah, but now he has already a scout on that side, and a spear as well. He gotta be careful. The scouts are coming, and he need to be there with a spearman. Is he sending? Not really, because he has 2 spears himself, remember, with +1, and already archery range. This is the beauty of Chinese.
When archery wins transition against the Magyars, and I wonder if ACCM is going to do a range transition himself or just try to go very heavy into scouts.
That would be tricky, you know. I don't know if he can see. ACCM can see that archery range, Mr. Podka. Can we see the fog of war from him in a moment?
Yes, he sees it.
So he knows. He's very well aware about this situation.
And it's going to have to be skirmishers. We see Leary, he's going to queue up 1 archer, but he does not have any gold control right now. All the scouts can run around those faraway golds, and even with the way he walled, he did secure that gold on the left.
Yeah, he's walling till the edge of the map, as you can see, and now he's coming with more army. We need to focus on Lee's base. This is exactly what Lee doesn't want to be. There's one village he's using, he's going to scout, but he's already having a spear, a scout himself. He cannot commit too much. ACCM, the spear is there, and the scout as well. He's still walling and more spears at home. Oh my god, another house here. It's on point, 36, 35 population. 3 villages more, but now ACCM having some idle TC. This is so intense, Mr. West. I can't with this.
He can. He's going to wall the entire map. He's going to play arena.
Well, if you wall completely, then China is absolutely amazing civilization for that. So let's see what's going to happen. The scouts are going and diving in. I don't know if he can wall already the wood line, since he has been chopping quite some time. Look at the micro. He took a scout, but those scouts are going to the wood. Scouts are going to the wood.
Chasing with the spears, though.
He has to be careful. He's forging. He's going to take a his skill advantage. He's going to take the scout. No, yes.
He gets the scout.
He killed it. Look at the KD, 2-0. Didn't lose any single unit yet.
3-0.
3-0 now.
That spear is very low on HP. That'll go down. Gets a scout, though.
Okay. That was very low HP, and now he's mining the gold that area, because the other golds, look where they are.
They're
now
all
that
forward.
I notice, his gold is terrible, man.
It's terrible, but he's going to have it walled off. He's at least going to have it walled off from the scouts. And on the other side, ACCM does have a very safe gold at the back of his map.
Need to wall, need to wall,
Getting back
need
to
to
the
wall.
wood.
That village is going to be down. That village is going to be down really fast. The spear is coming. It's down. Village down.
And the spears don't get a poke in. Ooh, the scouts run away.
Yeah, he has to be careful. Let's see the spears and the scouts. 4 scouts going away. Still have so many villages on the berries, but now the berries are unprotected. The spear is already here. He's trying to wall, but this is still so many scouts with fortune.
Yeah, but he has 5 spearmen out. That is a heavy investment into spears. ACCM going to try to pick them off, but every time you take a poke, you just lose your ability to kill villagers.
Okay. He's going to be walled completely, and ACCM is going to take another villager. No, he's not. The spears are there, and it's only going to scouts.
Oh, he takes another poke from that spearman. That is huge. Having 4 scouts with forging could have picked off a couple more vills.
What is the building that ACCM is doing at the back? Is the blacksmith? Okay, so he keep going scouts only. And remember, scouts are cheaper from Magyars. They have the +1 attack. And if you are attacking all the time, maybe you're going to be able to go up quicker than the Chinese. And then it's a problem for Leary.
Yeah, you can always pick how many scouts you make. And if you're this far forward, keeping Leary in his base, you don't need as many scouts. You can do fewer and try to go up faster.
Ooh, but now he's wall. Now he's wall, and those scouts are kinda not gonna do anything anymore. It's crazy.
He might run in. He might run in through the TC.
But look how good China is. He's been under all this pressure all the time, and well, took a villager down. It's still the same resources than Magyars. It's not like he's behind 400, 500.
Yeah, it's still up by 2 villagers.
Yeah. But now, ooh!
Quick walls.
Quick walls. Nice job here by the kid. The spears and archers coming. The scouts are going away. What is happening at the bottom? He's going to take good battle there. he killed everything.
Oh.
He killed everything with the villains, man, because he was microing both spots at the same time. And now with the scout and the spear here, he's blocking here, but resources for ACCM are amazing, and it's about to go up.
Yeah, but this is where you have to be careful. If you lose your scouts and you're no longer running around in that base occupying the army, Leary can go forward and catch you when you're going up to the castle age, when you're spending all those resources on the age up and not investing into those scouts. Because this is the rest of ACCM's army right now. He has 1 spear and 2 scouts.
Yeah, but Leary need to attack because his opponent, and he see the score drop it, it's on the way to castle. It's not like Leary is too far, to be honest. Yeah, he cannot do too much with those scout double archery range. He's gonna go cav archers, and now Leary is gonna do what? He has archers, he has the spears, he's gonna take those. Oh, Villiers down. It's the second Villiers snipe. Now Leary need to click up, and how are you gonna defend that goal? If I'm Leary, I think he need a tower in that goal.
And if you're the Chinese, what do you do against cav archers? You could maybe go for your own cav archers. You could go for skirmishers. You could maybe think about scorpions. But Land Madness is such an open map where you need mobility. And if you're going to go for the scorpions, you're lacking mobility.
Yep. For now, he's trying to attack. I don't know if he's going to be able to attack and make some damage. It's 2 spears and 2 archers, not very scary for ACCM. Leary is up to castle edge. He has gold mine and upgrade, and
running
now,
into the TC.
Yep. Because he's fully walled too. I mean, it's difficult to wall completely, but you can always wall if you are really focused on that.
Yeah, I mean, both these players going all the way to the edge of the map to wall. So, again, playing this arena version of Land Madness.
Huh. Okay, he has the spear on the goal. He has to be careful that the scouts are finally down. Yeah, it has been so annoying. But, you know, the crazy part is that Leary is still up almost the same time, with a lot of army after all this. Kitty is in his favor, but he lost 2 villages. And now he needs to hold against the cav archers. The problem with the cav archers is that you need to mass. And he has already the mass of archers.
He does, but he doesn't have the timing immediately to turn them into crossbows. There's going to be a brief window where maybe ACCM can get 4 to 6 cav archers. And we have a replay here of some scouts running around the economy. And the quick walls again from Leary going up around the lumber camp.
Very nice one, and here probably gonna kill all the villagers there. We cannot see because he wasn't even paying attention himself, you know. Anyway, the archers are there. There's one problem here for Leary. Fletching is now coming, okay, but he's coming a little bit slow, the fletching. Imagine if we could do right away. Now Botkin would be great. He's gonna be walling. He has to wall everything. He has double archery range, he has the stable, and now DC extra already for ACCM, who is playing, in my opinion, an amazing game, this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see cav archers being queued on those ranges coming out. And where does he send the cav archers? He can clean up those archers at the front, maybe, before they become crossbows or before they get Bodkin. And then think about that gold on the right. It's walled, but not far enough in front of it to protect it from the cav archers.
Yeah. I really think that the tower is needed there, or he will need that TC on a goal very soon. The good thing is that he's...
And there he goes.
Yep. He's delaying a lot of farms, but now you need to send the crossbows. I mean, he's only 2 cav archers, you know. I think he should have waited a little bit to send more and kill, you know. Now he's going to put the house, but he's going to send the crossbows there, and he will be fine.
Yeah, and also, look at all those hills by the gold. That's going to be impossible to get a TC on it cleanly.
Yeah, on that one, for sure. I don't know if the other gold mine, if the other gold piles will be able, but the archers are there. Now kill that scout. It will kill it. Oh, it's full HP. That village is going to be down. Very smart play here by ACCM, playing
Bloodlines
so much attention, man. DC is a good tone center, but still being very aggressive. Look at the army. Look at the army by Leary, and Leary is still with 2 villages more. How is possible? Because of Chinese. That is absolutely amazing civilization, Mr. West.
Yeah, now we need a defensive workshop from ACCM, but at least he has 2 TCs. It's not like he's stuck on 1 TC and then adding in the workshop and not getting the economy added in. He will at least be matching Leary on the TC numbers.
He's going to go in. Now it's going to be a Scorpion, but we need to see how it's going to be Leary's micro here. Leary's holding the archers at home till he's doing the tone center. He's going to kill that one. Not really. And now he's going to the wood line. Let's see. So many cav archers. The cav archers with bloodlines +2, +1, and the Scorpion is there. He need to go away. He need to go away. What else now? He's doing few helmets, horse collar. But ACCM has wheelbarrow. Very interesting. Who has the lead here now? Huh.
I mean, it's very, very close so far. Scorpion for ACCM. Camels.
The camels are good.
Pick off the Scorpions.
Camels are good here. It's really good play here by Leary. He has the 2 camels here. And the problem for ACCM is that Leary has a lot of farming, and we know how the kid control the units.
Third TC now for Leary. He did not have to do that Siege Workshop in Scorpions at home for himself, so that's wood he's saving to add onto the TC.
Yeah, we can see how the efficiency for ACCM has not been the best because he's been attacking now for a long time with those archers. He's coming with a lot of camels. He's now trying to split those. Okay, camels are there, and the camels don't have upgrades, but at least he's attracting the arrows from the cab archers a little bit. The spears are going, and well, I mean, this is a good trade. He has so little units here, Leary, and keep him away from his base, while now he has 3 DCs.
Yeah, but he's trying to keep the cav archer mass down, and behind all of this pressure, what the army did, the damage did was earlier, forcing that siege workshop up.
Yeah.
And there's the university. He's thinking of ballistics now.
Poof, ballistic here is going to be so important. The crossbows is still coming. We need to go forward and see what's going to do. And he's attacking again. He's attacking now constantly, all the time. What he did ACCM in the start of the game, now Lily is doing. But population, it is the same. 56 villages, 54, and 19, 16
All
army.
the farms
Almost the
idled.
same.
All the farms are idled,
Yeah.
and only 5 villagers working on food right now for ACCM.
Yeah, that's crazy. Now he's going to have the +2 armor. He has 25 armored Leary, and now that DC is huge. It's really good, Mr. West.
Yep, and this is how you deal with crossbows, how you deal with cav archers. As you said, they need to be amassed, and Leary with the crossbow timing is able to get forward with the army numbers he needs before ACCM can get the mass to engage.
Yeah, and when he's gonna try now to go and make the damage at home, Lee's started to make skirmishes. Those skills are +2/+2. They are not the least skirmishes, but eventually they might be. There's still a lot of cav archers, yes, but they are missing ballistic, they are missing the second armor. He's gonna be able to do some damage. Let's see if there is some walls on that palisades. I believe he's doing the houses, but he's there ready to rumble with some archers. He's gonna take a village, maybe, but no, because he noticed right away, and now he's going back in time. The score is still ahead for ACCM. The population ahead for Leary. That hill is so important, and ACCM is mining stone already. So Leary should think about mining stone himself.
Yeah, perhaps. And the stone's so important for the Magyars because they need their castles eventually if they want to go for Magyar hussars. If they want a way to pick off siege in the late game, they need a lot of castles for their unique unit. And right now, Leary's just defending at home. He's lost that forward map presence he had with all the crossbows earlier, and he just wants to keep all the crossbows at home to keep them safe and keep his economy rolling until ballistics comes in.
And I believe when ballistic is there, he's gonna feel a lot more comfortable with the situation. But there's a Mangrel, this Cab Archer, still not stoned yet to make a forward castle potential for ACCM. Wheelbarrow already fully, and what we said, Lee's skirmishes. At some point, he might need also a couple of knights probably, because the Mangrel is coming. At least that is gonna have a huge micro. But guys, the moment that is gonna happen in a minute, it's gonna be really important. Is he gonna notice this? Who's gonna patrol here better? There you go. Leary is there with those archers, with the skirmishes, but the Mangrel and the Scorpion is coming as well. Let's see the micro here by Leary. Leary is gonna micro. I think he's good doing this, Mr. West.
I think he is good. He's just gonna pick off all those ibexes on the hill. Those poor ibexes. Just so he's doing that for a reason, and the reason is he does not want to misclick on one of them later when he's microing.
That's perfect analysis on that one. And here, Siege Workshop. Resources are starting to look so good for the kid, but a scary amount of villages on his stone. Is he gonna come forward, CCM? We will see. He's walling now complete with the houses. He needs to wall with probably more villages because the Cav archers are coming through that area, and the Mangrel as well.
And the tricky thing for Leary is now that he's walled, he's not gonna have golds inside of those walls. He's gonna finish that first gold where he built the TC, and then he's move out onto the map.
Yeah, but he has another in the forward TC, so he has another goal.
So he has a bit of time, but all those golds still are forward. He has those 3 golds to the left of his base that are so exposed.
Yeah, but Leary, with this crossbow approach, is probably going to go Imperial into Arbalest. Look at the resources. He has 1,000 gold. And right now, if he stops doing villages for a minute with this amount of farmers, oh boy.
Then he goes up.
Yeah. Okay, Cav archers here. Skirmishes are coming. He should do a couple of knights, I believe. No, or maybe not. Maybe the skirmish is a note. You have to be careful there. The Cav archer is going to be in the range? I don't think so. And there's a Mangonel. Mangonel is in danger to be down. Yeah, it's +2/+2. The Mangonel will go down.
And Leary's not going to take a hit on the skirms. No. He's going to micro and dodge.
Okay. He's going to take it. He might take it. It's gone. That Mangonel is gone now. There you go. Didn't take any damage. Oh boy. And take the resources.
Running right into the crossbows.
Let's see the battle, but those Cav archers are not fully upgraded.
Ballistics is in on the crossbows. They're going to get kills there as ACCM runs away. And that's 5 dead Cav archers in that fight.
But ladies and gentlemen, we have now 2 different situations. Leary is going to go up to Imperial. ACCM is not too far. He's doing the castle at home. He cannot go forward. He feels a little bit of the pain that it can be a forward castle and then being denied. But those Cav archers are trapped, are trapped. And now you can dodge the arrows if you want, but it's too many crossbows, Mr. West.
Too many crossbows. ACCM's trying to dodge as best he can, but no way he gets out of there alive. The crossbows are just going to chase him down. So many dead Cav archers as Leary clicks up to the Imperial Age. And this is looking really good for Leary.
It's looking good for Leary. It's not terrible for ACCM because he's going to go up to Imperial. But the problem here is that Leary has 44 army. ACCM, no army at all. He's taking everything. He's killing all the units. He's also in the north denying more and more economy. And as you can see, the kit with 2,000 resources more collected right now, and the amount of army and the presence in the map, it's probably taking the game or not? What ACCM can do, Mr. West?
This is going to be really tricky for ACCM, but remember what you said at the start. You like that late game Civ matchup more for the Magyars. If they can get to all of their upgrades and their heavy Cav archers, they are very far apart right now. It's not like Leary is going to get up and instantly kill ACCM. He has the castle to defend, and he's not that far off from Imp himself.
That's correct, but oh, the crossbows, you have to be careful, but Leary's coming. He has a stone for a castle! Oh! The crossbows, man! Well, he still have a lot of army, 21 crossbows and 19 skirmishes. That's why he's doing now the castle here. He probably wanted to make more forward. Where those villages are going, I have no clue. But now, when he's in Imperial and make the +3, yes, better go back, man. How do you stop those army? He has no army at all. No army at all.
And he's going to need a way to defend from those early Imp Arbs. That's what's going to be tricky. There we have a replay of that Manganella shot on the crossbows.
And be careful now, it can be another. Goals at mining, and he's doing Corvinian army. I think that's no goal for the unique units.
Yep, exactly. So the Magyar Hussars that can pick off Siege, right? And that's the advantage of the Magyar. The unique unit is a trash unit, but it has an attack bonus against Siege, so it can slow down a Treb push.
Okay, the archers are on all over the farms. That's a real problem. Bloodlines, husbandry, 106 villages, ACCM, more villages than his opponent. He has to be careful now. You cannot lose the army now, Leary. If you lose the army now, it's going to be terrible. 1,000 score ahead, +3 and chemistry.
Big damage.
Okay.
And there's that Magyar Hussar looking to raid.
And now, it's massive more. With the +3 and chemistry, those Mangos are going to go down instantly.
You outrange them with a Bracer, and then you get an extra +3 attack. They will go down.
But now this is a problem. This is a problem. It's annoying for sure. You cannot wall completely. Another TC on the goal, perfect. And now the +3 is there. The score is still ahead. Second castle. Mangonel down. And another Mangonel down. Now he's dancing over the ground, as you can see. Is he sending traps? He's now doing the trap, but good shot.
Okay, gets a shot.
That's a good shot.
But it goes down right away.
Yeah. Okay, Trebuchet coming. Gonna try to kill the castle. The castle is on the hill, and I still insist that the problem here is doing the +4, but he has no numbers. And now he's doing camels himself. Oh my god, this army now here can read a
52
lot.
military to 9 for Leary. And this just comes from that crossbow versus Cav Archer opening, where suddenly Leary had better numbers, then took better fights, and it just snowballed.
Yeah, he's trying to go in, trying to raid. He's doing another TC. The good thing with this is that now you have to defend this and defend also that he's taking your castle in front.
That's a lot of vills on that wood line to the north as the castle's already being tripped down. Crossbow's getting some vill kills on the front as he tries to add in the stables. He's trying to do the final armor. He needs to trap this army and fight it once the armor comes in, but he doesn't have enough light cav.
He sees light cats only. Look at the light cats there. He has the archers, the skims. He's going to take them all. He's killing so many. Look at the units. He's 9 army, only 55, and also attacking several spots. He's killing so many. Look at the Echo KD. Is Leary finishing this, Mr. West?
I think he is. This is looking better and better for Leary as he's getting close to 200 pop. ACCM only on 130. And how does ACCM clear this? He's trying to send light cav into the skirmishers, but they're still not even winning the fight.
Yeah, because he has all the archers, those skirmishes. Only missing one armor. It's Hussars now, but Hussars, when you have 10, is not enough. There's more archers. Camels defending the trebuchet. He has 3 groups of army. These skirmishes that did the job. Now on the right, he's going again with more archers, and in front of those trebuchet is the camels taking the castles. He's going to be defending because he's repairing the castle forever, but camels as well sending there. This is an amazing game by Leary here. Castle now at home to avoid the rain. Really well played!
There is the GG!
Leary, 3-2, and advancing. I'm gonna play later to the Viper. Viper versus Leary later today. Amazing cities, crazy game. You can see how Leary was super happy. And ACCM with a smile, with a hug. That's amazing.
And hey, what a set from ACCM to take 2 games even from Leary. Some crazy games there, but now we get Leary Viper.
Okay. Well, so exciting day in front of us. I mean, amazing. We have now Hera versus Mr. Yo, then Leary the Viper.
That's insane.
Can't be better. It can't be better, man. Can't be better. You have to smile, the kid.
You do. I mean, do you really want to smile, though, if you're going to face the Viper?
Oh, yeah, he's confident. I mean,
he's confident?
And for him, is, in my opinion, facing them, these players, Viper, Yo, Hera, it's motivation.
It is motivation.
I think it's motivation.
And he must be feeling pretty good after that set. I mean, that Fortress game was a really close game. And the other game he lost, kind of a silly one with that castle drop.
But
Fractal.
We have to give the credit that he deserved in the game with number 5, even if he got Chinese.
Absolutely.
Because I think ACCM went aggressive the way he needed to do, you know, the way he needed to do. But Lee played after that absolutely amazing. He played insane. He did. Really good, honestly. He played really, really good. Okay, and now we're going to see, congratulations, Leary. Teammate, man, teammate, remember, you know? And we're gonna see what Leary has to say because he's really with KP.
Phenomenal series and phenomenal commentary for the boys. Thank you very much for taking the casting booth. I'm joined by the illustrious Leary. First of all, mate, congratulations, but good lord, is the day gonna be long?
Yeah, I have no words right now. It's going to be a long one for sure, very long.
Let's try to find some words because I think it would be fair to say ACCM proved to be incredibly tricky in this series. Jordan's going to dissect it further a little bit later, but I just want to get your thought process on a high level about Game 2 and Game 4, those key moments where he maybe got in your head a little bit.
You like to talk about my losses, huh? I can see. Wait, well, Game 2 was, I believe, Fortress, right?
That was the one where he almost backdoored the king, right?
Yeah. I feel like I should have won that matchup. I'm pretty sure other players would have won it, but he played it really well. He attacked me on all sides, Eagles, and I made a couple mistakes as well, but credits to him. He played really well, and yeah, he deserved that win.
And then, of course, in Game 4, it felt like he got under your skin a little bit. How did you recover so well for the 5th game?
You know what tilted me the most? It was the petards. I don't know if you guys realized. I sent like 4 petards out. They all died to the castle. Otherwise, I'm 100% sure I would win that game. And I tried like multiple angles with my gather point. It didn't work. Nothing worked. Petards kept dying to the castle. I was so tilted.
So
yeah, back to the question. I tried to get back to my composure.
Was this not like a let the hate flow through you moment?
A little bit of everything. Like the last game as well, then he has Magier, so I'm on the back foot, so that comes as well. So you have scouts running all the time. So yeah, it wasn't an easy set for sure.
Hold this up here so the wireless doesn't cut out.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, like that.
Up here.
Oh, here?
Yeah, there you go.
Sure.
Thank you. So one thing I got to highlight is what's coming next, right? A small break, a little bit of time to breathe. But Viper up next. Are you concerned, like, you know, I'm thinking about his previous series. I called it the meatball buff halfway through against Tower when he just turned up, ate a meatball, went back and was on form. I hear he might have just had a nap buff. Is there a concern that the fatigue might be added in?
Maybe I'll join it as well. Maybe I'll take a nap to counter his. But I think I'll be fine, you know. Still have lots of energy. We'll watch the set and eat some and get back to it.
Well, hopefully you can unleash some of that energy on the section with Jordan. We're going to dive deep into the games as we get ready for the next set. Congrats again.
Thank you.
Larry, congrats for this very interesting set.
Very interesting.
Larry, I think I've never seen you in my life shaking your head so many times.
How not to? I didn't find a solution.
I was not watching the game anymore, but your facial expression, like
I was fuming. I was literally fuming. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. So game number 1, we had migration. Larry, when do you decide to go forward dock and when at back? Because I feel like against Dravidians, it could be kind of risky to go for forward dock there.
Yeah.
Extra resources.
I feel like it's a bit of a gamble as well. Because if he goes fast feudal, my strat is just toast.
Yeah.
It's just pretty much over.
Yeah.
If he goes FC, his game is over.
Yeah.
So it's like a gamble a little bit. So forward dock is a bit safer. And I just decided to go for it since Persians are a good save to do it with, and it worked out.
I also feel like you're kind of known to be the archer player, but after seeing you the recent times, I feel like your new favorite unit is the Mangonel. Is that possible?
It's a better archer. It has more arrows, more stones, more damage, and you know, archers did get nerfed the last couple of patches, so yeah, probably.
It is always amazing, especially yesterday against Sarah. We saw, I think, 22 Mangonels from you, so yeah, that's something you're obviously very versatile with. I mean, this migration game was pretty straightforward, so I don't think we have to jump into it too much in terms of the analysis. But game number 2, that is obviously more interesting. Khmer against Mayans. I personally thought Khmer should win that one.
Yeah, me too.
You also said you did some mistakes. Which mistakes do you think you did?
Well, I lost all my Scorpions at one point. But then again, maybe Scorpions is just the wrong choice after all. I can never move out with them, otherwise he just catches them. Maybe a Hand Cannoneer was the play. I kind of forgot about them. I was just mainly focused on Scorpions.
Yeah, you don't think about Hand Cannoneer as Khmer, right?
Yeah, you have other options. And I felt like I held pretty well the first couple of minutes. But then when I lost my Scorpions, it was like, ah, here we go again. And yeah.
He did an amazing job putting pressure on all the sides. Do you think it would have been a little bit better to invest more into Castle Age, get Lightcav out and get the map control so he doesn't push forward?
Hard to say, because he will push out. If I go Lightcav and he goes more or less Imp, then he can push out when he's Imperial Age, which might buy me a little bit more time. I'm not sure if it would have changed much. I felt like Imp was the better play. I thought Cavalier could match up. It somewhat did as well, but I made a couple mistakes, like the Scorpions. Not sure if Scorpions at all was the mistake or the way I played with Scorpions. Probably both. And yeah.
Okay. And when you saw 6 Eagles hitting the tower where the king was?
Yeah, I was chilling.
You were chilling?
Yeah,
it looked like it.
I had it back in my mind. I was just like, well, should I repair the tower? Should I move it out? Should I let him focus on it? You know, I had some options. So.
Yeah. But I mean, he played it just incredibly well. And also cavalry instead of Hussar. That's also something which was questionable for me. I think going for Hussars and then, I don't know, Scorpions should be a little bit better.
Yeah, I thought I would die to Eagles, because the Cavalier barely did enough against the Eagles, and if I just straight up open Hussar, I think I might just die to fast Imp.
Yeah.
As the early Imp, so.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Game number 3, Outcrop. We had Gujaras against Hindustanis, and I have to smile because, literally, that matchup we played in NAC 4, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought you would forget.
That's something I will never forget. I was in the Hindustanis and you shredded me with Chakram throwers.
Didn't I lose that game?
No.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you won.
I won
but it was a 2-hour game.
I lost a set, I believe. I lost a set.
No, that was the NAC before.
Oh, I see,
yeah,
I see. Okay,
we had Outcrop and you...
yeah, there are a couple bangers on Outcrop.
Yep. So, do you think Gujaras is better than Hindustanis here?
Hard to say. You know, before this game, we had another game, which got restarted.
Yeah.
And I had like the perfect start. I had the best woodline ever. I had like 12 sheep. And this game, I was like, okay, both forward goals, no good woodline, and then down sheep. So I was like, this is the start where it all started. Game 3 was the start, where the tilting started. And then there was a restart because the map was bugged apparently. And then I lost 2 vills to his scouts, and then was recovery all over again. But yeah, I think I even lost some monks. Not my best set, but
yeah, the 4 monks. Yeah, I remember that one. Walk us through the moments psychologically, how you deal with those situations where you're just a little bit frustrated, right? Especially having a good map, a good start, and then you have to restart. Was it tough for you to get through that?
There's no choice. Here we can see it.
Yeah, you're just shaking your head, right? It's like
yeah, that's not even a good play, you know. But credits to him. He attacked me on both sides, so I couldn't keep track of everything. But if I just convert there, and I block with my camel, it's down for camel, and then I snowball.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, back to your question. It's hard to refocus, but you just have to do it. There's no other choice. What's the other option? Resign.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
yeah, just gotta do it.
What was your long-term plan? Were you planning to stay fully on camels, or were you thinking about the chakram throws? Because I saw you clicking elite as well, right?
Yeah, like first off camels, and when the game stabilized a bit, when I felt more in control, I would just go chakrams. Just so I can have like 20-30 dealing out damage, and then the camel war, there's no way he stops that. So.
Yeah. Okay, now my favorite game of this series. Larry, can you read out what I wrote here as a note?
Fractal petards.
Petards.
That's all you need to know about the game. That's all you have to know about the game. You don't need to know more about that.
Oh my god, that was crazy. What happened with the petards there?
I don't know. I tried like 3 different Garo points, and nothing worked. They always came out at the bottom for no reason at all. Neely is sitting right there, the pathing issue. I hope he saw that as well. I was like fuming. I was like, there's no way. There's no way I'm losing this game. After I killed some fish as well.
Oh, that was yeah, that was crazy, right? I mean, you were clearly in a better position. It was kind of a desperation castle from him as you took over the water, and
you could make the argument that I didn't have to go for the castle, but then again, I lose my TC, I lose all the front space, then I have to play super defensive. Water isn't one, so I still feel like the castle was the better play, knowing that I would be ahead in water.
Yeah, I also thought like the problem for you was that you only have one villager building the castle
That
first
too,
5 seconds, right?
Yeah.
So he was able to get the castle up as well.
Yeah.
And him just moving in there with those Rafa, that's something I wouldn't even think about. And I think you as well, because otherwise you would have preemptively walled.
Yeah,
right?
I knew if he goes in, I'm dead. It was all about the castle anyway. And surprisingly, elephants counter rams, and they can get Garrison in the castles. So
I didn't know that.
I didn't know it either, so I was like,
We learned
okay,
something.
interesting, completely new game. So yeah.
That's kind of a very strong strategy there with the elephants.
That game.
And yeah, game number 5, Lime Madness. From what I heard, you feel like Meggers is the better Sith here.
It's hard to say. I had a decent map, I had a back wood line, deer. The gold was in no man's land, I had 2 golds forward, so I had to go for the back one. It can go either way, honestly. I think Magyars is easier to play.
Yeah.
But Chinese definitely have options.
Especially in Castle Age, right? If you're Castle Age, then you should shine with Chinese.
Yeah.
In Prill Age will be tougher again. How important do you think it was for you to be able to wall your base?
Very important, otherwise the scouts would have kept coming in. He added more, and you know, at some point I was like, I have to wall this somehow. Yeah, I found my inspiration from MBL. It was the right play.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I probably had to do it even earlier, honestly, in Dark Age, before I made any army.
What do you think was the main criteria for you to win this game? Was it you being able to get rid of the CA because you had more army?
Yeah, it helps, but I can see here I already had like 30 more army. Even if those CA survive, they're not gonna do much in him. But obviously it makes it easier that I killed them. Just win early imp, have the better unit comp. I still have like 40 ranged units, and then I switch into camels, and he has nothing against that.
Oh, literally, that's tasteful now. Especially with you.
These highlights, man.
We barely see those moments with you.
I'm getting roasted left and right here. Like, not a good if people looked at this from the outside, they would think I lost.
I know.
Like, it wouldn't even be close.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's good stuff. Yeah, Lyri, then thank you so much for your input.
Thank you.
And you will be playing against TheViper.
Yeah.
Are you ready for that?
Yeah, I mean, will be a tough one as well, but looking forward.
Just promise us that if next time you will be in a castle fight, that the petards are going to be a focus of
I don't know what to expect anymore. Petards, I'm not sure if I should even make them anymore. Like,
better not.
Maybe not. Maybe not. It's safe to play.
All in RAM.
Literally. Yeah.
Okay, Lyri. Thank you so much, and we will head over to the stage to KP.
better. I'm going to need more energy, more and more as we go, because we have got a long day ahead of us, but one vibrant and full of action. But you know, I've been sitting here wondering, we've just eliminated now 4 players in total. What are we doing this for? Like, what is the point in taking these players out and annihilating them, getting rid of them? It's all for booty. So join me, big cheer, round of applause, and welcome Being Esports Gideon to the stage to give us a look at what the boys are fighting over. All right, that is sleek. Let's come over here. One side there, yeah. You can look like you're going to lift it because it's not going to be yours for much longer, I'm afraid. So, Gideon.
It might take a while. Yeah.
First thing I'm thinking here, how easy is that to drink beers out of?
It depends on the side, actually, because one has holes and the other doesn't. So if you do it like this, it could work. You have to refill quite often, I think.
Good thing we're in Germany. They've got plenty of that. But, you know, it's kind of crazy. I know you were really excited about how yesterday went. Today, even smoother. You know, give us your feelings on how the event is now going.
Today, I'm feeling really good, actually. It has been a very, very awesome day. I'm still stressed. Beyond belief all the time, and something happens all the time, and I still forget 50% of what I want to do at all times, pretty much, because I walk around the corner and see another thing that we would like to fix, but it has been so much nicer than the last 2.
I mean, I don't think anyone noticed the panic. I think it's been a pretty good show, right? So much so you want more of them in the future? Well, that's good news, because I think Gideon wants to talk about a way that people here and at home can help maybe make that a possibility.
I'm going to keep that part very short. I think you've seen it somewhere, I think down here in the stream. We have started the yesterday announced crowdfunding for the cost of this event. I think I would love to very quickly clarify how that will work, because I think our design of that, oh, there it is, perfect. Thank you so much for everyone who has already contributed to that. That is so nice. Thank you so much. So of course, as I said yesterday, but I think we need to brief everyone again. Only the first $5,000 of that are going to go towards the cost of our event, and after that we're going to split everything 50-50 with the 8 pros, depending on the relative amount of prize money that they won of the original $40,000. So now everybody knows. I'm going to make sure that everyone repeats that from now on.
That's fantastic. So once we hit past that marker, 50% will go to the players.
Yes, I think it's going to be like where the T is of the Garrison. I'm going to make sure there's like a dash in there somewhere.
Fantastic. Okay, folks, so there you go. If you want to see the players get more money and you want to see these guys come back to do more events, you know what you got to start doing. I've seen what the Age of Empires 2 community is capable of when they put the hearts to it, and I'm sure we can all agree we definitely want this to be a repeat event. But there is another way that they can also help fund these events while getting some booty in return, right?
Yes, definitely. There are a couple of things, and I first want to say thank you to everybody in the crowd here, and sorry as well, because we printed some hoodies and they are gone. They've been gone, I think, like 1 hour or 2 hours after we opened the merch store. It is still all available online. TG merch is the command that you can use in every single of the chats, I think by now at least. So you will find it there. It's everything that we had here and more in all different sizes. And many people asked, just as pretty much every single community that I've visited yet, whether the sweater is also available in black online. And yes, it is. It's not just the white one. I've heard it like 20 times. Why do we all like black so much?
Because when we're playing in the dark, we camouflage into the setting and our parents or a loved one can't find us.
Ah, yeah. Deep, dark feelings.
Got to get the long gamer hours in. But you know what? It's a shame we started to run out of booty. I think what we want to do for the crowd here is to reward them a little bit. Did we have some things to give them?
Yes, we do.
Whoa. It's free stuff. More enthusiasm. Oh, okay. So we got some booty from SteelSeries who have been helping us at this event, actually.
We do. One thing that we are actually not really seeing on this broadcast so much, but that is happening the entire time throughout the Garrison, are all of the side events that we have here. And we have a 2v2 event, a 1v1 event in AoE 2. We also have AoE 4 games there, AOM games. We started with a couple of low elo games today because we noticed that a few people dropped off really fast out of the 1v1 event, which happens if you have such a heterogeneous elo field, I would say. And there's one company that we haven't mentioned yet that has, well, graciously provided us with a lot of hardware prices for these side events, which is SteelSeries. And we would like to gift some of them to you here, right now.
There we go, loud. That guy was polite as all hell, one hand up. But I think we do this the good old-fashioned way. The loudest gets the goodies. I think it was one over there, right? Do we just kind of punt it? Maybe get sued later for assault?
Okay, please brace for impact. I don't want to hurt anyone. I'm going to throw this somewhere there. And then I'm going to do one on top. All right, get ready, get ready, get ready. You three were really good. Get ready. Oh, that worked out.
I'm glad you're doing this because I would have full like midfielder punted it out back.
Do you really think so?
You want me to prove it?
Yeah, please, you do it. I will feel so much better.
All right, who wants to be hit in the head? I think, was it there again? All right.
We'll have more, we'll have more.
We'll have more. I'm going to hit the cameraman. Get good!
Whoa! Oh!
I like how I hit the guy that had no view.
Yeah, camera and cameraman in front.
Don't worry, buddy. We got beer for that too.
Just very quickly, because we don't only want to gift you here on site, we would also love to gift something to our online community, which is why we are currently opening a chat giveaway for an all-new SteelSeries mousepad. I think not even for sale yet, because this just came out like 3 days ago, with signatures of every single pro and hopefully all of the talents as well on site that we will send to you if you put just the brand name SteelSeries into the chat of the official broadcast on Being Esports, because we don't have multi-bots or anything. So you have to head to the official broadcast, twitch.tv/Being Esports. Just quickly put SteelSeries in, and then you get a chance to win this mousepad with all of the signatures of the pros and talents on it. And then you can get back to all of the other channels that you love to watch.
Okay, so SteelSeries or exclamation mark SteelSeries?
No, just SteelSeries,
okay,
just the word.
SteelSeries. Get smashing it in there, get your phones out, you can probably still win it. I think, to be fair to the left side, do we give one of them away now?
Yeah, but you do it again.
This is harder. Do I javelin it or do I under? Javelin it?
Oh!
I am not nice. All right. Well, I think we've had a bit of entertainment, and it's almost time to get on with the show again. Gideon, an absolute pleasure to have you on the stage. A round of applause for the Being Esports. Gideon! You didn't think we were done, right? We're not even close to done. We're only at the halfway point in the day. Is this the series everyone's been waiting for today? Okay. Well, for good reason. This man, he usually opens a LAN with a loss. So far, he seems like an unstable king. Might drop a game, but does not drop a series. Get big, get hype, get excited, because in a matter of moments, we're going to have him take to the stage. I saw the Reddit threads for you guys, by the way. Apparently, the smoke buff might be too strong, so he needs to make sure he rations that correctly, because if he comes out with it a little bit too slow, or a little bit too quick, rather, he might fall victim to Hera. Let's do a quick check here. Who thinks that Hera's going to win this one? Wow, that was... Okay, who thinks that Yo's going to take it? Alrighty, that's what I want! So let's get that man to the stage! It's Yo! That is the type of welcome we like to see from around the world. The finest come. And now he needs to figure out where that glorious keyboard is. He actually has the most beautiful keyboard I've seen actually at an esports event in a long time. But you know what? It's the beauty of the game, the way he plays, the unpredictability. You never know what's going to happen, but he needs that unpredictability. He needs that potency. He needs that firepower, because this man is unkillable. It's her! You're never sure if you want to see him win or lose. I mean, it's a phenomenal streak that he's on, but it has to end at some point. I was checking the stats. Very interesting detail, actually, when we look at Yo's performance. 65% win rate for Hera, but when I talk to players, they say that's kind of on the low side for Hera. There might be something to this. There might be something to Yo. Do we think that Yo has what it takes? All right, well, to see if he can sink his teeth into the champ and maybe spill some blood, we head across to T-Knight and Nilly to take us through the action.
Good to be back and ready for an amazing series here, Nilly. Yo and Hera, so unstoppable in their own ways. They're the two only undefeated players in sets so far, so very fitting they meet here.
Yeah, and even more brutal, Hera 3-0, 3-0.
Yeah, true.
He didn't lose a map yet.
Yep, that's very true.
Yo, yeah, he won his first set against HCM 3-0, but then Viper took 2 maps of him. It was really close for him. And the first one to lose the set, those 2.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, the big thing at stake here, which I think is important to clarify, because it is slightly different format, is the winner of this goes immediately to the grand final tomorrow. Now, that will be a best of 9. But that's a big story because...
That's
oh boy. Okay.
Tristan, could you explain this?
I honestly, I can't see it. I'm sorry. I have no clue what those say.
I can read it to you.
If I could read it, I just want to say you guys are so creative. Like, so funny. So funny, haha. Actually, I can't read them all.
Well,
okay, Mr. Yo.
Like, you can try to read those. I'm not sure
why I can't read that one.
Is.
We got some Yo fans in the building and some T90 haters in the building. But anyways.
How happy are you that we don't have islands in the map pool?
I'm pretty happy, but apparently we still find reasons to bring it up. Man, I was trying to be all serious here too, but it's all good.
This crowd.
I was talking about something. Winner's bracket. Yes, winner's bracket. So winner here moves immediately to the final. And just gets to wait around, rest up the entirety of tomorrow. The loser would fall down into the loser's bracket, have to play a series, and fight their way up over 2 sets, right? So like if
2 sets tomorrow, exactly.
Yep.
We now have Leary advancing. He will play against the Viper after the set, so that's roughly in 2.5 hours.
Yep.
And the winner of that will play against the loser of the Yo Hera set now tomorrow. And as you said, winner only 1 set tomorrow. The loser has to play best of 7, 2-hour break, best of 9. Brutal
so
day.
full day for that, and so that makes this hugely important. You could look at this and say.
Look at that hippo lover.
Oh, that's nice. They're so notice how kind that is.
Nice.
It's so kind and wholesome.
You see how your community is like confrontational, trying to diss you, and like they're just sharing the love. That's really
actually we're very curious if that was hand drawn.
Yeah, that's like
if it's hand drawn, that's
good,
incredible.
Right? Yeah, that's sick. Oh, draft. I like civilization.
Yes. Let's move on to that.
Georgians already banned, automatically Khmer banned, so we didn't have to go there. Look at that Spanish ban.
I think also Burgundians were another global ban, which is worth pointing out here, considering I believe Fortress is one of the maps, which we'll see here in a second.
Bohemians, Portuguese, Goth being squeezed in there as well. Ethiopians, I think the first time that we're seeing
First time, yeah, Goth's first time, Ethiopians first time. I've got some ideas on how those could be utilized, and I think it's going to be a fun set strategically. Excuse me. For those that have been around a long time, they probably remember the days where Arabia was game number 1. And we actually get that again here.
Nice.
This is our neutral map, so we'll start it all off on Arabia, a map that Hera and Yo have played tens of thousands of games on. And then Yo has Fortress and Coast to Mountain, 2 very different maps. Hera sticking to his land maps with Enclosed and Land Madness here.
That seems like confidence, I would say. And yeah, that's the overall setup there in the end. Persians, something that I'm a bit surprised how many first picks Persians were and how few times we saw them banned.
Yeah. Well, they're picked first every single time Coast to Mountain's in the pool. Every single time. And I think Chinese is a Civ that would compete with them there. They have been banned way more when Coast and Mountain's involved. So Persians is always left over. But it definitely feels like you've got to try and break the Persians and do something different. I can already tell you what Yo's going to try with his draft, I think. You think he's going to go Goths there, and he'll go early Barracks. This is the strategy that we can credit Doubt to.
Mongols, is that the counter pick to Bohemians on Fortress?
What about...
I think that's a counter pick.
Like Mongols against Bohemians just to go Mangadai?
I think so.
Interesting.
That's the strongest unit against Bohemian Hufnitze plus Halberdier combo. Extra bonus damage against the siege, great against Harps.
What about Ethiopians?
Shotels? You die to hand cannon?
What wins? The Hufnitze or the Torsen engine bombard cannon?
Ooh, I think Hufnitze has a bit more HP, bit more base damage.
But the splash...
The splash could be slightly better for Ethiopians. I think that's pretty close.
Okay.
But do you really just want to play the mirror and both going for bombard cannons?
I guess we'll see. But we're going to find out very shortly. Hera versus Yo. Winner moves on to the grand final tomorrow. Loser will have many more sets to play. Coming right up. Here we are again. Winner of this moves directly to the grand final. And we have Mongols on Arabia here for Hera. This is a dangerous civilization with the timings. So Hera, he's been aggressive, he's been defensive, depending on the series and the game. Clearly going to be offensive here against Yo's Hindustanis.
Oh, that means the Mongols idea, therefore Fortress, won't really happen. Will be interesting to see what he is going for there. Hera, he obviously loves to be the aggressor, loves to be the one attacking first. Mongols, faster hunt, you get more resources early on. This could be a really early uptime to Fuel Age, maybe even pop 18 without Loom?
Yeah.
Could he be that crazy?
I think so, right? Because there's, on Arabia, players these days, they can probably assume what exactly is going to happen, right? So he skips Loom, a little risky if the opponent's scout would be coming forward. I believe we're just slightly catching up here.
Correct.
To where they're at as well, which is why it's going slightly faster here. But I mean, Yo has been there, done that a million times against Mongols. He fully understands the job. And I think if Yo can weather the storm, Hindustanis are insanely strong against the Mongols long term.
That's so true. If we get to all those camels, especially Imperial Camel, it's just wrecking through everything that the Mongol player could offer. Interesting approaches here, right? Hera, no Loom. As we said, pop 18. On the other side, 19 with Loom. So 50 seconds difference there.
So Mongols seen as the better scout civ here. Seen as one of the best scout civs because of all that hunt. And they both probably know it's going to be scouts. So what do you think about in Yo's position here? A lot of times you don't want to match your opponent at something they're better at. But scouts is also pretty good opening for the Hindustanis.
Thing is, you're not really worse, you're just a bit later, right? So you have to accept, okay, he will have the aggression, I will need to defend maybe some small walls around my woodline, around my berries, and then my scouts will be as strong as your scouts, right? They have the same price, so theoretically, okay, I'm pushed back a bit, but we can still take reasonable fights.
Can you imagine if you're in a race and someone says, you're not worse, you're just later? Scout is here. Scout is here. And it is a race to feudal age.
Yeah.
And an amazing find for Hera. I mean, he doesn't leave his base at all. Opponent comes to scout him, and now Yo gets punished for it. The faster scout, the more attack, immediately leads to the kill. And Yo won't know. He won't at least be able to confirm Hera's opening here.
29 HP still on that scout. That's a really nice opening for Hera. Only builds that stable with one villager though, so Hera will be losing 15 seconds in the scout production there.
Okay.
2 builds versus 1.
Yep. So obviously Hera will kind of have the whole map to play now. He can see what Yo's up to. Yo feeling a little bit of freedom to wall a little bit because that initial scout is weak and he'll know about the timings here. But it's just so hard to catch up to Hera, and it's so hard to catch up to the Mongols, right? I really like the pick, by the way. At times, Hera goes overly greedy, and I feel as though that could potentially, he say this, he hasn't lost a game, but potentially be a problem. And I see it. It's like the second he's actually the one on the offensive, he can do whatever he wants behind it. So it's a really good choice, showing the confidence he has against Yo, maybe stylistically. Look at him run back and forth. He's like, go ahead, go ahead. Yo doesn't even budge. And Yo finally clicks a villager here, but that's Hera saying, hey, this is what you're going to have to deal with in this series.
And Hera goes full aggression, right? Typically, with the extra resources for Mongols, lots of people think, okay, maybe I'm not finding the villager kill. I'm trying to squeeze in the farm upgrade, not Hera.
I love how Yo doesn't even click. Like, Yo doesn't even click. Like, that's so funny. So many people would have reacted with the Vills. Yo just stands there, and that's what you need to do sometimes when someone's microing in front of your face. We've got the archer range now from Hera. He'll know that it will be scouts from Yo, but spears. So I think the plan would probably be archers here.
Both scouts for Yo pretty soon. Wants to take the engagement, still has more HP here. But Hera, that will be lots of aggression. And Yo, yeah, he walled the right-hand side, but this is still open.
He's clicking them back and forth. I think he's trying to get his units to stack on top of each other with the clicks.
Could be something.
Like, I think that's what that is. I don't think it's necessarily clicking. I could be wrong, but with stand ground, you can kind of maneuver. I mean, it's first game. It kind of feels like he's like trying to send a message too.
First archer now in the queue. Maybe he's trying to make something happen there. Obviously, with the box formation, they should be close together.
They do. Yeah, it didn't change much. I'm just curious on that. Hera had so many scouts here, and now Yo just walks forward with less scouts, and Hera's chasing. This is kind of crazy how this is turned around, and suddenly Hera's on the defensive.
It's good for Yo, but he invested a lot into those walls, therefore the archer range later. I think he needs to get one up. He already has 3 on gold, so it should be scout archer versus scout archer.
I mean, all things considered, right? Mongol should have the fast start, the fast numbers. Yo lost his first scout. This is okay for Yo right now. The next wave could be really dangerous.
Double range. Hera realizes, damn, the distance is really short. I can double down here, because typically it's one range and then you go for the blacksmith.
Yeah. Well, Yo should see that. I'm pretty certain he's seen this, yeah. So now he'll know it's 2 range.
I think tower time.
Yeah.
I don't think with the 3 golds, look at the minimap, how open Yo's golds are.
Look at
this
how...
yeah.
Sorry, I'm just getting excited here at how reactive their armies are and how quick everything is here. It's insane just how precise everything has been so far for both of them. First, kill beyond the scout, I guess, so second kill for Hera. And Yo...
The golds.
Yeah, the golds are a problem.
So bad. Yeah, this is the one. I think only 1 archer range, and now starts with the first archer. On the other side, we already have 3, plus double production. Yo could die here if he isn't cautious.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have the number of scouts. He won't have the number of archers. He doesn't have the map with back resources here. And here come the archers forward. Yo is going to get bloodlines. Hera won't have that. But if Yo doesn't spot this, you're right. He'll be pushed off of gold.
Oh, man. The tower could be an option here. It's 1 single archer only. He's not going for any skirms. Now he adds another one. He might be underreacting.
I think he's underreacting to what he typically faces, right? You're not usually seeing the double range. Now, he did scout it, but
Bloodlines.
Maybe you're not expecting the opponent to also be able to get bloodlines. Hera is bringing as much aggression as humanly possible here while still having a decent economy. And Yo is known for being really patient under pressure.
Yeah.
So he's never one to overreact. So I think he's hoping he can get by without the tower. But that spearman will get sniped, and yeah, I mean, you're going to be pushed off that gold, Yo. You got to get out of here.
One villager, low HP. She gets really ambitious as well. Bloodlines finishes for Hera. He wants to take this fight.
Yeah, and that should be an amazing fight for Hera. He has more scouts here. The micro's been really good as well. And in game number 1, with Yo's gold right there, this might be over before we even hit Castle Age. Hera will back away so he doesn't run into that town center fire, but this is such a good position for him.
Oh man, the scout's so low as well. 17 versus 7 military, pushed away from the gold, and we said he can't get other golds.
Yeah, and now you don't need to do anything special. You just need to hold this position. Now, you can also recognize that if Yo doesn't retake this position, he's dead.
Yeah.
So what's he going to do? He's going to make a lot more army, and so Hera just continues to produce the army from his buildings right now.
Just makes a lot of sense. Is walled behind this, but obviously the Hindustani scouts with the extra bonus can maybe get through those walls a bit faster, but he's already doing so much damage, taking out the archer range first and also the farms.
Yeah, now Hera should sense something's up here, and he should be double checking to know if he's fully walled.
Yeah.
It looks okay. You're right, his buildings can go down quickly, but he's not that far away with his scouts either. So, okay, there's an archer. Yo misses that. Yo's got a lot to worry about at home.
Might he be open? The scouts are moving in. Maybe next to the woodline? No, he attacks now. Oh, this is really good.
Yeah, and a lot of the scouts are weak as well. Hera can just eject archers behind. And so the player who has not lost a game so far opens up with maybe the most aggressive Arabia Civ, goes for one of the most aggressive openings we've seen from him so far. And Yo will go for a tower, but he still has no gold.
Yeah, that's not the tower that he needed. Now I think the second stable, right? Mr. Yo will simply realize, okay, well, I'm not going archers. I just need to overwhelm you with scouts.
The thing is, like, what's the HP on the scouts right now? It's not good for Yo. And Hera, it's pretty much similar here. And he has the archers. So I don't think this is going to be easy for Yo to take a fight.
Armor now both getting the attack upgrade here. Yeah, I also think that Hera would be winning this one. How many scouts do we need? Maybe 6 more? Something like that? But he's losing the stable at the front, so he can't catch up with production.
Yep, and yeah, Hera knows it.
Might just go down.
We're just not going to give him any chance back into this game. They're both leaning into for the big engagement. Yo has to run up the hill. That's a horrible engagement. His scouts also kind of spread out there, and I think Yo taps out here. Hera with a very dominant game number 1.
Wow, a 17-minute game. And simply an underreaction there by Yo. He kind of scouted, yeah, okay, but he saw the double archery range. He had the intel.
Yeah.
I think he was just greedy not building the defensive tower on his gold.
Yeah, I think Yo likes to drop TCs later, and if you drop the tower, you're not able to do that. And,
but Tristan, if you don't get Castle Age, you can't even drop TCs.
Well, this is true. This is true, and I mean, credit to Hera there for opening up with crazy attack. I think like that, so there's the Hera factor now. There's the fear factor when you're up against him, right? And I think a game like that adds to it, right? It's just like, all right, you're maybe thinking, maybe you pumped yourself up before this. Maybe you're thinking all positive thoughts. I'm going to remind you why you're worried about me. And there you go, 1-0.
That was brutal.
That was brutal. It was brutal. And I got to bring it up. We're always in the back room having discussions, and I did feel as though Yo was very confident and happy with his performance. He was very transparent, always is in the interview, and he was just like, I'm playing my best Age of Empires I've ever played at a LAN.
Especially on day 1 and 2, right?
Yes, especially that. Yeah, because he's normally much hotter later stages. He walked into the room when we were watching the Hera Leary series in the back, and Yo looked at the screen and he just goes, am I even going to win a game tomorrow? And he said it like in a joking manner. And then, of course, I naturally reacted by pumping him up, like, dude, you've been playing insane, all that. But you wonder, even if that was a joke, how much of that, how much belief of that statement was in his mind there, just because of how good Hera's been playing. And the last couple of times they faced each other, it hasn't looked good.
Yeah. Hera has been looking so sharp, and it feels like Yo, if he wins against Hera, if he tries to find a way to victory, it has to be through strategies. Weird matchup, has to put Hera into situations where he's not comfortable. But if Hera is playing pop 18 no loom scouts into double archery range, that's where he shines.
Yep, and that's why it was a good pick on the draft. Really good pick on the draft. Also kind of a good pick on the draft because that's a very Yo pick. So Yo is in love with the Mongols as well. But let's look at these maps. Fortress, very different from what we just saw. More strategic, more slow build. Coast to Mountain, very different from what we just saw. Arabia, even though it's a map that everyone's obsessed with, it's not quite as strategic. That's just the reality of it. So it comes down to strategy now and a combination of all the other factors, of course. And we have Regicide Fortress, where I have to point out, they have spawned incredibly close to one another.
Yeah, and incredibly close means we don't need mobility, and we are really good with the timings. And what am Malai shining at?
Yep. Everything you just said. That was my thought exactly. Like, if Hera could get a map generation for this Civ matchup, this would be it right here. They're next door neighbors. I mean, if we could just look from Hera's castle, the distance between Hera's castle and Yo's castle.
It feels like you can trap from home.
Yeah.
So
you
close.
could trap like right in the middle there. There's also a greater chance that one of them runs into the other person's castle with their king.
I think it's far enough, right? The castle feels like 3-4 tiles away, but yeah. It's a bit closer. The castle, by the way, on this map generation always spawn to the front, so you kind of know where your opponent is going to be, and you can be a bit safer with your king movement.
Yeah.
Obviously, I've seen that Yo lost his castle. But yeah, Melee, advancing faster to the next age. Gives you indirectly more villagers because your TC can produce more. But if you want to go for the trap war, if you want to go for the timing attacks early Imperial Age, that's just the dream for them.
So here's a question. I mean, Malay can play standard, the more boom approach, very well. But if Harris scouts that, does he adapt his whole strategy to a fast imp?
He can play fast imp. That would be a bit weird because what is he building? Like 2 bombard cannons?
Yeah.
Can't really push with that. What I could see is him just playing a bit bigger castle age. Kind of the Yo special, right? Reach Imperial Age with 120 villagers and build like 10 Hussite wagons before that.
Okay. Well, relics are very evenly distributed here. There's one in the north, there's one in the east, there's one in the west, there's one in the south. And so the Kings they haven't found walls yet. They're just scouting out there. That's safe for now. Not so safe once Feudal Age comes in. Bohemians have just been insane on this map this tournament. I think we've seen them win every time. There may have been one that I'm forgetting.
I remember 2 games.
And I think they were both Bohemian victories.
Against Burgundians of the Viper, Teto today.
And against Khmer.
Hera against Teto, yes, on our first day.
Yeah, I think there was also a Kingston game where he played Bohemians against Tato. But that was Bohemian. Yeah, Bohemians lost to Turks there, I believe. We covered that one together. So I guess
66%.
They haven't won every game. Okay, here we go. Is the map going to nerf Hera? No.
Just no way!
If the scout's around, that King's still going down. The scout is chasing. The scout is chasing. The scout is on the way. The scout is on the way. But wait, Yo is to be careful here. You don't want to lose your scout. Hera will block, and everything's fine. Hera's taunting him. He's like, you can't get me. And don't lose your scout, Yo. Don't lose your scout, Yo. Don't get baited. No! I can't believe Yo let him do that. Yo is laughing. He knows he just got. Well played from Hera there, I have to say. That was a beautiful way to finish what could have been a disastrous situation.
Incredible. We're playing with the game mode regicide. Losing the king means losing the game. No matter the state of it. He was down to 10 HP.
I mean, this is gonna come off as harsh here, okay? Because it is regicide, and you're supposed to go for the king. But Hera is never stopping like that unless he's baiting you in the castle fire. You always have to run back.
But it was 2 hits away.
I know, but they're like
2 hits.
Two
hits from winning.
The player who destroyed him in game number 1 is never going to not click his king in there. That was beautiful from Hera, though. I really like that.
That was a sick block.
Oh, can you? I mean, Hera's probably. He went from terrified to elated there.
This is a good spot, since this is relatively slow, to maybe get some replays from the face cams. That's my request from production, because that was a really emotional moment for us, and it had to be even more emotional for them.
I looked at both faces. I saw Yo visibly laughing, almost had a look of respect. I didn't see Hera's face change at all.
Okay.
Hera's face did not change one bit. Now, I obviously might have missed something there, but
maybe a slight smirk.
That was sick.
He had to be proud of himself, right?
Yeah, it's a sick move, dude. I mean, if that happens, the second the series ends, I'm going back to the hotel and I'm rewatching everyone's reactions in Twitch. So
healed a bit in the castle and just trying to scout the right-hand side. By the way, no gold collected here for Hera. Played a really fast uptime and will play 2 town centers for now.
Yeah, so Malay should have the villager lead because they advance so much faster to the next stage, and that should lead to a better eco in that way. I do think, though, what Yo could do, he's got the better unique unit for map control. Well, maybe in some ways. At least if the unique units fight, the Hussite wagon shreds the Karambit. But I think Karambits are actually pretty good to camp on relics as well, to stop monks from bringing them in.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be nice to get some map control. The question is, with this super short distance, we are rarely getting into the scenario where an advantage 4-1 or 3-2 relics is actually important. I think getting to imp faster with a stronger economy might be more important than the super late setup.
Here's a question for you. So with the king scenario, which was crazy, and I'm talking about how maybe Yo shouldn't have taken the bait there.
Yeah.
If that's Yo against, I don't know, like Lix or someone he's favored against, do you think he sticks around with the scout, or do you think he runs back?
The thing is, does he think Lux is debating him?
Well, I guess that's fair.
Lux wouldn't set up the bait that much. I think you just...
Here's the replay. We can watch the player faces. Hera seemed to smile there for a second as he got hit. And now let's see. Yo's actually had a smile on his face already. in all honesty. And, well, he's chasing. This is where I think right about here, you see the walls, you've got to know. Yo can't help himself. And Hera, not much of a reaction there, but you know there's a much bigger smile going on inside.
Yeah. Oh, that was beautiful.
That was still a pretty crazy moment, dude.
So
I'm kind of proud of myself because I thought that was maybe a possibility. So to keep that in mind, everybody. These generations could probably get you. Imagine if it's a final.
It's 2TC Hera, by the way. I think he will have a really fast MPH. On the other side, Mr. Yo plays 3TC plus is picking up relics.
Okay, I'm going to say something. It sounds a little unorthodox for what we've seen so far, but hear me out. Fast chemistry, stay in Castle H with double archer range, hand cannon production to hold map control, if you're Yo.
I think we have seen that like Nikov played by Nikov on Arena, right?
On Arena, and there would be a siege tower incorporated, which would be extra cool.
Ooh.
ACCM and Nikov love that. But kind of the logic here is this game is decided by Treb position or bomber cannon position, and we established the Treb needs to be around where Hera's scout is right now.
Yeah.
So you need an army there. You could just make Hussite wagons. That might be easier because it's a form of gunpowder. You don't have to get chemistry. But yeah, I want heavy army production from Yo in the middle because otherwise you're just going to get Treb down in early game.
I think if we're not starting with the castle, the hand cannon approach makes a lot of sense, right? Because you get the map control, and Hera doesn't really want to take into Arbalest to find a counter there, or maybe even wild 40C elephants. But with the castle, Hussite wagons just feels like such a natural choice.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. So Hera, maybe a little surprised he hasn't seen a Hussite wagon yet. I think he just caught a glimpse of that. He's going to get the relics, which is so easy for him now because the opponent's scout isn't out there. So that scout was a massive loss. It wasn't just one unit going down. It wasn't just the mental win of killing the enemy unit. It can affect the relic count hugely.
Can we quickly check if Yo scouted all the 3 remaining relics? Because especially with the scout going down, this could be an easy hiccup. And
he has no scout.
It doesn't see a single one of those 3.
Yeah. Well, kind of makes sense, right? He did get one in the north already.
Let's see if he gets baited again.
He's got a much tankier unit here.
Dodged. Okay, extra projectiles did the damage.
Yeah. Extra projectiles help. That'll feel good for Yo, as will the one relic in his monastery. But Yo...
40TC with a short distance.
Going for a big boom, and Hera soon going to click up to him. This is where you need tons of wagons. I'm okay with it if you've got like 5 to 6 wagons in the middle.
I'm getting so scared. We hyped it up as a crazy set. And now this is like the dream scenario for Hera. Mr. Yo, greedy again. Hera, timing attack again. Short distance. This is basically a repeat of game 1, just with walls.
Yeah, but it's like... And maybe, again, a little questionable in some ways because he saw the double range in game number 1.
Yeah.
And there was no tower, right? Who knows how that game goes otherwise. But right now, I mean, I will begin to question it if there's no additional army in the middle. It's fine as long as he slows down the Trebs. Hera he will need protection for the Trebs. He's going for a second monastery now. That's going to be monks. I mean, if he just goes redemption, he can convert the wagons, right?
Yeah, block printing. That could be an option. Hera is sending 6 villagers on stone though, so might want to build the forward castle. This will be the 2TC. So, Mr. Yo, if he can hold this, if this game goes to minute 30, I see him being ahead.
Yeah, that's the timing here, and Hera will understand that as well. That's all part of the game plan. That's how it pans out.
He's going for redemption. So actually, Hussite wagon might be a poor addition.
Yeah.
Hera is playing against us, and Mr. Yo just skips the Hussite wagons for now.
I mean, if it's going to be bomber cannon war, you can still maybe be somewhat close to matching. I don't know if you can be somewhat close to matching the bomber cannon timing here, but in theory, the Bohemians are the civ to do that because they can research chemistry early. But you got to click up to imp, and you got to click up to imp against the best fast imp civ in the game on a very short distance here. I mean, Hera probably wouldn't have played this way if he didn't see the generation. He is going to kill that monk. And he could convert that wagon in a second as well. So that should be another relic for Hera. Trebuchet on the way out of that castle.
At least Yo gets the confirmation, okay, you apparently have redemption and might be thinking about block printing after finishing Sanctity. And he knows, okay, I'm not doing more hazard wagons.
It's unfortunate. I think if you wanted to go chemistry, you would have had to do it already. You've now waited too long. Your resources are too close to imp. That was a crazy conversion. I mean, all the players will say that Yo deserved that because they all joke that Yo gets the best conversions in the game. But yeah, Hera knows there's nothing you can do to stop me. And he just walks forward for a castle right there. This is where his king almost died. I'm pretty sure the king ordered this position. It would make sense.
This land.
Oh man, look for my blood. That's where you will build the castle. I'm really struggling to know what Yo can do here without like losing his castle, losing his base.
The thing is, against monks, it's not that bad to lose the castle, right? You kind of want hazard reforms, or not hazard reforms, Wagenbau techniques, so that your bombard cannons will be a bit faster. But then, against what Hera's building, you kind of want to play bombard cannon, he needs skirmishes.
And he's surprised that Hera didn't go for chemistry here. Is that part of the plan? Because I was expecting his own cannons, but maybe if he thinks his opponent will make monks, Trebs is the best way.
Not even sure if he has a university, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he does.
I mean, maybe he did click it. I can't see the castle firing on anything. And yeah, okay, so the castle stats show he doesn't have it yet.
It will be monks as a counter, no chemistry now.
I think skirms. Skirm hand cannon. You make skirms with a mix of hand cannons.
Yeah, hand cannon for sure. Well, like they do a lot of damage, right? They 3-shot a monk.
Yep. Hera goes 1 trap. There's a second on the way, third and a fourth on the way. Just take some time to roll these thick boys forward. And I want to know what the next step is for Hera.
Maybe another TC, or is he continuing to play 2?
Also, there's a hole there in the wall, which Hera might have forgotten about, but he can actually roll right in there.
Yeah, true.
I think Yo deleted
Castle?
that when he used his scout earlier.
Yeah, true. And I think castle goes down before we have the unique tech finish. So no faster speed there.
Hera 7 monks, 5 karambits. The karambits won't accomplish a ton. Yo just about to complete chemistry. He makes it to imp. Any other civ, he's completely dead. The fact that he could get chemistry ahead of time was really helpful here.
Absolutely.
And now Hera gets to get his karambits in there and see what Yo is planning on. And clearly, it's going to be hand cannons. But Yo is a 20 villager lead right now.
Yeah, could be nice. So far, 0 military really, though. We'll get 10 hand cannoneers. And moving in with those. Yeah, he waits a bit. I think he should be able to clear this up. But he doesn't really have any units to kill the traps.
Yeah. What is that castle foundation from Yo on the right side of his base?
Maybe wants to protect the 2 golds, the stone, and it's a bit of indirect pressure to the right.
I don't think... Yeah, I mean, it's a good position if Hera doesn't look there. I wonder if Hera's able to recognize that that's where all that gold is. He goes for conversions here, and he'll get a conversion or 2, and he's going for the relic heist to get that relic back to his base.
That's sick. And it will be 5 relics. It will be 5 relics for Hera. The spot where we said the relics were distributed evenly.
Bit surprising that Herod hasn't gone for fletching, in my opinion. I thought after seeing hand cannons, we'd start to see those upgrades shift out of monks, potentially go into some range units here.
Yeah, and he realizes that. He's adding a town center. He knows, okay, this push is not finishing you off. Nice defense, Mr. Yo.
It was really, like, Yo has such a tendency to play relaxed in high-pressure situations. And unfortunately for us, and for him, it was too relaxed in the previous game. But here, I mean... That's a trebuchet that he's going to take down with villagers somehow. Really needs that TC. I think the TC will go down. Unfortunate. It just rebuilds it. It's fine.
That just made the sound like if someone misses the putt in golf. The whole crowd's like, oh.
The crowd in Wii Golf? Yeah. Oh, that's funny, man. I mean, Hera's push, it took out some town centers. It took out a castle, but... He's behind in villagers, and he's still just making monks here, nearly.
Yeah, that won't be enough. Against mass units, that's not pretty.
Also, the Trebs were all kind of split up in different directions, and still not seeing any signs from Hera that he's going to switch. It feels like he knows he's going to have some time, and he's trying to buff up his eco behind this with TCs. But well played from Yo.
Hand cannons will move faster, bombard cannons will move faster, gets a lot of the monks.
Wow, we might see a score flip here in a second. Those karambits are not going to stand a chance. Mr. Yo holding on here, and Hera's castle sticking out like a sore thumb right now. Where is the transition from Hera? There's ballistics. I'd expect archer ranges soon. And yeah, it's important for Yo to just keep a close eye on his cannons now. He really needs Trebs.
Yeah, he is queuing one up. Obviously, the bombard cannons right now without siege engineers 12 range. That's why he's trying to help them out a bit against the 12 range monks.
This, by the way, guys, just for your own general knowledge when watching the game or playing the game, this is also the weakness of the fast imp. You can hit quickly, but you just run low on resources compared to a full boom. The res collected's been much higher for Yo. Obviously, Hera's been able to gain some great map control and get the 5 relics. But Yo's 4 TC boom paid off just much later than we thought it would.
Now he's outranging the monks. And if he gets Hufnitze, he actually one-shots those monks, even though they have Sanctity, so that could be a great counter as well.
I like that from Hera. A couple raids maybe to the side. His eco's getting better. He's getting those techs in. I'm sure we'll see archer ranges soon. It's kind of crazy. I think if Hera would have used his traps on the right side, Yo would have been dead. That's where all of Yo's stone and gold was.
But you needed to be close to your castle.
Yeah.
So yeah, the first castle would have been to the right.
Yeah, that's true.
Uh-oh.
I think Devotion is in for Yo. I would like to call that Deyotion. Because Yo always gets the best conversions.
Natural Deyotion.
Yeah. I don't know if that's going to stick, but it's worth it. Worth a try. Hera trebbing down that castle. Sometimes the weakness here when you go forward castle is since it's not naturally around your eco, you don't actually have as many builds to repair.
It's a lot of traps for Hera. And if the castle goes down, I think the skirms can move in.
That's a big army from Yo. What in the world?
50 military against 30.
Hera still doesn't have any ranged units on the field here. He's still sitting back waiting for upgrades. Mr. Yo could clear everything here. He'll lose some skirmishers, but who cares about that? And the trebuchets for Hera are all exposed.
Oh boy, what a big clear up here. Bombard cannons, maybe they're dying. Doesn't look like it. And those monks, they're really slow when trying to retreat.
Elite Karambit warrior for Hera. When there's hand cannons on the field, he really just seems to be uncomfortable and unsure of what to do right now. He's got 5 relics. I'm waiting for skirms. I'm waiting for anything out of an archery range.
It's just like against what we see right now from Mr. Yo, elephants would be the natural choice, but then Bohemians with their incredible halberdiers, it just feels like the counter is just around the corner.
Yeah, and that's why Hera wanted to kill him fast, because he didn't want that to be a conversation at all. Still 5 relics. He's very close in the Vil count now, but Hera needs to keep this castle up. That's where his relics are, right behind it. Look, another castle in the south.
And he's moving the king.
Yeah.
Hera. He knows, okay, push could be around the corner here.
Did he put it in the castle or a tower?
I think it's
okay.
A tower.
If you put it in the castle, it's very likely you accidentally send that forward.
Lots of resources for Yo. I just thought he wanted to click Hufnitze maybe. Really costly upgrade, slow upgrade, but feels like ballistics and some armor for the scum.
How has Yo done this? How has he been able to just relax under so much pressure against such an amazing player? The Karambits will die for the trebs. The monks behind are going for conversions. And Yo will lose 1 bombard cannon. Yo could lose all of his bombard cannons. He could lose all of his trebs.
But he's losing most of his monks as well. Yeah, this is costly, but this is costly for Hera as well. I think this is somewhat even, and it feels like Yo can replace this a bit easier.
Still no answer to hand cannons. The elite Karambit warrior against gunpowder is a head scratcher for me. And the ranged upgrades came in. I think Hera did it because he realized I don't have time to go ranged units. Also because there's bombard cannons as well, right? But
this is not fast speed, by the way, the production, right? You look at the Karambits, like how they're producing.
The Karambits are like, you want us to go all the way over there? Oh, man. Well, there's Hufnitze, and there's Heresy as well. Those are expensive upgrades. 1,000 gold. And now if Hera gets a conversion, or at least when that completes, the unit will just die. It won't switch sides, which isn't the most helpful in these scenarios, but if you have the gold, I think go for it.
Simply that the bombard cannons might not kill your bombard cannons there.
Yeah.
Some skirmishes at the front, and, well, you simply can have more units to then kill the monks after they're done.
Hera's gold is going to go to Yo now, underneath that TC. Yo will be very happy with that.
Monasteries at the front.
Yeah, monasteries are at the front. Yeah, there's an argument.
Is that the one with the 5 relics?
I think they're in multiple, if I had to guess. There's one, and there's another one to the left. Just off screen there.
Okay.
That's a big army of hand cannons. And you can convert, but you can only convert like 1/5 of them. And the rest of them just chew up the Karambits. This is looking very difficult for Hera. This might be his first loss of the tournament.
Such a crazy pressure here, and those karambits, yeah, there are plenty of them, but they're super weak. Bombard cannon shots could just kill them. Now trying to move in. Mr. Yo, can he hold this?
I mean, bye-bye Karambit Warriors, right? Like, these things are so low HP against Gunpowder. Hera will dive. Yes, the units are cheap, but it feels like a slaughter here. Yeah, it's a slaughter.
It's a slaughter, but down to 2 of Nietzsche here. Yeah, we have more hand cannoneers in the queue. That got completely slaughtered. Hera at pop 160, 144 villagers. He doesn't have any army left.
Panic time for Hera here. He really needs gold. He's just now making his own cannons. He just sold off all the excess resources he could to drop another castle. It seems like he won't relocate those relics. This is his last stand now. If he holds this position, he'll feel like he has a chance, but if he loses any more ground, we might see the GG.
Also needed that castle to get to pop 200 again. Now the gate maybe could get attacked. Feels like Yo's cleaning up a bit more there. Still 30 on gold. Look at that. 6 on gold only for Hera.
Well, I think Hera's Bombard Cannons actually allow him to hold here because Yo doesn't have monk upgrades himself. And so there's possibilities Hera can convert cannons, and that's not the case for Yo. And if Hera, with that much on food, can get archer ranges down and make skirms, I kind of like his chances. He's still got the 5 relics. He's still Hera. He's got a nice Vil lead.
After the game number 1 against Tato, I will never count out Hera again.
Yep.
Came back, popped 110 against 200. Now monks are moving in, well controlled. This could be tricky to defend here from Sayo.
The thing that's tricky here, if Hera ever loses his group of monks, it's unlikely he can make many more, and then Hussite wagons become insanely strong for Yo against skirmishers. So Hera needs those 6 monks to always stay alive. Again, has big gold problems right now. Only 6 on gold. Finally, we see elite skirm, and the skirm's in queue, but all he loses is bomber cannon.
That's a nice snipe here from Mr. Yo, and yeah, elite skirms, what we wanted to see, 20 skirms in the queue. I think he only has 2 ranges though, maybe 3 in total right now.
I mean, if the Karambits can get the positioning, they might be able to kill quite a few of those hand cannons. The hand cannons are not cheap. Hera's going to dive through here. Into the gunpowder he goes. The monks behind will go for conversions. They may get one. It was 60 Karambits when the fight started. It's quickly become 25. It's quickly become 10-0.
Completely stomped him there with the castle behind. The ground attacks before that were started as well. And yeah, there were no conversions. There were only kills.
Yeah. And Hera is just hoping he could convert a Hoofnita there, snipe some of these trebs to keep this castle up. Yo knows it's going to take some time. He dives. He snipes the bomber cannon from Hera. Hera's castle goes down. Hera's population is still pretty insane, but even that's going to be a problem now because he needs houses.
So you need to make sure to still stay patient, right?
Left side.
So many things are going right for him. He's moving out with a lot of villagers here. Is he right-clicking the castle?
Sappers. Yo says, I need more pop space. Guys, don't delete your villagers, okay? Do some damage with them before they die. Yo is going for sappers. Hera will not have murder holes, so that castle will take some pretty decent damage. I think the villagers will die to Karambit Warriors, but just crazy, crazy stuff here. Here's Hera's point of view as he tries to survive. There's the skirmisher queue at the top left.
Crazy.
So finally, he's good to go there.
Monastery there, kind of exposed now, trying to dive in against the Nietzsche. Nice move.
Yeah, but I think those cannons can't back away, so maybe some of them will end up going down. Karambit's completely disappeared, though.
28 idle villagers.
Yeah, 28 idols, 6 on gold for Hera. He's nowhere to run, really.
But he keeps trading off, like, food units now against all the gold units.
I really think Yo, like, hand cannons in the back, always here, always.
Yeah, yeah.
The hand cannons are only helpful when Karambits come in. Skirms on the front, hand cannons on the back. He never loses these fights, but you cannot have your gunpowder on the front right now.
Maybe some repair could be an option. Send some more villagers to the front. Look at the resources of Mr. Yo. And he goes for Hussite reforms. Now, everything he uses in his monasteries, that's tax and monks, cost food instead of gold.
Yeah, he's in a really good spot. Again, my main worry for Yo would be the hand cannons. But this is the positioning you want, right? Because the Karambit warriors will get in close, and then the hand cannons, as long as they follow up behind, will kill them off.
How much damage do you think the castle took?
I'm actually very curious. I think 1,000. Okay, 1,200.
Was it worth it that 20 villagers died for that?
Well, he's up to 80 pop now. So he actually really he noticed he had a big queue. Like, that wasn't him trolling. I think more people need to do that. Even if you just send vills you want to die into the opponent's eco, they're going to be confused. They're going to focus on it. I think Hera
Relics on Garrison
is going to struggle here against this composition. Yo maybe made the mistake before to have his hand cannons in the wrong position. He's not making the mistake now. Hera will not get those relics back.
Tries to shift click, gets sniped down there. The relic gets actually home. Would love to see the kill count on those 3 bombard cannons. They're diving in deep. 42 kills on those 3.
By the way, let's not forget the king is there. The king is not too far away in that tower. I still feel like once Hera loses a bit more ground, this is over. His eco should be right behind all of this, but he's done an incredible job getting his population up and getting the skirm production. Like, he went from no skirms to endless skirmishers.
Yeah, nice production there for sure. 46 now on the field. On the other side, 51 in the queue. Mass skirmishes here, and no player really feels like they need to tech switch.
Is that the monastery he put the relics in, by the way? Like, right beyond this?
Oh, no.
Yes, it is. So, not the safest spot for those relics. Yo tries to heist one. Castle about to fall here for Hera. Will we see him finally lose a game? The castle's definitely going down. There's nothing Hera can do about that. And Yo patiently camping those relics, patiently creeping in. Skirmishers on the front, and hand cannons to the backside here.
It's the big kill there. Maybe more shots there. Dufnitz a bit too far to the front, trying to save themselves. Get more big shots in the back.
Yeah, and Hera can't make as many monks, right? He can't make as many monks. I think he sold some resources to make monks just to claim the relics. He won't have the gold income for that. Hand cannons do need to do their jobs there against the Karambit warriors, and they will. And Hera's pop still 170. Don't ask me how, but Yo slowly, patiently pushing him back.
Impressive. Still 50 more skirms in the queue. It's going for some more Karambits. Now has a bombard cannon on the field again, but that's again the exposed monastery here at the front, and the king is getting close to the army.
I think Hera should send the king into the army instead of GGing. I think that's the honorable thing to do. Right? If you don't resign, he's done this much.
He clickety-clicked the whole start to save the king, and now you think he should just sacrifice him?
I mean, go down fighting like a man, king. Come on, don't tap out. I mean, I would definitely not do that in Hera's position, because then people would make jokes, and I imagine Hera doesn't want that.
Oh, I think he knows. He's going down. That's the tower.
You could also use the king as bait again.
He's going for it. He's going for it.
Hey,
the king
going to let him get it? There goes the king. It's running. It's a coward. It's running.
Skirms are coming, trying to chase this one-on-one. Karambit, a converted Karambit on the chase.
That would be sick.
Skirmishes.
Hera's
trying to build a castle.
Hera still thinks he's got a chance here. This is absolutely crazy. Hera's still fighting. Yo has 3 of the relics.
Hera's leading in population.
Yeah, he is. Yo is a little distracted by that king. And Hera will be in the back corner of the map. He's still on 50 on food, even though he's lost the majority of his farming eco. He's just simply relocated it. But I think Yo will feel like everything's fine as long as he focuses on those relics. I like how Yo isn't trying to do something too extreme most of the time, you know? Yeah. Hera's not going to be easy to kill, so take your time here. Do need to be very careful, though. Hand cannons are getting picked off. Karambits will become very strong now. Then the Hoofnitsa could be in jeopardy. And Yo backs away.
Now goes for Atonement, can convert some monks of the opponent there. Remember, Yo, every single monk tag and the monks are all only food, so he's happy with queuing up 16 monks.
Is this where, like, 5 Hussite wagons could actually have a big effect?
Oh yeah, just a single one, right?
Yeah.
They can block shots of the opponent and you simply will take less damage.
I think Yo took those farms that Vodka just showed us on the side. Hera didn't notice. Yep. I mean, monks aren't really a great unit to have against Karambits and Skirms, in my opinion. They're great against bombard cannons. That's a crazy shot.
I need the kill count on Dovnitsa again. A massive shot again, and those 3 alone.
Hera just bought himself time to get those relics. We might be in for a long one here.
Really?
Yeah.
What a nice snag by him.
He should get 2 now. Oh. There's 1.
He's ready.
He just keeps moving it back 10 tiles.
But only moves them back 5 tiles.
Move him in the back corner.
Oh, God.
Okay, so what would you say Hera gives himself his chances right now? If you would to guess.
He's moving to the left-hand side. He's sending some army around. He still wants to play. I would think he knows that he's really far behind. He sees that the trades aren't great.
There's a gold there?
10, 15%.
No way there's a gold there. That's crazy there's a gold there.
I think it's criminal that Yo did not use his king to scout in Dark Age. Right? He only scouted like 8% of the map.
Well, he does that because he has a history of losing his king, right? It all comes back to haunt him there. I think Hera was seeing that golden stone. His chances go up very high in his mind.
Yeah.
Like, I was going to make the argument that maybe you want to tire out your opponent. You've shown to have more stamina. And you want to remind him you're not going to kill me as easily as I killed you in the first game. But, I mean, we got some stables here. I mean, Malay Lycav are not necessarily the most popular, but he's certainly got the food for it. And, yeah.
Elephant switching. Thinking, okay, now I get 2,400 gold. I still have 2 relics.
Do Malay get guilds?
I would say no.
Okay, I mean, if you sell all the food you have currently, you get a decent amount of gold, but still not enough to make that many elephants. Dude, this pisses me off. Why is that monastery there? This is like the 3rd or 4th time, man.
Malay do get guilds. Maybe we can click on a market and see the prices, but I would be surprised if the prices are super good.
Yeah.
Oh, the relic not dropped. And yeah, prices with guilds.
Hera,
Bottom, yeah.
I mean, if it's a really messy situation, Hera could use karambits and run into Yo's bait. Does Yo feel like he's about to get king sniped? I think he's saw that.
He's moving the king.
Yeah, he saw those karambits and thought, that's really heads-up play, actually.
Yeah.
Because the karambits didn't even get into his eco yet.
Yeah, maybe one of the options to lose this game, right? He knows, okay, that's going to be the big loss if I took that one. Now the big fight. Hera is going for it again.
Hera only has skirmishers here. Those 3 cannons are still going to be incredibly strong. Hera has to do his best to out-micro those cannons, but he doesn't have an answer to the castle that is holding his king. And right beyond it, the only relic that he has, Hera will probably be able to get another castle at some point because of that stone he's found. He's also going to find gold, so maybe we could see some elephants. But he has no answer, not a single answer to those trebuchets firing.
Absolutely crazy. Now more villagers there for the repair as well. Those monks, all the skirms are full HP at all times. Look at that. The monks are even idle during the battle.
Hera is looking for that king right now in that eco.
He
is definitely looking for that king. He's hoping that Yo will not look off of screen, but Yo has already saved his king inside of that castle. We have Lycav on the front. Yo put his skirms on stand ground. So he doesn't even have them on attack stance at the moment. They'll only hit what they range. Hera's king! Hera's king is in the north.
At the top! Tristan, hold my hand!
Can I stop holding your hand now?
No. A bit more squeeze, please.
The king from Hera, flirting with danger, will leave. And he's going to build another castle. Another castle in the back. Refuses to quit. And Yo's got to be thinking, like, what more can I do to win this game right now?
But on stand ground, those skirms could die.
Yeah, it's really bad to have them on stand ground. And Hera's holding.
Some more conversions against this. Now Lycav tech from Bohemian. What are we witnessing?
So Bohemian
Hera's
Lycav...
pop limit, Yo at 170.
Yeah, I mean, Bohemian Lycav are superior. So there is that.
Let's phrase it like less bad. Like superior sounds something like something good.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, it's less bad. The upgrades are coming in. I think that Yo can't believe he didn't win this game already.
Yeah.
I think that he was expecting
a
a tap out. This is an amazing fight from Hera. He's the big favorite in this set. He could have tapped, but he just continues to fight here. And this would affect my mentality, win or lose long term here if I'm Mr. Yo. Crazy shots with the cannons.
134 on those 3 hero cannons. Do they survive? One of those friends die.
Wow. Hera, I wonder if he sees that many monasteries and knows that Yo can just make them forever. But that's like 2,000 gold right there.
Yeah.
Hera should genuinely go elephants with 2,000 gold.
I think that could have been an option to make the push happen there, but maybe he felt, okay, I can't afford all the siege that I would need for the kill, so maybe we played the long run, and I just tried to swarm you with karambits.
Okay, let's forget that this is Regicide Fortress for a moment, and just think about late game scenario things you want. You want castles and corners, and you want TC count, and you want eco count. I'm not seeing castles in great positions for Yo long term. That northern area is actually very vulnerable to raids. He is building up some buildings there. Hera has a castle in the north. He doesn't have a castle in the south, but he's defending the south right now.
I thought I was a hypecaster saying like, oh yeah, Hera's sitting at 10 to 50% win rate, and I felt like, yeah, the game is already over. But look at this. He's pushing this back.
Yeah, he is.
This is criminal.
He has out-skirmed Yo, essentially. But I think Yo has to stop making monks. The monks haven't done anything for him, really. You're converting skirmishers. How much? It's 100 food?
Yeah.
100 food? No, just like Lycav is going to be the better play. I think Yo will stop making them, and I think Yo's situation is going to be looking a little bit better here, especially with Blast Furnace coming in now. That will, maybe we'll start to see a bit of a difference between the Lycav, because the Bohemian Lycav do have more armor.
Skirmisher numbers are pretty high on both sides. With 50 versus 40.
I think
with the other scouts.
I think if the Light Cav are this weak, and here comes Yo for this castle, if the Light Cav are this weak, is there even an argument to never make pikemen and just go for 80 skirms?
I think well, the thing is, yeah, but your pikemen are so good with Bohemians, right?
Okay.
So you kind of just want to use your bonus.
Okay. Well, here's another thing we haven't talked about bonus-wise. Hera needs a castle to get his unique tech to make food only two-handed swordsman.
Wow.
True.
That's 1,000 food, 600 gold to tech, I believe.
I think he's saving it. Does he have another castle?
He does.
Okay, he does.
That would be a crazy tech. And then all of a sudden, two-handed swordman.
Yeah, if we get to the stage of the game where you don't have gold and Yo doesn't have gold, or a lot of it, Hera can win with that. He has crop rotation. Like, I think I'm starting to like Hera's position right now with that in mind. Surely Hera's going to get the tech.
Uh-huh. He should.
He should.
That would be so crazy.
Yeah, the pikemen just are complete liability, wandering around after those Light Cav, and Hera just seems to be so confident right now.
They push at the bottom, right? Quick question. Where's the next wood line for Mr. Yo? He still has 3 at the... Yeah, he has to wait too much.
But it's all through the middle. It's all through the middle. And there's stuff on the right, I guess.
Yo's fine. I thought like Hera maybe, but yeah, he has so much in the left side corner.
Woo! All right, well, settle in, folks. This is going to be a long one. Hera refuses to die. The Light Cav seem to be completely fine with death. Or at least they should expect it at this point.
What a roller coaster of emotions this game is for me.
Yeah.
At one point I thought this could be like a 15-minute win for Hera with the early in timing.
Yeah, right. Well, it's funny. We said if Hera doesn't win an early in, it's probably GG. But then we forgot about the super late post in.
Yeah.
Which we normally don't really mention. We don't really factor in games where gold is completely gone. Oh, man, Yo found that. He's going to be really happy that he found that. Annoyed with himself, possibly. And he's been fighting back. He's been stabilizing with Pop. He's getting Halb now. He's got 52 on food himself. And I think just the difference in the Light Cav is going to make such a big difference. Where's the tech from Hera? Where's two-handed swordsman?
Maybe he feels like he can't afford it. Maybe he feels like, okay, you can't so easily go for hand cannoneers, but that would be a big gold investment. I think two-handed swordman is the better tech.
Yeah, it's so... I mean, it's stronger than anything Yo's making at the moment. Now, if Yo gets gold and mixes in hand cannons, it gets a little bit trickier, but you do have skirmishers for that. I think something like when I cast Hera, I'm oftentimes waiting for a tech switch, and he doesn't like to tech switch as early as most people do.
Yeah.
He likes to ensure that his Q with his current build-up is like super, super, super strong before he ever considers a tech switch. Because sometimes when you tech switch, you drop 8 barracks, you get the tech, your resources just run dry on you.
And actually, a fun fact that most people wouldn't believe, the weakest time for Hera in the game is actually the late game.
Yeah.
If you split it up in like sub 20 minute, 20 to 40, 40 to 60, and plus 60 minutes, his weakest win rate is in the hyper long game.
I bet you if you look at Yo's, the longer the game goes, the better it is as well.
Potentially.
Honestly, I think that's probably, I'm pretty certain that would be the case if you check his matches. Now, Malay, probably better than Bohemians in the late stages if you were to check the SIF stats. So that's another check in the category here for Hera.
Oh, that one pop 60, 160 pop. They're struggling.
Yeah, and then like the TCs. Hera has 2 TCs? Is that it? I think just 2 town centers to make more vills.
Those 2 at the side. Oh,
Yo is
super exposed at the bottom then, no?
Yo is 4 TCs, but Yo's TCs are super far from anywhere he's going to send the vills.
Yeah, he's 120 villagers, right? So TC's not really needed right now.
Yeah, he's actually not producing at all. Hera always has more on the way. Well, Yo has that gold right now. They're just having minor scuffles over this gold. And I just feel like Hera's going to go for one big play to push this back. If he can get a snowball fight, he's going to unleash the Trebs that are sitting in his castle. But there's so much exposed eco. Yo has had some time here. Hera hasn't been able to push, and Hera's Vil count plummeting. It was at 120 before, maybe 130. It's down to 107. It's soon going to be at 105, and villagers there. Yo seeing that.
So many exposed areas, yeah.
Yeah, Yo seeing that means we'll see a new army there soon, I'm sure.
Also, he found the monastery, right? I think he's going for it with another Hufnitze here, and that could be his 0 against 3 relics pretty soon.
And I don't think Hera's going to easily be able to reclaim the relics.
How? He's super far away, and that's so many idle farmers now. But Hera, how is Hera still having 60 on food?
So where are they? I think a lot of them are right here, right there. And they're not protected really by anything.
Just some town centers there, but that's mainly for more villager production.
Hera will never be able to get the unique tech unless he gets those relics again. I just don't think his resources are there now. It's like 1,000 food, 600 gold or something?
I looked it up, 850 food, 500 gold.
Yeah, same difference.
But too costly. Too costly.
Yeah. And then, of course, you still have the tech all the way up to two-handed swordsman.
But he built 6 traps. He had the gold at one point.
Yeah, he did.
What is the plan with 6 traps? It has to be...
King Snipe.
Is the plan King Snipe?
How much is treason? 400 gold?
400 gold, exactly.
I guess you don't want to do that here because
he sees the trap. He instantly sees the traps. This is so good for Mr. Yo. This is the all-in attack that Hera was saving for.
Yeah.
Instantly stopped.
I would love to see Yo's point of view right now because if I were him, and I think I'm about to close out this game, I'm going to be triple checking my king position throughout the game. I think his point of view would actually be incredible.
Outposts. Send some friends. Build 4 towers around it. Put a flag on there.
Apparently, we can't get Yo's POV at the moment, but Hera's going to come through here. We got raids coming in, and I guarantee you Yo is going to pay very close attention to that. This is crazy. Hera doesn't have the relics. Hera still refuses to die. Toughest player to kill in the game. He's still got a decent unit queue.
Okay, let us take a look at Yo's main base. After a big shot here behind this one. Halberdiers, they are really good at clearing this up.
Hera's looking for the king. I want to see his Fog of War. He doesn't know the castle's there. He's looking for the king. He does not know about that, or maybe he does. Maybe he's hoping that it's in a tower. I think the crowd just laughed at me. But Hera's pop is dropping.
He's trying to find something, moves around. He's okay, more skirmishers die. He's moving in with the trap. That's his one mission.
Maybe that was the distraction. That was the distraction right there. But he gets to move him back again. He can't make the move. He can't get there. And his population is so bad right now. 86 villagers.
Nothing in the queue. No wills in the queue.
Yeah, this might not be enough here. Yo's got a crazy queue. I think Yo maybe he's held this.
It's scary though. More blue units at the right-hand side as well. That's only Halberdiers against skirmishers. That won't be enough. And Hera, he's sending in again. That's how he came back against Tato.
Yeah. Like Cav, we're going to find positions here.
Against the farm.
I would like to see Yo be building TCs on these wood lines. TCs on the wood lines, it's easier to get new builds on wood, and then it's a good space to hide your villagers.
Is this the move? The traps to the left-hand side? Yeah, they're a bit more safe there. But it just feels like Hera... No, he wants to play the late game.
If Yo makes 10 Hussite wagons, Hera has big difficulties.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And he's got 1,000 gold. Like, I honestly think Hussite wagons may be more valuable than bomber cannons at this point. Because if you don't have the army to protect the bomber cannons still die to all this. So you really just need a better core army. He could also consider champion, but the 5 on gold is about to disappear, so...
I think this could even be the spot where Hera does not want to build too many villagers because he needs a strong fighting army, like 120 military, and make one crazy push with the 6 traps.
How about you bring your vills from the left corner to Vill rush Yo in the north.
And
you just you like just do something ridiculous to distract Yo so you can somehow push forward.
Okay.
Start doing jumping jacks on stage. Hope he looks over and boom, king snipe.
Okay.
Is that allowed?
Pushes those around here, but Yo, I think he should be spamming outposts, honestly, and not to disrespect, but just to always, and he does.
Yeah,
something similar.
No one gets town patrol.
So clever, so clever.
And we can actually see his Fog of War change if we want to, just to see the difference between the vision he's going to get. There's like an exposed area, and then look at that. So much more vision around the map now for Yo. He's got pretty much a straight line of vision if you look at that mini-map, so he shouldn't be able to be surprised too easily.
There's some dark area in the middle, though, and that's exactly where blue dots are moving. I'm a bit scared there. This does not have a lot of vision. Just no, not. I'm getting nervous again.
This would be great. I mean, you don't need to have any population but one if you're Hera. You just need your king alive and your opponent's king dead. Yo is teching Cavalier.
King is moving.
He should see this.
Garrisoning.
The king is on the move.
That's why we called this tournament.
There is another army swooping in from the other side.
No way.
If this actually happens, I will lose my mind. There's no way. There is no way. There is no way it's going to die. It's going to die because it got hit, and it will not pack to the tower. Hera does it. That was absolutely unbelievable. The Trebs were a setup. The Trebs were a setup, Nilly. And the king, when a king is told to garrison somewhere, the second it is hit by anything, it will stop. We've seen that before. That was unbelievable. That was unbelievable.
I'm in absolute disbelief.
And how many times do we see people never try and make a move for a king in Regicide, even when it gets bad?
That's so good by Hera.
That's one of the greatest moves ever, right there.
Whoa, that's the difference. Some people doing esports, Hera being esports.
That was well played. Yeah, I mean, Neil was looking at nearly speechless before that great joke.
That was sick. That was so good. Like he saw it as well, and he like forced the reaction, right?
Yep.
It was like
he forced the reaction.
It's like, how can you be all in and think about the side attack at the same time?
Yep.
Just thinking ahead and block.
And there was a great deal of patience involved in that, because there were many instances where he would try and move forward. It just kept waiting. I gotta say, from Yo's perspective, man, that hurts, dude. That's so painful. Like, how are you supposed to believe that was a game he should have won?
Yeah,
you know, and honestly, I don't even think I get the fear, and I get playing it safe to click back. I don't think his castle goes down there. I think he's got enough army rallied. Maybe it's close.
6 traps are a lot.
But maybe go to a
It
TC.
doesn't have to go down. It has only to go to 25%.
Yeah, true.
And the king already
I think
goes
it was
out.
also pretty weak, or at least had lost some HP.
Maybe before that.
It's crazy, because the right play is to pay attention to move the king. And he told it to go to the tower, thought it would continue to go.
The one hit, that's the big difference.
Yeah.
Like, body blocking wouldn't work. Yeah. Because at one point the king with the faster movement speed just jumps in anyways.
I mean,
and people are just clapping.
Dude, I mean, I've seen some incredible things. That's up there for me.
And look at Hera's reaction.
Yeah.
He knows what's up.
That was sick. I would even love to see the POV, honestly. Just to see the back and forth there and the thinking on it.
Yeah.
Because the slow-mo as well. I mean, that's
and you see
crazy.
the main screen in the background, right? If he turned around, he could see, like, I'm attacking the king right now.
Yeah, true.
So sweet.
So...
And also, I love to see how much this means to him.
Yeah, absolutely. That was sick. And the fight was unbelievable. I mean, I thought he was so dead. So dead.
Yeah.
So dead.
I think he was down to pop 120 against 200 in this spot, plus on the verge of like losing way more army at this time.
Yeah. So anyways, I believe, knowing Yo, this may be Yo smoke break time. We have a short break allowed to players if they want it. In the meantime, we will send it over to a quick interview with Yo we did before this tournament started.
So you have best of 5 versus best of 7. Like, how do you think about that?
Well, I would always prefer more games, because I'm kind of slow, like get into the condition that I need to play tournament. So more games means there's a higher chance for me to win.
Who are you looking most forward to playing against in this tournament?
I want to play Viper, because I haven't played him for a long time, and I miss the feeling when I play against him. He's a smart player, and let's say, because I knew him from a long time ago, and I'm really familiar with his style, and his style is really different than nowadays these big names like Leary or Hera. They are more like a micro player, and Viper is macro player.
How do you stop Hera if you're matched up against him?
Try something stupid. I don't know, send some wheels to attack his wheels at the very beginning or something. But you have to think out of the box, I think.
What is his play style like compared? Like, how do you go against that? Just explain.
I wouldn't say he's a meta player now. He used to be. Now he has more strategy, but I think he's just an all-round player. Like you know, he micro really well. His speed is crazy, and his economy is crazy, and it's really hard to beat him if you go in the like a straight way. You have to find something sneaky.
You have a very unique play style. How does that apply to this event, Mike, the tournament map pool?
I think, yeah, I like the maps. I like the maps a lot, and I think I can think of some strategy that could work. And I'm a more strategy player. I don't rely on my speed
and I don't have it either. So yeah, I think these maps can be some good map for me to work on.
Cool. So we're gonna go back to that most wanted feature.
Yeah, I think rematch would be amazing on ladder. Like you can rematch the opponent you just played instead of waiting for 5 more minutes to queue up. I think that will be great. Yeah, just after the game, just pop up. Do you want to rematch?
Do you have anything to say to the community, or just anything in general?
Well, thank you all for your support, and we cannot make this game alive without you, apparently, and keep on doing that.
Yo said, apparently. I love Mr. Yo. I mean, that was an interview that he had before this series, or actually before the whole event, to be more accurate, as the people here...
Someone is in danger.
As these people here walk by. That's really good. And, like, he said he had to do some crazy things to beat Hera, and Hera just did some crazy things against him. So that's crazy. I got to say, though, that we're going to hop into game number 3. And this should be a crazy game. I expect Yo to get crazy. Hera, he's going to want this win because that previous game is one of the greatest wins ever.
Yeah.
And to not end that with a series win would probably hurt. Just crazy. He's still undefeated right now. Talk to me about what we're seeing from Yo, though.
We are seeing something wild. We can choose our positioning for the town center, and both went for a civilization where it makes a lot of sense to actually rush with 2 militia in early Dark Age here, and they're trying to deny the food of the opponent.
But Hera is going to make a... Well, they're both going to make 2. You expect this from the Goths. Persians, I have never seen this against the Goths before. Typically, it's against civilizations that can't go for this.
Hera's not sending them forward. Hera tries to defend against the 2 militia, it feels like.
Well, I mean, when I saw Goths on the draft, I immediately knew it was going to be this from Yo. So it is somewhat telegraphed in that respect. So maybe if he feels like his economy is better, maybe if he feels like he's better, he just needs to defend from the craziness here.
And yeah, look at that. What a counter pick. What a counter strategy. He just sent 2 militia into his own wood line.
Just to protect the wood, because otherwise you might not take the wood line there.
That's so weird.
Now,
Yo will see it.
I think Yo saw the barracks.
Can?
He missed the barracks, excuse me.
He's going for... This is fine for Mr. Yo. Right now, Hera didn't do much to against this.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't know where they are. He's expecting them to come to his wood line. He is still losing some hunt. He is still bringing in the elephants.
This is far away hunt, though, right? So it's not the biggest loss for Hera. He's still getting the elephants.
And now Yo's going to be like, what? What is this? This is weird. But you know what I think? I think, okay, so you're not fishing with Persians? Fine by me.
Oh, big fight, big fight. I think this will be a fair trade-off. It's the first trade-off. Oh, no. Hera wins this.
It's actually kind of a big deal because the militia can kill all the zebras if it survives, right?
Unanswered. I think Yo actually wants to build another militia here.
That's really frustrating. Or you'd have to chase it with a Vil. Hera can run out across the map. There are no wild animals beyond the huntables. And so there won't be a wolf that would kill that.
Yo goes for another militia. Makes lots of sense.
That's smart. It's cheap. You don't need to mine more gold for it here with the Goths. That's fine. Do you think Hera still goes for a dock? Again, he delayed that. That's your typical opening with Persians.
7 on wood, kind of indicating that, right? Typically, if you want to get fast fuel age, you might send 4 or 5, but here the villager is already out.
Okay. I think he also has a mill going up in the back on the hunt. I could be wrong.
Ooh.
Okay, so this will be fuel age into a dock, and now Yo also going to head out there to the coast.
Perfectly scouted by Hera. So aware, so on point with everything.
Yeah, seriously. He's always in position. This militia has already done his job and just passing. Yo, it's kind of important Yo notices that. And I think maybe Hera noticed that militia and is chasing it down. I can't quite tell, but he's brought in a lot of elephants here.
How are you chasing the militia down?
With confidence. If you see him running at you, you look at him, you think he's small, you think he's weak, but if he runs at you like that, you're probably not going to fight him.
Like Dave.
I was literally just going to say that. Oh, man. Yeah, that's why I would never fight Dave. He does not look intimidating, but that's exactly why he is intimidating. I think I heard Dave yell from the break room.
Oh, that was uncalled for.
Goats are on the way back to the TC, so the camel does steal that. But I am, again, curious on why Yo didn't chase that down. And if he knows Hera has a dock here, I think he's just about to find out.
Code wall in the villager, try to go for the trap, but Hera already aware. And he walls back, and he gets the first hit!
And the villager can't move out. Villager can't move out. There's nothing the villager can do! And Yo says, I live here now. And he didn't want to get trapped, so he has to leave. That was really well played from Yo.
And now the camel is coming in there. Maybe the militia could have come.
Hera, it's not really much he can do about that. The camel's definitely going to free up some space for that villager, and Yo saves the villager, dude. That was well played from both.
Yeah, and Yo, he really shows off. Typically, we don't see plays like those because of the high ping from China, right?
Yep.
And the show's beautiful.
Yeah, typically Yo doesn't really even try that. And again, it's just because it's high ping and here we're at LAN. I think this whole tournament, Yo has looked so much sharper than I'm used to, at least certainly the early stages. He looks really comfortable, and he's adding more militia.
Will be man-at-arm play. 4 man-at-arms. And Hera, he's not going for anything.
No.
That could be. And a sneaky villager. Nice quick wall.
Yep, there's the quick gate. And obviously this is half speed. And the villager just gets that palisade wall down. That was really well played. But yeah, villager here from Yo. I would love to see Hera scouting right now, because he's done so well with his scouting this whole game. I wonder what he's looking for at the moment.
His camel is at the bottom of the lake there, I believe. Yeah, exactly. He is still expecting
that Vil to be somewhere. And the Vil's in the middle. Or, yeah, building the archery range.
Did Hera get Tom Watch? Looks like it, right? He has a lot of vision there. Yeah, he knows, like, okay, something has to be happening.
Yeah.
Now he sees the man-at-arms, tries to quick wall against it.
It's not going to be possible to house wall all the way back to the TC here. He's going to have to be very creative. All the man-at-arms aren't here at the moment, but this is awkward for Hera. And, you know, sometimes people hesitate. I honestly think even if Hera has the potential to kill these, you just got to go for the kills here. Get a grouping with all your man-at-arms, though. Get a grouping with all your man-at-arms. Hera's feeling it right now. He's feeling so confident after that crazy game number 2. And Yo just can't get his army together right now.
4 man-at-arms together so much better than 2 man-at-arms twice.
Hera sees the others coming in. Hera will go for a tower. The block there from Yo kills 1 villager. There's more exposed. This could be another villager kill. There's the skirmisher follow-up. Hera shouldn't be able to save that one. Another villager down. Still 2 man-at-arms here, but they're pretty weak. And in the end, it will settle a little bit with Hera's tower. He also has some nice walls going up on the left side. But Mr. Yo of old just drops a tower behind the woodline now.
I think so as well. And look at that, exactly his plan. And those men-at-arms could maybe quickly attack those palisades there. Oh,
that's so smart. The only thing that I don't like about that tower is I don't see the army next to the Vil. So that's my concern. And he actually moves the tower up there. And that denies the stone as well. That's really nice.
And kind of denies the next woodline higher a bit, right?
Yep.
So gives him more control. Skirmishers a bit off position. Archers trying to be annoying from the top, doing some damage against the camp.
Look at Yo's resources right now.
Wow! How?
I mean, Goth Hunt lasts longer. There's a lot of Hunt on the map. And he's had a masterclass balance behind this. It's kind of unbelievable. Persians is seen as the best civ on the map. And after that start...
Uh-oh, villagers are coming in.
This is smart from Hera. There's not enough from Yo to fight that. Skirmishers don't do enough damage. The man-at-arms are weak. That villager could die, though. And villager does die.
3rd villager down. And behind this, you think, okay, well, Hera is still fine because he has the water. He only has 2 fishing ships, and those are long distance. Like, fully idle.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not much. There's not much Hera can do to really pay attention to all that at the moment.
Oh, and now the sneaky dog. Mr. Yo's playing everything. And knowing Mr. Yo, what is he doing now? Is it double stable knights?
It's definitely a stable.
It feels like Mr. Yo is going wild.
It's definitely stable, right? I mean, okay, it could be an archery range maybe. People like their cav archers, but you would need so much time. The concern I have for Yo, and this could be highly unfortunate, after having to delete that tower, he only has 118 stone. He cannot build a defensive tower, and he's very exposed. Hera is walling. There's other reasons why Hera was late to the castle age here. And like, Yo gets hit once with those archers. He fails to track them, and this could be horrible.
He's tracking them in the middle, though, skirmishers, but the scout is around as well. Needs to try to take out those archers. This is really good for Hera.
Yeah, and this is a scout edition from a stable. This is not the starting scout. They started with the camel, right? And I don't think Yo even noticed that. It didn't see much micro there at all from Yo to try and snipe some archers.
Tricky. Let's see. Is he adding in the second stable? Could be he's building a second one. That's the blacksmith, maybe? No, he already has
Hera
a
needs
second stable.
The second Hera sees Yo's in Castle Age, he needs to full wall fast. Like wall to that TC or to the barracks, wall around the TC to the edge. Like his eco is going to be much better in my opinion if he stabilizes and doesn't take losses. But like, yeah, he needs to stop those knights going forward, and he just doesn't have the knowledge. He probably has no clue. Yo doesn't have any clue the archers are there, though.
The scout was more tasked to clear up the skirmishers earlier. So Yo now gets the notice, okay, army's coming this way. Doesn't really want to take this fight. Knights are coming in. Should be maybe able to clear up all the archers after losing one build.
No armor. No armor is a big deal. That knight can definitely go down if it does not have armor. Hera will recognize that. We know Hera's going to micro that. And yeah, only one archer goes down. This is not a good trade if you trade one archer for a knight. He could try again. There's some weak archers in the group. He'll hope to hit them and save the weak knight. That's well played from Yo.
And builds a monastery could be the next step there, trying to get some of the relics, heal up the knight. And oh, that's a nice raid, and that's why you wanted to see the walls.
Yeah, Hera might need a small wall. Great job from Yo there. And that's crazy. I wasn't expecting those knights to be there just yet. It felt like he was really focusing on the defense, but he chose just the perfect amount to defend and also got the pressure on the front.
Yeah, it felt like one to the back, one to the front was his approach.
I mean, I know Hera's up 2-0. I know he hasn't lost a game yet this tournament, but I just got to say, Yo's playing incredible. Probably should have won the previous game. Had a great opening here. He's in Castle Age, dropping the second TC now. Hera's still 30 seconds away. This is an amazing series. And I guess we said the same when Tato played up against Hera. It's like these games have been really, really close at times, but he just can't be killed.
But in the end, it is 8-0 in maps in this tournament so far.
Yep. Nice demo. Really nice demo. If Yo can just shift his fire over, he'll get the kill on the fishing ships as well. He's not realizing.
Perfect.
The fishing ship.
It's one. Second one. He was ready for the block.
And
oh, that's so good by Hera. Hallelujah.
So yeah, that's so good. What did Yo say? He's really fast. He can basically do everything, right?
Now monastery for Hera. Tries to deal with the knights that way.
Spearman help a little bit. And Hera has his own knight there. Has a second knight on the way as well. You would expect that Hera's going to back away. Oh, the unit froze. And there's a slight chance Yo can save that. We'll see.
There's a unit coming from the top. Don't tell me he's blocking with the camel. With the knight there. That's a scout. Scouts are faster than knights.
Kill it. Take the kill.
Boink.
There you go.
Oh, that's so perfect.
Hera feeling so much confidence at the moment. And he will eventually get the kill there.
Oh,
Tiny
wow.
little quick walls. Saves the villager there. There's another villager. That villager can hop into the tower. That vill will be fine. And so Hera pushes most of these attacks away. Now, long term, which civilization do you prefer here?
How long term?
Let's say early imp.
Persians.
Okay. Mid imp.
Persians.
Late imp.
Goth.
Okay, thank you. I was going to say there's a lot of low elo players who are about to be really confused if you didn't say Goths there. I mean, Persian eco is probably the big reason behind that. But the issue I find for Persians is they're very one-sided. It's typically like anything on a horse. And so pikemen, huskarls, all those things could come in the future for the Goths. And things can get really dangerous there, especially on such a crazy map, right? It's so easy to just get random huskarls into these areas.
And Yo's so good at playing long castle age, right? And that's why I love Goth so much. I think there might be the best civ to actually justify a massive castle age on it.
Yep, get the castle up, research anarchy, and then just spam the huskarls and the pikes if you need them from your barracks. But Persians do have hand cannons, and so Hera will eventually know that hand cannon's the key here, I feel. I also think that just structure to your base and walls is so important. Hera's already kind of done that to funnel any attacks through. Yo's adding some of his own walls now as well, but Goths can't stonewall like Persians can.
The area of Hera, relatively small though. Yeah, he has 2 gold spots in there, but we will have to fight for more. Let's take a look at the conversion here.
Should be a conversion if you ask me.
Wow.
Wow, that's really unfortunate for Yo. And maybe this one will be a conversion, but Hera runs away.
No body blocking. Now he goes back.
He's doing that because he knows that he's faster than Yo, and it's going to be a pain for Yo to have to drop the relic.
Yeah, he probably clicked like 3 villagers, queued up some other stuff, built some houses, replaced some farms while fishing.
Like, that annoyed me as a player who's maybe a little slower than Yo. That little action right there was actually so dirty.
But yeah, talking, as you said, we don't have stone walls here as Goth. So it will be really tricky to really fortify this area. And that's why Yo is putting villagers on stone walls to get that castle up and secure that area.
Yeah, what a fun series, man. What a fun series. This has been super special. Love the diversity and strategy we've seen. Love the fight from both. Obviously, game 1, I guess, was pretty quick, but this has been really fun. And I want to see more games, but that will not happen if Hera has his way. Hera goes for conversion, and Hera will not get the conversion there, so Yo gets some luck back on his side. And nice micro there from Yo, nice micro from Hera. They're pulling back the weak ones. And eventually, they're all going to have to go back. That's sick from both.
How good are those two?
Like, how did they not misclick one of the knights, you know?
Yeah. I always pull back the full HP one.
Yeah.
And my other one dies. Then I get confused and the full HP one gets converted.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then that's enough to snowball the game, and then, you know, game's over.
Yeah. And then I go into balanced Discord and complain about monks.
Oh, come on now, don't. Never mind. I was about to name some players. I refuse to imply that anyone would be like that. I like the house walls from Yo.
Yeah.
And I am a little bit surprised to see he doesn't have more on stone.
Yeah.
Because
true.
I thought, to your point, that he would want the castle right around now. Normally, in my mind, and I don't know if this is like accurate to any builds or flow of the game at all, 75 vills. You want 3 or 4 T-seats, that's when you want your castle starting to go up, because that's when you can justify Vill production and Anarchy and the Huskarls.
Oh, that's big. I think that's too many monks here. Yo, that's a risky move.
I mean, he needs a risk. He needs a risk, and he will lose his monks. Hera will lose his monks as well, but Hera has way more knights than Yo does.
Did he need that risk, though? There was nothing really to fight for at this moment. All 5 relics are already being picked up. He's relatively walled at home. Maybe a raid could have been another option.
Husbandry's not in either, so these knights are just going to be chased down. And Hera starting to really pick up here. This is Persian eco, so he should be feeling very comfortable. He's now got knights to fight with, and Yo will add more monks at home, and he's dropping barracks for pikemen.
Hera killed 1 villager so far. At the 35-minute mark, what's the killed villager count?
Wait, what?
How many villagers will Hera kill?
Oh, will Hera kill?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't. I'm going to go with, honestly, I'm going to go with 8.
Only 8? Wow. Goth is super open. They're immobile. They have to chase with their infantry. I think Hera is completely going to own Yo here.
I wanted to make you look smart, Nilly. That's all.
Okay.
It's a hell of a call to say 8 and be right, though.
That would be crazy.
Well, I mean, I'm expecting Yo to maybe drop a castle in front of that TC.
Oh, that would help.
Monks are going to discourage any attacks, and then he's got pikes. And Hera's going to, like, I've seen this from Hera so many times. He's got the lead, and sure, he could have the confidence to keep pushing, forcing the issue, but the only way he loses the game in his mind is if he takes a bad fight.
Okay, true.
So
that's a lot of houses now. Yo, he got a bit more time than I would have expected.
And those light cav are going to kill enough vills to make it 8. No, that's sick from Yo. Oh, gets a conversion as well. Pikemen are ready on the front. Well played, Yo. 2 more villagers than Hera still.
Wow, what a crazy defense.
Yeah. I think he'll lose a knight here, but it's worth it for him to kill that monk. I don't know if he'll get the monk kill. He doesn't get the monk kill. And that's important because Hera will want that to heal up after he takes some damage from the pikes here.
How many pikes are you doing now? Because now you're up to 20 pikes. Is there a difference between 20 or 30 pikes? Is Hera really ever taking an engagement?
Well, I think there's a difference of exactly 10. But in terms of the fights, I think he might have a point that you don't need the 10 more. It looked like he needed the 10 more right there. Yeah. He also didn't have many upgrades. And so Hera's upgrades, he had +2 attack come in right near the tail end of that fight. That in combination with healing.
Oh yeah, the healing will be really good now against all this. And Mr. Yo, it feels like he already wanted to click up to Imperial Age, but had to queue up some more pikemen now, gets forging.
And Hera is really wanted to go in, but he didn't have a second building. So that delays things. Fortunately for him, he's Persians. But yeah, like, Knight v Pike, it depends, but it's usually not a fight you want to be taking with the Knights. But if you have like 3 monks with Knights, the fact that you can convert the pikemen, which tank a lot of damage, the fact that you can heal up makes massive differences.
Absolutely. And Yo, look at his resources. And look at the buildings that he needs to build to click up.
Yep.
He actually needs to have the siege workshop.
But he's got a lot of pikes, dude. He's got a lot of pikes. It's so much easier to play right now. Yo's just like, whatever, who cares? Take my pikemen.
Hera's taking this engagement. That's surprising to me.
Well, here we go. It worked before. He had the healing before. He got some conversions before. But I think this fight is really good for Mr. Yo if you consider the cost of the units. Yo could just spam more. And Hera needs to wait for hand cannons. He still needs to wait 2 minutes. And Mr. Yo refuses to die, despite how frustrating it must have been to lose game number 2.
And on the way to Imperial Age, and now can be full Halberdier. And then, as you said, Persians, they need to switch into either heavy Scorpions, not that great against Huskarls, so hand cannoneer might be the option. But look at the map control.
Yeah.
He's super far back, no control at the top. Mr. Yo might now be the one actually dictating the game pace.
Yep, there's the ranges. So that's hand cannons, 100%. There's no way Hera's going to go archers against this. So Yo hasn't dropped his castle yet. I would love to see that now so we can get Anarchy. And with a little bit of vision, those outposts are going to help. He'll have a really strong idea of what Hera's long-term plan is if he doesn't already have one.
Pikes to the defense here, and Yo, he's not getting pressured. There was one single villager killed in the last 5 minutes.
Also, I'm pretty certain that Yo's forward building should give him vision on the switch. Yeah. Hera's tech switching right in front of him. So easy for Hera to forget about. But again, I'm going to say it. I don't want to jinx poor Yo because I'm pretty sure I said this like 3 or 4 times in the previous game. We could see Hera about to lose his first game of the tournament.
Garrison now both at the top, and I have to say, I don't like this for Yo.
Well, hold on. I know exactly why you're saying that.
Tell me.
It's because you need the castle for like production and whatnot. But if you just get the techs right away, then you don't really need castles with Goths.
But you could have just built it way defensively. You need Elite Huskar, you need Anarchy.
Yeah, that's a lot of techs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Kind of wants conscription as well. So that's like, you need at least like 2.5, 3 minutes of research, and you won't be able to build a trap.
Yeah, the reason he'll do it is because of those golds. And Hera will need a lot of gold to make hand cannons long term. And he will eventually run out where he's at currently. It's about to be 50 pikemen for Yo on the map.
Anarchy first. And look at, I'm pretty sure he already attacked Elite Huskar in the castle behind.
I think it's a pretty good guess.
Bob.
Yep. You don't see that every day. And he's already built some barracks on the side as well.
Did he just trap all the pikemen here?
Pikeman trap. Pikeman trap. Those pikes, well, nothing's killing them. So that's just a temporary stay. They're just in jail. And they'll be out in a week. And look at these barracks, man. Again, you got barracks coming up on the hill now. And Huskarls, the thing about them is they actually kill hand cannons very quickly. Hera's completely fallen apart. He's had to wait so long for hand cannon. He's just now making them. And Yo's at 145 Vils. Yo has 4 relics. Yo has a castle on the gold. He's outposting the sides. Yeah. He's everywhere.
Really nice setup for him. Obviously, it will be perfusion now, even faster production. Why is he not? Okay, now he's spamming the Huskarls, and he's getting all the upgrades. The big thing, though, it will be tough for Yo to have full map control, since he can't really wall, and Terra will have more mobility.
This is going to sound crazy, but if Yo gets an opportunity by tossing away an army and making Hera hit and run, I actually want him to just swarm those archery ranges with like 10 Huskarls and drop a castle on them. The second a castle goes up there, Hera can't really hop out and the whole production's a waste.
Oh yeah, so true. And castles are far away, right? Yep. Oh, Huskarls are jumping for the castle, for the trap.
Oh, Hera can't stop that. His gunpowder will come out, that trebuchet goes down, that barracks is going to be so annoying, guys. So annoying. Yo can get up to 210 population with the Goths, by the way. No other Civ can do that. And I'm seeing a lot of movement of red on the other side as well.
Look at that mini-map. Maybe we can get a bit of zoom out there. How much stuff is happening in the middle.
There's no wall.
He's swarming.
There's no wall. There's no wall whatsoever. It's still exposed. Mr. Yo just flying. The Huskarls will come in from all angles. Hera only 5 on gold, and look at that castle.
Oh god, that's desperate.
I mean, I know he had an incredible comeback here once before. I don't have faith he can do it again against the gods.
He was in the worst spot against Tato and he won, but that's a massive spam and that's the power of God. His last pick, Mr. Yo special, after he went for laming, after both players opened to Militia, the swarm is starting.
Mr. Yo just keeps coming. This consistency is so insane. Hera's still trying to fight, but his vills are just disappearing. He had like one villager lost this game. It's now 35. There's more infantry coming through. And finally, Hera loses a game, and Mr. Yo continues to play like a beast.
Oh man, and he is happy, and he felt like, good that I won this one. I did not want to go to bed after game number 2.
Think about this. If not for a crazy moment from Hera in the second game, this is 2-1 Yo right now.
True.
So don't let that scoreline like psych you out on who's been the better player in the series. I mean, of course,
Yo's happy.
Of course, Hera's been the better player so far. I think Yo wants his break.
Yeah.
But Yo's played incredible. It's just been a joy to cast this series because there's been so many unique things. But I want to take it all the way back to Dark Age. Like, Persians typically have that. Okay, actually, I don't want to talk about Dark Age for a second. I just had a thought. Okay, so you know how like elite players in like sports or whatever always perform better away when all the fans are cheering for the other guy, right? Like, do you think that can affect esports as well, right? Where like you finally lose your first game and then everyone's pumped for Yo. No, nothing wrong with that, right? You could be a fan of both, but everyone's cheering for Yo. Do you think Hera's sitting there like, woo, woo, woo?
We need Gold Rush.
Why is it WU, though? I guess they couldn't get woo, woo, woo unless they made it WU. T90 rig me in for a beer. What type of beer? Come back to me with what type of beer. How about 2?
Ooh,
well, unfortunately, community games aren't rigged, but that's a nice ask.
Hera, incredibly tough for him, right? With all the people now cheering for Mr. Yo, but he is so strong mentally, and we actually asked him about what he thinks about the tournament before this set.
If you can talk to the devs directly, what's your most wanted feature?
Yeah, so if I can talk to the devs, I would say that I'd love, you know, I don't know if this is realistic, but I'd love for them to remake some of the social features within the game. I believe wholeheartedly in Age of Empires 2, and I think so I've been to Hamburg once before for NEC 3, which is actually my first LAN 1v1 tournament, and so it's actually special to be coming back here because that was the first tournament where I actually did anything relevant as far as results for Age of Empires, and it's my second time.
Apologies, folks. We will hopefully get to that interview at some point, but unfortunately, some audio issues.
Very insightful.
Yeah,
you already heard it. So you really want to stay tuned. What knowledge bombs he dropped?
Well, you may get to hear from Hera if he wins the series and it gets the winners.
But he's not repeating that, he said.
Ah, true.
He's only keeping that to the interview.
Well, so let's repeat the stakes. It's 2-1 right now. Hera just needs one more win to secure a spot in that final tomorrow. The difference between one more win is, like, if he were to lose the series now, would be he would have to play so much more Age of Empires to even get to the finals, which could be exhausting.
And you could just lose on the way, right?
Yeah.
Later tonight, we have Lyri against TheViper. Crazy. Like the last 2 times they faced 4-3, 3-4. Incredible sets, deep strategies, crazy micro, macro. And do you want to play against that winner tomorrow morning with like their confidence? Like you're coming out of a loss, they're coming out of a win.
Yeah, true. Yeah, obviously that goes either way. But like, I was when the interview started, I had to take my headset off, go over to Nilly, and just say, both are playing so good right now. Like that level's just insane. I really wasn't sure if Yo could match Hera's level, and the energy that we've seen from him because he's looked so good. But like, they're very different style players. There's very big difference in like age, experience, speed. But it's been a perfect series so far. It feels like a series that should go to 5 games if life is fair.
It would deserve 5 games.
Yeah.
By the way, something I absolutely love about you is like, we are talking for hours about Age of Empires. Suddenly we are off cam, T90 takes off his headphone and wants to talk more Age of Empires about me and what he feels about how exciting the games were.
Well, I'm glad that you like that because all my friends and family and fiance, they might want me to shut up about Age of Empires after I talk about it all day. But
yesterday, my girlfriend was here sitting with me, and I was watching the games, and she was like, "You really love Age of Empires, right?" And you could see like a tear drop a bit, like.
She's just now finding that out.
And I told her, no, you are number one.
Yeah. I've had people ask if I had to choose between, people in my life and Age of Empires, and I never answered that question. Because obviously be the people in my life, but yeah.
Let's talk
they're
about
not
the draft.
watching.
I wouldn't mind the draft scene again.
Yeah, agreed.
So
Because we have a lot.
We have 2 more maps. Enclosed and Land Madness. Ooh, boy. I'm a big Enclosed fan. Mr. Yolo is Enclosed.
Yeah.
Portuguese could be a good option there. Land Madness, we could go for Magyars, could go for Saracens. A bit of a wilder pick there for Hera, right? Mayans, we were a bit questioning the Meso picks right now, and Ethiopian, something that we have not seen before.
Hera's 3 civilizations remaining are listed as Archer civs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they can do other things in some cases, like the Vietnamese, but that's primarily Archer civs. It's not a lot of Cav, which makes me then think, will Yo not go Saracens? Like, Yo likes to play Saracens. He ended the game yesterday in Game 5 against the Viper by going for the Camels.
That's
3 TC, 2 TC, 1 TC.
3 TC, good boom, 2 TC, medium boom, 1 TC, all in.
I'm going to take your word for it.
Yeah.
I'm going to take your word for it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
But yeah, like Yo, I think he plays Saracens if you want the potential of the Camels. And it's also nice to have the Archers, but I don't think you pick them primarily because of playing Archers. So it's kind of feeling like maybe Portuguese on Enclosed for Yo, and then Magyars on Land Madness?
It's like you want mobility on Land Madness. I only see Vietnamese play there.
Okay, it says hand-drawn, by the way.
Hand-drawn?
Hand-drawn.
No way.
Well played. That's an amazing hippo.
No way.
That honestly might be better than your logo.
Yeah.
It's that good.
Yeah.
Yeah. You might need to just
replace
hire
it. Yeah, I will. That's sick.
So, here's a thought as we have the
stuff for a great amateur tournament.
Take it away, Nilly.
Honestly,
take
honestly,
it away. It's been super.
We will
cool.
talk about that after the set a bit more. 77 people participating in a 1v1 amateur tournament, going over multiple days, like 3 admins, like constantly, basically not sleeping because so many people coming in with questions. 5 rounds of Swiss stage over 2 days, and now the big bracket. Just pathing there.
Well, a funny story on that as we will get in. So a viewer of mine, his name is Lorhe, about 1600. And he's playing in this tournament. And he was up against like 18 or 1900 ELO players, so big underdog. And he lost the first game. He goes into the second game, and he's in the middle of this intense man-at-arm tower rush. And then security comes in, guys, and says, guys, it's 1 a.m. Everyone has to leave. And you know, guys, in Germany, you're not leaving at 1:05 a.m. You're leaving at 1 a.m. Exactly. Foot is out the door. And so they had to save the game for a restore the next morning. Apparently, he could not sleep because he was just thinking about how the games would go. Ended up winning 2-1 in that series. Can't wait to watch the games there. But, I mean, there's so many other stories. We talk to people, and they show up here, and they're just so excited to have played, met some good players who are in that bracket, and that's combined with the whole experience.
I was there even, and when they paused, like we actually put 2 admins next to them so they don't look at the map. And they had to leave their PC, and because like you have like now it's haunting you for like 10 hours, so you can replay the game, right? I would not have slept either.
Yeah, well, crazy. Well, it's been cool, and I mean playing long hours as well because there's lots of games. Many of these players are in before we're even in here as casters, and at least I don't know exactly how the schedule looks now because a lot of games have been played, but games obviously were played very late as well.
Yeah, typically like they arrive like 10, 11 a.m. in the morning, like playing 3-4 hours before we start our show, and then like 2 more hours there, and people are absolutely loving it. 1v1 event, 2v2 event, $10,000 AOE4 event running as well.
Really sick, man.
Yeah,
we're lucky.
I will update you on all that after the set.
Perfect. Well, should be back in here. Looks like Yo's back, and it should be Hera's choice now. Any map in particular that you think is better for him here? Coast to Mountain isn't crossed off on the draft there, folks, but that's gone now. So it's literally just Hera's side, 2 of his home maps.
If I think back on Arabia, I feel Land Madness is the way to go.
Yeah.
It's just like Hera looked so clean. I wouldn't even be surprised if he tries Ethiopian, Spear Archer opening, try to be annoying that way, mix in some scouts against potential skirmishes, and then the crossbow timing. Hera's so good at that.
Yeah.
And Yo, yes, looking so shaky in game 1, and if he sees, okay, early timing attack is coming against me, he might crumble.
All right, and he does go for Land Madness. Yo goes for his Magyars. Hera goes for the Mayans, which is not your typical pick. Typically, you're going to see more of a scout civilization, but Hera goes for the Mayans. Now, this tournament's a 9-villager start, and so unlike your standard start where the Mayans would immediately be pop-capped, that does help them a little bit more because they start with 1 extra vill than the opponent, so 10, and they don't have to immediately get Loom and delay a villager. So slightly higher chances for the Mayans compared to a standard tournament.
Yeah, and a villager collects 20 resources per minute, right? So just imagine like him having 5 minutes of more working time, another 100 food or wood.
Yeah, and I think oftentimes the weakness for the Mayans is they're just later to feudal because due to starting with the extra vill, they have less food in the bank, so that helps them recover from that. Now, when Hera plays Mayans, it's usually all about crossbowmen. It's very rarely do you see him ever even make an eagle. There's 2 differences of approaches. You can go. I've seen 2 different things. So this is going to sound contradictory to what I just said, but Archer Eagle, both at once, and to preemptively make the Eagles against skirms is an option. Or he typically likes to wall a lot and just mass those archers and really make the opponent guess. Because when you're walled, the opponent sometimes isn't really certain how much you're committing to feudal age, and you can surprise them.
Sounds like Hera's typical Arabia approach. Land Madness, a bit trickier though, because as we all know, on the stone area, we can't wall. Therefore, small wall's not really an option if you want to protect your woodline at the same time. This could be the dream army composition of Eagle Archer.
Is Yo going to push both of these? Every pro should be doing this, by the way, after the change. It's not very hard. Yeah, you could push in. Well, that one's going a little far. That deer might go back. I would maybe shoot it with the villager on the mill, unless it's going to stand by. And, oh, now we can shoot it.
Shoot once.
Shoot once.
The aggro. And now we can push again.
Yeah.
Good job.
So, you know the map Rocky Forest?
Yes. TTL map.
Yep. So, a player sent me a rec of going to the middle with 1 villager and a scout and like herding them almost and pushing in 8 deer at once.
What?
Yeah, because of the way the deer behavior is. You want to know the kicker?
Tell me.
It took so much focus that their TC was idle for 90 seconds.
Okay.
So that's
thanks for the story, T90.
So you get 8 deer, but you have no bills. But I mean, you got 8 deer.
Arrive at the TC and no bills to shoot the deer.
Anyways, probably scouts here for Yo. So like, what's the thought process though? Because like, anytime I'm playing Magyars, I feel like you've just got to do damage, but it feels like they know you're going scouts every time. It's so predictable.
Yeah, but if you are doing it better, if you're doing it cheaper, if you're doing it stronger, it's not the worst thing. By the way, Hera scouting in completely wrong direction.
Yeah.
So we'll be quite surprised, and that means the scout likely to already be in feudal age if they face each other. Actually, both going in the same direction.
Yeah, and we had this happen in game number 1, where one of the players was feudal age faster and got a scout kill. If Yo sees that eagle.
That's the question. Can we wall between that area?
Oh, true.
Is what our observer is asking himself. I would say no.
It's so the way I describe this, it's not actually the rocks you can't build on. It's like the little pebbly stone area. Not the full rock.
Kind of the road.
It's the whatever that is.
Old Roman road.
Yeah.
Say.
Yeah. So I guess we've always said rock, and that's a bit confusing. So yeah, I think you probably can't wall across there.
Look at the scouting of Hera. He's still pretty clueless. Now scouts in this direction. Does he continue there? And now Yo has to make a decision. Does he go top or bottom?
And Yo is probably going to move around towards the north now. And Hera will see this. Hera will expect scouts, confirm scouts. And it is Eagle Archer. And, you know,
on gold.
The typical play is to go skirmishers with your scouts. But if there's eagles in the mix, this can get kind of tricky to micro. And I think if it becomes very micro-intensive, usually advantage for Hera.
Yeah, usually for Hera, I think Scout Skirm is a bit easier, right? Because you have the mobility, you can control it a bit more, so it should be a tiny bit easier to control the armies. But we think Hera should be better when it comes to micro.
But I think with this eco setup, it's really hard to get upgrades, right? Because you have so much more on gold, and you have so much less on food. So that's the big thing to keep in mind. Eventually, Hera's going to want upgrades. We'll see if he moves out with those archers at all. Yo sees those eagles, and the scouts will win the 1v1 fight there, and it's 2v2. So get some damage. That's not bad, but I think he backs away because he's concerned there will be a follow-up from
Yo needs to rush the range. I think he just added 2 more farms. Uh-oh, that's a mistake. Oh, that's tricky. This could be the repeat of game 1.
Well, hold on a second, though, because if you go skirms, it says not comfortable. What if you just go double down on scouts with armor real fast? Is that an option?
Then the opponent technically just needs to build spearmen.
Will Hera do it? This build is fully focused on archers and on eagles, so it comes down to if Hera senses that there's no range. Normally that range would be along the front, in my opinion, next to the stable, so he doesn't really have that knowledge right now.
He might be skipping. He might actually be skipping the archer range. Look at that, even more farms. Maybe take the fight here. Wood is really inefficient.
He's going to have to take the fight because he doesn't. There's fletching on the archers, and he's not going to have wood otherwise. I think Hera will be somewhat comfortable with this if he can kill most of these scouts. Losing this army is fine. He's making a lot more. He'll wedge himself into the edge of the map. The villagers are there helping a little bit. The Magyar scouts have that forging upgrade, and Yo is going to clear the army.
Ooh, and has a lot of scouts still alive. Look at that. 3 really hurt scouts, but if they aren't dying, they still can do damage.
And again, so I forget when this was, Nilly. I forget when this was. I think it was maybe NAC 5 or something. But Hera did this exact build, and it worked against the opponent mixing skirms. And so I think maybe for the first time in a while when he's done this, he's just been up against the big group of scouts there. Maybe he should have backed away. It was only 5, but Spearman now is going to be out
only
in the field.
one Spearman. And that's tracked. Nice reaction here by Mr. Yo, and that's an easy defense. Kind of surprising that Mr. Yo actually went for the wood line again here. That exposes the builds.
And now there's skirms. Now it's actually perfect, right? Before would have been more awkward, but now with a couple skirms, he may be able to defend there, and he believes so because he'll move forward. I think Hera's walled. It'll look like there's a hole, but there shouldn't be. The gold, though, is exposed if the scouts go there.
Only one archer, no more villagers, and I think with 3 skirms, Mr. Yo could be defending this.
Does Hera see him? He kind of looped the whole way around with those scouts. He looks like he has an idea, but Yo could fight there.
HP scouts, 2 of them. Just wants to be annoying. 2 villagers maybe on the berries.
And Yo also tracks this very nicely. And the villagers on the berries, 1 will be sniped. Yo continues with the engagement. We'll get 2 villagers with the scouts.
The other side, skirmishes.
Oh, that was really, that was really rough for Yo. He doesn't have upgrades yet. He needs to keep the skirmishers alive. Hera can easily equalize this with good micro. Fletching is such a big upgrade. He gets 1. He's probably going to get 2.
Crazy snipes, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to get 2 there. That's really good. Nice job from Hera. Yo also sacrificed scout numbers with the Vil kills. And now he's losing all of his skirmishers. We're seeing the difference in the micro between the 2 of them right there.
It's like a 9-9 KD here, and those scouts not really finding anything anymore. Spearman down, but the archers alone feels like they can do a lot of damage. But Hera, ooh, did micro.
This is what's nice about Magyar. Sometimes you can just send them in. They're cheap. They have that extra attack. And that's why it's the perfect civilization for Yo. Hera knows his archers will go down. Nice value. The kills off the last skirm. And with the reset, we've got about 5 or so scouts for Yo and 2 skirms. Hera with 2 eagles, about to be 3, and 5 archers.
Absolutely equal game. 7 military, 33 villagers, 40 population for both of them. And archer and eagle are moving out with less mobility. This feels a bit risky. I like the spot for Yo.
Yeah, you need those eagles to be close. You need those eagles to be close. Yo didn't notice, Nilly. He didn't notice. I could have got some critical hits there on those eagles before the eagles get reinforced.
Fletching now on the skirmishers. Armor coming in for the scouts. Mr. Yo is building up to his dream army composition.
Hera, though, saving up. Look at that eco balance.
Wow.
He could click up, but it's kind of fragile, right? He's not investing as much into army as Yo is. Well, I guess they're both producing around the same time, but it just feels like this could easily flip on its head quickly.
Second stable, yes or no?
Yes, absolutely. Versus Hera? Yeah. 1 range, one barracks? Absolutely.
But the goal is defensive.
Yeah.
If the goal is at the front, would love to see the second stable.
I answered for what I would do.
What I would love to see.
And my thought was like, yeah, I'm going to need a second stable. So Yo usually pretty happy with 1. In all fairness, he's not really floating a ton of res to produce double stable right now. He might want to save some resources for other things like armor. But Hera's about to click up here.
I'm surprised by the skirm armor. Are the skirms really the units that are getting attacked? Apparently, Mr. Yo thinks though. Now can chase this down. Bloodlines could be an option.
Yeah, I think Bloodlines, if you make 8 scouts, you usually get that. So maybe he will save for that. Hera falling back into double range. So that confirms to us his focus is crossbowmen and not eagles. The eagles are merely the setup to keep those archers alive. And I think Hera should take very little risks here, even back up to his TC.
Then the armor on the skirms makes way more sense. Mr. Yo now trying to dive. Only 4 skirms at the front though, 5.
Really good micro from Hera there, dodging some of the skirm volleys and falls right back to that TC. This is fine for him. This is absolutely fine. Good micro again there, just to dodge those skirmisher shots. And just the micro difference is so clear to me. And also lack of bloodlines really hurts here for those scouts.
3.5 scouts lost there without any answer against it. More skirmishes are being produced. Feels like Mr. Yo wants to get Castle Age as well, but the timing could be in Hera's favor.
Yeah, Hera can actually win fights before he makes it to Castle Age. I thought that Yo needed to get good fights before Hera gets there. This could be a very, very quick game. The scouts are not enough of a buffer. You almost feel like you have to produce more, but if you do, then you die in Castle Age. So Yo's just going to hold off for now and hope that he can do something here.
Just takes too much damage from those archers every time he tries to engage with those scouts. Maybe defensive tower needs to be produced, but still, Castle Age difference will be around 2.5 minutes.
Yo killed 1 more Vil, still behind by like 700 or 800 resources collected, and KD pretty much even overall. When Castle Age comes in, Yo is going to have to fight for 2.5 minutes against upgraded crossbowmen on a wide open map. And it feels so unlikely that he's going to be able to defend here.
Look at all the upgrades. Hera can afford everything. The eco is so clean, he didn't build a single wall.
Yep.
Now tower needs to be rushed.
Tower.
This is okay for Mr. Yo. He doesn't mind playing 1 TC for quite some time with Mass Knights here.
Yeah, you just can't lose the Vils. And ideally, your villagers are always working as well. So those farms, losing access to those is going to be a little awkward. The idle time, of course, of building and being inside the tower is awkward as well. Hera might just dive. He hasn't seen Castle Age come in yet. It's a little risky, but he feels like he has the lead, and he's just going to be underneath that tower. Now Yo can't take gold. And, oh, man, this is so brutal for Yo. He'll want knights or skirms or anything. He just won't have anything left when he makes it to Castle Age.
Look at Hera's dance. And the tower is getting low as well. Just imagine the villagers evacuating.
Yeah, I think you've almost done your damage. Look how little respect Hera's giving that tower. He does lose units eventually, but I think it was a really smart play, Nilly. Even if he doesn't kill the villagers there, his opponent's eco is completely idle, and his is fine to produce more army.
Yeah.
So the wave's coming forward.
Yeah, and now he arrives Castle Age with like 200 gold in the bank, still not collecting anything. He can't afford the knights.
Yeah. I think Yo can maybe get elite skirm for 5 skirmishers, but Mr. Yo likely to go down here, which would mean Hera would move into the grand final tomorrow. Mr. Yo has played so well. I just wonder if he's thinking about that king in this moment.
I'm not sure if you're thinking about the king.
I'm thinking about the king in this moment, okay? Because this game wouldn't matter as much if that didn't happen. It's usually one game that can break a really competitive series. Maybe that will be the one. Yo is able to squeeze out a couple knights.
Okay, knights great against the Eagles.
There we go.
A lot of upgrades.
All right. Skirm no longer really a play, though, right?
Yeah.
You've lost most of them, so it's got to be knights.
Already ballistics on those crossbows. Oh, and that's scouted. That's so big by Hera.
Hera knows he's got to be on gold somewhere. Oh. He's got to be on gold somewhere. I mean, he's been off of gold for so long.
How can you save those wills? Maybe send some to the left, send some to the bottom.
Research wheelbarrow really fast, and then your vills will be slightly faster, and then you pray.
Eagle is chasing this one down. Oh, regrouping there, helping out Mr. Yo.
Yo needs +2 armor to have any chance against these crossbows. And that will take time. And if he waits any longer, all of the villagers will die. Here come the knights. Hera will probably just take the knights down. He goes for it. Yo is fighting with the villagers now as a distraction, but Hera knows, if I just take the knights, I'll get your villagers anyways. He's not going to take the bait there. And yeah, you just need that armor against this many crossbowmen.
And look at that, ballistics paying off as well, and all of a sudden villagers, they took the fight, now thinking better of it, military count 20 against 6, so those knights intercepting the crossbows quite nicely though.
Yo has really made no mistakes over the last minute or two. It's just he's simply so far behind, and Hera is not going to allow him to come back. Yo, he can only really hope for knights. He could potentially drop a siege workshop, but then you have no offensive pressure against a player who's already 10 villagers ahead of you. So knights feel like the best play to maybe do everything that you need. Oh, but it's so painful. The wood line's so exposed. Yo has to just switch over to the other wood line. Still fighting. Does have a counterattack.
Siege workshop now. Mangled, obviously, a great counter. Maybe even some scorpions. Moves over there, and that's the counterattack you were talking of, T90.
I mean, that's Yo for you. He's always going to look for the counter because he knows in this situation he can't just defend. Hera's TC on the way up. Lots of buildings around. He'll notice that, and the crossbows are still moving in. I mean, Yo's not going to do enough. He's lost so many vills. 50 villagers for Hera now.
Oh, so brutal. 20 villager lead now. Tries to go for a conversion. Still no siege that can be afforded, and more knights dying.
Yo just had an auto scout go through the wood line. I just saw it on the mini-map. I think the scout just died. The knights are going to know there was a hole now. Yeah, the scout. See the scout there? They went through the wood line. And then the knights got there, and the knights die anyways. Hera has 25 crossbows.
3 military on the other side, and those are low HP knights. One scorpion tries to maybe save the day there against all those crossbows, but even if he clears this up, there's a next group coming.
Yeah, and I think the eco's kind of hit a point where you can't make knights anymore, like maybe barely.
Whoa. 2 more, now 21 villager kills at the 26-minute mark. Brutal.
And Yo, known for his fight, he knows it's going to be a long road to the final for him if he loses this, but still possible, which is good. And he just wants to ensure that this game is absolutely over before he taps out here. Feels like it probably is. The skirmishers, or sorry, the Scorpion, getting some hits on the crossbows here. Hera's got a very weak army. Hera will probably lose this army. Some positives here for Yo.
Clears this one up. 36 population against 80 though, still the story. Mr. Yo maybe looks at the score and thinks, okay, this isn't super over. Obviously, we have the vision and see how rough the battle's
That was an absolute whimper of an applause there from the crowd. that was the crowd that like your mom gives you when your team is losing 5-0 and you finally score a goal. Like, woo! Everyone else is depressed. Mr. Yo knows it's over, calls the GG, and Hera moves on to the final. What a performance from him, man. And I just keep thinking back to that steal of a game on Regicide Fortress. Otherwise, we maybe get a 5th game.
Yeah, and it feels like the set would have deserved a 5th game there.
Yeah.
But Hera, yeah, he can simply get wins in situations where he's not supposed to.
Yep, I can agree with that. Openings are solid, adaptability's there, motivation's there, of course.
Hera.
And must be a lot of fun to be able to play Age of Empires at that level.
Has to be, and yeah, obviously both of them really good friends, thinking about the game. I'm pretty sure within the first 2 sentences something like King Snipe was mentioned.
Yeah, and probably from Yo, and I'm sure we'll remember that for a very long time. Hera will get to rest up a little bit, rest up the rest of the day, probably watch the next big series, which is arguably going to be even crazier, which we'll talk about in a moment. But he will be in the final best of 9 tomorrow. We just have to find out now who he eventually faces, but it's a bit of a journey to get there, right?
Yeah, tomorrow 18 UTC, the best of 9 grand final, if you want to see more of Hera. But we still have to find the competitor, right? And it is the chance that Yo takes it, Leary or Viper, Leary and Viper, in the next set.
Yeah, so winner of Leary Viper stays alive, will face Yo tomorrow. It's a benefit of Yo having won twice, got that far up in the winner's bracket that he's kind of a step up in that bracket. But if you would have picked the top 4 players in the world maybe, or in this tournament, these might have been the 4, right? Probably expect Hera to go to the top.
Yeah.
Then after that, it's a conversation between maybe Yo, Viper, and Leary. I know there's some other names there, probably some Tatos in some people's conversations. I'm sure there's a lot of people in Mexico who were screaming Kingston. But yeah, I mean, the exciting thing for me is just the level that we're seeing is extremely high. Even though Hera's been dominant in some of these sets, we've seen the people who go down to him play insane. I think Yo's got some things he can look to. I think Viper's got some things. Leary, I mean, they could bring another level. So Exciting times, but looking forward to hearing from Hera, who's now joined us in the room, and we'll be sitting down with KP.
Thank you, Tristan. Thank you, Nili. Yes, I'm joined by the immaculate Hera, a man that even when he's winning all the time and you want to find a way to cheer against him, he finds the weirdest and most wonderful ways of winning games. Hera, first of all, ginormous congratulations on an insane set. Mr. Yo did not go down without a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really good series.
You know, we were talking a little bit before it got thrown over to us. I would need to get your thoughts on that game number 2. I think what you just said to me is one of the best moments you've ever had.
I think that might be like one of the best moments of AV2 history, to be honest. Like that was definitely the best thing I've ever done in any game, like be it ranked, tournament, anything. So that was that was really, like, my adrenaline was pumping. That was really, really crazy for me.
And, you know, it's got to be a little bit of a relief. I was thinking here, you know, tomorrow someone's going to have to do, like, back-to-back sets. We talked a little bit earlier in the tournament about, you know, Ramadan and how you're handling that. Does it feel like a little bit of a relief to just be able to wait there, optimize your day, and be ready to give your best?
Yeah, I'm also sick right now, so I'm really happy to not have to play 2 sets tomorrow. Yeah, keep the distance a little. Whoever has to do that will be obviously at a disadvantage, but I think me having gone through the winners bracket, I deserve some kind of advantage, and playing only 1 set for the day seems like a good one.
Sounds like a pretty good one to me. You know, I guess you probably get asked this a lot, but what do you think it is that makes you so unbeatable right now? You know, everyone has something, some sort of key element to their gameplay, their strategies, whatever it may be, that makes them above the rest. What do you think it is for you?
I think it's just me being kind of the complete package, very well-rounded. I think I have a good mentality, and I have good confidence, but I also don't underestimate my opponents. Just kind of like you know, I've been working over the years to clean up some of the negatives of my act, both in-game and, like, you know, IRL. And I think now I'm just getting into years where I'm just feeling like everything's clicking, and I just feel like I have, you know, everything that it takes.
I mean, it definitely looks like it feels like a streak that's never going to end. Someone's going to have to eventually. Nothing can last forever, but you're on a phenomenal streak at this point. Do you want to help me out with something here?
Yeah.
We've got to talk about our sponsors that make this event possible.
Okay, I'm good at that.
Have you seen these?
I have seen those. In fact, I've signed a few of those.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I think we're going to advise people to get these signed. So you're down here, right?
No, that's I should be up in Canada.
Oh yeah, you're up here.
Yeah, that's me.
Sorry, that's hot. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so you're up here. So I was thinking about this. You let them know where you live, man.
I know. They asked me specifically where in Canada. I could have lied, but I gave them a nice little hint. And now I'm traceable. I got a flag on the map.
You know what would have made you untraceable?
What's that?
Surfshark.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
You could have been in a call with them. You could have been like, hey, yeah, guys, I'm calling in from Peru. Yeah, I'm in the neighborhood. I'm checking out Heart. We're having a good time. No one would have found you.
Exactly.
You would have been an enigma.
Exactly.
You didn't have that subscription.
And this is why you should use... Which one?
Surfshark.
Surfshark VPN. And thank you to Surfshark for supporting our AV2 community.
Yeah, and if you guys want to take advantage of them right now, they are offering 4 months extra, ! Surfshark to get that deal. It also is a great way for you to check in on the good TV shows you have back in the States right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You can use the VPN to access different you know, Netflix areas, so you can get different shows, different movies, all the good stuff. And it's just a good way to stay secure and surf the internet without any sharks.
Yeah, we don't advise swim with sharks, but if you're going to do it safe with them. But thank you. You were a pleasure for that piece. I'm going to take this away from you because this is mine. I'm sorry you can't have it.
Okay.
But you do get the incredible Jordan.
Oh, I get to talk to Jordan now?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Do I go sit there or what's going on?
No, we're going to switch like this.
Ah.
Yeah. It's a pleasure to be here with you. First time now. The first day I was a little bit too tired.
Okay.
And yeah, congratulations for an amazing series once again.
Thank you.
Hera, I would like to have a little bit of a deep dive regarding the game, so I hope you still have a little bit of energy.
Of course.
The first game we had Arabia, Mongols against Hindustanis. And there's not too much to talk about because there was a little bit of a stomp, right? You were kind of completely overwhelming. What I noticed, you had 2 archer ranges versus the one of his.
Yeah.
When do you decide to go for 2 archer ranges versus the one?
That is an excellent question. To be fair, nailed it. Jordan nailed it.
Awesome.
To be fair, I did have the option to do both. Basically, the one range would be, it would come a little earlier, and it would be more for me playing cavalry. But in this matchup, I did not want to play cavalry because he was Hindustani with strong camel, so I wanted to end up on Expo, which is why I went for the 2 ranges.
Okay, so with the 2 ranges, you kind of risk the later castle age timing.
Yeah.
But that's totally fine as long as you know you can dictate the game and have the map control, right?
Yeah, exactly. I want to put pressure in feudal and then end up on expos and not end up on knights or light cav in that matchup specifically. Obviously, in other matchups, the other variation is possible.
Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Then I would like to jump into game number 2. For me personally, the best game in a long time, especially in this tournament for sure. Let's start with this little team here. I guess I don't have to ask you if that was planned. I don't think so.
No.
But I think after with the scout debating, that was planned, I suppose, right?
Yeah, I kind of felt a little greedy, and I wanted to punish that, so I kind of stopped the king a little bit, gave him a little taste of what killing a king would feel like. But then, of course, I had the castle ready, so that was... I'm surprised he fell for it, but I'm really happy it happened.
He was just, look at his face, he was just smiling like, I was so close to get a win here. When the castle was hitting your king, how was your heart pressure?
I was panicking. I was like, oh no, like I made fun of Yo in like the NEC 5 for losing
It was
his
against
king.
me.
I was making fun. Yeah, there you go. I was making fun of MBL. I was like, let's not join the Hall of Fame of king losers. So I was really happy it didn't go down.
Yeah, but it was a close one. And due to the map position, I guess, you being so close, you opted for the faster Imperial Age. You went for the push. What do you think was missing in your push that he was able to push you back there?
Yeah, so I think I messed up my build order initially, so my boom was actually way worse than what I wanted. And so I just didn't feel like I had the follow-up that I needed. Also, it was kind of uncharted territory. I didn't prepare or plan this, so I was improvising. And I wasn't sure if I should go karambits, if I should switch to scrims earlier. I considered elephants, and nothing really felt like it was good enough. And I feel like karambits were okay, but his push was kind of unstoppable.
It kind of was unstoppable, but you managed to stop it somehow, right? Most players would have just died in your situation. You managed to defend for a good while, and here we have the best moment so far. So we had a discussion.
Yeah.
People were asking, was that planned? I said most likely Hera just wanted to raid. What's your opinion? Did you want to go for the king snipe?
Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I wanted to go for the king snipe just because raiding does nothing at that point. I'm all in anyway. So my idea, I'm surprised it worked, but my idea was to push the trebs and then hopefully send Lycav there to force the king out and then flank.
Wow.
And the problem is the trebs didn't work. So my plan didn't work, but he was trying to play it extra safe, sent the king away, and so it ended up being good enough. And I have never felt adrenaline like that. Like I literally couldn't move.
Insane. Yeah, that just goes to show how strong you are. It's incredible. So yeah, it was a perfect game, and also your the fact that you were able to keep in the game and fight for so long, that just shows how strong you are as a champion. So good job on that one.
Thank you.
Third game was Coastal Mountain,
Yeah.
and he did a very early aggression with the forward. Did you feel like he dealt enough damage to get a little bit of an advantage, or did you feel like you defended well?
No, excuse me. I definitely felt like he did enough damage. Did a lot more than I expected, to be fair. I thought I read the game well with the 2 militia that I did initially, but then I didn't expect a follow-up in feudal. And unfortunately, none of my traps really worked. That was a really nice play from him. But yeah, ended up taking way too much damage. I think I lost like 2-3 vills, and the position was really awkward.
Okay. Do you think that is the reason why you were losing the game? Was it the fight with the knights against the pike, which kind of allowed him to get the map control? What do you think was the tipping point there in this game?
I think this is probably where I lost. Anything else would be considered a comeback for me. And like even here, position's kind of even. If I just don't take the fight and raid, I could win. But the problem is Goth kind of go to a better late game, and he had the relics. So I feel like I lost it in feudal, and I almost clawed my way back, but it was not enough.
Okay, so you took that fight because you felt like, okay, if you try to raid, then he gets the better economy, still has time to expand and then overwhelm you.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I just didn't feel like I'm going to find that much value with the raid, so I wanted to keep the front and maybe a forward castle, something more powerful, and in the end, I just completely got snowballed. So that was just good play from him.
How do you cope with those losses? Because that's the first game you lost this tournament. Does that bother you at all? Sometimes I have the feeling that pushes you even more.
Yeah, so I think that's something I learned from Red Bull Will 06, where I thought I was playing like a really good tournament, and I wanted to go for the undefeated, like losing 0 games.
Yeah.
And I went in with the wrong mentality, thinking like the semifinals was going to go 3-0 in my favor. So when I lost the game, my entire image of the tournament in my head completely crumbled. So I've completely phased that out of my game and my tournament. So now I don't care to have a perfect record. I just care to get the job done.
Amazing.
And so the losses don't affect me at all anymore.
Amazing. I think I also heard you once that play each game like it's the first. Like don't even think about the past, right?
Yeah, play the moment. Like we move to the next one. It's just Mines, Magyars on Land Madness. There's nothing more to it,
Awesome. Also, this game. I've noted perfect execution. Not too much to say there. Just one topic, like Mayans is not picked too often here, as they're like not the fastest civilization. Usually you have the more mobile civilizations. Did you feel comfortable going against Magyars? I suppose you expected that?
Yeah, so Magyars would be what's considered to be like the best civ on the map, or at least the most played. But I honestly noticed a lot of weaknesses of the civ in practice and just over like the years, and I really feel like the meta has to shift on Land Madness. I don't think we're playing it correctly, and I think what I did with Mayans is more, is just stronger. Like I think if we can play this matchup like 10 times and Mayans would win 9.
Oh wow!
In equal skilled opponents. And the only danger is really if I get overwhelmed in feudal, but it's way harder to do that than you'd expect. And Mayans on 9-vil start are obviously a bit stronger than 3-vil because you don't need to get Loom. So just a combination of reasons, I feel like Mayans are a lot stronger there than you'd expect them to be. And Magyars maybe a little overrated.
Ah, okay, interesting. You say meta or the way people are playing it is not the best. What do you think can be tweaked before you spoil anything? You don't have to say, obviously.
Yeah, no, I don't mind talking about it just because I think like other pros, if they see a game like that, they kind of can jump to the same conclusions. But basically just opening scouts with a civ that doesn't get an eco bonus is really abusable, and it's very predictable because then all I have to do is not take damage to the scouts and I'm completely safe. So I feel like players have to recalibrate a little bit, maybe away from the scout rush, or do scouts with a civ that has an eco bonus that can do the skirm follow-up, because right now like a strong archer civ just does not die to scouts early.
Okay, because you also can wall and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Hera, thank you so much for your input. I think you totally deserve the advantage tomorrow to only play 1 set. You deserve that one. And we will throw it over to Nili, who has a perfect update for us.
The perfect update. Okay. Thank you, Jordan. Congratulations, Hera. So well deserved again, like how he's delivering set after set. Truly inspirational, I have to say. And yeah, what's also inspirational is what Being Esports is doing here. Because we obviously on the mainstream are watching Age of Empires 2 Pro event. More than $40,000 on the line, and that is even increasing with all your donations. Thank you so much for that. But you know, in the brackets, Leary versus Viper coming up next. They are setting themselves up. Mr. Yo waiting for tomorrow. Hera waiting for tomorrow evening. But we have more events. We actually have a $1,000 Age of Mythology event happening. And we are down to the final 2-player, Rappel, who was the #1 on the ladder multiple times, is waiting in the final against Husk. So there, also organizer of like big $10,000 Age of Mythology tournament. So nice to see them having the final there. And then we have a 1v1 tournament, 77 participants overall. This is the top bracket with 16 players. As you can see, lots of big names in there. Freaking Andy waiting in the quarterfinal, running potentially against target Mihai, who was 1 game away from actually making the pro event here, fighting for 2,500 in the 1v1 side event. People are streaming that as well. You can tune in and there will be a lot of coverage. And if you want to see the coverage of the side events, we will have the 2v2 finals for you tomorrow between our pro event games. And as you can see, lots of big names there. Freaking Andy is playing, Mihai is playing, some German heroes like Running Target, probably the biggest favorites there to play this one out. Right now we are in the upper bracket, quarters and semifinals. And well, could be a long night for some of them still fighting through the lower bracket. They have to finish that all by tonight. people having viewer ticket, having player ticket, some new only player, some only viewer ticket. Pretty nice. But the big storyline there at the site is also $10,000 roughly Age of Empires 4 event happening at the site, cast by Rising Empires. They have a professional setup there. And yeah, as you can see, Beastie so far undefeated. The Muslim in a good position to advance to the playoffs there. Louis from China flew in. Kaljadi against Cat, still fighting for their spot. Tomorrow that tournament is going to conclude as well. And as you can see, quite some money there on the line. The LAN area, so nice. We can give you a small look behind the scenes. Look at that. All the people discussing stuff. AUE4 crew in the front, then some AUM players in the back. More than 60 Age of Empires. 2 players trying to play this one out. Obviously now not every seat filled, simply because they were just all watching the pro event. It's beautiful here over in Hamburg, Germany, if you love Age of Empires, and it's going to be that for the rest of the evening with our upcoming set, Leary versus TheViper. Killer Pigeon will lead you in there.
Thank you, Nili. It's always much beautifuler when he's involved in the broadcast. I am once again on the stage with Gideon from Being Esports. Gideon, not quite the full length we were looking for, but kind of interesting, right? Hera not impenetrable.
I've kept saying that should have been a 2-2, of course, everybody knows that, but yeah, that happened. I basically saw the clip 10 times now with T90 saying, if that happens, my mind will break, and I guess it broke.
Yeah, he's laying out back right now. He needs a little bit of a moment. But we have a little bit of an update, right? We've been seeing that tracker moving. You guys have been incredible. We've seen the extra money coming in to try and help cover these events and also increase the prize pool. But someone from the community reached out about something pretty cool, right?
Exactly. We want to give a very special shout out to a person that I think many of you know, and if you don't know him, you've seen his work actually on site. I'm talking about a person named Burger, who has this very amazing project where he creates AoE related and also other game related merchandise, and he created some of these amazing outfits that you see running around here at the Garrison. And he actually provided us with a very nice gift to support the biggest contributor to our crowdfunding. He is actually in a project right now where he creates chess boards and chess pieces, AoE related. Everything handmade and looks really, really amazing. We can see it right now on the stream. And he actually contributed the first of these that he finished to the top supporting person of the Garrison.
Oh, that's incredible. Look at those guys. Look, that's great, right? Oh my God, if I didn't have 2 kids at home, I'd actually get donating already to try and take that away from someone. That's fantastic. How do you get it?
How do you get it? That is a really good question. So, well, if you do not end up being the top contributing person, and please, 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 we always love to say this, only contribute if you have something to contribute. Otherwise, watch the games, have fun, enjoy your time. And if you don't, tell us if you don't, and then we're hopefully going to make it better. But if you want to get your hands on one of these, you actually can do so as well on the website Chupta Works. That is CHUPTA Works.com. He has a lot of amazing stuff. Give him a look, or his page a look, because you will like what he does.
All right, Chupta Works, check him out. Big shout out to him for providing. Big shout out to everyone who's been supporting so far. A big shout out, round of applause for Gideon, once again, from Being Esports for making this possible. And he's made some fun things possible. I saw you guys. I was inspired by that support for Yo. That's what I want to see carried through, okay? I have a mantra, a rule here. 1 more game every single time, because I think you guys want to have 5-game series, right? I'm sorry, I said you guys want 5-game series, right? Alrighty then. Well, that's very interesting because we still have 1 more series. Now, I'm going to tease you a little bit here. This one is an interesting one. I checked the stats on this. The last 3 times these 2 clashed, it went all the way to a deciding game. Pretty hype, right? We have to deliver again. There's no way we get shortchanged here. But I need to do a vibe check. So obviously, everyone in the crowd is a Mr. Yo fan. Is everyone in the crowd? Yeah? How about Viper? Okay. Leary? Ooh, okay. So with that in mind, I think the Leary's won there. So it only feels right, especially when he's so close to home, to kick off the stage by bringing in Leary! Calm and calculated, a little bit flustered from that earlier series because someone did not want to die easily. You have to question though, was it a bit of a marathon? Is it a bit of fatigue? Or maybe the youthful bones just give him the edge because his opponent just seems to never run out of energy no matter how many years pass. Join me in welcoming the stage, it's Viper! Always a pleasure to see these two on the stage and an interesting set ahead of us. I mentioned the last 3 times they matched up, it went all the way to a deciding game. But most interestingly, in the last 2 clashes, that was at NAC, where Leary was able to take the edge. Before that, we had to go back to Red Bull Wallow, where it was Viper cinching by in one of the most epic series of that tournament. This is a matchup that dictates the best. So let's head across to some of our best casters to make sure you're catered to correctly.
Welcome back, everyone. This is our final set of the day, and what a way to finish things off here on Saturday in Hamburg. We have the Viper, who already played earlier in the day, versus Leary. This is going to be intense, Jordan. It usually goes to the final game. I'm expecting the final game here. Viper said he had plenty of energy coming in. I know Leary is always ready to go. Are you ready to go?
I'm 100% ready to go, Dave. And, you know, Leary against Viper, we have seen that being the finals for a couple of times already in the past. And it's interesting that we see that in the top 4 now, right? So games have changed a little bit. The entire scene has changed a little bit. And, yeah, I'm going to think we will see at least 4 games here.
Oh, we have a sign for the snake behind us. I'm sure there's a lot of Viper fans in here. Leary trying to get things done. I think consensus throughout most Age of Empires fans and most players is that these are number 2 and number 3 in the world. You can debate what order that is, but currently these 2 are at the very top of the Age of Empires competitive scene. Obviously, Hera, who just went through with an impressive display against Mr. Yo, would be sitting at that number 1 spot, but you can bet that both of these guys want to get back to the winner's side of the bracket, to the grand final, to face the monster that is Hera. So we've got our civs here for this matchup. We can see the bans. That's what we'll look at before we know what the maps are. So Georgian's banned by Leary. Roman's banned by Leary. He's probably never going to pick Romans, so I think that's a solid ban from him. And Viper, we know he loves the Scorpions. On the other side, we have Mongols and Chinese. Fantastic bans from Viper because those are 2 civs that really play towards Leary's style.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Leary with Mongols is just so dangerous with the timing attacks. His build orders are always perfect. I'm not sure if you caught it yesterday, Mr. Yo and Leary had a bet.
They had 50 euros, I think, right?
Exactly. It was about if Leary was able to go 18 pop-up without Loom with Cumans, and he managed to do it on the first try without idle Villager or idle TC time. And yeah, that just kind of shows that Leary is very good in those kind of situations, and Mongols is just, yeah, very dangerous if you're perfect with the setup.
There goes the snake sign again. We got some Viper fans. I know there's a few Leary fans out there. He's not usually the crowd favorite, although everyone enjoys watching him play. Viper has been around for so long. He is arguably the GOAT of the scene, right? Hera's kind of debating that right now. Eustace as well, with Memb in the background. And Eustace is actually here right now. I saw he was sleeping in the back, but I'm sure he's going to wake up and watch Dad's sets.
He's sleeping all the time, right? He's like the most chill dog ever.
So happy.
Yeah, 100%. But I think he's also cheering for Viper. And yeah, I'm curious. Like, if we think about both players, both could win today. Thinking about tomorrow, they have to go for 2 sets. Maybe, right? So I think in terms of stamina, it should be a little bit better for Leary because he's a little bit younger than Viper. So yeah, maybe Leary can take the win today. But yeah, as you said, Viper is looking very good today as well, and anything can happen.
Well, I asked Viper what his energy levels were because that's always the concern late at night. And he gave me a thumbs up. He said, I'm feeling good right now. And he even had an espresso before he came out. And he... he was like, time to clap some noobs.
Yep.
So
That's
that
the typical Viper
That was the
confidence.
feel for Viper. By the way, anyone who's at the venue right now, if you're listening to me, we have a signing session with some pros outside, and I believe T90's also out there. So in between games, if you want to make your way over there to get signatures from the pros, I'm not sure anyone would want signatures from T90, but definitely from the pros. I think that would be a great time to do it. I know we're going to also have a little gathering after these games tonight, and we're going late tonight
I think
at this
3 a.m.
venue. Yeah,
Right?
It's gonna be a good time, dude.
Wow.
Can you
that's
make
my
it?
prime time.
Yeah, that,
Dave,
okay.
come on. That's my prime time.
No, that's your dream time.
That's my dream time. Obviously, I will join because that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I think there are going to be a lot of people there, Dave.
Yeah, I think so. This venue is packed. You may not see it a lot of times we cut to the crowd because everyone's out getting drinks or whatnot. But during the games, all the seats are filled. All
yeah.
the seats are filled. You can hear people cheering for a random villager being quick-walled or, one unit in Dark Age almost dying.
Yeah, it's interesting
And they go
because
crazy.
Yeah, it's interesting because people are even sitting on the stairs.
Yeah.
And it's hard to navigate through there because it's just so many people.
And you see Leary focusing up. So the maps, we didn't talk about the maps. First map is Fractal, which might play into Viper's favor. Leary liking the more standard style maps. We've also got Arabia and Land Madness. No surprises there whatsoever for Leary. On Viper's side, Enclosed and Migration.
Interesting. Migration is not the best pick, I would say, against Leary because that's something where he just completely excels. For me personally, Fractal is, I don't know why, but I feel like that's the best map of the map pool. I just feel like meta hasn't been figured out yet.
It feels like there's a lot of possibilities.
Exactly.
There. You could play
I love
water.
that.
You could play only land and give up water. You could play a fast castle approach, fast feudal approach, lame approach. Like there's so many things that you can do on that map. I did get a little bit of insight from Viper into his draft before this, and he said, my draft is good. Leary's draft is also good. There is 2 possibilities he could pick on the first map. I'm happier with one of those possibilities. And I'm less happy with the other one, but I think I'm still fine if he goes for that. So I'm really wondering, like, what Leary's going to play there on Fractal. Is it going to be Italians or something like that? Who knows? Anyway, it looks like the players are getting into the game and they're ready to go. Our final match of the day, the Viper versus Leary, Game 1. Welcome in, everyone. Crowd here in Hamburg and viewers around the world. We've got Game 1 of Leary versus the Viper. The loser goes home. The winner advances to play Mr. Yo tomorrow. And we have Fractal. So it's going to be Byzantines for Viper, and it will be Bengalis for Viper and Byzantines for Leary.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised about that pick from Viper. Obviously, he's been in love with Bengalis for a long time already on this map. And he got this if he was wishing for. And Byzantines is considered to be one of the best civilizations on this map as well. It is it's tricky, right? The map itself is very tricky. And Byzantines in general shine a lot, especially on maps which are tricky.
And I think Viper's goal here, we've seen it in the past in this tournament, and I think it's going to be the Ratha play for Viper, right? He's going to get a castle up. He's going to go for the Ratha. He feels very comfortable there. The concern I have for Leary here, even though he is the Byzantines and he can make cheap skirms, the skirms are not as good against the Ratha as they used to be. And I'm not sure that Leary knows the ins and outs of that relationship, so he might try and force something like skirmishers as a defense to that, and he might get punished by his maybe inexperience lately in this matchup.
Yeah, gotta keep in mind with Byzantines it's very likely that we see some forward shenanigans as well because they have the cheaper trash unit. So that's something we see very often from Byzantines there. Also very handy with the faster firing fire ship to gain map control on water. So
a lot of benefits for the Byzantine player here, and Viper, he's taking a little bit of the safer approach here, walling already to his woodline, and yeah, I agree. I would say he is trying to go for the Rafa play. We could see him going for some monks as well, but yeah, it gotta be one of those two.
Also, Bengalis healing fire ships, right? It's kind of at the stage where you can manage against the Byzantine fire galleys, which a lot of civs can't. If you're playing Bengalis or Portuguese or something like that, you can kind of trade off a little bit, especially with Viper's attention to detail. So we'll see if he tries to pressure on water or if he just tries to go for, you know, that dock block on the top there, because I think one of the priorities from Leary is going to be to get into that fish from the Viper, and Leary is going forward with the dock right away, and he's also going forward over here. That's 4 villagers, Jordan.
Yeah, that's the typical forward by the Byzantine player, and I personally like that a lot, right? You want to put on the aggression as much as possible. We see Viper here on the dock position potentially, and yeah, we got the confirmation he just doesn't want to deal with any fire galleys from the Byzantine player. Leary on the other side plays it safe as well. He doesn't leave it open. He wants to close it as well. And that means we will see full forward aggression from Leary. I would expect archer range and the tower forward on the wood line. So
if he goes for the range, though, he's not really going to have enough wood to go for fishing ships or for a navy either. So it's taking resources away from that water play, which you might want to focus on a little bit more if you're Byzantines. But the early wall for Viper really benefiting him against his forward.
Absolutely. I mean, Viper obviously knows with Byzantines that's always an option you have to think about. And
tower first.
Yeah, tower first. He just wants to put on the aggression. Now, the main question now is how will Viper react? And we already see him. He doesn't want to have any tower shenanigans at all. He just plays it safe. Walls in the wood line, and I'm pretty sure he will wall the wood to the TC as well.
Oh, do you see that spearman? It was hidden behind the scout. It popped out of the barracks at exactly the right spot, and Viper was probably like, how did I just lose half my HP?
Yeah.
The spearman was hiding behind the scout, and Viper was pretty confident in winning that scout 1v1, so now he has to back up from that. Leary's still 0 on stone. Viper walling behind this, and I wonder, because Viper went for that dock block with those 4 villagers up there, he might just take those around the shoreline to the very outside if he needs to run.
Most likely, right? Because he cannot run to the TC anymore. That path is kind of blocked and it would be too risky, especially with the way he's walling. So that would be the emergency plan for him. And we see Leary, he doesn't even bother going to the TC. He's straight aiming for the woodline there.
Yeah, and Viper's on the run. So if you go for the dock block instead of the dock along the shoreline closer to the fish, like a lot of players go for, you can actually have the whole shoreline open to run like Viper is. It's going to take a long time, but once they're back there, they're going to be incredibly safe. And there is gold and there is stone back there. If Leary cuts you off from that, Viper is on the way with those. Viper also making a counter tower, but deciding, because Leary hasn't shown him any further towers, he doesn't need to complete that. He can keep the stone for later.
Yeah, exactly. And Viper, I feel like, is in a very comfortable position, right? He's on stone, so he doesn't have to worry about any aggression he cannot deal with. He's walling up his base as well, and if he's able on the left hand side to get the walls up, then there's no way Leary can do any damage, and I would say then Leary's attack kind of failed there.
A very comfortable response to the forward here from Viper. I'm not seeing a lot of panic. It's like he expected this all the way. He went for the early wall. He moved the villagers along the shoreline like we saw, and this wall comes up just on time when he senses that Leary is going to come around to the left side of his base. He still is making fishing ships as well, so Viper's going to have 3 fish in the queue, and Leary doesn't have the resources to go for those fires, at least early, as Viper now goes for a defensive tower on his berries.
Yeah, very interesting. So we will see 4 fishing boats for Leary, and in the meantime, Viper is booming on the fish very heavily. Those 5 villagers have finally caught up on their task, managed to get the gold there. It was a long walk there, but they managed. And
well, she's doing it again. Okay, she's coming back, and Viper now waiting for the wood for mining camp, which he's going to build back there. So extremely safe gold now that he's gotten around to that side.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about how Leary wants to approach it now. We can see on his food count is already at 400 roughly. So it won't take him too much time to advance to the next stage. Pretty sure he will be a little bit faster there. And Now the question is, how do you want to approach it, right? With Byzantines, you obviously have the fast Imperial Age cost, and that's something which is very, very beneficial on this map because it's so close, right? So that's something he will have in mind. We already saw him play as Malay, and he went for the 1TC fast imp play as well. So I would not be surprised to see him doing that as well.
Yeah, and he's going to have the fishing eco behind that because I don't think Viper's going to come forward and contest that. I think the approach is going to be something that takes advantage of the forward position you already have, right? It could be a siege workshop in Castle Age to keep the pressure. It could even be a castle if he wants to shift more villagers onto the stone. But like you said, that cheap Imperial Age for Byzantines, it should be massive here.
Yeah, absolutely. Viper building the market now, also upgrading wheelbarrow, so his economy is running very smoothly. Managed to get 10 fishing boats out already with the 2 docks pumping out, and yeah, now it's all about who reaches Castle Age a little bit faster. 200 food advantage here for Liry, and the scout fight is going to be very
Viper
equal.
turn around and take that?
Obviously.
You just...
Obvious.
Oh, man. Viper, he wanted the 50-50. He loses the 50-50. Liry still can't get in. Viper has a decent amount of stone in the bank, so the Ratha is definitely the player, and he's using the market a little bit. Wow. He is actually the first one up to Castle Age. Liry does not have the second building yet, so a little bit of a timing advantage there for Viper. Not much, though.
I know this feeling which Liry had to go through.
Not having the second building?
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, everyone knows that feeling. Dude.
It's crazy, right? You feel like the perfect setup, perfect economy, you want to click, and then you realize the icon is not really available. So that kind of hurts. You rush then the second building with a lot of villages, but yeah, it's just a small margin, right? It's not going to be game deciding.
We've seen this so many times in this map where someone is ignoring the idea of water pressure from their opponent. And then their opponent invests into War Galley, and you're like, is that really worth it? You know, once that dock goes down, though, especially if they're not expecting it, all the fish die. And then suddenly you're 10 eco behind, you have to drop farms. It's really, really infuriating when your dock dies and there's nothing to defend your fish.
Yeah, absolutely. That is why I personally like this map so much, because it is so hard to balance, right? The right amount of how much you invest into land, how much do you invest into water. And the thing is also the defender obviously has the advantage here because he has a little bit more time to react. And in the meantime, while your opponent has invested into the army, you're able to invest your economy. So it is very hard to balance. And we see Liry pressuring the dock though. So Viper got the information and he will...
Scout goes down. Scout goes down, and that villager comes out this way again. I wonder if he can add another dock behind that, like right up against the edge of that dock. So he has a... there it is. Yeah. The fallback plan for Viper. Add in a few galleys, maybe a demo from there, right? Liry thinks he can get through quite easily if he goes for War Galley right away, which he is. But there's going to be a follow-up dock from Viper if that villager doesn't get sniped. I don't think Liry can range that, really, from behind the dock. And there's the castle from Viper. There's the monastery from Viper. No secrets from Liry, though. He's Byzantines. If we look at his Fog of War... on the center area, he's made so many outposts. He can see everything, man. He sees everything. He's like a satellite.
Yeah, it's crazy. That is one of the biggest advantage of the Byzantines with the town patrol, which they have available to them right upon reaching Castle Age. And now with Viper, you obviously don't want to go into the fire galley fight against Byzantines. What he's doing is getting the galleys out and try to defend the dock from behind.
You know what he could do over here? He could bring a monk along the shoreline.
Yeah, we have seen that.
And sit it right there and just convert the fires.
I think he will do so. He will try to get the map control with the Rafa and then support his water units with the monk.
That could be really solid. Behind this, Liry's playing very smart today, walling up. I know it's only palisade walls, but still, it's an early warning system for the Ratha, right? You get your skirms over there to counter them. You can see the skirms not doing as well against the Ratha as they used to. I think they negated some of that bonus damage earlier, and Viper manages to save that.
Oh, that's very interesting. He had like 3 full volleys and still didn't manage to kill that one. So the Rafa obviously a very strong one.
The reason I brought that up earlier is because I saw Liry win a game on Arena once against full Ratha with Burmese skirms. So like, I think secretly he has a lot of faith in skirms against Ratha, and it's not as good as it used to be.
Yeah, absolutely. We will see that shape out very soon, I suppose, because we see the Elite Skirmisher upgrade, and Viper, he continues producing Rafa. We have 6 on the field already, and he keeps on going there. A Monk chasing as well. Now, getting the Relic here, and Ballistics is in for Lyri. Dave, we never see Ballistics before 40 minutes from Lyri, so that is very interesting to see.
Well, he realizes the Ratha are a threat. He wants to kill them with the skirms, and he took out the 2 skirms on the other side. Dock for Viper. Remember, that's the second Dock is at half HP. Viper now building up monks in the center. He's not sending any monks over to help against the Navy because he's making more war galleys of his own. And now Sanctity is on the way for him. It's only 5 Ratha for Viper, but the eco is still looking solid.
The eco looks solid. However, if we take a look at Lyri's position, that's not looking bad as well. Currently, we are sitting on 9 fishing boats. They're still fishing efficiently here. And the castle in the middle is just a perfect position, right? Everything here screams to me for a faster in play. And that could be very dangerous.
Oh, great micro on those monks from Viper. You don't really see the dodging of ballistics with monks very often, but he obviously hit the stop command as he was pathing those over. That's really cute from Viper. And Lyri didn't actually get any damage there. Gillnet's also on the way from Viper. Sanctity now in. Devotion now in from Viper. But there was a lot of skirms in that archer range, so he needs to back away. Lyri angling towards Imperial Age. Viper, will he sense this? I think he still hasn't seen the castle.
He hasn't seen the castle, and yeah, I think he sensed it to a certain degree because that's always something you expect from the Byzantine player. But I have to say, Lyri was able to get so many skirms out, right? So he's having the map control. He doesn't really have to worry about anything. He's walled, so right now he definitely will favorize his position.
Favorize?
I knew it. When I had it in my mind, I was like,
I'm waiting for some Jordanisms here.
Okay, it only took me 23 minutes. Oh no.
It's begun.
It has begun. It won't be the last thing.
So Mangonel there, does Viper see the castle? Does Viper see the castle?
He doesn't even see
the castle. So if you see a castle like that, it's instant. Okay, he's going up to him.
Yeah.
Because why else would he make that as Byzantines, right?
Yeah.
He's got the skirm to defend. He needs a castle to make trebs once he's in imp. And unfortunately for Viper, his first notification of the castle is going to be on the Mangonel, and Lyri takes that out. Great defense so far from Lyri.
Yeah, the thing is, in Viper's position, if you see that castle there, you already know, trebuchets are going to be on the field very soon.
As soon as he sees the castle, stops queuing units, starts thinking Imperial Age himself.
There are 2 options. Either, as you mentioned, or he thinks, I cannot stop the imp timing from the Byzantine player. I have to go all out and go for Rafa and Siege Workshop. But I think your option would be a little bit better here.
I think like the the elephant rams could be an option. If you're going to stay in Castle Age and you have the fishing eco behind that, like skirmishers aren't going to counter that very well.
Exactly.
If you can push the castle, that'd be fantastic. And now it's Lyri actually being pushed back on water. But Lyri's got a decent amount of Navy in there. I think he's queuing up a demo as well. And he's got some war galleys behind. That's a Byzantine dock too. So it's going to take a little bit longer to go down. Viper shouldn't be into the fish from Lyri anytime soon. And look at Lyri's resources as he's about to hit imp. Wow.
He could go imp right away again. And that dock is going to be alive for quite some time. Dave, I have to say, the fidelity of Lyri's units is just insane.
You don't even know if that fits. He learned that word 2 days ago.
I promise you, I'm going to use that one. I hope I used it in the right way.
No.
No, really. I even asked the internet. I was sure.
Yep, well.
Okay, never mind then. So, Trebuchet are on the field very soon, and now let's see the micro. I think, yeah, Lyri's just backing up here with Brace, so he doesn't have to worry about anything.
Neither player with a second TC. It's just one TC play from both. Viper's already starting to set up the fish traps there. He's running out of fish on the water, so he's going to make some more of his own. Lyri's still floating a lot of food, but he's getting his text in. He's getting chemistry now. The trebuchet is rolling forward, another treb in the queue. And Viper actually goes for another dock block or he's going to attempt to go for another dock block on the water, but I don't think the villager can actually get there.
Yeah, the thing is, right now, he doesn't want to think about land and water. He just wants to focus on land, try to hold as long as possible. But man, Dave, this is not looking healthy.
Elephant coming out from Viper. Husbandry on the way from Viper. But the Siege Workshop is really close there as Viper has expanded out to this extra area. Leary has not. No. Leary hasn't cut through to the extra area. I think there's still some, you know, trees in the way as Viper was unable to get to that dock, and all these fish traps he just invested into are going to go down.
Yeah, this is so painful for the Viper because he doesn't have a good food economy right now, and a lot of fish is going to be taken down, so he will have 3 or 4 on food. So fortunately for him, the Rafa doesn't cost any food, so that's nice, but this is painful.
A little bit too late with the monks too. If he got there earlier, maybe it would have been better. I think he didn't realize that the villager couldn't get to that dock. It like pathed weird. He's diving in now with the Ratha. One last ditch attempt here to gain control of this game, but the skirmishers, even though they tank a big shot there, are enough to deal with the Ratha. The castle is there and the Trebs. They might go down, but I think at least one of those is going to survive.
Yeah, it's just not working as well as Viper was hoping for, and he's forced to tab up. Leary was just too dominant here with the skirms and traps.
I'm wondering if that's the civ that Viper didn't want Leary to go for. I'm wondering if that was it, right? Viper tried to manage it, but at the end of the day, I think the big thing was not spotting that castle when Leary built it. So Viper was just a minute or two late on realizing Leary was up to him.
Yeah, yeah. Also interesting for me was that Leary didn't place the castle as aggressive as he could have, because he was able to kill the 3 Rafa on the south side, and he had the possibility to go for more forward castle, but he played it safe. He knows exactly, hey, I don't need to risk anything. I'm in a better position. I will have the timing in my favor, and yeah, worked out pretty well.
There has never been, and there will never be, a blender giveaway. I have signed blenders in the past that people have brought. I've never given them away, and I never will.
What is the thing of signing a blender?
People just bring it, dude.
They just bring you a blender?
What's the weirdest thing you've ever signed?
Oh, okay, I know something, but
okay,
never mind. Let's talk about blenders. Yeah.
I think I've signed like 4 blenders.
Was there something on your stream where people were talking about blenders?
I don't even know how it started.
Okay.
Anyway, we're going to mix it up here for game 2, and it's going to go to one of Viper's home maps most likely, unless he wants to play pick your opponent's home maps and have yours coming home, which he's done before. Viper has Migration, he has Enclosed. Leary is an extremely good player on both of those maps.
Yeah, absolutely. So Persians we will see most likely on Migration as well, right? We saw it today by him already against ACCM. And Arabia, Mayans, we saw a good performance by Hera with Mayans on Lamp Madness, which is very similar to Arabia. So yeah, we'll see.
And on Viper's side, if we're going Enclosed, what are you looking at? Are you looking at Hindustanis? Are you looking at Saracens?
Burgundians could be very tricky on Enclosed.
Yeah, play the Mr. Yo style and just sit back and make Coustilier.
Yeah, that could be an option. Vietnamese is always a great pick for literally any map, so that could be an option as well. We have Malay, I don't see that. That would be very weird. Yeah, Hindustanis could be an option, so a lot of options here for the Viper.
Do you think Viper would have been happy with Fractal as the first map? I think he would have.
Viper, you're asking?
Yeah.
For sure. And
it's like a pure preparation map.
Yeah. And he felt like he had a good strategy, right? Yeah. He prepared a lot for that. And yeah, I'm sure he's surprised that he lost that game here.
There's a Norwegian flag behind us. Just as that person rushed up, we get the view of Viper and Leary here. But there is some Norway support as well. And looks like we're going to go into game number 2 here. Leary up 1-0 over the Viper, and it's going to be Migration. Viper playing as Malay. Great Migration civ, really great on the timings, but also Italians for Leary. Exact same thing, great on the timings, great on Migration.
Yeah, I personally prefer Italians, to be honest, because the advantage you have regarding the dock upgrades, they cost only 50%, right? With Malay, granted, you have the timing attacks, but Italians also have cheaper fishing boats, so I have Italians is a little favorite here. What about you, Dave?
Do you think it's a forward dock attempt? I personally, I think I would rather have melee. Just because I think you're generally going to have the eco lead with the faster uptimes. And the meta so far has been the forward dock attempts, and I think melee could be really, really solid with that.
I think both of them will stay defensive in this matchup. I don't see neither of those civilizations.
Well, I don't think you ever want to forward dock melee.
No,
because if they have a dock there with their vision, they'll see it so quickly, and it's just luck at that point whether they have a dock in the center area.
And I think both of them are very confident with their civilization as well. It was a high prioritization for both, so in general you don't want to take the risk here, play it safe here, and also it feels like to me the dock position is an indicator as well that we will see both of them playing defensively, because if you go for the forward dock, you want to have your dock very straight to the middle island in the front. That's not the case, so I'm expecting defensive play here. Maybe even go for the fast castle, which we rarely see on migration.
I mean, you could do it with both of these civs, right? And then if you feel like your opponent's going fast castle and you're not going for the forward dock, as we see the discrepancy.
That is my word, Dave.
Discrepancy between the vision between the Malay dock and the Italian dock. If you feel like your opponent's going fast castle and you're not going for that forward dock strategy, you already feel so far behind. So you kind of almost have to do it yourself.
You have to. And that's the tricky thing about migration. It feels like rock, paper, scissors. The one who ups to fuel age faster, and if your opponent goes for the forward dock, then you have the advantage. If you go for forward dock and the opponent goes for fast castle, then you have the advantage. And the other thing is if you go for defensive fast fuel age and the other one goes for defensive fast castle, then he has the advantage. So it's very, very tricky. And it feels a little bit luck dependent as well, and civ dependent.
What if you go for a defensive fast feudal castle forward dock? What about that combo?
That has never been done.
Is that like the snake combo in rock, paper, scissors, snake?
That's the one which beats 2, right?
Exactly.
That could be an option. We have not seen it yet, but you know, the tournament is still going on.
Unexpected. So I think it's going to be a fast castle, not from Leary, that's for sure. He's got 4 fishing ships. Can he pull that off with Italian? It's not likely. And Viper is going for the second dock here. So they're just going to get to feudal, make sure there's no threats, and then build up potentially galleys at home.
Yeah, they will. And also the way both of them are approaching it is the safest one, because that way you can always adapt to any situation. You cannot die. Yeah. And you obviously know you might have the disadvantage if the other one goes for the fast castle. But it's not that big, and yeah, just the safest play. We see 4 villages on gold here by Leary. Viper on the other side has 3, so that is an indicator for both players going just for a galley play instead of the fire galleys.
Why do you think it's 4 from Leary instead of 3? Because usually it's 3 if they're going to go galleys. Is he planning? I mean, he's adding 3 more fishing ships. He might just be planning like defensive galleys into a faster castle age, at which point he needs the extra villager for the gold to go up to castle.
I think so. There could also be an option to buy food with selling 100 gold. That's something you have in mind as well, depending on the situation. So it feels like you have a little bit more adaptation possibility.
So Viper gets there first. The galleys are on the way. We see double bit axe for both players, and it's fire galleys from Leary. So more of a defensive approach. Try and stop Viper doing damage, and then try and click up to castle age relatively quickly from Leary, I would suspect anyway.
So we have
third dock from Viper. Okay.
Yeah, third dock. Both players are kind of doing exactly the same thing. And now, for me, always the interesting part is how are they going to manage army production versus fishing boat production? 9 fishing boats for Leary. That will give him a boost over the 6 fishing boats of the Viper. So we will see how that is going to unfold very soon. Market is being placed here by Leary as well. So he's, you know, soon flirting with the idea of advancing to Castle Age.
Yeah, and the 9 fishing ships, right? It was a big investment. It meant that he couldn't really go 3 dock galleys like Viper. And the fire galleys, at the end of the day, don't scale as well as the galleys. So Leary's just trying to keep Viper away from him at the moment before he clicks up to Castle Age.
Yeah, interesting as well is if you see that, that is kind of an indicator that Leary doesn't really want to focus 100% on border. He wants to have the hybrid playstyle, fire galleys on the border with not too much micro and focus on the land. Most likely he will have some light cav there as well. And if you go for the galleys, you have to commit more onto the water because you have the strong unit, right? More micro-intensive, but also the stronger ones. You should be able to win water. The question is, how is he going to balance the land versus water play?
So very, very fascinating. As soon as Viper saw the fire galleys, he queued up 3 more fish.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, that is not coming over to my side. That is a purely defensive play. He's going to try and micro down the fire galleys on both sides while repairing his galleys. So great unit management thus far from Viper, and now he's angling towards Castle Age as well. Leary's already clicked up here. Viper will get up at a similar time with Malay, but a great timing and a great build from Leary. I'd love to see the transport ship from him come out soon as well, so we can get that scout to the middle island first.
Yeah, that's something we will see very soon, I suppose. And now the crucial upgrade for Viper with the fletching. With fletching, you're able to push back those fire galleys very, very comfortably. But he seems to be playing not so aggressive. So maybe he knows on both sides it's going to be a little bit more micro-intensive, and therefore he wants to set up his economy properly before engaging in any sort of shenanigans.
So transport ship comes out from Leary. He is likely to go to the middle of the island. If you're in Viper's position and you suspect that Leary, like you'll see his castle time, you suspect he's transported first, do you deliberately go to the side, or do you just land in the middle anyway?
I would go to the side because you should know that the middle will be challenged by Leary very, very hard. And we have seen him play Migration, I think, at least 2 times in this tournament already. And Dave, I have to tell you, he loves those mangonels.
Yes, he does. Well, on every map. The Arabia game yesterday, right?
22.
Leary is just evolved into a mangonel beast. Like, and he never brings it out until he's got 2 or 3, and you can do nothing about it. Like, as soon as you learn that the mangonels are there, you're already screwed.
Yeah, exactly. Gotta keep in mind, though, the previous matches he played, Dravidians was involved as well. They don't have any monk tags which allow them to convert the siege, so that's very helpful. Yeah. So with Malay, that's a different story, obviously. Now War Galley upgrade is coming in 10 seconds, and once that is in, then those galleys will have to retreat here.
Still no transport ship from Viper. Still no transport ship. So Leary got Loom. Leary transported the villagers over there. Leary's trying to block the galleys from Viper, but Viper squeezes his way through there, and he's going to retreat until he gets to Castle Age himself. Careening is an interesting upgrade for Leary. That makes these fires a lot more powerful against the galleys and eventually the war galleys from Viper. That's +1 armor on the fire ships, which is actually a big deal.
It is a big deal. Usually we don't see it. However, with Italians, that's something you can get if you have the eco upgrade or the proper eco, right? Because it's just half the cost. And we see, I would say, a bad engagement here for the Viper exploding with the demo here, but there shouldn't be too many losses.
I like the fact that Viper added the fire galleys in front of the galleys. So Leary is busy chasing those galleys, and the fire galleys are getting chip damage here on all of Leary's ships, and Viper's actually going to defend, except he's brought another army over to his docks, but it looks fine-ish as long as he can get some more fire galleys out there. He's waiting for the war galley upgrade to come through. Fish are running right through the fires. A couple of them are going to go down, but if Viper can clear this army of fire ships from Leary and have some galleys left over by the time war galley comes in, he should be fine.
He should be fine, but for Leary, that is exactly what he wanted, right? He wants to put the aggression on water as long as Viper doesn't have the proper technologies in. And
still no transport.
No transport.
It's university instead.
That's the thing. If you commit onto the war galleys compared to your opponent with the fire galleys, you know exactly that water has to be the main focus for you, because on land you're just not going to be able to challenge him there. And yeah, he will try to win the water, get the economy going with the water then, and it will take some time to go for the land. But
this is a dangerous navy for Viper.
Yeah, exactly.
Very dangerous. With ballistics, with a couple fires in front. And Leary's still got 9 fishing ships behind there. Like, Leary is just hoping that careening is the best upgrade ever.
Yeah.
Because that's the only thing standing in between him and losing all of the water and all of his fish.
Yeah. Leary's plan right now is to buy as much time as possible, capitalize on the fish he has right now, and yeah, Viper needs to get the kills here as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will fall behind. Yeah,
that's a great play, keeping those 3 fires in the corner, so he can go for Viper's fish, Viper's reinforcements, or if he builds up enough, he can come in for a flanking maneuver behind Viper's main navy.
Oh, and that's what Leary is planning to do here. He's trying to get Viper more into the river, I would say, and once he is a little bit too deep in there, he will come from the side, from behind, and then get everything trapped.
If you're Leary, you almost want to give him a couple vills here, just to force him to be over here, and I think that's exactly what Leary was doing. He was hanging out, and suddenly Leary's here. How many fires? He's got 11. Viper's like, oh no, he's trying to wiggle his way out of this one, but that's so much damage coming in from Leary. What a flank from Leary with the hidden fire ships. All of the ships from Viper at the bottom of the sea.
That was a perfect play by Leary. Not did he lose the border, he even managed to completely clear the entire army from Viper, and now Viper is forced to go for the fire galleys himself, even though that's not something he really wants to focus on.
He's still no transport ship.
Yeah.
Viper's entire play here was, I'm going to win water, Leary's going to go to the middle, he's going to invest there, and all of the advantage on water, but Leary with careening, with the placement of those fires, able to clear the entire navy from Viper. Viper comes around with another navy, but this fire ship mass that we saw before from Leary just shifts over to the other side, and Viper, despite killing a couple fish, is still going to have to retreat.
Yeah, and if we take a look at Leary's resources, keeping in mind he's Italians, he is going to be able to click up to Imperial very soon.
And then it's like fast fire, and all of Viper's effort is for naught. He just gets fully cleared off the water. I think he might be getting fully cleared over here as well. Leary is pushing on this side with more fires, and it's just so difficult now for Viper to control the water because Leary cleared up that big massive war galleys that he had before.
If we take a look at the army size, it's very equal, right? But that's not the position Leary Viper wants to be. Imperial Age should be coming in very soon. Does Leary have 2 Imperial Age or Castle Age buildings? That's the question, because that's what we saw previously. And this time he's on point, Dave, and he clicks up to Imperial Age.
Imperial Age. And like from this point forward for Viper, you've invested everything. 1 TC Eco, Ballistics, War Galley from 3 docks at all times. You see imp from your opponent, water is no longer an option. Where do you go?
And you
don't even have anything on land. You don't even have a transport.
That's crazy. That's so well done by Leary, and that's what I mentioned, right? Migration is a very tricky pick against Leary because I feel like that's a home map for him as well. It feels like Leary has figured that map out completely perfectly. And yeah, Viper is kind of scrambling to get an advantage here.
Even gill nets from Viper, that seems a little out of place, especially seeing the navy from Leary and the amount of fire ships that are coming in from weird angles. Maybe he'll expand his fish economy. I was kind of looking, if he's getting gill nets, I was looking for a pond on his island that he was going to start making fish traps on it. Yeah, he's still got a decent navy though. Viper is pushing out, but we're very concerned about in a minute and a half's time, Leary going for fast fire and just pushing Viper completely off of the water. And if he's completely off the water, he's nowhere else because he hasn't made the transport.
Yeah, I'm thinking, what options does Viper have here? He needs to get to the middle as soon as possible, otherwise he doesn't have any standing ground there.
He will have a decent imp time if he continues massing res because he is melee. So it's going to take him, what, a minute and a half or something to get to imp, but that's a lot of time for Leary to get the techs in. That's a lot of time for Leary to expand his control in the center, to get all the relics, which he already has. 5 relics in the monastery in the center for Leary, and Leary is just not wanting to take this fight over here. He's just going to send the fire ships a little bit further back, keep them garrisoned in the docks, build up until he's in, and he can get fast fire.
Yeah, this is just a dream scenario for Leary. Just backing up here, he needs to get the fast fire upgrade. And once that one is done, we are talking about 45 seconds remaining.
Oh, he spotted the monks. He's got ballistics. He spotted the monks. That could be good. And Leary proves that he can dodge ballistics with the slowest unit in the game as well.
That's no problem for him. He's always doing it another day in the office. And yeah, we see economy-wise, both are very equal, also in terms of resources collected. But there is one topic about economy. The other one is also about positioning and technology advantage, and that is clearly in favor of Leary.
Yeah, fast fire is in. So tough for Viper. He's still got the fires over on this side, kind of providing him cover a little bit. But the War Galleys aren't going to be doing much damage at all with careening and fast fire complete, as Viper also goes for careening himself. And now he's going to have to make a break for it. But look at home. All of his fish are exposed now. His reinforcements are exposed. And Leary's just casually controlling everything. If you look at this mini-map here, Leary is absolutely everywhere.
It kind of feels like Leary is playing against AI. He's expanding so well, has the control of 66, 70%
free
of the map. Yeah.
Yeah, it's completely free real estate.
It's insane.
It's insane. And Viper is 3 seconds away. 13 War Galleys. Probably not enough. Bracer comes in right away. Galleon tech should be a priority here for Viper if he can keep these War Galleys alive. He's actually going to go for fast fire first. There's still a chance here for Viper. Like, there is a lot of water on this map. If you completely control water, you can do some dangerous things, but he's got to be running out of res on his home island. He still hasn't gone to the middle. He's got 1 gold pile left, stone pile, and a few trees, but 57 villagers on that little space.
I think that's what he's basing his strategy on. Try to somehow win the water and survive with the resources.
Look at the condos.
They are ready, Dave. They are ready. They're expecting something nice.
You're absolutely correct. This is like playing versus AI.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm not sure who's the AI, but...
kind of both are playing like that.
He's waiting for it, and Viper just got Loom. Viper has careening, and Viper almost has enough stone for a castle. So maybe the idea from Viper is, when I come to the middle, like right now, as he loads up the villagers, I'm just going to drop a castle right away. Leary should suspect that. He knows Viper's not on the middle at all, and he's got the military just hanging out ready to deny that castle.
It feels like Leary in this
game. Oh,
game
he tried it again, and Viper's like, nah, I ain't playing that game, bro. He found it.
He found it? Okay, yeah, never mind. It felt like he's running into it anyway, but yeah, Viper, he doesn't do the mistake twice here.
Look at where he has to build the castle.
It's so desperate. It's
and
so
that's
desperate.
The one spot that, Leary can spot it, but still, it's on the edge of that island. That is a waterfront property right there with that castle. And that's a desperation castle for Viper because there's nowhere else to go.
Yeah, that is... In Viper's position, usually if you land the island, you want to go a little bit more forward to get more map control, but he is kind of fearing, he doesn't have the knowledge, but he's kind of fearing that there is so much position from Leary already that he's forced to place it on the edge here.
And it goes up.
It goes up.
It goes up.
The question is, how long is it going to survive?
Yeah.
Because that's going to be a main focus for Leary here.
You know, it's actually kind of amazing. If you look at the res collected versus the map control and versus the way this has gone so far, Viper is not that far behind. He's got handcart. He's got like decent upgrades as well. Galleon upgrade just kicked. And now suddenly he's going for a TC on the middle as the Karambits come out to fight the condos. And Viper might manage to get himself a foothold on that middle island after delaying for so long.
Yeah, he definitely will. He's slowly but surely expanding there. Water seems to be a kind of stalemate here as well, because it's so hard to be the aggressor here. So the focus will shift from the water play more toward the land, but Leary should have the clear advantage. However, very interesting, Viper has a 400 score lead here.
Yeah, mostly because of the Navy. Leary tries it again. He's like, I like this corner. I'm just going to sit in this corner. You can't go past there because I'm going to flank you again. Leary at 99 villagers versus the 63 from Viper as the Karambits come forward. They're going to change that number a little bit, but not too much. Viper just trying to keep Leary away from his base on that middle island as Leary now goes for his first castle of the game, and Viper's going to go for a siege workshop and take that gold.
And Leary has landed Viper as...
Leary's got units on Viper's base, so it's condos on Viper's base. The castle is not at home. It's forward, so no Karambits possible, and Viper's just going to have to TC and quick wall this out.
You never want to place a second TC
there
on this island. So this is already great benefit or great value for Leary here. And yeah, it's just going to be so tough for Viper to go back here.
I heard the crowd go through the 3 stages of grief there. That demo.
3 stages? Okay. Yeah, that's where the hope is, right? You want to have a good demo shot, and a little bit disappointed if that doesn't occur. But The landing itself, you feel like it's not a big deal, right? But it forces so much reaction. And if you take a glimpse at the population, 141 for Lyri and 94 for Viper, he's looking very desperate right now.
Yeah, Viper, I mean, he's almost got enough stone for another castle. The food eco is not looking great from him. He has managed really well to keep the villagers coming out of the TC, though. Like, 2 minutes and 13 seconds of idle TC time in a 34-minute game. Super solid from Viper, and that's the only reason he's managed to somewhat keep up in the eco with Lyri. But still, Lyri, 111 villagers at the moment. Handcart coming in, and still full control of this middle. I am somewhat surprised that Lyri hasn't put a little bit more priority on kicking Viper off that center area, but these raids are amazing.
I'm surprised as well. It feels like even though he has spotted Viper landing there, he hasn't had a big priority on kicking him off there. But I guess he just feels very comfortable and wanted to shift the focus on landing Viper's main island, which is, you know, very, very smart as well.
Yeah, and these condos aren't a big investment for Lyri. He's got plenty of gold, he's got good food eco. If he can distract Viper and keep him garrisoning the vills and not focus on pushing out in the middle area, that's perfect. As Viper, you know, sometimes I watch Viper in a situation like this and I'm like, bro, where's the urgency? Yeah. You know, he's making one barracks with a villager. Yeah. And for the eventual pushback, it's like, dude, do you not see the same situation that we're looking at right now? You are stuck in a corner. Yeah. You need to do something, and he just doesn't seem to care.
The perfect example is him building castles in random spots with one villager, right?
Yeah.
Very like, where's the urgency, as you mentioned. And now Lyri, we finally see him going forward here with the siege, and I'm pretty sure we will see a forward castle by him as well. That's something he needs to add as well to have the siege safe there.
Yeah, the Galleon's not really providing so much value for Viper, and that's a big part of that is that Lyri is just non-stop with these fires. From both directions, right? He holds Viper away from his own base, and that castle is not messing around. That castle is knocking at the door to Viper's economy over there, if we can call it that, as Viper desperately tries to make a few more archer ranges. That's urgency from Viper. Three villagers building a building is urgency. And Viper, GG's, Lyri up 2-0 with an impressive display on migration. Maybe a little bit of a backfire on the strategy there from Viper.
Yeah, very tough position now for the Viper. Being 2-0 down, you know exactly you have 3 match points against you. Lyri still has 2 home maps of himself at hand. Yeah, I don't remember what was the last one. Enclosed, I think,
Enclosed
right? For the Viper.
Viper's home map. And the way Viper does it, he will probably save that till the last game.
Yeah.
He loves doing that, playing the 2 home maps of his opponent, and then he comes back strong on his final map. Or maybe, you know, he goes for whatever map gives him the most civ information. This is a big replay here as Lyri manages to trap these galleys. I'd actually like to see that flank on the war galleys again, if possible. There it is. Thank you, production. Lyri, such a great play to stick those 3 fires in the corner and then kind of bait Viper in with the villagers on the wood line and completely decimate this entire navy.
Yeah, that was such a crucial moment as well, because everything Viper was hoping for to get the border control with his strategy
done.
Completely done, right? And I'm very surprised that, like, usually in those situations, of course, in hindsight, it's very, very easy to say. Nice
lower it down, lower. Jordan, can you unretire T90 official, please? Can you unretire Tato and T90 official? Or did they sign that? I guess they signed that.
But why unretire?
I don't know. I didn't realize Tato and T90 retired.
I'm confused with those sentences. It's kind of like the opposite of the reverse sweep. It's like too many too many things in my head there.
Also, don't think unretire is a word.
It's not.
No. But you wouldn't know that.
No, like for me, it totally makes sense.
Pretty please. How can you refuse? I think you're coming back. He said please. He was so nice.
I think the crowd is having a clear opinion on that.
Who wants Jordan to come back? Anyone?
They're getting more quiet, I feel.
They're getting more quiet.
Oh, they woke up. They woke up.
There you go. How could you not?
You know, after seeing that reaction, it's hard to say no, right?
It brings a tear to the eye.
Yeah.
That actually
well.
actually makes me feel a little emotional.
Yeah, me
just
as
for
well.
you, secondhand emotion.
Yeah,
That's a
absolutely.
good feeling.
But it's amazing to see such a great reaction from so many people. So thank you so much for that, and guys, also thank you so much for being here for this special, amazing event here. And Viper now has a
down 2-0.
Down to 0, yeah, and has a very big task in front of him.
Yep, very big task because we look at the maps here. Arabia, one of Leary's best maps, if not his best map. Land Madness, one of Leary's best maps, if not his best map. Enclosed, one of Leary's best maps, if not his best map. Now, I know Viper's an absolute demon on Enclosed. Like, he is incredible. It's an extremely technical map, and Viper does everything right and gets the timings right, but Leary does the same thing. And Leary's got a more aggressive a style to Enclosed as well, and I think that might catch Viper off guard. So Viper's going to have to really pick the next map very carefully.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, Viper could have even the lead against Leary on Enclosed, so maybe that's something he wants to pick as well for next map, considering he wants to boost his... Never mind.
Nope.
Never
like
mind.
I said, Viper likes to go for his opponent's home map.
Right.
If he finds himself down 2-0, which is a very, not so familiar situation for him most times, he likes to go for his opponent's map so he can have his coming home. Anyway, we got Leary playing as the Mayans, Viper playing as the Hindustanis. Now, I've seen this matchup many times before. I am of the opinion that if this gets past Castle Age, this is a really tough matchup for Mayans. Ghoulems absolutely destroy anything that Mayans can do, but you have to get to that point. If you play into Ghoulems on this matchup and you actually get there, very difficult to deal with if you're Mayans.
There is no unit for the Mayans.
The Mayans need like 60 elite plumed archers with castles to hide behind because the Ghoulems will be coming. The Ghoulems beat Eagles.
They beat the Eagles?
Like cost effectively, in big numbers, cost effectively. And there's hand cannons from Hindustani. So you go Ghoulam hand cannon.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a clear civ advantage then for...
If you get there.
For the Viper. Exactly. You have to get there. And that's going to be a bigger task here because with Mayans, they're just so smooth, especially with the 9 villager start. We saw Hera executing perfectly the Mayan play there. And Leary... he's kind of known to be a very aggressive player, so I would be surprised to see anything else from him. And I wonder how Viper is going to respond to... We will see archers, 100%. Will we see the Eagle edition as well by Leary? That's the question.
Yeah, Leary, I mean, a lot of players have kind of shied away from that Eagle approach. We saw it a lot 2-3 years ago, right? You know, because you played against it so often.
Yeah.
And now it's more into the archer play, because they feel like the Eagles aren't getting the momentum that they need anymore, and it's more of a YOLO play to go for the Eagles.
We saw Hera having the Eagle and Archer play though, right? So
yeah.
Leary and Hera are practicing a lot together as well, so I suppose we could see them here, even though they're not that common anymore. Okay, both players up to Feudal Age. With Viper, we will see Scouts. Anything else would surprise me.
Yeah, Scouts are so adaptable.
Yeah.
Especially against Meso Civs, right? You can really manage what they're sending at you early because they don't have Scouts of their own. And, I mean, I'm looking at Viper's map here, Jordan. It is very open on the front side, and that gold is definitely a target.
I kind of love the fact that both players have a very forward gold there,
But
right?
So I think Leary's is more manageable with the wood
It is, yeah. Especially having the forest here in front, so you can kind of close in the walls here. Dave, what do you think Viper has to do in order to take a win here? Because the last 2 games didn't really go his way.
Just hold. Just hold until you can get onto the stone, and somehow you got to secure that main gold at the front. You have a gold at the back, but the main gold is what this entire push from Leary, I believe, is going to focus around.
So you would play defensively in that regard and try to survive until Castle Age to get the castle up and to get the Gulam production going.
Like I said, I have differing opinions on this Civ matchup because every time I've seen it, the Hindustanis absolutely destroy the Mayans if they get to Ghoulems. But I know there's people in the back, pros included, that don't believe the same thing, right? Like T90 thinks that the Mayans are favored here. If you ask Yo, he will tell you that the Mayans should never win this matchup ever.
Yeah.
Because he will just play Fast Castle into Gulam. He'll just wall up.
Yeah.
Fast Castle Gulam, he's like, they should never win.
Kind of feels like he's playing Burgundians, right?
Yeah,
Try
exactly.
to get Costa Lyra as soon as possible, and then
that's just
take
a
it from
different
there.
approach to the game, right? And I don't think Viper can do that against Lyria, as this dance is quite cute on the top. The Eagle says, "Hey, man, come up here."
I'm kind of surprised the Viper is not.
The scout came up there.
Here. Yeah, he came up and he showed who's boss here.
Yeah, exactly.
That was an easy snack for the Viper here. And, you know, the Eagle is not as fast as the Scout here, so obviously he has a little bit of the advantage there. And we see the arch range for Larry adding a spear as well and securing his gold.
Yeah, big walls from Viper all the way to the wood line once again. No urgency.
No urgency.
Huge wall early, and it's just like, I'll just let one villager. Like if MBO was making that wall, if he committed onto that wall, you'd see 6 vills building that immediately, right? But from Viper, he knows he can track this army with the scouts. He knows the timing of that army, and he's just going to slowly meander along those wall segments and get it complete. He's also going for the range in front of his gold, partially securing that area, but the timing here from Leary with the archers coming forward is really, really good. And you notice he's just ignoring the scouts completely. They might go to his base, but it's not going to pull back his main army. That will apply pressure to Viper and force Viper's reinforcements to stay at home.
Yeah, the thing is, if you're the archer player in that regard, you want to put the focus on the scout player, try to make him or force him to play defensive. And you can usually do that if you have your economy quick walled as well, and just, you know, with the fletching timing, dictate the pace of the game. But it's hard to do because the scouts are the faster units, and we will see a little bit of micro shenanigan here. With the fletching, Viper is forced to go back here.
God, he feels so exposed at the front side there. They got the gold, he's got the berries as well, and still a bunch of food left on those berries. As we're getting cheers, we don't know what it's for, but let's go, Jordan.
Let's
3 skirms, man.
3 skirms, oh my.
And 2 scouts.
Yeah, that's...
No, 5.
Wow.
Oh my
Let's clap.
God.
Yeah,
so that was insane.
That was insane indeed. We see Larry playing it very safe, trying to get you know, all the walls around his base, which makes his left side the only entrance. And therefore, Larry should be very comfortable with his position. Adding eagles as well. So we see the eagle-archer combination. On the meantime, we see Viper with scout skirms. And Viper in that scenario, he wants to push forward as soon as possible. Because once Larry reaches Castle Age, that's where he will really, really struggle.
So game 1, Leary against Hera, in the last set that he played, he went for walls similar to Viper around the gold. So he made the walls, if we can look at Viper's gold right now, he made the walls like 2 tiles away, which is great to defend it, but when crossbows show up, they can still hit it.
Yep.
Leary's gold, a little bit further back, right? I think Viper should have taken the extra time and made the walls a little bit further, because in that game against Hera, we saw Leary get kicked off that gold by some sneaky crossbows, and that's exactly what Leary is playing into here.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a small detail, but it can be so important, right? So we will see a little bit later if that is going to be you know, causing a little bit of pain here for the Viper. We see the market is being placed by Leary, so he's focusing a lot on getting up as soon as possible. And you know, I've played Leary a couple of times already in my life, and couple.
Yeah.
And it is very scary to face him with those timing attacks, especially with the crossbows.
Is it like a jump scare when he gets up to Castle Age? You're
It
like,
is.
oh.
You're like, oh shit! You know exactly something bad is happening.
You open the door and a dog is there. It always seems surprising how fast. Like, there's no reason. He's playing into archers, full wall, right? He made the spearman. He went forward. There's no reason he should be clicking up in like 10 seconds.
Yeah. But
Insane.
it is. It's
and you look at Viper's res.
It
Not
feels
the same story.
It feels like Leary and maybe Hera are the only ones who are capable of, you know, have such a smooth setup in order to get up to Castle Age so fast. However, we gotta keep in mind with Hindustani scouts, they take down the buildings a little bit faster, and that pressure is very, very big. So Viper has an army which Leary cannot fight right now.
Yeah. And Viper needs to, it's tricky here because he needs to apply just enough pressure to make sure that those archers stay at home. If those archers leave and he's not tracking that, suddenly the gold becomes an issue, his woodline at the back becomes an issue, the crossbow timing is definitely an issue. So you got to pick your spots where you can actually attack, and I think the Archer range is a pretty good one. The Archer range will force Leary to stay back with at least a few. It's only 4, though. I think there's still a few Archers that Leary's going to try and sneak around to Viper's base.
Yeah, that's a very smart play by Leary, and we can see Viper is committing 100% Bloodline, scaleboarding armor as well.
Scouts are taking that out so quickly. 3 villagers to repair that? Dang.
And he sold his stone, so he's not capable of building a tower as well. So this is a very important situation now for both players, and I feel like Viper should have the advantage here.
Archer's coming forward, though. Leary also added 5 Eagles, which we haven't seen yet. So I think they're in that army heading forward from Leary. We've got the Eagles there, and then we've got an army to the north as well, heading towards Viper's base as Viper is trying to push in here. He's weakening the villagers. The Archer range has lost a lot of HP, but it's still up as the Eagles looping around behind there. Once Leary gets to Castle Age, those Eagles are going to get a big buff. Hey, he got one.
He managed to get one. Wow. Nice pickoff by Viper here. And is he able to deal damage before they reach Castle Age? No.
A little bit of damage. The Eagles turn around now. I think the Scouts can still do decently against this, right? Viper's got the upgrades, and the Scouts are going to clear up the Eagles, which is actually great tracking from Viper, and a really good clear up on those Eagles before they start to mass. Crossbow and Bodkin on the way from Leary. Goes for a second range behind this. Viper's resources angling towards Castle Age, but he still can't click up.
And Leary now with the crossbows. He has a couple of them in front. And yeah, Viper is really struggling to get into...
Stone. He's thinking about it.
He built a tower right now, right? He wants to secure his base as much as possible, because against that army, he's not able to keep them out for too long here. And now is Viper going to jump onto that army? I don't think that would be a good idea.
I don't think he can. Well, he has the skirms here now. Okay, so he's brought the skirms all the way back. And we know Leary's crossbow micro, but even from this position, it's going to be tough, right? There's the skirmishers there. There's the scouts that are threatening just a little bit. Viper has 8 on stone right now. He knows the matchup. He's definitely thinking about the golems.
Yeah, that's a very smart play by Viper. And we will see both players dancing with each other here, but I still expect Viper to take the advantage here.
Well, one spearman goes down from Leary. You got to definitely manage the spears if Leary's going to leave him hanging out in front. And Viper's trying to bait the spearmen into positions that the skirmishers can attack them. Couple spearmen go down. The scouts are still chasing the crossbows. And honestly, that's a fantastic clear up from Viper. He's going to lose maybe one more scout, maybe not. He only lost 2 scouts and a skirmisher taking out that entire army. That was beautiful.
That was beautiful indeed. On the right-hand side, we see crossbows trying to deal some damage. But yeah, Viper is just positioning himself so safely here. However, the tower on the stone is not perfectly placed. So if the crossbows are placed behind the stone here, they should be able to range the stone without the tower reaching the crossbows.
And this kind of strikes me, all of these towers kind of strike me as like a, do what you got to do to get to that castle. Even if you're going to delay it a little bit, the problem, like you said, is the tower on the stone is not perfect at all.
And that can cost him the game, honestly, because without having the access to the stone, where's the second one? That one is kind of exposed on the left-hand side, right? So
way over there.
That's not really an option as well. We see the Eagle upgrade as well for Leary, and 1 TC play for both players.
Yeah, Leary sees that he's on stone, but he also sees 2 towers there. Leary will know what Viper wants to do. Is there a hole back there? Kind of looked like there was for a second. Leary's trying to check if there is one because he can't notice the bush in between, but definitely no hole, and he's just going to harass the wood line. Meanwhile, Leary's economy at home, perfectly scaling towards just making more crossbows as he goes for the quick walls. The scouts can't get in from Viper, and he's still applying pressure on this side. Do you think Viper should open like just elite skirm in this situation? I mean, there's still Eagles on the field, but you've got 9 skirmishers. You're fighting up against crossbows.
It is tricky. I think that would be his alternative solution if he's not able to get a castle up, and it kind of looks like that. Is there an option for him to buy a castle? He has 400 gold in the bank, so
maybe. I
think there is not going to be an elite skirmisher upgrade. We will see him buying the castle and try to get the golem out as soon as possible.
His wood eco has been rough. That's the wood line back there. He had 0 on wood for a little bit. He's been under 100 wood in the bank for the longest time here. He finally gets to Castle Age so much later than Leary. Leary has 42 villagers. Viper has 45. And Leary is going to dive into the economy here. Viper, he thought he could keep Leary away with these 3 towers and the town center, but no fear from this kid. As he comes in between 2 towers, this could be great or this could be a disaster.
Yeah, this is looking so bad for the Viper here, and we have to say, Leary
bought the castle.
Yeah, but it's crazy. Leary has played that one perfectly, right? Because he knew exactly Gulam is going to be the unit which is going to kill him, and therefore he didn't play it greedy. He played 1 TC all out, and he's able to deal so much damage.
But the question remains, how good are the Gulams here? How good are they? Leary is underneath the tower. He doesn't want to leave there. He's probably going to lose the villagers on that side. Viper ships more villagers over to the gold. He's got the farms placed so he can bring the villagers back there. Wheelbarrow complete, so the food income is going to be decent. As Leary snipes a couple villagers, he snipes 4 out of the 5, and the Gulams are being massed. You have to get the +2 armor, and then you have to wait for like 4 or 5 to go clear up that army.
Yeah, and I think Leary, the only unit he can really build in order to support his army properly is to have a lot of monks, right? Because the monks is the crucial unit here. Crossbows and eagles are not really trading too well against the Gulam.
I think you almost have to just keep making crossbows and hope that Viper's eco can't catch up because you did so much damage before. The Gulams are chasing after those crossbows. Gulams are doing decently against the eagles. Viper obviously missing forging, he's missing iron casting, and he's missing the numbers critically on the Gulams because he just didn't have the economy after that huge raid from Leary.
Yeah, he only has 5 Gulam versus the 14 eagles and 14 crossbows. That's going to be so tough for him. If we take a look at the economy, there's not a big difference, especially resource collected. Leary's not too far ahead there.
And he's off the gold. This is why I wanted him to wall a little bit further out, so that the crossbows couldn't just range the villagers that would be mining that gold, and Viper could maybe wall behind. But those eagles are being ranged by the castle, so that's not the greatest situation for Leary to stay under that tower. Viper's going to drive him away, and Viper suddenly has 7 Gulams. Maybe he could catch one of these armies from Leary off guard. Viper also hasn't patched the hole in the wall at the back of his base. He's forced to quick wall everything. Great quick walls coming out from the snake. Leary needs to leave, and the Gulam mass just keeps slowly, the keyword is slowly, ticking upwards.
Very slowly. We are at 8 right now, and now Leary...
You need like 15.
At least, yeah. And now Leary recognizes the situation, adding a second TC here. The question is it maybe a little bit too late? Because Viper feels like he's in a better and better position here, Dave.
Viper's just going to keep massing the Gulams, and Leary hasn't rolled.
Oh, yeah, that hurts. That hurts a lot.
Double bid axe just now coming in for Leary, 27 minutes.
He doesn't have any eco upgrades.
Boy, and the Gulams are clearing up the crossbows on the left side. They're also fighting some eagles over there. +2 armor for both. So the eagles outnumber the Gulam, and they're going to take that out. But here comes some more from the other side. Viper also feeling comfortable enough to stretch out to the extra gold and come forward with a few Gulams. Can this unit bring it back in this matchup? You mentioned the late second TC timing from Leary because it felt like he needed to go army. He's actually not that far ahead in terms of villager count.
This is looking better and better for the Viper here, and that is so surprising for me. Once Leary had those +2 eagles and was jumping into the base of Viper, I thought Viper was dead there. Rushing the cast with 30 villagers, but he managed to get the units out which he needs in order to push back here, and the next minutes are going to be so important for both players.
This is why I've seen Yo in this matchup just go like naked fast castle into castle.
Yeah, it's just
very similar
unit.
to like his Burgundian build or something, right? Where he's just like, as long as I get there, I'm going to be fine.
Yeah. I remember him having, 20, 30 villagers less, but he knows exactly he has the proper unit.
Oh boy. Oh boy, those crossbows are not fast enough to outrun these Gulams, and the Gulams get pass-through damage, so the crossbows are going to be caught out. The Eagles need to run, and these crossbows are going to go down to the Gulam. Score switch here in favor of the Viper, and that's just a bad feeling if you're Leary. You know that this unit counters you. You know that Viper is suddenly cooking, and you see his score is ahead of yours after you killed that much early. That is not good.
That's not a good story for him at all. And
forward castle.
See the forward castle.
Leary can't do anything about that. If Viper keeps the Gulams close, Leary cannot do anything about that castle. And it might even go on the stone over here. Leary does not have enough for a counter castle just yet. I don't think Leary has a market either. So, oh, he does have a market. Okay, because he sold the stone earlier.
Trying to heal up his units desperately. However,
that's a lot of golems. Plus 2 armor.
There's just no way. And Viper plays exactly the right way.
Oh boy! There's the castle, up on the hill, on the stone, on the TC from Leary. Viper's got the golems over on the left side, but still some golems to protect this over on the right. Leary can definitely see that. He's also got some monks to support. He's very distracted. That castle should go up as Viper baits the monks over to the left side. Does Viper have enough golems over on this side to keep the castle from being denied? He could also quick wall here. He could also quick wall here. Viper's got to stop the Eagles from coming in towards his villas. What is he looking at? The quick wall comes up. It's a gate. He can't hit the villagers, and the castle's going to go up.
That was so close.
And look at this at the same time, Jordan.
Yeah, this is just perfectly executed by the Viper, managing to get the castle up, managing to get a lot of villager kills here. And if you take the village, look at the villager count, Viper is ahead here. So he's in driver's seat, and Leary is really trying to get back into this game, but it's going to be an impossible task, I suppose.
think this is the exact matchup that Viper wanted on this map. Exactly the matchup he wanted for this exact reason. Leary is panicking. We don't often see him panicking, but this is surely some nerves setting in here potentially for Leary, as he can't do anything against this unit. He's got 50 villagers, 55 bills for Viper, 7 golems in the queue, and 17 on the field. Nothing to be done. The palisades are going to die. The villagers are going to die. And Leary calls the GG. It's a 2-1.
It's interesting because a couple of minutes ago we had exactly the opposite. Viper with 4 army versus the 30 against Leary. And now it was just switching within a few minutes. So, yeah, Dave, I honestly thought Viper was dead.
Yep.
It's like, with all the eco being raided here by Leary's Eagles, it was just looking so desperately. But he kept his composure, and he managed to have strategically the better execution and managed to win the game.
I'm so glad he proved me right there, because I've been saying for like 2 years that is straight up the worst Civ matchup in the game.
Yeah. Now you have the advantage over T90 there.
Now I've got it. Now he's going to pull up all his like 2K3 Rex and be like, this is where I lost. You know? Let's go. Norway flag is out. The Viper fans are out. Leary's still up 2-1, but Viper suddenly got a chance in this set as we head on to either Land Madness or Enclose. I suspect that it's going to be Land Madness for Viper, and then he'll have Enclose coming home if he manages to win.
I mean, you were right previously as well, so I'm not going to question that anymore. So if we take a look at the civilizations for Land Madness. So Portuguese, we saw Leary playing in Portuguese on Enclosed a couple of times. No, it was Mr. Yo, but I think Portuguese still is a good option here for Enclosed, right? So on Land Madness, Portuguese could be good as well with the extra bushes, right? So I cannot really commit to a decision here.
Can't commit to a decision. Well, I'm going to have to ask you, where I'm getting word in now that we need you to commit to a decision. Jordan?
To which decision?
I don't know. Land Madness, what Civ will Leary play?
Okay, so Leary will play Portuguese.
Portuguese.
Yep.
Okay.
Another decision needed?
You know what? I don't love Persians for either map. I think they're good, but I don't love them. I think Leary might go Portuguese on Land Madness and then Berbers on Enclosed. Could also be a solid option.
Thinking Persian's first pick.
Unretired. And your logo! They did such a good job with that, man.
Now the question is, was that handmade?
Oh, it's hand...
Is it handmade?
No, don't look in the screen, dude. It's right here.
That's handmade?
Yeah, it's handmade.
That looks amazing. That looks better than my logo.
Jordan. Oh,
that's nice.
I like
that's
that.
That's a nice drawing, 100%.
I like that.
For sure. So Persian's first pick, there's just no way that he's not going to use that one. So I would be surprised. The question is, Persians on Land Madness or Enclosed? I see them more on Enclosed.
I mean, it might be, you know, the mix-up, the Civ mix-up we were talking about. But anyway, we have a short break here. The players need to rest for a couple minutes. We are going to take a look at our conversation we had with Leary earlier in the week. Conversation we had with Leary. Leary, Persians, your first pick. Are you really interested in leaving that unused?
Yeah, it's a plan because my opponents always beat me with Persians, right? So I wanted to pick it right away.
Okay.
To get it out.
Yeah.
Then have the other civs for the maps I actually picked. Yeah.
Okay. I think that might be the civ discussion that I had with Viper earlier about which one he was going to pick, and he ended up picking Byzantines instead of Persians over on Fractal, and maybe Persians aren't going to be used. But anyway, we have our conversation we had with Leary earlier in the week.
What is the difference for a player for LAN tournaments versus online? Walk us through that.
You know, online it's very comfortable. You sit at home, you have your chair, you have your routine, you have your food maybe, you have your setup. It's everything chill, you know what to expect, you know what you're getting into. You're not that nervous, you're not that shaking, you know. Here we have different setup, different settings, different environment. The temperature is, even the temperature, you know, some people say it's cold, you have to put a jacket on. Everything is different, so it's a new challenge. Then you have the people, the crowd. That's a different factor as well, and obviously a ping issue as well. Here you're playing with no ping, so you can actually play the game perfectly. So all those things play a role, and you know, every single one of those details play into the game, and it affects each one of us differently.
For this tournament, there was a little bit difference of seeding. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it was, well, let me remember the seeding. I think 1 to 4 were the invited players who got through by qualifying or winning through tournaments. And I think those players got seeded by the order of how they won their events. So first who got qualified, or first seed is Hera, because he won the first tournament, which you could qualify. Second one was ACCM, I believe? I think at least. I think it was ACCM, then third Viper and fourth me. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much, but I don't necessarily agree with the order. I think it should more be like, okay, those 4 players have to be seed 1 to 4 because they performed the best the last couple of months. And then you have to seed those players accordingly to their performances in the last 4 months as well, rather than just the order of the tournaments they qualified through.
How do you prepare for double elimination versus single elimination?
I think the same way as for single. I think this is the first time we have double elimination. I love it, honestly. Because, you know, for all that you know, you could have 1 day off or something is off, a small detail, you're out. And then you're just watching for the rest of the event. Here you have a double chance, and I think it's still very hype, especially if you're then playing a decider from loser bracket final or knockout stage. So I'm a big fan of double elimination stage. I'm happy to see it. I think the settings are very good as they are right now. The first couple of games, best of 5s. Then I think once we have knockout games, and I think winner bracket final and semi-final, if I'm not mistaken. We have best of 7s and final best of 9. I always think final should be something special. It should always be set apart from the other games. So it should always be higher from the best offs. And the rest, I believe, best of 5s and best of 7 mix is pretty good.
Which opponent are you looking forward most to play against?
To play against? I could choose 2 ways to answer this. I could either choose the challenging hard one, which would be Hera, because I still have a revenge to take. Or I could be like, actually Kingston, because it's the first time I play him in a LAN event. I don't think I've played him in the last couple of years. So it will be something new, something nice. So I'm looking forward.
How do you beat Hera? Because he's been quite dominant of late.
Yeah, you know, he's sitting next to me in the practice room. So, you know, maybe change some settings. And he doesn't look. Don't tell him that, though. I mean, you know, he's still human. He also cooks only with water like we do. So he still makes mistakes as well. More rare than us, but, you know, there's still some ways.
Do you have anything to say to the community?
The community. I mean, keep going. You guys are amazing. That's the only reason why we're here today. I remember back in the days we played HD, then I switched to Woobly when I was 14, 15. And ever since, the community has been growing and growing and going strong. So the only reason we're here is because of you guys. So whatever you do, thanks for everything. And yeah, let's keep going.
There's a book based on your life. Did you read it? If so, what do you think about it?
Some people mentioned that. I haven't read through it all. I read like certain, some people told me about it, some verses. It's very interesting. I like it. I mean, obviously, who doesn't like to have a book written about themselves, right? It's like very specific, but I kind of feel proud and honored.
Welcome back, everyone. We're about to head into game number 4. Viper getting a much-needed win. Leary still has a chance here to lose a game, and he's got one in hand, right? Viper, it's just end of the line. if he loses this next map. And we talked about it earlier. Land Madness, Leary's very good. Enclosed, Leary's very good. It's an uphill climb all the way for Viper.
I mean, Viper, as you mentioned earlier, he's not really used being in the position of having 3 match points against him. So it's a tough task, and especially against Leary, he's a very cold closer. And we see both of them very focused. I'm pretty sure we will jump into game number 4 very, very soon.
Yeah, looks like they're in already. So Viper with his gamer face on, Leary always just looks so calm, doesn't he, when he's playing? You never see a reaction of this guy, except for maybe occasionally he gets a little bit frustrated when he doesn't micro something correctly.
Yeah, and we saw something special today as well with the petards.
Ah, true, yes.
That's where we saw some reaction from him as well.
All right, so we're going to Land Madness, so my suspicion was correct, where Viper wants to go to the home maps from Leary, so he has his own coming home. And I think Leary felt pressure here to go for his first civilization pick in the Persians, and we find ourselves in not the greatest matchup for the Persians ever against the Saracens of the Viper. I think this is, favored towards Viper.
If we're thinking about late imp, there's no way Persians have any
No, they
chance.
can't. They have to kill early.
Yeah.
And even in Castle Age, you're thinking about those options. Those camels are so strong nowadays for the Saracens.
Yeah, I think what Leary's options have to be is to be super aggressive in Fuel Age and have the Scout Archer combination, right? And take it from there. Viper, however, with Saracens, you have so many tools with the market in order to get a little bit of an advantage early on. So,
what is that wood line from Leary? Holy!
Looks amazing.
That's a continent.
That's amazing. That will last for next 2 hours.
Oh my goodness! I wonder if that's like, we had an instance earlier where it was, adminry because they had a huge wood line, but the other player only had one.
Yeah.
Right. Like Viper's got 3. Viper's got like roughly the same amount of wood in those 3 that Leary has in that one.
Yeah.
But we'll get you information on that. I don't think it's going to be too unfair. It's just a really nice map from Leary.
It's kind of part of the game as well, and it's not like any resources is bugged as well. So
exactly,
both players can play properly here.
Leary's got a fantastic base if he wants the full wall to the edge, though.
Oh, true.
And I think Viper actually doesn't have a bad one if he wants the full wall either.
Will be a little bit tougher for him, right? He kind of has to wall onto the TC then, I suppose, right? Or how are you imagining it, Dave?
Or he's Saracens. I'm imagining like 15 markets along, along the one side,
it
right?
would be around 1,000 wood.
Yeah.
So that could be an option. And that's the thing what I love about market as well from the Saracens, right? Just 75 wood. That's really nice.
I feel like people don't use it enough as a wall.
Yeah, I agree.
It's crazy strong.
Yeah. Absolutely, especially in Fuel Age, right? If you have palisade walls and the other opponent is applying the pressure on you, you can just build a market behind it and you're safe forever.
Yep. So Feudal Age on the way for both. We've got 3 seconds of idle TC for Viper, so there's the difference right now. He spent a little bit of time pushing in the near, now he's going out to scout. They're on opposite sides of the map, so they'll likely find each other quite quickly as Viper makes the barracks in front of the berries. He's going to try and secure that area. Leary doesn't even pause.
Yep.
He just is like, I'm going up, whatever, and he sips his water in the middle of the game. He doesn't care.
Most players would have paused here, right? But he's just like, yeah, whatever. Nothing important is going to be happening now anyway. We see 10 on wood for him, so most likely scout opening very standard for both players. No one is in gold, so anything else would be surprising. And the scouts make sense here. Mobile unit, get information very easily of what your opponent is doing. And we see the early walls coming for both players.
God, it's just so good nowadays, the scout timing in these high-level games. It feels like the scout always shows up at the instant that the player's production building is going up.
Yep.
So they immediately have that information. It is so much better than the way it used to be, where people would just randomly stumble across the building, right? This is very calculated. Leary sees the stable before it goes up. Viper sees the stable before it goes up. And now Viper actually already walling to the edge of the map. Big walls here.
These are kind of the walls you were thinking about, Dave. So Viper and you are definitely aligned here in terms of, saving up your base here.
Also hairline soon.
Hairline, yeah. Viper's working toward that for sure. He's in a good direction. And regarding the scout timing, it's also way harder on Land Madness, right? Because on Arabia, for example, it's easier to realize where your opponent is, and on land matters it's a little bit different because the resources are more scattered.
All right, great job here from Viper to realize that the map is very wallable, and I think Leary, has he spotted the palisade walls yet? Because that'll give him a lot of information. He hasn't. He will likely see it over here. Right now, to his eyes, it appears that Viper is going to be playing open, maybe stable into archers or something like that. But if Viper, you know, if he sees the walls, he might identify Viper is just going to drop the market and try and go up to Castle Age a little bit faster.
Yeah, that's also a very smart play by the Viper. He doesn't even show the walls, right? That's something he likes to do occasionally. And if Leary would see those walls, then he would have also the higher urgency here. But now he gets a little bit more information getting into the woodline, but I don't think he's going to be able to cause any havoc here.
No, the scouts are chasing after. Viper's still trying to wall on the other side, and this tells Leary exactly what he needs to know. He saw the palisade wall at the top. He sees the palisade wall over here. He's not even going to try for that villager, I think, because he knows Viper will just quick wall that. That's the reputation helping Viper as Leary gets doinked by the spearman a little bit, and he needs to retreat.
He needs to retreat, of course. Archer range up for him, so he's applying the pressure as we mentioned earlier. However, is he going to be able to be in time here to cause some damage, because Viper is about to close up the ball here.
Yeah, but I mean, with the archer ranges there, with the only gold from Viper being over on this side and the berries over here, that was a nice little snipe on the scout from Viper as the archers finally show up. No spearman for Leary to accompany this. I'm wondering where his spearmen are. Maybe that's the red dot that's joining all of this stuff, but spearman could be really helpful. Otherwise, the scouts can just dive on that archer and that skirmisher, and there goes the spearman right there from Leary.
Exactly, and we see more scouts in production for the Viper as well. So he's forced to build a tower here. We see an engagement on the hill here. I think it should be a little bit better for Leary, but Viper is buying himself some time here.
Yeah, nice snipe with the spearman. The tower is going up. I think Viper bought himself enough time to complete that. He's trying to pull the spearman from Leary out of position so he can snipe the archers, but the tower is complete, and Viper also has the market. So Viper, we might see him start to sell res soon, maybe start to angle towards Castle Age. I think there is a window here for Leary if Viper doesn't have the range, that Leary can do some serious damage in feudal, or even just idle the economy enough to put him far behind, and there's the range from Viper.
Yes, he has to, right? Because otherwise he would be able, or Leary would be able to idle too much economy, especially the farms from the Viper. So he's forced to at that. And now with the scouts from Viper, I think he will try to go for a counterattack because there's not too much value they are adding at home anymore.
Counterattacking here, but spearmen already at home from Leary. And the one thing Leary is so good at is those defensive spearmen, and he will relocate them. A lot of people just keep them like stuck to a woodline or whatever, but when he goes out for a wall like he is, he's going to bring the spearman along with that villager, and he's just going to sit it there. So if Viper can't pick off that villager for free with the scouts, now that Leary sees that, he's going to have to react. Doesn't even bother garrisoning in the TC. Maybe didn't notice.
I love to see that because most of the time it's wasted anyway.
The
right?
TC never hits.
Exactly. So it's just more efficient that way. And we see those scouts on the top here, maybe able to pick off that villager.
Viper pulled the spearman out of position. 4 scouts after that. Leary's spearman is chasing, and Leary does get the hit. And the villager continues to wall towards the edge of the map. Meanwhile, Viper with some skirmishers, and they're protected by the TC. So the range army from Leary, not too big of a threat. Viper still hasn't used that market, but it is a possibility at some stage if he feels like he's secure at home and he doesn't need to produce any more military.
I also find it very interesting that Leary doesn't feel like he wants to defend his base with the scouts, right? That would be a little bit safer, but that's not really his playstyle. He wants to put on the aggression.
He wants to keep the range units at Viper's base as well.
Yeah, 100%.
Wants to keep those at home, because if they come forward, Viper can snipe the spearman, then you're idled. Like at this rate, it's Viper. You're keeping the front of his eco open.
Yeah. Now the question for Viper would be, what is he transitioning into? Most likely will just try to be a fast castle, right?
Yeah.
You want to get the camels out as soon as possible with the extra HP for the Saracens. And the Persians are going to struggle a lot. We don't see... Okay, yeah, never mind. Leary adding the archers here. Will we see a quick ball here? Nope. I like what he did there. Just, no, I'm not even bothering. I'll try to fight back. and that's the way to go there.
The typical Leary approach, he'll micro until he realizes it's useless, and then he just gives up. He doesn't even try. His Viper comes in for another villager snipe on the wood line, lost a scout, but takes out the villager. Might take out a second villager as well. Great job from Leary to reposition that guy behind, and the spearman comes up behind this too. Viper loses all of the scouts trying to snipe those villagers, and Leary clicking up to Castle Age significantly faster than the Saracen player. Viper just now hitting the market. He's going to go for a second range. So is this a Cav Archer approach from him, or is this just into crossbows? Is it skirmisher? Like what is the idea here for Viper?
I'm taking a look right now at his production. He has 1 archer in the queue. Usually he should have 2. Okay, never mind. So it looks like he wants to go for the crossbow play, which should be fine for Leary here, because he has way more archers himself, 10 on the field right now, and he will be able, with the timing advantage he has, to put a lot of aggression here. And now top is going to be housed by the Viper. However, the tower is not perfectly placed, so that one can be ranged, or the gold can be ranged from the potential crossbows. But looks like Leary is heading to the south side of Viper space.
That tower's kind of hidden behind the archer range, like visually.
Yeah.
He might actually forget that's there at some point and try and come in there, but it doesn't really defend the gold all that well as Viper tries to micro down these archers. The timing here for Leary is going to be insane. He will have crossbow and bodkin, and Viper will still be 50 seconds away from the Castle Age. So he needs to abandon the entire front side of his base. Leary is so good at this, Jordan. He is so patient with his archers. So many people would want to click around and look for villagers, but Leary says, okay, I've got a great position here. I might lose my army. I'd rather just take out the farms.
Yeah, it's just perfect play, right? That way he gets the biggest amount of damage he can get. And also, University has been built by him as well, so Ballistics is going to be a prioritization for him, and that's very interesting to see, Dave, as well, because Leary is known to be the guy who delays Ballistics the most.
University coming up for Viper. He's playing into crossbows as well, but Leary has more crossbows currently. Now, the crossbows from the Saracens do have the bonus against building, so I think they're going to be a little bit better if the counterattack comes from Viper. But in terms of crossbow v crossbow fights, completely even at this stage, right? And Leary's even going to have the armor advantage he's getting right now.
For sure. Ballistics still not in. There's a lot of lack of gold for Leary. Viper will be a little bit faster here. But Dave, I would never be comfortable in microing against Leary.
Yeah, but you know, Viper doesn't show it very often, but I've said that a lot in the past. Like, he's got an ego.
He does.
He does. And that's what made him the best in the world for a very long time. Yep. He believes that he can go toe-to-toe with anyone in any facet of the game. Yep. And even against Leary, we've seen it many times before. The micro battles between them have been epic.
Yeah. We see a very crucial upgrade here for Viper. If he manages to get the Elite Skirms upgrade.
Oh, and then he can just defend with these and push out with the crossbows. Saracen crossbows against the walls from Leary. Did Leary house wall behind all of his palisades?
I don't think so. On the top, it should be available.
Yeah.
We don't see any armor upgrade on the skirms, though. And that can backfire really, really quick here.
Yeah. Ballistics is in for the skirms, but look at this from Leary. He's dancing. He's dancing in the middle of Viper's economy. He's just pushing in towards these skirms. He's identified there's no armor on those skirms, and now he's in on the wood line, and Viper is charging this with villagers. He's going to lose some of them. He's waiting for his skirms to show up. Leary is there. He's trying to body block with the vills so they can take out the crossbows with the skirms. Otherwise, Leary's just going to micro everything down.
And that is the biggest difference, right? Having the armor upgrade, at least the first one, you need to have it in order for the skirms to, be able to be okay against the crossbows. But man, he's killing so many villagers here.
The value from these crossbows. You see 16 kills on that crossbow army. We can see the dead ones as well. So that's the amount of kills that Leary got with that raid, as Leary now goes for a second TC, goes for the Siege Workshop. 51 vills for Leary. He's taking into the cavalry armor, so maybe some knights coming out here. 40 villagers for Viper as he adds the second TC himself. Still only 12 crossbows, 17 crossbows for Leary.
And Leary's looking very dominant right now. Siege Workshop has been added as well, so we will see a Mangonel coming as well very, very soon. Those crossbows, they have to retreat, otherwise they were going to be completely wrecked here by Leary's army.
Just missing that first armor. I think if he has that first armor, the crossbows never push in. Well, it's Leary, so they might still, but he doesn't feel the same confidence, and he can't get to the wood line, and Viper can mass a few more skirms. Instead, Viper just loses that army as the dancing continues on this side. Both players with ballistics here. The Deer kind of blocking Viper a little bit on that side, but both of them decide to retreat. Leary retreating because he has Knights on the way. He's got a Mangonel on the way and a fantastic eco behind this.
Yeah, the most important upgrade for the Knights is going to be scale barding armor. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to engage against Viper's army. And yeah, I understand it, you know?
They blocked him before. Yeah, they blocked him before. Just get rid of it. Leary was doing it on Land Madness earlier, too. It's like, I can't micro with these things around.
That's a problem, right? If you misclick in a very important moment, for example, against the Mangonel, and all of a sudden you lose 20 crossbows. So you don't want to take a risk here. And Viper doesn't have too many crossbows here, only 10. If Lyric somehow manages to squeeze in scale-barding armor, that's the moment where Viper will be in a very bad position here.
Viper is just eliminating all of the wildlife.
Why is he doing that?
Except for that spearman from Leary, which just died to a tiger. So a little bit of revenge, I suppose, from Mother Nature. Viper goes in with the weak crossbow. He's like, no. This is a very important set. I'm going to explore a little bit before I just dive headfirst in through that one-tile gap.
Very smart, very important maneuver here from the Vipers. 600 score trailing behind compared to Leary. 30C has been added by Leary. Bloodlines on the way. And yeah, it's just scale-barding armor missing there. So that's going to be upgraded very soon as well. Siege Workshop has a flag in there. So Viper knows there is some big pressure coming very soon. And I think the only chance Viper has is to get a cast up as soon as possible.
He's got to get that main crossbow army back over here quickly. But there's a Mangonel and there's a crossbow army in the way. There's a crossbow army almost intercepting the army from Viper. As Viper tries to micro against this, there's also a Mangonel. He will need to retreat. He's got 3 ranges producing crossbows. Crossbow production is no longer happening from Leary. He's fully shifted over towards the Knights. They don't have the +2 armor. And Viper's got a camel on the field, so maybe he can deal with this, but that's an impressive army from Leary. Viper can't fight anywhere near this hill.
Yeah, no chance. The only option Viper has right now, currently, is with the Siege Workshop, but that one is going to be the main focus of Leary. 4 Mangonels on the field right now for him.
He'll make a 5th. He might even make a 6th.
He will make 10.
Yeah.
He will, at least, he loves them.
Yeah.
So
man, the farming eco from Leary is insane too. 34 on farms right now.
It's crazy.
Insane.
Economy-wise, Leary ahead. Gathered 3,300 more resources. So that's a huge advantage. Gotta keep in mind, Persians produce the villagers a little bit faster. So that's helpful. And we see the crucial upgrade here. +2. So the next 50 seconds, Leary will try to avoid the engagement, I suppose. Oh, nice attack
snipe
round.
by Viper. Can Leary get this one? He does. Viper trying to micro down the other Mangonel. It's 1 hit away. He doesn't quite get it, but the Skirmisher finishes it off. One final volley. Leary was not producing crossbows in this entire moment, right? He's going into Knights. He's trying to get the +2 armor. If Viper manages to snipe the Mangonel and get enough crossbows here, there is a world where he can win these fights, get himself to the late game, and we talked about it earlier. The Saracen late game should be better than Persians, but it's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough. What Viper needs, or Leary needs to do now, is to get a Siege Workshop up in the front, and now we see the engagement and the Knights. Oh, are they retreating or not?
Well, I think Leary doesn't want to just fight the skirms and kill the skirms. That's what Viper's trying to make him do, so that the crossbows can get free shots. And Leary doesn't feel confident sending those Knights in against the crossbows. So he's going to retreat, and Viper even adding a 3rd TC, so feeling a little bit more comfortable now. Only 13 villagers behind here for Viper with a fantastic eco from Leary. But he's stuck on Knights, so that fast imp timing that we see all the time, not going to happen this game.
It's not going to happen. I like the decision by him, because in Privilege is not going to be the moment where you shine anyway against Saracens with Persians. So you want to play all out Castle Age.
Oh boy.
Wheelbar coming in, and this is going to be a very crucial one.
Viper is out in the weeds here with his army. He is out in the middle of nowhere. He's tracking the Knights at least with the camel. I mean, what if Leary decided to go to Viper's base? Thank you, Vodka, for showing me exactly where I wanted to look. What if Leary just sent those knights and ignored the crossbows? He's going after the army because he always wants to take that big battle, but I think there's also the option to just raid Viper's base. Look at this army convalescing over here from Leary. He has the crossbows behind. He's got a Mangonel following up. He's got the knights pushing the crossbows away. These are Persian knights to get the bonus damage against the crossbows. Viper could lose everything here. He needs to micro his heart out against these knights from Leary. He gets on the hill, but the crossbows are right behind. I think Viper loses his entire army in this battle. It's just a question of how much Leary loses as the big shot comes in, and Leary is going to advance. Viper is out of the tournament. 3-1 for the kid.
Very interesting. I felt like it was a little bit of a premature GG timing from the Viper. I felt like, yeah, he lost his army. He was definitely behind. However, maybe with some market shenanigans, adding the cast somehow, he could have stayed a little bit longer, but yeah, I mean, Viper is the better one to judge there.
Yeah, I mean, it was really impressive management of all the armies there from Leary, and also really impressive tech switch into the Knights. His macro, I think, was very clean that game, took advantage of the Persian TCs, and at some point, he just suddenly had 30, 35 farms. So he could spam from 4 stables, right, with the +2 armor, with the 4 Mangonels. Super solid stuff from Leary. Now, the question moving forward is Leary looks so good against all the other players. Can he bring this level against Hera, and will this level even be enough against Hera?
Yeah. The interesting thing is Leary will play against Mr. Yo first, right? And we have not seen them facing up yet in this tournament. So Yo playing absolutely phenomenal. This tournament, I'm a complete fan.
He probably gave Hera the hardest time out of anyone so far.
Exactly. Tata was very close as well, but it felt like Mr. Yo even more. He was even able to get 1 game. Should have won 2 games even. So it would not have been surprising if he won against Hera today. So yeah, let's see. Leary playing phenomenal as well. So it's going to be a banger of a set tomorrow.
It's going to be phenomenal. I mean, sad to see the Viper go. I know he's got so many fans here, but he's still going to be hanging around at this event, and we definitely had some great moments with him. He had to play 2 sets today, so obviously fatigue might have been an issue, but I think during that set against Leary, he brought himself, like, he had a high level in terms of execution. It was just some of the strategies maybe falling behind, right? The Malaise strategy really sticks out on migration. You're not going to go to the middle at all. You're just going to play water. Does that ever work against Leary?
Exactly. And migration, again, I will have a talk to him. Don't pick migration against Leary. I know obviously Viper feels very confident in that, but feels like Leary has the biggest winning percentage on migration after Hera there.
And also the fractal game, right? Like Viper didn't identify that Leary was going up to imp that fast. He was a little bit late denying the Navy from coming in and killing his fish, and I think he reacted really well to the initial pressure, but then he misread some moments in the game. It wasn't necessarily the execution, it was just some of the timing, some of the strategy, and some of the tactics involved, all going in Leary's favor.
Yeah, and that's also interesting. Leary is kind of known to be the
fast imp guy. Yeah.
Fast imp, perfect executor, aggressive player, but in this set here, we have seen a couple of times, he is just also very strong in terms of the strategical department. So against Mr. Yo, it's just, for me, is so interesting because both players have completely opposite playing styles. What do you think, Dave? Who's going to win that one?
I don't know. I'm honestly, Yo is kind of a slow starter in most of the tournaments, so I thought he was going to lose day 1 against ACCM. I had ACCM as the favorite, but he came out, he had 3 wins against him, and then he goes through the Viper, which is incredible, and then he should have been up 2-1 against Hera. And who knows, if that goes to game 5, who knows which direction that one's going to go. We could have seen Hera in the loser's bracket. He ends up losing 3-1 off of a brilliant king snipe from Hera. My brain is telling me Leary, my heart is saying Yo.
Okay. I think Leary could be a little bit of a favorite here. I think if we talk about history, he should have a lead in that regard.
I think so.
However, Mr. Yo in this tournament, I have to say, I'll go for him just because he was playing too good the last 3 days.
I think the thing with this tournament is all the maps are known. They've all been played before. So Yo knowing the maps and not having to prepare specifically for like one-off maps is insane, right? He can just play League of Legends and then show up and be an absolute god at Age of Empires. If only we could do the same thing, right? We've got the Crusade going in the background there, so I hope they make it to the Holy Land. And we have our interview being set up also on the stage, which you can see in the background over there. Jordan, it's been 3 days here at the Garrison. What are your thoughts? How are you feeling about this event?
It's kind of the first time they're doing it with Age of Empires, but it feels like they have done that for years already. It's so professional. It's just amazing to be in such a scenery again. It's been a long time for me, and I just absolutely love it. The energy is great. The games are great. The organization is great, and couldn't have asked for something better.
And if you're loving it at home, there's also a way to support the event. They have costs that they haven't yet covered, so we're, as a community, hoping that some generous individuals can help them out with that and maybe get a Garrison 2 as well. So we have that bar somewhere around here. I think the last time we were at like 2.5K or something, which is insane. Honestly, this community is so generous.
Yeah.
They also have merch available, which goes to support them. And of course, our sponsors for the event, which you can see down below. The interview should be set up soon. Until that point, I just want to give my thoughts on this. Like, this feels like a legitimate esports setup.
100%.
You know, which we've had the castles. Obviously, the castles are once in a lifetime experience. I don't want to sell those short, but like when you look at this venue and the things that they've done here, it feels like I'm in not just Age of Empires, but any popular esports game, right? It's beautiful. The crowd is very interactive. We hear them all the time behind us. During the games, the crowd is full, even if you don't see it when it's in the breaks and they show and they're off getting beer, which we appreciate because the bar goes towards us as well. But anyway, we have our winner of this set, 3-1 over the Viper. We have Leary on the stage. You can hear the... Oh, sorry. We have KP with the Viper first. We're going to get his thoughts on that set and the entire tournament experience. So KP, take it away.
Thank you to Dave and Jordan. Phenomenal casting from the boys. Phenomenal crowd as well. I am joined by the Viper. I think that says it all, mate. Like, no matter how many years pass, yeah, they're too loud, aren't they?
You were saying?
Gotta get you here, mate. They ain't gonna let you talk. They don't realize that you're tired and want to go to bed. They're going to keep this up all night.
Yeah, don't tell them.
But mate, we got to talk about this set. I mean, commiserations first of all. You know, it's never easy losing, but we talked a little bit in your winners interviews across the last few days. The competition is tight. Even when the scores don't look at whether it's 3-1, 3-0, you know, we're always seeing these games that feel like they've got that moment of turnaround. Was there a moment in this series where you felt like this is the day, this is going to be me? Or did you feel like Leary was just turning up almost too rejuvenated?
I think Leary played a super solid set overall. I think strategically I probably made it too easy for him, and I was probably a little bit too stubborn in the way I approached some of the games because they worked in training, so I have to do it like that. No, I should have adapted a bit more, but I think Leary just had a super solid approach, and he out-strategized me today.
Hey, there we go. Win or lose, it must always be heartwarming just how many people turn up for you. You know, when I went around and asked people, you were like the most common one to come up outside of everyone saying it's just going to be Hera. You know, what do you have to say to the fans there? Because I feel like it doesn't matter, even if, like, similar to Hera's doing it now, if we saw you win like 20 events in a row, I feel like people would still be cheering for you.
I mean, I've had quite a lot of support over the years, and I couldn't be more thankful for how many people always show up and cheer for not only me, but everyone here, right? Every LAN event is an amazing experience because of people like we have right here, and everyone watching at home as well. So yeah, I'm honored and blessed to have so much support.
Well, mate, We may not see you on the stage, but people approach him around the venue. You can see how friendly he is. I think it's time to go see the wifey and the kids and enjoy the evening. A pleasure as always, my friend.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, thank you. Louder! Oh. Well, now I need you guys to get even louder because we're hopping from one to the other. Join me in welcoming up here. Your champion of the series is Leary. I think they know the bar's almost open.
I think so as well. That's why they're clapping.
Well, there's plenty of partying to come, and for good reason. You should be partying as well. I mean, let's talk a little bit about this matchup against Viper, because the interesting thing, I said at the start of the series, every time you guys meet, it goes all the way. What felt different this time around?
I think I had a pretty good draft. Games were pretty straightforward. Still, every match could have gone either way, I felt like, especially the migration game. I thought the game was over in Castle Age, and then suddenly he always has score lead, and he was still ahead. I have no clue how. I felt like I didn't do a single mistake, played perfect, and somehow he's leading. So it was a bit confusing, but in the end, it turned out well.
Well, how are you handling like the overall flow of things here? Because it's been a long day. We were just talking a little bit over there about how kind of tiring it is, and it almost feels like anyone here, if you just show a little bit of fatigue, a little bit of not 100%, they're going to wipe you. Yeah,
we saw with ACCM earlier, and every match so far has been a banger. And if you don't show up your 100%, very likely you go down. So highest competition ever, and there's a reason for that.
Oh, yes. Talk to me about tomorrow, because we've got to lean on a little bit. It's Yo, it's Hera. What are you taking forward from that Hera series? What have you been looking and seeing for Yo? Like, how are you feeling confident-wise going into the final day?
I'm gonna pick Fortress against Yo. See if he can protect his king better this time.
I'm going to be a discount Jordan here because you started to talk about the games a bit. We're going to look to actually go over the games here. We've got a segment sponsored by Samsung, so insights for Samsung here. We're going to go through your games, start with game one, and I'm going to run you through your thought process. You're going to tell me kind of what you were thinking here. So, production, take it away. Yeah, hype up the... There we go. Okay, so we're hopping straight into game two here. This must have been the most morale-boosting moment of the series.
That's when I thought the game was over, but somehow he came back, I guess. Game wasn't over back then, so I mean, looking at the stats, it seems somewhat even. But yeah, those choke points, that's why I prefer to go fire ships over galleys.
And talk to me about the thought process approaching the center, because I thought this was phenomenal. The way you spread your units out, it felt like you had completely starved him off of the map once we got to the central island.
Yeah, that's the advantage. You have fire ships, right? Fighting on one spot won't get you far. He can just hit and run forever. But if you trap him like that, there's not really much he can do, especially because the water is still very wide for migration, so there's always a trap to do.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I think this might have been the most claustrophobic a player looks so far in migration. We hop into Arabia here. Like, everyone loves the opening micro there. Sick little grab by him. You comment on the couch. I always talk about your losses. We kind of have to talk about this, but I'm going to get you to talk about it instead. So run me through what you were thinking as this game kind of approached, because it felt like you kind of got countered in the mid game. Did it kind of just feel over from that point?
Yeah, I knew once he gets to Gulam, it's going to be almost impossible. But I felt like I got myself into a pretty good spot. And I mean, looking at the stats here, I still have decent army, I still have a few villagers less, but he's not Castle Age. I definitely felt like I could have done some things better and won the game as well. But then again, he played it well with the towers, and well, we saw what happened in the last couple 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, this is the point where I think like you're probably feeling quite confident, right? I mean, 2-27 overall. Like, what was going through your mind at this moment before we got to the counter pick? Was it kind of like, okay, cruise mode, play it safe, or were you looking for kind of a double down opportunity?
This game looks over, actually.
Yeah.
What did I do?
We're about to find out, mate.
I guess.
You're here to tell me what happened.
I mean, I get a little bit ahead, but the thing is, army doesn't really matter once he gets those surrounds, and I can never be on the map again. Yeah, that's the nail on that's the finisher move. That's pretty much perfect play, and you know his quick walls. Nothing to add there, and the raids at my TC, that's ended it.
And then this one must have been the jolt to the system, right? Because I feel like, I'm not saying you were cruising game 1-2, but the confidence kind of goes, oh, okay, this is just going to be a 3-0 sweep. What did you do to reset going into the final game?
I knew the last matchup was going to be a hard one, like the Hindustani Mayan one. This one, I had the edge. Why can't I back through there? But yeah, I mean, I have the better Civ. I just have to hold. He has less resources to work with. I have more villas, more resources, so if I don't mess up, then yeah, it should be...
Did you kind of scout that back tree line? You're like, oh god, I'm in heaven here.
Yeah, that's when I knew, okay, this game is mine. If I don't mess up now, then this is it.
I mean, I can't fault the clean gameplay here, right? Like, I think the interesting thing here, we heard it from the commentators, the idea that Viper was maybe holding something back for game number 5, because he's known to do that, playing your maps first. Was this someone you were expecting going to the series? Did he catch you off guard at all through any of these games with that element of his gameplay?
I didn't want to go into game 5, especially on enclosed. Viper is known for his late game. And the matchup could have gone either way as well, so it was pretty much a 50-50, so I knew I had to close this one out. Yeah, worked out.
Well, I think that kind of covers it. We can see the killing blow here, just a sick cleanup. And, thinking about the competition here, we've been talking a little bit about how tight it is, how close it is. Is there anything that you've had to adapt between days here? Because usually it feels like once you're in a tournament, you're locked in. There's not much ability to completely flip the strategies. Have you found a need to do that day to day?
I think you always have to adapt from player to player, from draft to draft, from map to map, from stage to stage, every game, and it never ends. So,
final question: are you going to hang around for a little bit?
Here tonight?
Just a little bit.
A little bit.
There we go! Because, folks, you need to get his signature, maybe tip him a drink, because he needs to get some sleep. It's a long day tomorrow.
I thought today was already long with ACCM and now Viper, and tomorrow I potentially have Hera as well after you, so...
And 16 games?
Well, gonna be record times. Gonna be records.
I'm looking forward to it. We might have to lock the door and not let anyone out. But once again, a round of applause for Leary, your victor of the series. All right, thank you. Come on. A phenomenal competitor and a fantastic series for him. And after that, folks, we are down to our final 3. That's right, tomorrow we will crown a champion. We should be beginning, I believe it's going to be 2 p.m. So a little bit later, just so that we can make sure that people get their sleep, because Leary has had a long, long day. But you folks are not done. No, you guys at home will just have to tune in there. But I have got good news for those in person, because we're going to be having a party here tonight. Let that be a reminder to everyone at home. Next time, book a ticket, get here if this happens again. But folks, remember, we're down to our final 3. We've got Yo, Leary, Hera. Only one can be Lord of the Garrison. Tomorrow we find out. But for tonight, I bid you farewell.